I was originally a time traveler who came to this blue star world a year ago and awakened the future technology system. The system required me to rank last in the school in 100 cumulative exams before it could be activated, so I deliberately did poorly in my senior year of high school. Before the college entrance examination, I finally completed the task and the system rewarded me with a future technology factory. As long as I completed 100 more orders, I would be able to obtain the blueprints of the 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber. I have completed 99 times. However, my head teacher wanted to expel me because of my poor grades and my inattention in class, and also cancelled my college entrance examination qualification. This meant that I could not be admitted to the National University of Defense Technology and could not use the system to develop science and technology. But just when I was desperate, the system prompted a new order and triggered a new task, to enter the National University of Defense Technology without passing the college entrance examination. Could I complete the order, get the blueprint, and achieve my goal of entering the National University of Defense Technology? My journey in science and technology was full of challenges. Jiangqing Middle School, Grade 3, 9, Class. Su Hao was sitting near the window, his eyes as bright as stars looking outside. Outside the window, cicadas chirped non-stop by the lake and on the banyan trees. Midsummer is here. But Su Hao had no time to pay attention to the scenery outside. His mind was completely immersed in the future technology system. Look at the progress bar showing, Technology Factory, Order Volume 99 out of 100. There was an excited yet warm smile on his handsome face. In fact, he is not from this world. 1 year ago, due to an accident, I accidentally traveled to this world called Blue Star. This place is similar to the world he was in before. Blue Planet's technology, culture, geography, topography, etc. are all pretty much the same. Just like other time-traveling protagonists. He also awakened the golden finger. Only Su Hao's golden finger is a little special. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a cold gaze coming from the podium. Then a sharp voice sounded. Su Hao, you are hopeless. Not only does he always rank last in exams, he also often gets distracted during class and doesn't listen carefully. You are simply the worst student I have ever taught. The head teacher Lei Hairong scolded coldly. There was nothing but anger on his face. When Su Hao, a student, was first admitted to Jiangqing Middle School, his grades were among the best. But since entering the 3rd year of high school, my grades have plummeted. From a student with excellent character and academic performance, he has become a poor student that every teacher hates. At first he still had hope for Su Hao. But Su Hao never repented and continued to do as he pleased. At this point, Lei Hairong was completely disappointed. Now when he sees Su Hao, he feels only disgust. But facing the scolding from the head teacher, Su Hao's face remained calm and he seemed not to care. Because he's already used to it. And this is exactly what makes his golden finger so special. After awakening the system, he started an activation mission. You only need to rank last in the school in 100 exams before the future technology system can be fully activated. And the system also repeatedly emphasized that you cannot hand in a blank paper. Live here. Su Hao had no choice but to study all high school subjects thoroughly. Grasp every knowledge point firmly. Then, in the exam, perfectly avoid these correct answers. Throughout his senior year, he took various exams and finally successfully activated the system just before the college entrance examination. As a gift pack for beginners, the system rewarded him with a future technology factory and reissue the task. Just complete 100 more orders to get the blueprint of the 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber. Before this, he had easily completed the first 99 orders, which were all very simple technological manual work. However, this last order has not appeared yet, which makes him very upset. And at the same time, there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. Last month's baseline test was the school's last unified test, and it was also the last time he ranked last in the school. Of course, Su Hao was absolutely confident that he would get the best score in the college entrance examination and then be admitted to the National University of Defense Technology. In this way, With his future technology system in mind, he studied at the National University of Defense Technology and contributed to the country's national defense. At the same time, you can also use the drawings given by the system to develop and expand the future technology factory. Su Hao has already set a bright direction for his future. However, when Lei Hairong saw the smile on Su Hao's face, he became even angrier. Bang! He slammed the textbook in his hand heavily on the table. Then, he picked up a box of chalk on the podium and threw it at Su Hao. The chalks of different colors in the box were like beads of heaven falling on a jade plate, hitting Su Hao's face with a crackling sound. Moment. His handsome face was smeared with various colors of chalk, which was quite funny. Seeing this, the students burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. A bad student is a bad student. He doesn't even know how to dodge when a piece of chalk is thrown at him. A fool. Or is there something wrong with your brain? Laughter filled the entire classroom, and everyone looked at Su Hao as if he were a clown. Normally, if Lei Hairong saw the classroom in such chaos, he would have spoken up to stop it. But today, for the first time ever, he allowed his classmates to laugh at Su Hao. The anger that had been accumulating for a long time caused Lei Hairong to completely explode today. He stared at Su Hao and said in a cold voice, "Su Hao, I am officially informing you that for a long time, you have been disrespectful to teachers and disrupted the classroom order. During your time at school, you have been unmotivated and have repeatedly ranked last in exams. After considering many factors, the school has decided to expel you and cancel your qualification for the college entrance examination. When the college entrance examination is over, the graduation certificate will be issued to you as usual. But from today on, you are no longer a student of Class 9 of Senior 3 in Jiangqing Middle School." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom was in an uproar. All the students looked at Su Hao. There was surprise, gloating, mockery, and disdain in his eyes. They were whispering and talking among themselves. Expelled. Finally he was expelled. It was because of him that our class's overall performance was always a little bit worse than Class 10. Yes. This burden has finally left. Teacher Lei has such a good temper, but he was irritated by Su Hao like this. I pretended to study so hard every day, and I thought I was so awesome, but when I took the test, I ranked last. It turns out that congenital intellectual deficiencies cannot be made up for no matter how hard one tries. When Su Hao heard Lei Hairong's words, he was also shocked. Boom. My brain exploded instantly and my mind went blank. I was fired. And the qualification for the college entrance examination was cancelled. Doesn't this mean that I will have no chance of being admitted to the National University of Defense Technology? Not to mention, using the blueprints provided by the system to light up the Dragon Kingdom's technology tree. Su Hao suddenly felt powerless. He looked at Lei Hairong blankly, his face full of disbelief. Why? You have no right to disqualify me from the college entrance examination. When Lei Hairong saw his expression, he snorted coldly and sneered. Do you regret it now? Too late. Lei Hairong said this in an emotionless voice. That's enough. No loud noises allowed in class. Su Hao, you are no longer a member of our class. Get out of here now. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for calling the school security. Lei Hairong's merciless words completely shattered Su Hao's only remaining hope. He didn't expect it. The teacher sitting on the 3-foot-high podium will one day actually focus on the so-called admission rate. Students are ruthlessly expelled and even deprived of their qualifications for the college entrance examination. He stood up suddenly, his eyes full of unwillingness. He clenched his fists, pretended to get up from his seat and ran forward. At this moment, a pair of delicate and cold little hands grabbed his hot, clenched fists. Then, a soft voice was heard. Su Hao, don't be impulsive. Su Hao turned around and looked. The person who grabbed him was actually his deskmate Tang Shiro. Unlike Su Hao, Tang Shiro is a veritable school beauty and top student. He is well known in Jiangqing Middle School and is well liked by teachers and students. However, Su Hao was angry, so why would he care about her identity? The sleeping beast is about to wake up. Tang Shiro quickly stood up and said to Lei Hairong apologetically. Teacher Lei, Su Hao is a little emotionally unstable. I'll take him outside the classroom to calm down. After saying, regardless of whether Su Hao agrees or not. She didn't know where the strength came from in her slender, white hand, and she pulled him out of the classroom. By the time Su Hao reacted, the two had already arrived under a banyan tree beside the school playground. A refreshing breeze blew, blowing away much of the summer heat. Tang Shiro finally let go of Su Hao and put her hands on her waist. Are you crazy? How dare you attack the teacher? If you had attacked Mr. Lei just now, you wouldn't have been able to get the college entrance examination qualification, or even the diploma. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, quite annoyed. As his deskmate, Tang Shiro knows Su Hao better than anyone else. She didn't know what happened to Su Hao that made him always rank last in the exams. He used to be a top student. So, Tang Shiro is extremely curious about Su Hao. At this time, Su Hao gradually calmed down. He felt the breeze, listened to the sound of branches swaying and rubbing against each other, and his thoughts gradually became clear. Now, my qualification for the college entrance examination was revoked, and my path to being admitted to the National University of Defense Technology was blocked. Is there no other way? At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Byte. Your Future Technology Factory has a new order, please check it. Yes, I still have a system. This heavenly system notification sound swept away the decadence in Su Hao's heart. Today, the order volume of Future Technology Factory is stuck at 99/100. We are just one order away from getting the design drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. After waiting for a week, the last order finally came. Su Hao's consciousness sank into the future technology system. A striking new order comes into view. New order, new agricultural drone modification. Order customer, Chiowei Machinery. Requirements, able to spray pesticides over a large area, able to alarm, the higher the load, the better, power saving, able to stay in the air for a long time. Budget, 50,000 to 100,000. After taking a quick look at the order, Su Hao immediately had an idea in his mind. It's just a modification of the drone, which is not too difficult. Although his requirements are a bit high, everything is within a reasonable range. Moreover, his budget is relatively sufficient. However, Su Hao did not expect this. The person who placed the order is actually an old customer. Just when Su Hao was secretly delighted about getting a new order. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again in my mind. Ding! New mission triggered. It is detected that the host has been disqualified from the college entrance examination by the school, triggering a random task. Random task, please enter the National University of Defense Technology without passing the college entrance examination. Mission reward, randomly rewarded based on the host's mission completion. Note, the better the completion, the richer the reward. Su Hao was slightly stunned. After being deprived of the qualification for the college entrance examination, can the system task still be triggered? Su Hao was slightly surprised. But this task is a little embarrassing. His brows were furrowed. The National University of Defense Technology is one of the top universities in China. It is even better than Tsinghua University and Peking University. If you score high enough at Peking University or Tsinghua University, you may be admitted. But for the National University of Defense Technology, not only the scores must meet the requirements, but there are also various other strict requirements. When Su Hao saw this task, he began to feel troubled. If his college entrance examination qualification had not been revoked, he would have been absolutely confident that he would have been admitted to the National University of Defense Technology. But now, the only way to enter the National University of Defense Technology has been cut off, and hope has been completely cut off. For a moment, Su Hao's happy mood due to the new order suddenly became depressed again. Develop and expand the factory. He was admitted to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua, and used the drawings and technologies provided by the system to continuously improve the technological level of Longhua. These were the goals Su Hao had set before. Now it seems that these goals cannot be achieved. Disappointment is not scary, What is scary is that you are given hope and then it is crushed. Su Hao now deeply understands this feeling. Tang Shiro in front of her saw Su Hao smiling, frowning, and thinking about something. Her fair and tender face suddenly showed some worry. Could it be that Su Hao has a mental problem because of the shock he suffered? Thinking of this, Tang Shiro gently touched Su Hao's arm. Seeing that he didn't respond, she rubbed Su Haojuan's cheek with her delicate palm and shouted. "Hey, Su Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Did I say something too harsh just now?" Feeling a hint of softness and warmth on his cheek, Su Hao came back to his senses and quickly exited the system. He looked at Tang Shiro, his eyes filled with sorrow, and asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Tang Shiro's heart sank instantly. It's over. It seems that Su Hao has been really hit and his mind is not clear anymore. She sighed slightly, patted his hand, and whispered comfortingly. "Su Hao, don't let this temporary setback put you in despair. You need to cheer up. When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Gold will always shine. Although your college entrance examination qualification has been revoked by the school, now is not the same as before. As long as you are good enough, all universities will be open to you. You are still young. If you can't take the college entrance examination this year, you can just try again next year. You must believe in yourself." Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao with a blank look in her eyes. She didn't know what happened to Su Hao. But she was clear that Su Hao was definitely not a bad student. Otherwise, she had been racking her brains for the entire class to figure out the last physics problem, but after Su Hao saw it, he solved it perfectly in just a few minutes. That's not all. 4 or 5 solution methods were also used, which is more than the methods given in the reference answer. This is also the reason why she always felt that Su Hao had real talent and knowledge. Unfortunately. Tang Shiro sighed in her heart and looked at Su Hao with a puzzled look. And Su Hao heard her words, especially the sentence, "As long as you are good enough, the doors of all universities will be open to you." Moment. It was like a sudden enlightenment, and my brain, which had been shrouded in thick fog, became much clearer in the blink of an eye. His eyes flickered with excitement. Yes. As long as I am good enough and can get the favor of the professors of the National University of Defense Technology, it is not impossible for me to be admitted to the National University of Defense Technology. The only thing that can attract their attention is 6th generation strategic stealth bomber drawings. How to get the drawings? The first thing is to complete the last order. Then, everything will be solved. Call. Su Hao let out a long sigh and looked at Tang Shiro with eyes that were extremely passionate and excited. You're right, gold will always shine. There is always a way out. If there is no way, then make one yourself. He put his hands on Tang Shiro's shoulders and spoke in a very serious and excited tone. Then he suddenly laughed loudly and ran out of the school. Tang Shiro blushed at Su Hao's intimate actions. As a result, before she could even get red, she looked up and saw Su Hao had already run away. Hey! Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao's figure getting farther and farther away. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. After a while, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted at the top of her voice. "Oh no, Su Hao, you haven't got your things yet." The breeze blew her hair up. The chirping of cicadas from the trees drifted far away in the wind. However, Su Hao had already disappeared by this time. Tang Shiro shook her head slightly and smoothed her hair with her hand. He sighed deeply, with a helpless smile on his face. The other side. The news that Su Hao was expelled and disqualified from the college entrance examination soon reached his parents. Li Xiuqin asked for leave from the factory and hurried back home. When I passed by the pavilion downstairs of my house, I heard the neighbors sitting together and talking about their son. "Hey, have you heard? Old Su's son was expelled from school today, tsk. Ah. Didn't his son have good grades before? How could it be? That was in the past. Her son's grades are at the bottom of the school in every exam. Now that he has been expelled, the school has given him enough face." Someone saw Li Xiuqin coming over and waved his hand quickly, asking everyone to stop talking. Then he looked at Li Xiuqin with a smile and greeted. Xiuqin is off work. Ah. Yes, yes. Li Xiuqin forced a smile and nodded. Afterwards, she stopped talking, lowered her head, her face turned pale and blue, and she quickened her pace, walking towards home. Her mind was not at all concerned with what these people were saying. I'm just worried that Su Hao is naturally aloof. Can he bear such a heavy blow of being disqualified from the college entrance examination? When Li Xiuqin returned home. At the door, Su Hao's shoes were neatly placed. This shows that his son has returned. After closing the door, she looked inside. Su Hao's door was tightly closed. That face, which looked a little weathered due to the passage of time, was now full of worry. She put her bag down and was about to go forward and knock on the door. After thinking about it, I gave up. She sat in the living room, looking at Su Hao's room door with a worried look on her face. Not long after, Su Zhenlong, who received the news, also came back from outside. The first thing he said when he came in was to ask with concern. What about Xiao Hao? Didn't he suffer any serious blow? Li Xiuqin quickly raised her finger to signal him to be quiet, and then pointed to the door of Su Hao's room. Su Zhenlong immediately understood the meaning. The two of them tiptoed to the sofa in the living room and sat down. At this time, Su Zhenlong asked again. Has Xiao Hao been locking himself in the room since you came back? Li Xiuqin sighed and nodded. Well, it's been a while since I came back, and Xiao Hao hasn't come out of his room yet. It's so quiet in the room. Do you think Xiao Hao will? Li Xiuqin covered her mouth and thought fearfully. His eyes were red and hot tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes inadvertently. Su Zhenlong hurriedly patted her back to comfort her. No, no, Xiao Hao has been strong since he was a child and he won't do anything stupid. However, we have been staying in the room for so long. No matter what, we have to go check on the situation and comfort Xiao Hao. Li Xiuqin nodded. The two of them supported themselves and stood up, adjusted their emotions, and walked to the door of the room together. Su Zhenlong knocked on the door, and Li Xiuqin called softly from the side. Xiao Hao, are you in your room? Mom and Dad are back, can you come out for a while? Li Xiuqin clenched her hands, very worried. There was no response from the room, and the two of them suddenly felt something was wrong. Fortunately, after a long period of silence, they heard the sound of slippers rubbing against the floor through the door. Immediately afterwards, the door lock of the room turned, the door opened, and Su Hao's face appeared in front of the two. Li Xiuqin hurried forward, held Su Hao's cheeks with both hands, and asked with concern. Xiao Hao, are you okay? Don't scare your mother. Su Hao took Li Xiuqin's hands away, with a smile on his face, and said with a relaxed look. Are you okay? What can happen to me? Su Hao knew. My parents must have been worried that I couldn't bear the blow, so I stayed in my room, feeling sad. But, he is not. Canceling the college entrance examination is indeed a huge blow to a student who is in his third year of high school. But for him, the impact will not be that big. After returning home, he immediately started studying the order for drone modification. Now the basic modification ideas have been determined. He was sure that he could get the order within a few days. By the time the order is delivered, the mission will be completed. Then, I got the drawings of the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber, studied it thoroughly, and submitted it to the National University of Defense Technology using my own design ideas. By then, I will be able to enter the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua through this method. So, Su Hao is not sad at all now. On the contrary, with a clear direction and plan, he felt extremely relieved and even a little happy. 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. This is a project that Longhua started several years ago. Many countries in the world are also racing against time in research and development. If he could come up with the design drawings first, it would undoubtedly shock the National University of Defense Technology. Even, Longhua will be the first to break through and be at the forefront of the world's 6th generation stealth bombers. However, Su Hao's calm and smiling expression made his father and mother even more worried. The two looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. My own son is so sad that he is actually happy. Even his mental state is a little abnormal. Lu Xiuqin's heart was in great pain. How could my son, who was a good boy, become like this after being so stimulated by the school? Her eyes were filled with tears, but she was afraid of upsetting Su Hao, so she could only wipe away her tears secretly when her son wasn't paying attention. As strong as Su Zhenlong is, he suddenly seemed much older and looked very sad. But Su Hao's mind is now full of drawings. How could I notice the expressions on my parents' faces? I'm going back to my room first, Mom. Call me after dinner. He said hello and turned back to the room. Time is short and the task is heavy. He must complete the UAV modification order as soon as possible so that he can get the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber as quickly as possible. Looking at the door closing again. Mr. and Mrs. Su were already certain in their hearts that their son was really mentally ill and crazy. The two looked at each other in silence, and Li Xiuqin burst into tears. Su Zhenlong helped her back to the living room. After they sat down, Li Xiuqin said with a choked voice. If he loses the qualification to take the college entrance examination, then he has lost it. All I want is for my son to be safe and healthy for the rest of his life. Will the two of us not be able to support him for the rest of his life? Li Xiuqin's whimpering made Su Zhenlong sigh, and he couldn't help but hug her tightly. Just as the two were sitting on the sofa in the living room in a daze, there was a knock on the door. The two looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Who will come at this time? Could it be that he is a teacher at school? Thinking of this, Li Xiuqin's face suddenly became gloomy. She stood up, walked to the door, opened it, and pretended to raise her head and curse. What caught my eye was a young and beautiful girl with a fair face and pretty appearance. The girl was holding a pile of books, smiling and saying in a pleasant voice. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Su Hao's classmate, my name is Tang Shiro. Su Hao left his things at school. I was worried that he might need them, so I brought them to him. Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. Said hurriedly. Ah. Oh, it's Xiao Hao's classmate, come in quickly. Li Xiuqin hurriedly stepped aside and took Su Hao's book from Tang Shiro. Su Zhenguo also came out and spoke with a kind face. So you're Xiao Hao's classmate. Sorry to bother you. Come on, take a seat. After putting down the things, Li Xiuqin poured a glass of water for Tang Shiro and took some fruits and placed them on the table. The three of them sat on the sofa. Tang Shiro saw that Su Zhenguo and Li Xiuqin both looked unhappy, and she immediately understood that it was probably because of Su Hao. She held the water cup in both hands and asked with concern. Auntie, Uncle, where are Su Hao and the others? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin sighed and looked towards the door of Su Hao's room. After returning home, he locked himself in the room. He came out once and laughed loudly, as if nothing had happened. Hearing this, Tang Shiro frowned. Ha 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 ha, this is not a normal behavior. Li Xiuqin said to herself. Being expelled from school was a huge blow to Xiao Hao. His behavior was too abnormal. It's not what a normal person should behave like. Sigh. Li Xiuqin had a worried look on her face. Tang Shiro nodded to herself. When Su Hao left today, she already felt that something was not normal. It seemed as if his words had inspired him. But his performance was too normal. When a person is under extreme shock, even if he behaves normally, he is often abnormal. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro asked cautiously. Can I go see Su Hao? Su Zhenguo and Li Xiuqin were stunned for a moment before they reacted and nodded. Sure. Seeing this, Tang Shiro put down the teacup and walked to the door of Su Hao's room. I knocked on the door, but there was no movement from inside. She knocked again, and cried. Su Hao, I sent your school stuff back. At this moment, there was finally a sound in the room. Oh well. A very brief reply. Tang Shiro was unwilling to give up, so she turned the door handle and found that it was not locked. She had an idea and shouted as she turned the doorknob. Su Hao, let me come in then. Click. The door opened and Tang Shiro walked in. The light in the room was a little dim. The curtains were half drawn, with only a little sunlight shining in from the window. At this time, Su Hao was sitting at the desk. The light from the computer screen reflected on his face, and his fingers were jumping, typing something. Seeing this, Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She called softly. Su Hao. Hearing the sound, Su Hao stopped what he was doing, turned his head and looked behind him. When Su Hao saw that the person coming was Tang Shiro, he was slightly stunned. Why are you here? He put his computer into hibernation and stood up from his seat. Seeing this scene, Tang Shiro had a bad feeling in her heart. With the curtains drawn and the windows closed, he was secretly tinkering on the computer. Is Su Hao going to be depressed? Tang Shiro's palms were sweating and her 5 slender fingers were slightly clenched. She replied. I helped you get your things back from school. Didn't you hear me just now? Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, I didn't notice it just now. But thank you for helping me carry my things back. He smiled gratefully. During this period of time, other students have been avoiding him. Only my female classmate didn't treat me differently. To be honest, Su Hao still felt warm in his heart. Tang Shiro shook her head indifferently, looked at Su Hao's haggard face, and asked with concern. Su Hao, are you really okay? Are you okay? What can happen to me? As if he saw the concern in Tang Shiro's eyes, Su Hao continued. Don't worry, I didn't take the school matter to heart. I've recovered now. Tang Shiro was still a little worried, so she pointed at the computer and asked. So what were you doing? Su Hao's expression froze slightly and he touched his nose. Tang Shiro must not be told about the system. Therefore, it was difficult for him to explain Tang Shiro's question for the time being, and he could only evade the question. I'm doing something very significant but very great. Su Hao had a smile on his face, with an expression full of fighting spirit. Complete the last order of Future Technology Factory, and get the drawings of 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Then, with the help of the drawings, he entered the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. These are indeed the great things he thinks of. However, the expression on his face made Tang Shiro frown. I just talked with Su Hao, and he spoke and behaved just like usual, very normally, so I thought he was really fine. The result now seems. This is not okay at all. It is obvious that the patient is seriously ill and has started to have delusions. Something of great significance. What could be more important than the college entrance examination? Hey! Tang Shiro sighed softly, her pretty face filled with sorrow. Being deprived of the qualification to take the college entrance examination was too much of a blow to Su Hao. After all, he is still a student who has not yet entered society. It is normal for him to be unable to accept such a thing that happened suddenly. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro bit her thin lips and comforted him. Well, Su Hao, you don't have to think that the college entrance examination is so important. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Many successful people have never taken the college entrance examination. As long as you have a direction in your mind, a clear goal, and work hard for it, you can still succeed. After hesitating for a while, she persuaded again. If it really doesn't work, we can go and apologize to Mr. Lei, and then ask him to come forward and talk to the school. Maybe there is still a chance. If it still doesn't work, you can fight again next year. Don't let this sink you into despair, belittle yourself, and give up on yourself. Tang Shiro's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of anxiety. Seeing Su Hao become what he is now. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to help him get out of the haze in his heart as soon as possible. Listening to Tang Shiro's heartfelt concern, he, a man who has lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel touched. No matter how straight you are, you can still feel the immense warmth at this moment. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I've got a solution. Hearing this, Tang Shiro suddenly raised her drooping eyes, widened her eyes, and looked at him in disbelief. You thought of a solution. Tang Shiro was surprised and delighted. Su Hao came up with a solution in such a short time. What solution have you come up with? You should know that you are now in conflict with Teacher Lei and have been deprived of the qualification to take the college entrance examination by the school. Could it be that you were transferred to another school to take the college entrance examination? After thinking about it, Tang Shiro rejected this idea. There is still 1 month left before the college entrance examination. It is simply unrealistic to change schools to take the college entrance examination now. There is no need for other schools to make such a fuss over a poor student and open a green channel just for Su Haoguang. Tang Shiro was very curious about what solution Su Hao had. Su Hao spoke calmly. My solution is to enter the National University of Defense Technology of Longhua and continue my unfinished studies. There was a faint smile on his face and his eyes were full of hope. When Tang Shiro heard his words, she was completely stunned. The glimmer of light that had just returned to his eyes dimmed in an instant. Looking at Su Hao, she shook her head weakly. Crazy. Su Hao is completely crazy. In the end, he couldn't get through the defense in his heart and collapsed. Tang Shiro felt very uncomfortable and had a puzzled look in her eyes. What a nice person Su Hao is. How come it is like this now? Su Hao, you should know that your qualification for the college entrance examination has been revoked. You no longer have the chance to pass the college entrance exam and enter the National University of Defense Technology. Tang Shiro's words were very straightforward. It would even instantly shatter the beautiful bubble that Su Hao had built up. But compared to all these, she was even more unwilling to see Su Hao fall into his own beautiful world and never wake up. She wanted to wake up Su Hao. However, Su Hao heard this, but he didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. Even if I don't pass the college entrance examination, I can still get into Longhua National University of Defense Technology. As soon as she finished speaking, the last bit of hope in Tang Shiro's heart completely collapsed. This time, she didn't respond. Su Hao may have been completely controlled by his second personality and can no longer distinguish between the real and virtual worlds. Tang Shiro sighed slightly. While Su Hao wasn't paying attention, he quietly left the room and closed the door behind him. Returning to the living room, she picked up the glass of water on the table. Gulp gulp, he drank it all in one gulp. Father and Mother Su looked at Tang Shiro nervously. After she finished drinking the water, they asked with concern and anxiety. Shiro, how is Su Hao? Tang Shiro wanted to comfort Su Hao's parents, but thinking about Su Hao's situation just now, if she concealed it, the problem would become more serious. So, she gritted her teeth and said without reservation. Aunt, Uncle, Su Hao's condition is not optimistic. Su Hao came back to his senses. Then turned around and looked. Tang Shiro left the room without knowing when. He was stunned. He also understood in his heart that Tang Shiro probably misunderstood him again. I felt that I had suffered such a big blow, but I still behaved so normally, even full of confidence, saying that I could enter university even if I didn't pass the college entrance examination. Such behavior is simply insane. In response, Su Hao smiled calmly and didn't care at all. The disturbances in the outside world will not have any substantial impact on him. Especially now that the goal has been determined, these things are even more unimportant. Perhaps, you can explain it directly. But, there is no need for that. Su Hao returned to the computer and continued to communicate with the seller about the order. Living a new life, with a system in hand, and parents who love me very much. Su Hao hopes that he can live a more exciting life in this life. At least first, don't disappoint your parents and get into a university that makes them proud. Then, using the Future Technology System, with the support of the National University of Defense Technology, we have developed a variety of high-end and cutting-edge military products. First, to expand their own future technology factory. Secondly, to develop and strengthen the national defense capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom. A rich country and a strong people. Only when the national defense strength of Longhua is improved can the people of Longhua live a peaceful, happy, and stable life. Only those Western countries with ulterior motives, who bully and suppress the Dragon Country, will be afraid. Thinking of this, Su Hao's heart was filled with fighting spirit. He opened the dialogue box with the buyer and asked, "Do you have any other requirements for the drone you ordered?" This buyer is also an old customer and has previously ordered other technology products from Su Hao's future technology factory. The fact that he has placed an order again now shows that he has great trust and recognition in the products developed by Su Hao. Chio Micro Machinery Supplier replied, "I don't have any special requirements, I just hope the drone has a longer range and a longer standby time." Su Hao nodded, "No problem." Then he went on to ask, "What are the main uses of this drone you ordered?" "Agricultural use." Chio Machinery Supplier replied quickly. "It is mainly used for pesticide spraying, irrigation of high mountain farmland, etc. Therefore, I also hope that this drone can be equipped with a large pesticide tank and then spray over a large area like a sprinkler. At the same time, some farmlands are far away, on the mountains. It would be best if the drone had a longer standby time and a heavier load. It could also be capable of remote monitoring, fixed-point spraying, etc. Are there any problems with these requirements?" Su Hao wrote down all his requests in a memo before replying. "I have no problem with your request, but what is your budget? These requirements are really not a big problem. Most of the drones on the market now have these functions, and you can achieve this by simply making some modifications and combining the functions. Even if there is no reference to the drones on the market. When carrying out this order, the future technology system will also assist him and provide him with some reference materials for him to learn and observe." So, Su Hao was not worried at all. Chio Micro Machinery Supplier replied, "The budget is between 50,000 and 150,000. Okay. No problem." Su Hao replied immediately. "As long as you have enough budget, then it's fine." Afterwards, the two chatted about other topics. After all, they were old customers and the two were familiar with each other, so as they chatted, they had more topics to talk about. At this moment, Su Hao suddenly remembered. "Although I planned to enter the National University of Defense Technology through other means, I had no idea how to do it." So, he asked the buyer with the idea of trying his luck. "Do you know what the requirements are for special admissions to Longhua National University of Defense Technology?" Chiwei Machinery Supplier Chen Nong obviously did not expect that the seller would suddenly ask such a question. "What are the requirements for special admission to Longhua National University of Defense Technology?" Looking at the question on the screen, he was slightly stunned. Is this his child planning to apply to the National University of Defense Technology? Chen Nong thought to himself. He felt that this should be the case, otherwise he would not ask such a question. After all, a boss who can produce so many high-tech products must have a good son. However, what he didn't know was that the person chatting with him across the screen and even designing products for him was actually a high school student who was about to take the college entrance examination. I wonder what kind of expression he would have after he learned Su Hao's true identity. But that's all in the past. He thought about it, but there was no good answer to this question, so he just spoke directly. "I'm not sure about this, but you can ask online." There are still many platforms with great people online, such as the one on Jihu called, "I'm on a plane, just landed in the Eagle Sauce." Seeing his answer, Su Hao's eyes lit up slightly. Yes. Why not ask online, maybe you can find the answer. He thanked me and promised to get the drone for him as soon as possible. After chatting for a while, he left. Then, I immediately opened the Jihu client, my fingertips jumped wildly on the keyboard, and then typed the next question. "Excuse me, can I enter Longhua National University of Defense Technology with a 0 score in the college entrance examination?" In order to get a useful answer as quickly as possible, Su Hao spent several hundred yuan to buy some traffic, put this question on the homepage, and pushed it to many Jihu users. Facts have proven that things that can be solved with money are not really problems. In a short while, there were many answers to this question. However, when Su Hao saw these answers, his face looked a little puzzled and he touched his nose awkwardly. "What's wrong with the OP? Can you get into the University of Science and Technology of China just because you want to? What an idiot. Are you here to get scolded? Stupid wall. Does the host have 2 arms? If you are sick, go get treatment instead of polluting people's eyes here." Su Hao took a look and saw that there was no useful answer, only mockery of him. However, he waited for a while and found other serious answerers who gave him some ideas. To be honest, if you weren't deliberately looking for trouble, you would never have been able to get into the University of Science and Technology of China if you scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Getting into the University of Science and Technology of China with 0 points in the college entrance examination. Haha. Unless you have extremely amazing talents, you may be able to get into the University of Science and Technology of China. But even so, the chances are very small. I don't know if the poster is really talented or just looking for fun. However, if you got a 0 in the college entrance examination and want to enter the University of Science and Technology of China, you must have real talent and try to submit your work to the official email address of the University of Science and Technology office. Maybe you can get the appreciation of some super bosses. I am a student of a professor at the University of Science and Technology of China. To be honest, if you really want to enter the University of Science and Technology of China, you should honestly pass the college entrance examination. Maybe you will have some chance. There are so many messages that it is dizzying. But Su Hao still spotted the answerer who claimed to be a student of Lonka University at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he clicked on the man's profile picture and checked his homepage. It was discovered that this person was indeed a student of Lonka University. Seeing this, Su Hao was delighted and sent him a private message directly. Hello, I heard that you are a student of Lonka University. Could you please give me the professor's contact information? I have some research results that I want the professor to see. After sending this message, Su Hao stared at the screen nervously. Whether you can enter Long University of Science and Technology depends on whether you can get the contact information of the professors of Long University of Science and Technology. As long as I have the contact information, once I have completed the drawings of the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber, I can directly send some of the drawings to the professor. By then, it will definitely attract the attention of professors from Lonka University. On the other side of the screen, Lonka University graduate student Zhu Penghai was about to turn off his phone. Coincidentally, a private message popped up in the background of Jihu at this moment. He was stunned. Out of curiosity, I opened Jihu and checked the private messages. This is a private message from a stranger. He clicked on it, saw the content of the private message, and was immediately delighted. Who is this person? He comes up to me and asks for Professor Lu's contact information. Zhu Penghai clicked on the avatar to view the person's information. This stranger who sent me a private message. Isn't he the one who just answered the question, can I get into Lonka University if I got 0 points in the college entrance examination? Wow, I just said that casually, but he actually sent me a private message to ask me. He understood instantly. Why did this person suddenly ask him for Professor Lu's contact information? So he wanted to enter Lonka University through other means. This guy is interesting. Zhu Penghai smiled. He felt that the reason why this person asked such a nonsensical question was probably to attract the attention of people from Lonka University. As luck would have it, he really ran into it. I just happened to open Jihu and saw this question. I answered briefly on the spur of the moment. Unexpectedly, this person noticed it. Seeing this, Zhu Penghai also became interested and replied politely. What kind of research are you doing? Which research institution or academic organization are you affiliated with? Zhu Penghai thinks. First of all, this person dared to ask him directly for the professor's contact information, so he must at least be a principal researcher at a well-known research institution. Secondly, at least there must be certain scientific research results to be so determined to release such a message. Therefore, he took an attitude of in-depth understanding. He asked the other party politely. Professor Lu once told him. There are also many talented people among the people. We should adopt a learning attitude and treat it equally. Zhu Penghai's message was sent quickly, and he received a reply within a few seconds. However, when he saw the content of the private message, his expectant face suddenly darkened. Jihu user 7758258, hello, I am currently in my 3rd year of high school and will take the college entrance examination in a month. I do not belong to any scientific research institution. For an instant, his expression froze. What's the meaning? High school student. Haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet. What a joke. He never expected that the person who asked him this question and asked for Professor Lu's contact information would be a senior high school student. All this happened too suddenly, and for a moment he could hardly accept it. He had even hoped that the other party might be a powerful figure from a scientific research institution. Because I have some outstanding research results in a certain area, I would like to let Professor Liu take a look. But now it seems that everything was just my own wishful thinking. High school student. What does a high school student know? I am immersed in formulaic test questions every day and have no time to do research. Call. Zhu Penghai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a long silence, he still didn't know how to reply. So I just replied with a string of ellipses. But after thinking about it, the other party is just a high school student after all. No matter what, he is still just a child. Such a perfunctory reply may hurt the other person's self-esteem. Besides, the other party is about to take the college entrance examination. If my reply affects the exam, I will be committing a serious sin. So, after a while, Zhu Penghai replied again. My classmate, you are still young, so you should focus on your studies first and complete the college entrance examination seriously. Maybe you can pass the college entrance examination and enter Lonka University directly. It won't be too late to talk about this after you finish your studies and prepare for the exams. There was a hint of encouragement in the words. Zhu Penghai felt that this reply was perfect and the other party should be able to see his good intentions. Unexpectedly, within a few seconds after he sent the message, the other party replied again. It was as if the other person was waiting in front of the screen for his private message. Jihu user 7758258, hello, I have a feasibility study plan for the 6th generation aircraft, so I would like to communicate with your professors. Seeing this reply, Zhu Penghai was completely speechless. High school students, research plan for the 6th generation aircraft. Funny. Is this something a high school student could come up with? This thing is a high-tech military product that several major countries are currently competing to develop. He is a high school student, and he said he has come up with a research plan. Zhu Penghai felt that he was afraid of meeting a weirdo who was just making fun of him. He felt a lot of anger in his chest, with no place to vent. The other person is a high school student, so it is not appropriate for me to say bad things to him. But precisely because the other party is a high school student, we must remind him in time to let him know that one should be humble and polite and not be too ambitious. So, Zhu Penghai suppressed his anger and replied. It's great that you have such a heart, but the professor is usually busy with work and has heavy tasks. He often stays in the laboratory, so it's hard to see him. Well, the 6th generation aircraft is a national defense secret after all, so it's not easy for me to ask you for it. But I have a test paper here. Please take some time to do it and then send it to me. If I think it's good, I will find a time for the professor to contact you privately. How about that? Zhu Penghai tried his best to keep his tone calm, but at the same time, he made his meaning of polite refusal very clear. However, the other party seemed determined to ask for the professor's contact information and continued. Test paper. Sure, please send it to me. Seeing this, Zhu Penghai finally couldn't hold back his anger. Why is this person so stubborn? Is he stupid? He obviously wants you to give up when you encounter difficulties, but he doesn't understand. Okay. Don't you want to do the test? I'll let you do it. Zhu Penghai rummaged through the boxes and took out a test paper from the drawer. This is their graduate student mock exam, and it is extremely difficult. Even for him, it would take him a long time to make it perfectly, and he couldn't guarantee that it would be 100% correct. He took a photo of the test paper and sent it directly. Without saying anything else, he closed the chat box in a blink of an eye. Out of sight, out of mind. There are all kinds of people these days. I shouldn't have answered this question today. Now I'm in trouble. In the room. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was dark. The faint light from the computer monitor was reflected on Su Hao's face. The boy's expression moved slightly. He saw the test paper and saved it immediately. Likewise, he also discovered that even after waiting for a long time, the reply he had been waiting for did not appear again. Could it be that this test paper is a test? Su Hao turned off the computer. After all, it is Longgua's top-notch university, Lonka University. Perhaps since I was so presumptuous to ask for the professor's contact information, the other party would definitely be suspicious. Now that a test paper has been sent to me, I must want to test my true level. If you can't even finish the test paper of Lonka University, then forget about asking for the professor's contact information. Thinking of this, Su Hao treated the test paper more carefully. Find some time to do this test paper carefully. Having made up his mind, Su Hao tidied up the desk, picked up his backpack, and walked out of the room. At this moment, outside the house, Li Xiuqin, who was still doing housework, saw her son walk out of the room, and hurriedly walked up to ask. Xiaohao, where are you going? Su Hao replied with a smile. Mom, I'm going out for a while and will be back in the evening. Then he opened the door and walked out. Li Xiuqin opened her mouth to say something, but seeing that her son had already gone far away, she could only sigh helplessly with a look of worry on her face. He knows his own son well, even though Xiaohao has a smile on his face and looks indifferent. But he understood that Xiaohao definitely didn't want to make them worry, so he behaved like this on purpose. Su Hao didn't know what his mother was thinking. After he left home, he found a printing shop and printed out the test paper. After completing this matter, the next period of time, his main task is to complete the last drone order and the Lonka University assessment test paper in his hand. The last order is completed. He will get the blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. This test paper was his stepping stone to enter the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Both things are very important to him. It must be done with extreme caution and conscientiously. At the same time, this is also related to one's own academic path and the path to becoming a great scientific and technological power. It is reasonable for him to take it seriously. And at this time, on the other side, Office of the Institute of Space Physics, National University of Defense Technology, Longhua. Several people were sitting on the sofas around the small tea table. The first one is Lu Jiangwo, Dean and Professor of the School of Physics at the National University of Defense Technology. Below his left and right hand sat several middle-aged men in military uniforms. Without exception, at this moment, all these people looked at Lu Jiangwo with respect. President Lu, regarding the 6th-generation fighter jets. The above means that they want to select a group of outstanding talents from the Institute of Physics of Lonka University to participate in the selection. In your opinion, is this feasible? The one who spoke was the one standing in front of them. His name is Li Weigua. Affiliated to the Northern Theater of Dragon Country, with the rank of colonel. This visit to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua has only one purpose, which is to quickly finalize the project of developing the 6th-generation fighter jet. In recent years, with the rapid changes in the international situation, relations between countries have become increasingly complicated. The most important thing. Due to the rapid development of Dragon Country, Western countries, led by Eagle Sauce Country, have gradually become jealous of Dragon Country's vigorous development speed. In order to curb the development of Longhua, the United States has joined forces with other countries to achieve technological monopoly over Dragon Country in various fields, especially in the military high-tech industry. For example, the United States has forced the windmill country to strictly prohibit the sale of high-end lithography machines to the Dragon Country. It can be said that in order to suppress the Dragon Country, the Eagle Sauce Country and other countries have tried every possible means. That's not all. In recent years, the United States has relied on its 5th-generation, cross-regional, ultra-long-range B-series bombers to frequently use force against the Dragon State and has repeatedly intruded into sensitive waters around the Dragon State. In areas where Dragon Country has disputes with other countries, it frequently jumps on the stage to make its presence felt. The reconnaissance aircraft and bombers of the United States have repeatedly approached the Coastal Air Defense Identification Zone of the United States, attempting to investigate the situation around the United States. Every time, the brave and fearless Air Force fighters of the Dragon Kingdom would fly their fighter planes to confront the enemy planes from a distance and drive them away. But the repeated and unconditional humiliation made the Longhua military feel very aggrieved. At the same time, in order to expand its authority as the most powerful country on the Blue Planet, the United States has begun to focus on the research and development of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber and the 6th-generation stealth fighter. The United States took the lead and instantly broke the delicate balance that had been maintained with great difficulty. Countries have been forced to join the research and development of the 6th-generation aircraft. Longhua did not follow blindly. After all, the research and development of the sixth-generation aircraft is not something that can be achieved by just talking or kicking. This is a very large defense project that requires excess funds, a large number of talents, and mature technology. After several years of research and analysis based on its own development situation and industrial level, Longhua decided to launch the sixth stealth bomber project. The situation is urgent. Whether it is external threats or Longhua's own national defense development, the Dragon country must possess the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber capable of cross-regional operations as soon as possible. Although Sixth Master still has some intimidating power, he is old after all. We need a stronger bomber to take over. In the office. As Li Weigua's voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on the most important person on this trip, Lu Jiangwo. This will. Lu Jiangwo picked up the teacup, took a sip of hot tea, then put it down gently and spoke with a smile. Colonel Li, the sixth-generation aircraft project is a key national defense project. This matter is of great importance. As for the selection of talents, please rest assured that we will definitely select a group of highly capable talents from among the outstanding scientific researchers in our school with the highest standards. In fact, the sixth-generation aircraft project was started several years ago. Lu Jiangwo had started the talent selection work earlier, but he did not expect it. The higher-ups will specially arrange for someone from the Northern Theater Command to make the trip in person. It seems that the higher-ups still attach great importance to this national defense project. This is normal. After all, it is the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. It is a national weapon and cannot tolerate any negligence. Colonel Li Weigua breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Jiangwo nodded in agreement, but his expression remained very solemn. Alas, the pace of the Eagle Country is really too fast. According to gossip, the Eagle Country will start its first test flight in a few days. Li Weigua sighed, with unspeakable sorrow on his face. Upon hearing this, Professor Lu Jiangwo also frowned. The United States is worthy of being the boss of Blue Planet. Even though its momentum has not been as strong as before in recent years, its strength is there and should not be underestimated. When the two were feeling sad, there was a knock on the office door. They immediately ended the topic and slowly looked towards the door. The person who came in was none other than Lu Jiangwo's student Zhu Penghai. He walked in and saw that the teacher was talking to someone else with an embarrassed look on his face. "Teacher, am I disturbing you?" He stood at the door and asked apologetically without taking another step forward. Lu Jiangwo laughed and waved his hands. "It's okay, come in." With the teacher's permission, Zhu Penghai walked in and smiled and nodded to Li Weigua. Although he didn't know the person, he recognized the clothes he was wearing. Lu Jiangwo introduced to Li Weigua. "This is my student Zhu Penghai, who is also my current assistant. With him here, my work is much easier." Hearing this, Li Weigua looked at Zhu Penghai again, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Jiangwo looked at Zhu Penghai and asked with some confusion. "I asked you to fetch a document. What took you so long?" Hearing this, Zhu Penghai showed a helpless expression on his face. "Well, I just encountered a very speechless thing. In the office." Zhu Penghai heard Lu Jiangwo's question. "I didn't hide it either." Then he began to tell everything that he had encountered on the internet. Specifically, he emphasized Su Hao's academic qualifications. He told me that he hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet and was just a high school student who hadn't graduated yet. Zhu Penghai smiled bitterly. Lu Jiangwo, who had just heard the whole story, showed an amused and surprised expression. If those words just now were not said by his own students, he would not believe them at all. A student actually asked for my contact information right away. And he is so shameless as to say that he has the design plans and drawings of the sixth-generation aircraft. Ha ha. He let out a hearty laugh. It's not that I was mocking him, I just felt that this student who wanted my contact information was too naive. If the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber can be so easily developed by a high school student, what is the use of these professors and researchers? It would be amazing if a high school student could come up with a feasible design plan and drawings. Lu Jiangwo didn't even mind letting him become the dean of the college. This is not an exaggeration. The sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber is a culmination of various disciplines, involving so many cutting-edge technologies that it is simply unimaginable. If someone can design and develop it independently, it will be a credit to the entire country. Lu Jiangwo laughed, didn't take it seriously, and advised Zhu Penghai. Penghai, don't pay too much attention to people like this. Zhu Penghai's thoughts were almost the same as Lu Jiangwo's, and he said exactly this. I thought so too, but this person was relentless and kept chasing me like a piece of taffy. I thought he was a high school student who was about to take the college entrance examination, so I didn't dare to be too harsh with him, nor could I refuse him directly, so I just gave him a postgraduate examination paper and sent him off. I hope that after seeing this test paper, he will be able to give up, recognize himself, and return to his studies. Zhu Penghai looked somewhat helpless and briefly explained how he handled the situation. To be honest, this is the first time he has seen such a person in his life. I don't know if he is just a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Or is it because of immaturity that those who are ignorant have no fear? Maybe. But no matter what, these are not what he should care about. That graduate student's exam paper was enough to discourage the high school student. That was the postgraduate examination paper prepared by Lu Jiangwo himself. Even this group of postgraduate students felt overwhelmed and scratched their heads when facing that examination paper. Not to mention, the other party is just a young kid who is still in his senior year of high school. I'm afraid he would feel dizzy just looking at the formulas and symbols in it. Lu Jiangwo nodded in appreciation for Zhu Penghai's approach. Although it is an insignificant matter, your words and actions represent Lonka University. You don't need to pay too much attention to this matter. You should focus on your scientific research projects as much as possible. Zhu Penghai's face looked serious. Yes, teacher. Li Weigua, who was standing by, also nodded with deep feeling. The look he gave Zhu Penghai also contained a hint of praise. No wonder Professor Lu praised this student in his words. Putting aside his scientific research level and strength, his attitude towards things surpasses many people. No one took this little episode seriously. They simply brushed it off and returned to the main topic. And on the other side. Jiangqing Middle School, Principal's Office. Principal Gao Zhiyong personally poured a cup of tea for Lei Hairong and said with a smile. Teacher Lei, you have done a great job this time. Putting down the teapot, Gao Zhiyong raised the teacup and toasted Lei Hairong. Lei Hairong's face changed drastically and he quickly spoke modestly. You are too kind, Principal. If it weren't for the guidance of the principal and the dean of studies, I would not have thought of such a method to expel a poor student like Su Hao. When had he ever received such a great gift from the principal? He hurriedly picked up the teacup, lifted his butt slightly off the bench, and gently clinked the teacups of the principal and the dean of studies, Tang Juanliang. However, he knew himself very well, and the brim of his cup was slightly lower than theirs, giving enough face to the principal and the dean of studies. Seeing this subtle movement, Gao Zhiyong showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Although the teacher Lei Hairong is very young and has just joined Jiangqing Middle School, he is still very good in terms of people and sophistication. Moreover, he is also very cooperative with the work of the school. For example, this time when poor students like Su Hao were expelled, Lei Hairong was the first class teacher to set an example. With Lei Hairong taking the lead, the head teachers of other classes also used various reasonable reasons to expel the poorest students in their own classes. As a result, the enrollment rate of senior high school students in Jiangqing Middle School has been significantly improved. Gao Zhiyong was very happy, and the smile on his face never stopped. Tang Juanliang, the teaching director, also spoke at this time. Teacher Lei, no matter how you look at it, your decision is very wise. Look at this data. Tang Juanliang took out a document from his briefcase, which contained statistics on each exam in the senior year of Class 3, 9th. There are two sets of data, one of which is for the whole class. The other group does not have the test data of Class 3, 9, of senior high school after Su Hao. Lei Hairong took it over and took a look, and immediately noticed the difference inside. Hiss, this student Su Hao actually lowered the admission rate of our class by so much. He looked shocked and horrified. The above clearly shows that without Su Hao's grade 3, 9th, class, the second grade rate has increased to 99%. The first rate is 70%. The probability of prestigious universities, such as 211 and 985 universities, is as high as 20%. Such data was something Lei Hairong had never expected before. It can be seen how much harm Su Hao has caused to Class 3-9 of senior high school. Lei Hairong felt a little regretful that he should have fired Su Hao earlier. Otherwise, the grades of other students in the class might be slightly higher. In particular, the score of the study committee member Tang Shiro is probably close to 730 points. However, Tang Shiro is Su Hao's desk mate. Su Hao's existence has more or less affected Tang Shiro. Lei Hairong sighed lightly. Fortunately, there was still a month before the college entrance examination, so he decisively fired Su Hao. Now that the only uncertain factor has been removed, the students in their class will definitely shine in the college entrance examination. Tang Juanliang looked at Lei Hairong, whose expression kept changing, with a smile on his face, and said with a fake smile, "Teacher Lei, thank you for your outstanding contribution to Class 9 of Senior 3 and Jiangqing Middle School. If Jiangqing Middle School performs well in the college entrance examination this time, we will be allocated more resources next year, including financial allocations, teacher resources, civilized selection, recommended admission quotas, research and study qualifications, etc. Teacher Lei, you are a hero." Tang Juanliang patted him on the shoulder and praised him generously. Principal Gao Zhiyong said at this time, "Teacher Lei, you can start preparing the application materials for this semester's outstanding class teacher." Upon hearing this, Lei Hairong's eyes suddenly lit up, his face flushed, and he was extremely excited. He suppressed his excitement and thank you for the advice from the principal and the dean. Lei will do his best to serve Jiangqing Middle School. He never expected that he would do such a meritorious good deed this time. Lei Hairong felt inexplicably excited and confused. Su Hao, for a moment I don't know whether I should thank you or not." "Ha ha." Lei Hairong laughed wildly in his heart. A road of starlight was opening up for him. When Su Hao came back from outside, he locked the door and locked himself in the room, devoting himself to modifying the drone. "The sooner this task order is completed, the sooner I can get the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber." For nearly a week, Su Hao spent all his time in the room tinkering with the drone except for eating. When Mr. and Mrs. Su saw this, they looked even more worried. I wanted to ask Su Hao many times, but I was afraid of irritating him, so I held back and didn't ask. Finally, on the 7th day, as the last part was installed, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally done. He looked at the huge, dark metallic drone in front of him, a satisfied smile on his handsome face. Su Hao completed all the required functions of the drone according to the customer's requirements. And in order to make this agricultural drone more perfect and give old customers some benefits, he also added many additional functions. As for what the function is, it should be clear after the customer starts using it. Su Hao was about to contact a client. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The 100th technology order is completed, and rewards will be distributed now. Congratulations to the host for completing all the order tasks perfectly. The blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber have been issued, please check them. Hearing this crisp mechanical sound, a look of excitement appeared on Su Hao's face. He clenched his fist slightly, and his bright eyes flickered faintly. Finally, the order mission is finally completed. After a whole month, our efforts paid off and we finally got the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. He was extremely excited. If he had not been at home at the moment and was afraid of attracting his parents' attention, he would have wanted to jump up and howl loudly. However, just as he was immersed in an extremely ecstatic mood, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the entry-level task. The Future Technology System function is unlocked. The following functions are now unlocked. System Interface, Blueprint Mall, Points Mode, Backpack. Su Hao was slightly stunned, then he couldn't wait to immerse himself in the system. Looking at the brand new system interface, my eyes suddenly brightened. The previous system was black and white and had only a monotonous task progress bar. Now the system interface is unlocked in color, and many modules are unlocked on it. At the bottom are the backpack and blueprint mall buttons. The points are displayed in the upper right corner, and the current point is 0. In addition, there is a taskbar on the left side. Seeing the button on the backpack, Su-hao clicked it without hesitation. It didn't surprise him. Inside the backpack, there was a blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, shining with golden light. Su-hao's eyes lit up. A beating heart and trembling hands. He took a deep breath and gently touched the drawing with his consciousness. Call out. With a crisp sound, the drawing disappeared in the blink of an eye. Moment. The vast amount of knowledge gathered into a river, slowly converging into his brain. The next second, there was a pain in the head, but it passed quickly. By the time Su-hao reacted, all the design plans, design drawings, data modeling, etc. related to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber had been engraved in his mind. He narrowed his eyes, thinking back on the knowledge about the 6th-generation aircraft, and muttered in shock. Is this the blueprint for the 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber? Su-hao was flipping through the relevant information and data about the 6th-generation stealth bomber in his mind. Su-hao paid special attention to its various parameters and design plans. As he looked down, the shock in his heart became more intense. Hiss. It's worthy of being a cross-region stealth bomber that dominates the sky. The parameters in all aspects are too explosive. Su-hao couldn't help but exclaim. The most powerful bomber known on the blue planet at present is the B-2 stealth bomber of the United States. However, at this moment, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber in Su-hao's hands has data in all aspects, such as maximum speed, payload, maximum range, stealth performance, etc., which are much stronger than the B-2. This is the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The bully in the sky, with explosive performance. Su-hao's heart was pounding with excitement, and he wished he could start developing the 6th-generation aircraft right away. After a while, he slowly calmed down his excited mood. His consciousness returned to the system interface, his eyes fixed on the drawing mall column. As the future technology system is fully activated, the corresponding points mode is also awakened. In the future, the system will reward points for completing system tasks, developing technological products, etc. You can use your points to redeem the technological product blueprints you need in the Blueprint Mall. I wonder what cutting-edge technology blueprints I can exchange for. With curiosity, Su-hao clicked on Drawing Mall. What catches the eye are countless high-tech drawings. For example, the reconnaissance and strike dual-tailed Scorpion aerospace drone, the bionic fish-shaped submersible, the super-insulating nanowire aerogel, the Peregrine long-flight folding-wing drone. These may still be commonplace, technological products and technologies that only slightly brighten people's eyes. But as Su-hao looked back, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated with a boom, and his pupils shrank sharply. Hiss. He took a deep breath, his throat rolling. Are all of these actually achievable? Another page of the Blueprint Mall lists more technological products, such as nuclear-powered ocean-going aircraft carriers, suborbital supersonic flight, space elevators, zoomed space fighters, space-based neutral particle beam weapons, space-based electromagnetic guns, nuclear-pumped X-lasers. Su-hao was dazzled by the countless technological products. And many of them were things he had never heard of before. Call. He let out a long sigh and suppressed his excitement. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. As long as you have enough points and meet the conditions, you can redeem these high-tech products. Su-hao suddenly felt direction and motivation. He fiddled with the system for a while and then exited consciousness. Then he turned on his phone, contacted the customer, and informed him of what the drone had done. Afterwards, Su-hao packed the drone into a box, sent it to the customer's address, and sent him the express delivery number. So fast. Chiawei machinery supplier Chen Nong said quite unexpectedly. Well, considering you needed it urgently, I worked overtime to get it done. Su-hao replied. Afterwards, he sent the electronic copy of the instruction manual to the other party and told him that the drone would arrive in a few days. Chen Nong said he understood. The two chatted for a while, and Chen Nong suddenly remembered what Su-hao had asked about Lonka University, so he asked casually. The last time you consulted about admission to Lonka University, how did it go? Seeing this, Su-hao smiled faintly, his fingers flew across the keyboard, and he replied. Done, the stepping stone has been obtained. Oh. Sure. Congratulations. Chen Nong was quite surprised and then congratulated Su Hao. After chatting for a while, the two ended the conversation. Now that the drone is ready, Su Hao can plan his time well. On the other side, Chen Nong was quietly waiting for the arrival of the drone. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Chiuwei machinery supplier Chen Nong was waiting for the arrival of agricultural drones. As soon as the drone arrives, he starts testing it. It's the busy farming season now, and I need it urgently. After the drone arrived, Chen Nong disassembled it on the spot. What catches your eye is a drone with a bright black metallic texture. The shape of the drone is no different from what you usually see. But when Chen Nong saw his domineering appearance, his eyes lit up. Putting aside its functions for now, its appearance alone is enough to make it better than many other manufacturers' agricultural drones. Chen Nong sighed. He walked forward and caressed the brand new drone in front of him lovingly, as if he was caressing his lover. If nothing goes wrong, this drone will serve the entire village for a long time. However, before that, you still need to test its various functions. He started the drone according to the instructions, and then tested its various functions while referring to the manual. Start, take off, rotate, patrol and more. This drone has all these common functions. But as Chen Nong continued testing, his brows gradually furrowed. That's not right. I didn't make so many requests at the beginning. Why is the instruction manual so long? The instruction manual is in electronic version. But Chen Nong slid the screen for a long time and didn't reach the last page, which made him very confused. Did I make so many requests at the beginning? Moreover, why haven't I heard of many of the above functions? It has all the functions including fixed-point patrol, intelligent monitoring, automatic mode, and integrated offensive and defensive spraying. Chen Nong was a little confused. Is this a drone? Why do I always feel like something is weird? Moreover, there is no need for ordinary agricultural drones to have such a domineering and powerful appearance. Why does this agricultural drone have a weird smell all over? Chen Nong circled the drone several times and scratched his head. Although he felt something was strange, he couldn't figure out what was strange. The most important thing. Although he had the instruction manual, he still couldn't understand some of the extremely strange functions. Thinking of this, Chen Nong planned to call the seller and ask him to explain it to him. This drone is really weird and advanced. However, just as he picked up the phone and was about to make a call, suddenly, a few farmers came running over in panic, shouting, "It's on fire! There's a big fire on the hilltop." Soon, several uncles ran up to Chen Nong, their faces covered with sweat and some black ashes sprinkled on their faces. His eyes were anxious and he was breathing heavily. When they saw Chen Nong, they hurriedly said, "Master Chen, there's a fire in the mountain. It's a big fire. It will probably burn to the farmland soon. If it's any later, the houses at the foot of the mountain will be burned down." Chen Nong's face changed when he heard this. On fire? How could it catch fire out of nowhere? He looked up, and the dazzling light above his head shone directly into his eyes, and he immediately understood. It is too hot in the mountains and the sun is too strong. We are afraid that the flammable leaf debris will be accidentally ignited and cause a forest fire. Chen Nong immediately picked up his phone to call the police, told them the exact location, and then turned around to comfort the uncle in front of him. "Uncle Lu, don't panic. I've called the fire department and they'll be here soon. The fire hasn't spread yet. As long as they arrive, they can put it out quickly." Chen Nong helped the two uncles sit under the shade of a tree. Hearing this, they finally felt a little relieved. Just now they were doing farm work at the foot of the mountain when they suddenly felt something falling on their faces. When they looked closely, they found it was ashes. They looked up the mountain and found a raging wildfire starting from a valley. In a short while, a large area was burned. They realized something was wrong and hurried down the mountain to seek support. The uncles calmed down a little at this time, and happened to see the drone not far away, and asked curiously, "Master Chen, is this the new drone your factory ordered?" Chen Nong replied, "Yes, this drone is for agricultural use. In the future, Everyone can use this drone for spraying pesticides, irrigation, fertilization, etc. Oh. So convenient. Then a round trip must be very expensive, right? Lu Bo was delighted at first, then asked tentatively. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Our village also knows about our Chiwei machinery. It has always helped the people of our village. If you want to use it in the future, I will charge you the cost price. Chen Nong patted his chest and assured. The reason why he built Chiwei machinery in this village was that on the one hand, this village was his hometown, and on the other hand, he also wanted to test whether these machines were feasible here. If feasible, we can place large quantity orders in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo showed a happy smile on his face. Chen Nong is worthy of being a native of our village. He is impeccable in terms of social skills. After chatting for a while, the firefighters arrived soon. However, the fire had already spread and the entire mountain was engulfed in flames. You can feel the scorching heat from a long distance away. More and more people gathered around, and their faces were filled with worry as they looked at the burning mountain. They also have some land in this mountain. In this fire, almost all the trees were burned. If it continues burning, the entire forest will be burned down. The villagers looked anxious, and the firefighters knew that the villagers were eager to save the trees. But the fire was too big and the mountain road was rugged, so the fire truck couldn't get in at all, and the place to get water was far away. For a moment, they were helpless. At this moment, the fire captain's eyes lit up when he saw the large drone placed under the tree. Master, is this drone yours? Chen Nong looked confused, not knowing why the firefighter suddenly asked this, but he nodded anyway. It's mine, what's wrong? Can I requisition your drone to fetch water? The fire chief stated the purpose. Hearing this, Chen Nong was stunned and looked reluctant. Seeing the hesitation on Chen Nong's face, the fire chief went on to explain. The mountain roads are narrow and rugged, and it is difficult for our rescue equipment to enter. Moreover, we have limited manpower, the place where we get water is too far away, and the round trip takes too long. The fire is not very fierce now and it is still possible to put it out. But if it is delayed any longer, the entire forest will be burned down, and then the houses in the village will also be threatened. The situation was critical. If there was no other way, the firefighters would never have asked Chen Nong's drone for assistance without authorization. But now, if we wait until more advanced firefighting equipment arrives from the city, the fire will be out of control. The fire chief looked anxious, and looked at Chen Nong eagerly. The raging fire was raging on the hilltop, making crackling sounds. Even from a distance, they could feel the high temperature of the fire. The fire captain stared at the drone in front of him with an urgent look on his face. Master, do you think it's okay? The fire is getting more and more intense now. If we delay any longer, we will lose the best time for rescue. The fire chief urged. He was almost anxious when he saw the hesitant expression on the men in front of him. Seeing this, the villagers who were watching nearby also tried to persuade them. Master Chen, use your drone to help out first. If it gets damaged later while putting out the fire, we can raise funds and order you another one. Yes, Master Chen, please agree to it quickly. Don't worry, the village chief is here, and we will keep our word. When the village chief heard everyone say this, he immediately stood up. Master Chen, the situation is urgent. Right now only your drone can pump water to put out the fire. Please sacrifice yourself. Everyone in our village will bear the consequences together for any losses that occur later. How? After the village chief finished speaking, all the villagers nodded. Putting out the fire is the most important thing, everything else can be discussed later. Now that things have come to this, Chen Nong couldn't refuse. He nodded. Okay. Everyone has said so. If I don't agree, it will be Chen's fault. However, this drone just arrived today. I haven't had time to test it yet, so I don't know. Chen Nong pointed at the drone in front of him and said hesitantly. However, at this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, the drone responded instantly. Ding! Autonomous risk avoidance mode unlocked, detecting disaster situations within a 50-kilometer radius. A sudden fire has been detected in the southeast, and disaster relief mode is being activated. Permission unlocked, entering AI disaster relief function. Everyone present, including Chen Nong, was attracted by the series of mechanical sounds from the drone. Everyone was surprised and looked at the drone in confusion, not knowing what it was doing. The fire chief asked, "Master Chen, what's the matter with your drone?" Chen Nong shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I didn't move anything, and it just stayed like this." Just when everyone thought that the drone industry had come to an end. Suddenly, with a crisp click sound, the four rotors of the drone parked on the ground suddenly turned, making a buzzing sound. Immediately following, everyone watched as the drone took off autonomously, stayed in the air for a moment, and instantly flew towards the nearest lake. "What is it doing?" some villagers exclaimed. No one answered him, because the drone only hovered over the lake for a few tens of seconds and its mounted water tank was filled up in an instant thanks to the super-powerful pump. Then, as if it had received instructions, it flew towards the area where the fire was most intense at an astonishing speed. Everyone only felt a gust of wind blowing, and in the blink of an eye, the drone had rushed into the sea of fire. Chen Nong had no control over the entire process. He was stunned. Is this still his drone? How come it starts moving by itself without me having to operate it? However, when the fire captain saw this scene, his face changed instantly. It's a disaster. If it rushes in like this, it will be like a moth to a flame. The fierce fire will devour it in an instant. It can't withstand the scorching heat of the wildfire. The drone is in great danger. The drone flew to where the fire was most intense. But at the same time, if the fire in this area is put out, this wildfire can be contained quickly. However, the drone is fragile and should not be rushed in like this. If we continue to sprinkle water on the edges, there is hope that the fire will be put out. But it's all too late. When the villagers heard the fire chief's words, the glimmer of hope that had just ignited in their hearts was instantly shattered, and a look of dejection appeared on their faces. Many villagers sighed continuously and looked at the hill not far away with regret. There are big trees that they have been planting for several years. Chen Nong's face wasn't very good at the moment. He stared at the top of the mountain for a long time and waited for a long time, but he didn't see any drone flying out again. My heart sank instantly. Well. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. A drone was destroyed just like that. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit depressing. Just now, everyone had placed all their hopes on the drone. In a flash, the drone was engulfed in flames. Hopes were dashed and everyone felt heavy-hearted. However, the village chief still comforted him. Master Chen, although the drone did not work, the promise you made earlier is still valid. Thank you for your generous contribution of the drone. After comforting them, the village chief instructed the villagers. Everyone, we have to think of a solution. If this continues, the whole mountain will really burn down. Everyone go home and take buckets to the lake to collect water. The more water you can fill, the better. This will help relieve the pressure on our firefighters. The village chief finished speaking and was about to walk towards the village. At this moment, the sharp-eyed villagers immediately discovered the abnormality at the fire site. He widened his eyes, pointed at the fire, and exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. On the hilltop where the fire was roaring, a dark-colored drone with a metallic luster flew out from the sea of fire. With an incredible speed, a long fire dragon was created, as if a hole was torn in the sea of fire. Then, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, the drone repeated the action. Fly to the lake, pump water, fill up. Then rush into the fire and put it out. Over and over again, in and out. The onlookers included the fire captain, Chen Nong, and the firefighters who were taking turns to fetch water to put out the fire. Seeing the drone operating like a firefighting god, everyone was stunned in amazement. Everyone stood still, without blinking, staring blankly at the monotonous yet shocking operation of the drone. A young villager couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. What kind of high-tech drone is this? It's so awesome. It's not afraid of fire, it cruises automatically, it automatically draws water to put out fires. Is it really true that no one is controlling this? The villagers' words suddenly broke the silence at the scene, and everyone came back to their senses in an instant. Then, suddenly, they all looked at Chen Nong at the same time. They saw that Chen Nong was indeed not holding an operating handle in his hand, nor was he wearing any operating equipment. In other words, is this drone really automatically putting out fires? On the top of the mountain, the drone went back and forth countless times, and the momentum of the wildfire was gradually suppressed by the drone. Seeing this, the fire chief breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the drone deeply, then called the city fire department and said, "Brothers from the city level, you don't have to come anymore, the wildfire has been brought under control." After hanging up the phone, the fire chief hesitated for a moment, walked up to Chen Nong, and was about to ask, but the village chief spoke first. "Master Chen, your drone is amazing. It put out the wildfire in no time." "Ha ha ha, this time it's all thanks to your drone. Otherwise, I don't know when this wildfire can be controlled." The village chief held Chen Nong's hand with a grateful look on his face. After the village chief finished speaking, the villagers gathered around and thanked Chen Nong one after another. "Master Chen, thanks to your drone, otherwise, all the old trees in my mountain would have been burned down by the fire. Yes, this drone is really great. The fire was put out in no time. Otherwise, all the fruit trees I planted would be gone now. Master Chen's drone was so powerful. Did everyone see it just now? That speed and momentum, it treated the vast sea of fire as nothing, and kept loading water to put out the fire. It was really amazing." The gloom on the villagers' faces disappeared and they all gave Chen Nong a thumbs up. The drone that Chen Nong brought today can be said to have made great contributions. Not only did it prevent the fire from spreading, it also saved many farmers in the village from losses. Chen Nong was still a little confused at this moment. Listening to the villagers' constant praise and gratitude, he scratched his head and replied rather embarrassedly, "You don't have to do this, this is what I should do." However, the smile and joy on his face could not be concealed at all. He never expected this drone to perform like this. "I originally thought it was just an ordinary agricultural drone with a slightly cool appearance." But after the shocking scene just now, Chen Nong no longer regarded it as an ordinary drone. If this is an ordinary agricultural drone, then what are the drones from other manufacturers? A toy drone. Chen Nong looked up and watched from afar as the drone completed its mission and flew back to where it was. Then a familiar mechanical voice sounded. Ding! The fire has been extinguished, AI disaster relief function is deactivated. Remote control mode has been restored. As these sounds ended, the drone returned to its well-behaved appearance, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with it. At this time, the fire captain Li Shuo, who had finally caught the opportunity, could no longer suppress his curiosity. He hurried forward and couldn't help asking, "Master Chen, your drone is really amazing. Could you please tell us which domestic drone manufacturer you bought it from?" He had just witnessed with his own eyes the powerful performance of this drone. Li Shuo thought. It seems that none of the known domestic drone manufacturers currently have this model. He was extremely curious about where Chen Nong got it. Chen Nong carefully wiped the drone body with a rag, being very cautious for fear of damaging it. While wiping, he answered, "Well, I didn't buy this drone from those famous domestic drone manufacturers. Theirs are too expensive and they don't accept customization. My drone was custom-made at a small shop on Taobao. His company specializes in customizing some small technological products. I have customized some before and the results were very good. This time, because the busy farming season is approaching, I asked him to customize this drone." Chen Nong did not hide anything and told Li Shuo about the customized drone. When Li Shuo heard this, his face was stunned. Small shop. Small tech gadgets. Do you call a drone that can go into a sea of fire alone, fetch water to put out the fire independently, and put out a forest fire with the power of a single machine a small high-tech product? Are there any misunderstandings about small technologies? Li Shuo thought to himself, took a deep breath, and cleared the thoughts from his mind. Then, he looked at the drone in front of him that was wiped clean by Chen Nong, coughed lightly, touched his nose, and asked tentatively. Master Chen, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if I should say it or not." Chen Nong was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at Li Shuo, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Comrade Firefighter, there is nothing wrong with saying this. Just say it boldly. Li Shuo was immediately delighted and said, Master Chen, can you lend this drone to our fire department for a few days? I think this drone is really good. When Chen Nong heard this, the smile on his face froze. The other side. Having completed the order perfectly, Su Hao finally had time to plan his next steps. Next, I have to complete this test paper well. Su Hao sat at the desk with 2 test papers spread out on the table. Now, with the system fully activated, the plan to enter Lonka University should be put on the agenda. My qualification for the college entrance examination has been revoked. If I want to enter Lonka University, I must first complete the test paper in front of me carefully. This is a stepping stone. Coincidentally, the system had also issued a task before. He was asked to enter Lonka University without taking the college entrance examination. In this case, Su Hao would do his best to complete the paper in order to have a chance to get the contact information of the professor at Lonka University. Thinking of this, Su Hao came back to his senses and focused all his attention on the test paper. Take a deep breath, pick up the pen, and start writing seriously. Time passed slowly, and 60 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hao wrote with great enthusiasm. He used the knowledge he had learned over the past few days to finish all the questions on the test paper and check them carefully several times. If it were him in the past, even if he was a top student, he would still be at a loss and scratch his head when faced with this test paper. But now, with the help of the system, he has fully mastered the knowledge of all subjects in high school and systematically study all subjects at the university level. At the same time, based on the systematically listed subjects, we systematically studied various cutting-edge disciplines. Therefore, when faced with this test paper, he was able to write brilliantly. However, it is worthy of being an examination paper for a doctoral student from Lonka University. Even though he had learned enough knowledge, it still took him an hour to finish it all. After checking it again, Su Hao took a photo and sent it. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no reply from the other party. Maybe he is busy. After all, he is a graduate student at Long University of Science and Technology. He has many projects and experiments. It is impossible for him to stare at his phone all the time. Su Hao thought in his heart. In that case, Su Hao didn't just wait there foolishly. His consciousness sank into the system, intending to study it carefully. At the same time, in a room filled with the sweet fragrance of a young girl, Tang Shiro looked at the scenery outside the window, and Su Hao's figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. She opened her red lips and murmured to herself, "Hey, the college entrance examination is approaching, and I don't know what his plans are." She raised her white wrist, looked at the time, found it was still early, and decided to go to Su Hao's house. After so many days, Su Hao should have recovered. Take this opportunity to ask him what his plans for the future are. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro immediately stood up and went to Su Hao's house with ease. Dong dong dong. She knocked on the door and it opened. The person who opened the door was Su Hao's mother. Seeing Tang Shiro's familiar face, Li Xiuqin showed joy and hurriedly welcomed her in. "Student Shiro is here? Come in quickly." Tang Shiro smiled and greeted him, then asked in a low voice, "Auntie, where are Su Hao and his family?" Li Xiuqin seemed to have known that she would ask this question. She smiled meaningfully, then pointed at Su Hao's room and said directly, "He's in the room, just go in." Tang Shiro blushed slightly, hummed softly, and then walked towards Su Hao's room. Tang Shiro knocked on Su Hao's door and waited for a while, but there was no movement from inside. She simply turned the door handle as she knew it. With a click, the door opened. She leaned against the door, poked her head in, and called softly, "Su Hao." Her beautiful eyes moved around the room and then fixed on the desk. The computer screen was on, but Su Hao was sitting on the gaming chair, motionless, in a daze. Seeing this, Tang Shiro walked in and closed the door. "Su Hao, what are you daydreaming about?" Tang Shiro walked to Su Hao and shook his shoulder. At this moment, Su Hao's consciousness was roaming freely in the system, and suddenly he felt someone from the outside world calling him. The sudden fright broke out in a cold sweat, and his consciousness quickly exited the system. I turned around and saw it was Tang Shiro. "Student Tang Shiro, why are you here?" Su Hao asked doubtfully. Now is the critical period of the college entrance examination. How could Tang Shiro have time to come to see me? Tang Shiro crossed her hands and put them behind her back, smiling as she said. I was so tired from doing the exercises that I came out to relax. I happened to be walking downstairs of your house, so I came up to take a look. Tang Shiro made up a random excuse. Then she sniffed gently and frowned slightly. Hey, why does your room smell so bad? After saying that, she tiptoed to the window and opened the curtains. In an instant, the dim room became much brighter. Only then did Tang Shiro finally see clearly everything in Su Hao's room. Compared to the last time, Su Hao's current room can only be described in one word. Chaos. It's very messy. The floor was littered with tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, vices, etc. On his other table, there were some mechanical parts, screws, nuts, and other mechanical supplies scattered everywhere. Even some oil stains can be vaguely seen on the table and floor. Tang Shiro finally understood that the unpleasant smell just now was emitted by these parts and engine oil. She was very confused. What did Su Hao do in the room? Tang Shiro asked. Su Hao, why is your room so messy? Su Hao was stunned and touched his nose awkwardly. After modifying the drone, he started doing the test paper wholeheartedly without even having time to clean the room. Now that Tang Shiro mentioned it, she realized how messy the room was. He explained. Oh, I made a handicraft for someone else and haven't had time to clean up the room yet. Anyway, it was not something shameful, so Su Hao did not hide it. Then, he looked at Tang Shiro and asked with a smile. Tell me, what is it that brings you to me? He didn't believe that Tang Shiro came to his house by chance. Seeing that her little thoughts were seen through, Tang Shiro stuck out her tongue and asked cautiously. Su Hao, what are your plans next? Now that your college entrance examination qualification has been cancelled, you will not be able to take the college entrance examination this year. Do you plan to repeat your studies or find a job in a factory? When asked about this, Tang Shiro's expression became much heavier. Now he should be like me, preparing for the exam peacefully and waiting for the arrival of the college entrance examination. But because Su Hao ranked last in the exam and dragged down the class and the school, he was expelled from the school and deprived of his qualification for the college entrance examination. Tang Shiro was very angry about the school's approach. But the arm cannot twist the thigh. Even if you are dissatisfied, there is nothing you can do. Looking at Su Hao, Tang Shiro felt a little indignant. Su Hao, however, looked as if nothing had happened. He waved his hand and replied calmly. Didn't I tell you? I will enter Lonka University through other means and continue to complete my university studies. You don't have to worry too much about me. On the contrary, you should prepare well for the exam during this period, and try to perform exceptionally well in the college entrance examination so that you can be admitted to a better school. Su Hao had a smile on his face and encouraged Tang Shiro in return. When Tang Shiro heard his words, she was stunned. Is Su Hao still not recovered? Why are you still talking nonsense? Tang Shiro sighed softly and was about to have a long chat with Su Hao, but Su Hao seemed to see what she meant, stretched out his hand to stop her, then walked to the computer and opened the Zhihu chat interface. I know you don't believe it, so why don't you take a look at this first? Su Hao made way for Tang Shiro to come and watch. Tang Shiro was confused and had no idea what Su Hao was up to. At Su Hao's urging, he walked forward and checked the chat history above. A few days after being expelled from school, I figured it out. Since my college entrance examination qualification was cancelled, I would find another way to enter Lonka University. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to find a graduate student from Lonka University, and he gave me a set of assessment questions. Now that I have finished writing this test paper, I can say that my chances of getting into Lonka University are guaranteed. Su Hao explained on the side. He clenched his fists slightly, full of endless imagination about the university life at Lonka University. However, after Tang Shiro carefully read the chat records between Su Hao and the graduate student from Lonka University, the expression on her face suddenly became a little strange. She turned her head and looked at the extremely excited Su Hao, and said weakly, Su Hao, Are you sure that the other person's reply is not just a perfunctory response? Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao and pointed at the chat history on the computer screen. Did Su Hao really not notice the other party's perfunctory attitude? The only thing he did was to write the word reject. Ah. Su Hao came back to his senses, his face froze. How is that possible? He and I were communicating normally, and he did send me a postgraduate examination paper. Su Hao explained. He had a pleasant chat with the other party, who was also very polite. If the other party is just trying to be perfunctory with you, there is no need for them to send you a test paper, right? Su Hao felt that Tang Shiro must have misunderstood others. Tang Shiro sighed softly and couldn't help but hold her forehead. Su Hao is too naive. She turned the computer screen, pointed at the chat log, and explained sentence by sentence. Look at these words. Is there one sentence in which he really answered you seriously and directly? If you were answering seriously, he would have asked you for specific personal information and contact information. However, the other party did not do so from beginning to end, and at the end, it was obvious that his tone was a little impatient. Finally, faced with your persistence and relentlessness, I had no choice but to find a random test paper to send you off, and then I never talked to you again. How about it? Do you still feel that the other party is just perfunctory to you? Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao with her beautiful eyes filled with sadness. The purpose is not to discourage Su Hao, but to make him face the reality. Tang Shiro's words made Su Hao fall into deep thought. He thought about it carefully and it seemed that what she said did make some sense. After I sent the picture just now, the other party has not replied to me since. Doesn't that mean that there is no way for me to enter Lonka University through this method? Su Hao frowned, and his heart sank instantly. Su Hao never expected that the other party had been perfunctory to him. Ah, it's also my fault for being too young and not understanding the meaning of his words. He sighed softly, with worry filling his brows. Su Hao stood beside the computer desk, feeling depressed. What should I do? While deep in thought, Tang Shiro walked to his desk and saw 2 test papers on it. She asked softly. Su Hao, can I see this test paper? Su Hao's mind is now on Lonka University and he has no time to think about the test paper. He nodded, picked up the test paper on the desk and put it in her hand. He turned around and walked to the bed, sitting on the edge of it with a heavy heart. Now it seems that the other party doesn't take me seriously at all. If that's the case, there's no hope of getting into Lonka University this way. So, is there any other way? Su Hao kept thinking and calculating in his mind. Tang Shiro's sudden awakening disrupted his plans. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. At the side, Tang Shiro took the test paper and instantly focused her attention on the questions on it. After only watching for a few dozen seconds, Yuanshan Handai's brows slightly furrowed. She thought secretly in her heart. Hiss. I know every word in these questions, but why can't I understand them when they are put together? Tang Shiro continued to read. As a result, the questions become more complicated as you go further down. Not to mention the questions, even some of the symbols made her look confused. Tang Shiro fell into deep self-doubt. No way, she can't understand these questions. She flushed slightly. A top student from Jiangqing Middle School couldn't even understand a test paper. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off. She reluctantly read it again, and this time, she looked very carefully. Almost word for word. But I got stuck on the first question again. Asshole, I really can't understand it, woo-woo. Tang Shiro felt like crying but had no tears. Although I am reluctant to admit this fact. However, she really couldn't understand any of the questions on the test paper. These are not beyond the scope of the question. These are all dimensionality reduction attacks that go beyond the realm of knowledge. However, what she didn't expect was Su Hao actually answered every one of these test questions that she couldn't understand. Not only is the solution process for each question written out neatly. In addition, several solutions are listed for each question. Tang Shiro temporarily forgot about the blow and said to herself, how did he figure it out? Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubts. She raised her head and looked at Su Hao, who was sitting beside the bed. Seeing that he had a sad and troubled face, Tang Shiro didn't dare to go up to him and ask him. She took out her cell phone and searched for the answers to these questions directly in the library. The answer is yes, but unfortunately there is no explanation process. Tang Shiro answered the questions one by one, and then compared them with Su Hao's answers. The first question, the answer is correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, question 4. As she checked each question one by one, her beautiful eyes gradually widened, her mouth slightly opened, and she looked at the test paper done by Su Hao in front of her with an incredible look on her face. I actually did everything right. With her throat rolling, Tang Shiro muttered in shock. Su Hao answered every question above correctly. There is also a detailed and multifaceted solution process. This is too amazing. Tang Shiro was extremely shocked, her eyes flickering. To make sure she hadn't read it wrong, she checked it again. After a few minutes, she took a deep breath and her chest rose and fell. The fair and pretty face was filled with shock and admiration. Now, she could be completely sure. All of Su Hao's answers were correct. It is exactly the same as the reference answer. It even has more steps and more solution ideas than the reference answer. Tang Shiro was completely surprised. You know. She is a recognized academic master in Jiangqing Middle School. She ranks first in the school in every exam. She is also among the best in the whole city. However, even a top student like her couldn't even understand the test paper in front of her, let alone answer it. However, Su Hao was able to do all of them, and did them all correctly. Who would believe this if I told them? He is just a high school student who has not taken the college entrance examination yet and has been disqualified from taking it. The shock in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. Tang Shiro took the test paper and couldn't help but ask Su Hao softly out of curiosity. Su Hao, did you really do this test paper yourself? How she wished to hear Su Hao say no to comfort her wounded heart. What a pity. After a moment of hesitation, Su Hao nodded imperceptibly. I did it. This test was a bit difficult. It took me an hour to finish it. Unfortunately, it's useless now. Originally, he thought that this test paper was an assessment of himself by the graduate student from Lonka University, but after knowing that the other party was just perfunctorily answering him, Su Hao immediately lost interest in this test paper. I wasted an hour and ended up with a piece of waste paper. Well. Su Hao felt disappointed. But when Tang Shiro heard Su Hao's words, she was struck by lightning. With a loud bang, his face was filled with horror. This test paper was not only completed by Su Hao himself. Moreover, it only took him 1 hour. And did it all right. This. Tang Shiro was at a loss and didn't know what to say for a moment. She just looked at the test paper and saw that the time limit specified for answering the questions was 2.5 hours. Su Hao finished everything correctly an hour and a half ahead of schedule. Tang Shiro looked at him resentfully. Is Su Hao in Versailles at this time? But judging from the fact that he looked deep in thought and didn't seem to care about the test paper at all, it didn't seem like that was the case. Oh, Tang Shiro was immediately hit. Who is the real academic master? Looking at this test paper, compared with Su Hao, I feel like a loser. It is illusory and will shatter at the slightest touch. It took a while for Tang Shiro to slowly accept this fact and gradually calm down. She looked at Su Hao's dejected expression, pursed her lips, and asked. Su Hao, are you okay? Su Hao came back to his senses and pretended to smile. It's okay. Seeing that Tang Shiro was still holding the test paper, he asked. How is it? I was right, this test paper is quite difficult. He just noticed that Tang Shiro's attention was always on this test paper, and she must be thinking about the questions on it. As a result, when Tang Shiro heard his words, her mood, which had just calmed down, instantly rekindled. She took a deep breath, her slender fingers simply grasping the test paper. I kept comforting myself in my heart, calm down, he is not deliberately provoking me. After a while, Tang Shiro replied with a stiff smile. Well, it is indeed a bit difficult, hee hee. What's wrong with you? Why do you look a little pale? Su Hao noticed that Tang Shiro's face looked a little abnormal and asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm fine. Tang Shiro felt a little numb. She didn't want to discuss this topic any further, otherwise Su Hao would drive her crazy if she continued like this. However, I don't want to let go of this test paper easily. So she asked. Su Hao, can I take a picture of this test paper and take a closer look at it when I get back? I think this test paper is quite interesting. At the end of the conversation, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's and her face looked a little embarrassed. Tang Shiro stayed at Su Hao's house for a few hours, then stood up to say goodbye. Su Hao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Opening the door, Tang Shiro waved to Su Hao. Well, be careful on the road. Su Hao smiled faintly, and the smile seemed a little forced. Seeing this, Tang Shiro sighed slightly in her heart and spoke again. You don't have to worry too much, there is still a way to deal with it. Don't keep your worries to yourself, talk to someone. If you really can't find anyone to talk to, you can talk to me. Tang Shiro held the phone with 5 fingers, exerting a little force. Ever since Su Hao realized that the man was just trying to be perfunctory, his face has been unpleasant. He looked listless and spoke in a weak voice. Tang Shiro also comforted him just now, but I don't know if Su Hao listened to her. Listening to Tang Shiro's caring words, Su Hao felt warm in his heart. Among so many classmates in the class, Tang Shiro is the only one who truly cares about me. Not only did he often encourage himself, he also visited himself many times to comfort himself in person. Su Hao saw all of this. I understand. Thank you, Tang Shiro. He expressed gratitude from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, what Tang Shiro said in the room just now also made sense. I am now at a loss and the road ahead is blocked. It is indeed time to look for another way out and find another way to contact Lonka University. Tang Shiro stood at the door, wanting to say something but stopping herself. When the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back and waved goodbye to Su Hao. After returning home, Tang Shiro opened the test paper in her mobile phone, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, her face full of curiosity. I don't know how good Su Hao's answers are. Thinking of this, she had an idea, found her cousin's number, and called her. My cousin is a doctoral student at Huaqing University. After seeing this test paper, my cousin will definitely be able to tell whether the answers on the test paper are correct or not, and whether the solution process is reasonable. The call was connected, and a pleasant voice came from inside. Hey, Shiro, what's going on? Tang Shiro said in a sweet voice. Sister Qining, I have a postgraduate exam paper here. Someone has finished answering the questions. Could you please check if the answers are correct? Mainly, I want to see how he answered the questions. When Bai Qining heard her words, her willow-like eyebrows slightly frowned. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a cold voice. No problem. However, I'm busy now. You can send the photo of the test paper to my WeChat first. I'll find time to take a look when I get home in the evening. Tang Shiro was delighted when she heard this. Thank you, my beautiful sister Qining. I'll send you a message on WeChat later. Thank you for your help. After that, the two chatted briefly and hung up the phone. Tang Shiro then sent the photos she took to Bai Qining's WeChat. Let's see what Sister Qining says then. Tang Shiro thought so while holding her cell phone. Even now, the shock in her heart still took a long time to calm down. The other side. After the fire in the village was put out, Li Shua led his team back to the team. Master Chen, let's take this drone back first. Li Shua held the drone in both hands, carefully placed it on the car, and said with a satisfied look on his face. Chen Nong nodded. However, if you look closely, you will find that his eyes seem to carry a hint of resentment. She looked like an abandoned woman. He had not had time to study the drone carefully. First, it was used to put out a fire, and now it was taken away by firefighters for study. For a moment, Chen Nong didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Suddenly noticing the look in Chen Nong's eyes, Fire Captain Li Shua coughed lightly, turned his head away, and pretended not to see anything. In fact, he was a little embarrassed. He came to the village to put out a fire, But not only did he fail to put out the fire, he also stole someone else's drone. It seems that I am really that thick-skinned. However, this is all for the cause of firefighting. After thinking about it, Li Shuo felt relieved. After loading the vehicle and waving goodbye, Li Shuo left the village with the drone and his team members. Chen Nong watched the departing drone from afar, and could only comfort himself. It's okay, don't panic, it will be returned soon. Who knows, they might even commend us. As soon as Li Shuo returned to the fire brigade, he was called over by the captain of the fire brigade. How is it going? Yuan Tianlong, the head of the fire brigade, asked. The open flames of the Taihe village wildfire have been completely extinguished. We checked along the way up the mountain and found no remaining fire sources. Li Shuo stood up straight and reported the situation truthfully. Although the drone perfectly put out the wildfire, to be on the safe side, the entire team split up and conducted careful inspections along the way to eliminate any hidden dangers. Yuan Tianlong nodded, then seemed to remember something and asked in confusion. The city squadron called earlier and said they were going to support you, but halfway through, you called them to go back and said they were no longer needed. What happened? Besides, the situation of the wildfire in Taihe village was complicated. How did you put out the fire so quickly? When he received the alarm, Yuan Tianlong knew it was a big fire in the mountains. Moreover, the mountain roads in the area are rugged and large firefighting equipment cannot enter at all. Firefighters could only use small firefighting equipment and water to put out the fire. Logically speaking, it would take at least several hours to successfully put out the fire. But it only took Li Shuo and his team 2 hours at most to go back and forth. This is too fast. Hearing this, Li Shuo smiled and said, Captain Yuan, I was just about to report this to you. Hearing this, Yuan Tianlong was stunned and looked at Li Shuo curiously. During the process of putting out the emotional fire, did something else happen that made the firefighting so smooth? Yuan Tianlong immediately became interested. Well, tell me about it. Li Shuo nodded and continued. We were going to request support from the city squadron, but we found a drone at the scene. Li Shuo picked out the key points and told Yuan Tianlong about the drone fire extinguishing. Captain, you didn't see it. That drone is really powerful. Speaking of drones, Li Shuo suddenly became excited, and even the fatigue from running back and forth was swept away at this moment. He said excitedly. The drone, with a few seconds of operation, not only took off automatically, but also fetched water, searched for fire sources, and put out fires at designated locations without human control. Guess what? What? Yuan Tianlong acted as the supporting actor and asked without thinking. Wow, the drone treated the sea of fire as nothing, rushed in, sprayed a box of water, and rushed out unscathed, and then repeated the operation just now. Captain, this drone is really powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that the firefighting efficiency of this drone is comparable to that of our county-level fire station. Li Shuo's words stunned Yuan Tianlong. A drone is more powerful than his county-level fire station. Do you have to be so exaggerated? The Taihe County Fire Brigade has about 15 to 30 members. A drone is more powerful than their 30 firefighters. Yuan Tianlong frowned, looked at Li Shuo suspiciously, and said in surprise. Hey, Li Shuo, why didn't I realize you're such a good storyteller before? You tell stories so well and they sound like the truth. I asked you to report on your work, not to talk about a big science fiction movie. Like a bird of prey rushing into a sea of fire, it caused ripples and stunned everyone. Why don't you call it a shadow fighter? Wherever it goes, no grass grows. Yuan Tianlong waved his hands in annoyance and sat back in his seat. He finally realized that Li Shuo was making fun of him. If there really is such a powerful drone, why is it nowhere to be seen now? When Li Shuo heard what Yuan Tianlong said, he immediately became anxious. Captain, you have to believe me. Everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask my team members. They saw it with their own eyes. Li Shuo was almost crying with anxiety. Why doesn't the captain believe it? Although what he said was a little exaggerated, drones are indeed that powerful. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianlong sneered. Go on, keep acting. Everyone knows that you are in collusion. You always like to joke around, and now you are playing a joke on me. Li Shua, if I believe your lies today, I will write my name upside down. Yuan Tianlong looked at Li Shua with disdain. He could see through this trick at a glance. It seems that today's rescue mission is not as difficult as imagined, otherwise Li Shua would not be in the mood to joke with him. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yuan Tianlong would never believe it, Li Shua gritted his teeth and had to use his last trick. Captain, if you don't believe me, just come with me and take a look. I brought the drone back. Li Shua said with a serious look and great determination. The captain had to see the drone no matter what. Putting aside the purpose of showing off, the value of the drone was enough to attract his attention. I thought Li Shua would just let it go, but when I looked up, I saw that his expression was extremely serious. Yuan Tianlong was slightly stunned. Why does this guy look like he's telling the truth? Thinking of this, Yuan Tianlong put down his pen, stood up, and planned to go and find out what the captain was up to. You are such a stubborn ass. Humph. Let's go. After saying that, Yuan Tianlong waved his hand, took the lead and walked out. The two came to the training ground and placed the drone on the open space. Li Shua introduced. Captain, it's this drone. Yuan Tianlong walked forward and circled the drone several times. The appearance is indeed very cool, with a dark metallic luster, which makes it look particularly domineering and gives off a sci-fi feel. Yuan Tianlong nodded. Putting aside other things, Yuan Tianlong was still very satisfied with this pretentious appearance. But as for the drone functions that Li Shua just mentioned, he was skeptical. After all, domestic and foreign drones are still far from reaching that level. Yuan Tianlong commented. Yes, this looks cool and looks good. After saying that, shut your mouth. It's over. After waiting for a few seconds and not hearing any more comments from Yuan Tianlong, Li Shua asked in surprise. Is there anything else you want me to say? Yuan Tianlong asked back. After hearing this, Li Shua understood that the captain still didn't believe it. In that case, we can only use our ultimate move. Don't you want to believe it? Good. Then let the drone simulate the firefighting scene just now. Li Shua nodded to the team members, and they immediately understood what he meant. In an instant, everyone took up their duties and began to prepare. Captain, it's okay. A minute later, the team member said with anticipation. Okay. Li Shua shouted, then looked at Yuan Tianlong and said. Captain, please open your eyes wide and don't blink. After that, the team members lit a large fire pot and started the drone. Moment. The drone detected a fire nearby and immediately switched to automatic mode. Ding. Alarm alarm, sudden fire. Switch to AI firefighting mode. Under Yuan Tianlong's gaze, the 4 rotors of the drone started automatically, then it flew into the sky with a whoosh, stayed in the sky for a moment, and automatically flew towards a nearby pool. Then, Yuan Tianlong saw in disbelief. The drone actually automatically fetched water, then returned to the fire and sprayed water on the fire. In an instant, the huge fire was put out. The drone returned to the ground, cancelled the automatic mode, and became an ordinary drone. All this happened in an instant. Yuan Tianlong was stunned. This. Where's the fire? Such a huge fire, it was gone in an instant. After a while, he said belatedly. Fully intelligent automatic monitoring of fire conditions, automatic switching to AI mode, and 360-degree inspection of surrounding conditions. In just a few seconds, make the best firefighting move. Search for water sources on your own, get water to put out fires, and discover the source of fire as soon as possible. Is this really just a drone? Yuan Tianlong's face was full of disbelief. Standing there, he watched for a long time as the drone returned to the ground. It took a long while before I came to my senses. He asked Li Shua with an extremely serious expression. Was the fire in the mountain just now also put out like this? Li Shua smiled without saying anything and nodded. Hiss. Yuan Tianlong took a breath and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. A drone put out a wildfire that was spreading across a mountain. If this were said at the firefighters' meeting, it would probably shock everyone. This is not the main point. If such drones can be used for daily firefighting tasks after professional testing, wouldn't that be? Yuan Tianlong's pupils shrank suddenly. If such drones are really involved in firefighting missions, the firefighting efficiency of firefighters will be greatly improved, and the tasks of firefighters will be greatly reduced. Autonomous identification, AI control, autonomous search for fire sources, autonomous search for water sources. Thinking back to the functions that the drone had just demonstrated, Yuan Tianlong's breathing became more rapid and his pupils became brighter. No, we need to find someone to study this drone. Yuan Tianlong thought of this and immediately did it. Then he instructed Li Shuo. Li Shuo, you have done a great job this time. But before that, go find the owner of this drone and ask him where he bought it. Unexpectedly, Li Shuo answered directly. I asked, and he ordered it from a small online technology store. Yuan Tianlong was suddenly shocked. This was actually ordered from a small online store. If it weren't for the previous experience, Yuan Tianlong would have thought that Li Shuo was joking. But now, Yuan Tianlong believed it. But this is too unbelievable. How could a small online shop create such a drone with abnormal functions? Who made this drone? Yuan Tianlong was extremely curious. But right now, it's the drones that matter. He hurriedly instructed. Okay, then, please contact the manufacturer of this drone as soon as possible. I will find someone to study this drone right now. If all the data meet the standards and pass the tests, this drone can definitely join the fire brigade. Moreover, this drone can definitely be mass-produced. If the effect is good, this drone can be promoted nationwide. As he spoke, Yuan Tianlong's tone became more and more excited. This is a treasure. The other side. Tang Shiro's cousin Bai Qining returned home in the evening and lay down on the sofa tiredly, her mind completely empty. As a doctoral student at Huaqing University, she is either in the laboratory or on her way to the laboratory every day. Today, a project she was responsible for was completed, and she finally had some time to have a good rest. Thinking of this, Bai Qining's delicate face showed a hint of relief. Her thin red lips slightly raised, revealing a cool smile. She took off her clothes, walked into the bathroom with a relaxed look, gave herself a nice bath, then wrapped herself in a bathrobe, made a cup of coffee, and returned to her desk. Only then did she remember that during the day, her cousin Tang Shiro asked her to help look at a test paper. I almost forgot. I just happen to have some time now to see what the test paper is like. After saying that, Bai Qining turned on her phone and opened the dialog box with Tang Shiro. In the chat history, there were 2 high-definition and censored pictures sent by Tang Shiro. She clicked on the enlarged image and looked at it casually. Just one glance and her thick and long eyebrows slightly frowned. The questions on this test paper don't look like those from an ordinary university. Bai Qining put down the coffee in her hand. She took a pen and paper from the side, compared the questions on the test paper, and started to do the questions. A few minutes later, she finished the first question and looked at the answer on the test paper, which was the same as hers. She nodded imperceptibly. However, she discovered that there was more than one solution process on the test questions. She took a look and found that there were actually 3 solutions, and the process of each solution was described in detail. Kind of interesting. Bai Qining immediately became interested. During the day, Bai Qining heard from her cousin that the test paper was done by a friend of hers, but she didn't take it seriously. I thought the other party might have suddenly become interested and just picked a college exam paper to do. She didn't want to offend Tang Shiro, so she agreed. But now it seems that things are not what she thought. Bai Qining's bright eyes narrowed slightly, and her pretty face became much more serious. She continued to look at the test papers and continued to do them. The more she read and did, the more she could clearly feel that the test paper was indeed quite difficult. At least, even though she was a doctoral student at Huaqing University, she still needed to think for a while before she could come up with a specific idea and solution. But the answers on the test questions often made her eyes light up. Even some of the solution processes provided her with new ideas for solutions. The person who did this test paper is not simple. Apart from just getting all the questions right, there are actually at least 3 ways to answer each question. There were even some questions that I found very difficult and I didn't know how to start writing, but he was able to go against the grain, come up with something new and think out of the box. Bai Qining opened her red lips and praised softly. After answering the last question, Bai Qining breathed a sigh of relief. The answers are all correct. In fact, the other party's solutions to many problems are simpler and clearer than mine. Call. Bai Qining let out a long sigh, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. This person is not simple. She suddenly became extremely curious about who had done this test. Thinking of what Tang Shiro said during the day, Bai Qining raised her eyebrows and looked at the time. It was still early. She no longer hesitated and directly dialed Tang Shiro's number. When the call was connected, Bai Qining first greeted. "Shiro, have you rested?" "Not yet." Tang Shiro's voice came from the other end of the phone. Bai Qining nodded, then said directly. "Shiro, I've read all the test papers you sent me during the day." Hearing this, Tang Shiro's face tightened and she tightened her grip on the phone slightly. "Sister Qining, how was the test paper? Are the answers correct? And are his thinking and process for answering the questions reasonable?" Although she had checked the answers on the internet during the day. But the answer is for reference only. As for its authenticity, she feels that it would be more convincing if it were judged by an authoritative person. After hearing Tang Shiro's questions, Bai Qining did not answer immediately, but asked. "Shiro, tell me honestly, who did this test paper? Don't hide it. This is very important to my cousin." As if worried that Tang Shiro would think that she had revealed the secret, Bai Qining added. "Don't worry, I will never tell anyone what we said today." Tang Shiro was slightly stunned, not knowing why her cousin suddenly became so serious. "Judging from my cousin's tone, it seems that she really wants to know who did the test questions." For some reason, Tang Shiro felt something was wrong. Is this test paper really so extraordinary? Tang Shiro pondered for a while and replied. "Sister Qining, I told you during the day that this test paper was done by a classmate of mine." "Yes, it was my deskmate." "Your deskmate?" Bai Qining asked in surprise. Tang Shiro had talked to me about her deskmate before. At the beginning, Tang Shiro's deskmate had very good grades. He was a top student at Jiangqing Middle School and always ranked first in the exams. But since entering the 3rd year of high school, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only was he inattentive in class and often distracted, but his test scores also plummeted, ranking last in the school. Now Tang Shiro said that this test paper was made by her deskmate who ranked last in the school. Bai Qining opened her red lips slightly and didn't react for a moment. Tang Shiro didn't pay much attention to Bai Qining's reaction, but was more concerned about how Su Hao did on the test paper. She asked her cousin again. "Sister Qining, how is this test paper?" Tang Shiro's voice brought Bai Qining back to her senses. She took a deep breath and replied. "If this test paper was really done by your deskmate, I can only say that your deskmate is a genius. The test questions above are set by professors from top universities. Many of them are not only extremely difficult, but also cutting-edge and practical. Not only does it require extremely profound subject knowledge, but it also requires solid practical skills. I carefully watched his solution process and found many of his ideas and methods to be very innovative. Many of them inspired my thinking. I can only say that this test paper was done perfectly." Bai Qining praised generously. Hearing this, Tang Shiro on the other end of the phone was completely shocked. Hiss. Sister Qining actually gave such a high evaluation. You know, my cousin is aloof by nature. Also, as a doctoral student at Huaqing University, she rarely talks to others, let alone compliments them. But just now, my cousin actually praised Su Hao's solution process and ideas. Doesn't that mean that Su Hao's true strength is not what he shows in school? Tang Shiro couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, she suddenly remembered something and said again. By the way, Su Hao said that this test paper was a bit difficult. Some questions were not easy to answer and took a lot of time. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining raised her eyebrows and expressed her agreement. After all, this test paper is very professional and indeed a bit difficult. It took me nearly 3 hours to finish answering all of them. However, Tang Shiro was stunned when she heard this. Ah. It took my cousin 3 hours. Yes. What's wrong? Bai Qining asked in confusion. But Su Hao said it took him an hour to figure it out, and he looked very upset. I thought this test question was only slightly more difficult. Tang Xiao spoke softly, with a strange tone. Bai Qining was stunned and cried out in shock. What? The answer was found in just 1 hour. Bai Qining's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Finished the entire test paper in just 1 hour. Is this true or false? She had just carefully observed it. This test paper was the test questions for the physics major at the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. The professor who wrote this test paper must be a top professor in the college, because the questions are very tricky and profound. Some test questions seem ordinary, but they are very cutting edge. To answer them, you need to have solid professional skills and a clear understanding of Blue Star's existing scientific and technological technologies. When she was doing it just now, she was able to solve it by relying on the experience she had gained from years of research and development with her mentor. However, even with such a test paper, Xiaoro and his deskmate not only solved it, but also spent only 1 hour on it. If this is true, this young man is truly a genius. After a long time, Bai Qining slowly came back to her senses. She asked Tang Xiaoro. Your deskmate is so talented, Jiangqing Middle School should have listed him as a key student a long time ago. I think he should have been directly recommended to university, right? Bai Qining knew that some geniuses had some quirks, and Tang Xiaoro's deskmate should be the same. Being at the bottom of the exam is probably just someone's hobby. On the contrary, Tang Xiaoro on the phone sighed softly and said in a faint voice. Sister Qi Ning, you are wrong. Su Hao ranked last in every exam. The school considered that his grades would seriously lower the admission rate of Jiangqing Middle School, so they expelled him a few days ago. Not only that, he was also disqualified from taking the college entrance examination. He is now a homeless person. If Su Hao had followed the normal development sequence and shown his talent in school, he would have been admitted to university for sure. However, she didn't know why Su Hao always ranked last in every exam throughout his senior year. Could it be that he was so absorbed in these studies that he neglected his high school studies? It seems that this is the only explanation. When Bai Qining heard what Tang Xiaoro said, she was stunned. The school expelled him. And was disqualified from the college entrance examination. Ah, this. Bai Qining didn't know what to say for a moment. Your school is really... Bai Qining was speechless and choked. A student who can answer the test paper set by a professor from Longhua University does not look like the one who will rank last in the exam. How could the principal of Jiangqing Middle School be so short-sighted? Bai Qining began to doubt the style of the teachers at Jiangqing Middle School. After thinking for a while, she asked again. Where is your deskmate now? What is he doing? Tang Shiro replied. I'm currently unemployed and at home, wondering what to do next. Oh. She sighed, obviously upset about what happened to Su Hao. Is that so? Bai Qining fell into deep thought. A high school student completed a test paper set by a professor from a top university. And the answers are perfect, and there are many innovative solutions. Now he has been expelled from the school and disqualified from the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Bai Qining's beautiful brows frowned slightly. No matter how you look at it, this high school student is unusual. In other words, he is a good candidate for research. Bai Qining felt that it was a waste of talent to let such a promising youngster waste his talent. But, I can't make up my mind for the moment. After thinking about it, she decided to go see her teacher tomorrow. Xiao Rou, don't tell anyone about our conversation today, not even your deskmate. I need to ask more about his condition. You take a rest first. I'll contact you if there's any progress, okay? Tang Shiro nodded, okay. She just wanted to ask Bai Qining about the test paper, but now it seems that things are going in a different direction. The next day, Bai Qining arrived at her teacher's office early. Good morning, teacher. After knocking on the door, Bai Qining walked in and greeted her teacher. Li Xueming looked up and saw that it was Bai Qining. He was a little surprised. "Hey, Qining, why are you here? Isn't the project over?" Li Xueming is a professor at the School of Mechanical Physics of Huaqing University and is also Bai Qining's current mentor. Bai Qining had a cold expression but with a slight smile on her face, and then she said, "Teacher, I have something to ask you." She spoke calmly, and then told her teacher what happened last night. After she finished speaking, her tone was a little excited. "Teacher, judging from the test paper he completed for Lonka University, this high school student is definitely a genius. I asked him about it. He only took him 1 hour to finish the test. He also used multiple solutions for each question. Look." Bai Qining enlarged the picture and handed it to Li Xueming. Li Xueming's expression became more serious when he heard this. He put on his reading glasses, took Bai Qining's phone, and carefully looked at the test questions, the answers, and the process of solving them. After a long while, he hummed softly, nodded involuntarily, with an appreciative look on his face, and praised. "Yes, these test questions are very difficult. I'm afraid it will take you some time to solve them." Bai Qining nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. It did take her a lot of time to make it. Li Xueming continued. "This person's solution is also very interesting, eclectic, and can draw inferences from one example. His thinking and processing ideas are very novel and unique." "Not bad, not bad." Li Xueming nodded repeatedly, and then exclaimed. "If the answers and process of these test questions were really done by a high school student, we can only say that he is a rare genius. He has a meticulous mind, profound insights, and a unique analytical ability." Bai Qining's pretty face lit up with joy when she heard that. What the teacher said coincided with what she thought, and she felt the same way. It is incredible that a high school student has such an understanding. However, not long after I was happy, I heard my teacher say. However, having said that, as to whether the answers and solution process of this test were done by that high school student, we don't know. After all, we haven't verified it. You only heard from one person and didn't see him do the test questions with your own eyes, right? Li Xueming put down his cell phone, took off his reading glasses, and looked at Bai Qining seriously. This test paper is indeed excellent. But he didn't believe what Bai Qining said directly. Seeing is believing, especially for scientific researchers like them. Bai Qining frowned slightly at this time. Although the teacher's words are straightforward, they are very reasonable. So, let's just leave it at that. Bai Qining bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and asked rather unwillingly. Li Xueming laughed and shook his head. "Qining, you are still a little impatient, which is a taboo in scientific research. You need to correct this slowly." After giving Bai Qining some pointers, Li Xueming continued. "Since we have no way of knowing the truth of this matter, why not verify it? It just so happens that your project has ended recently. Now that you have some time, you can go back and verify this matter. If this is false, we have nothing to lose. But if it is true, then Huaqing University will have to recruit a genius." Hearing this, Bai Qining's beautiful eyes lit up, flickered continuously, and nodded. "I understand, teacher." After discussing with teacher Li Xueming at Huaqing University, Bai Qining returned home. She sat at the desk, her eyes thoughtful and her brows slightly furrowed. After thinking about it, she called Tang Shiro again. "Hey, Shiro, are you busy now?" As soon as the phone was connected, Bai Qining asked softly. Although she had decided to go back to Jiangqing County in person to verify the authenticity of the matter, before that, she still wanted to confirm with Tang Shiro again whether the test paper was really done by his desk mate. Tang Shiro's voice sounded on the phone. "I'm not busy now." "What's the matter, Sister Qining?" Bai Qining asked with a serious face and a serious tone. "Shiro, I want to confirm with you again, is that test paper really done by your desk mate? Don't blame me for being long-winded. This message is very important to me." Bai Qining's question caused Tang Shiro to hesitate for a moment. Was it really made by Su Hao himself? To be exact, she couldn't guarantee that this was the case, because this was just what Su Hao told her. But Tang Shiro pursed her moist thin lips slightly. Although Su Hao doesn't like to communicate with others on weekdays, I have been his deskmate for a long time. Tang Shiro knew Su Hao and knew that he was not a liar and did not like to brag. After hesitating for a long time, she nodded affirmatively. Sister Qining, the test paper was done by Su Hao himself. Hearing this, Bai Qining raised his brows. She was a little surprised that Tang Shiro was so sure. Could it be that Shiro really saw her deskmate do it with her own eyes? Bai Qining didn't know, but she still answered. Okay, I understand. After a pause, Bai Qining continued. Xiaoro, I will go back to Jiangqing in the next few days, and we can meet then. It's been several months since we last met. I miss you so much. Bai Qining's tone softened a little. Putting aside the matter of verifying Su Hao, she indeed had not been home for a long time. I just took this opportunity to go home. Tang Shiro was surprised when she heard this. Really? Sister Qining, are you coming back? Well, probably in these 2 days. Bai Qining replied affirmatively. Very good. Tang Shiro's pretty face looked a little excited. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. In the room, Tang Shiro stared at the darkening screen of her mobile phone, and the excitement on her face gradually faded. Then, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Why did my cousin suddenly come back at this time? She talked to herself, lost in thought. Logically speaking, my cousin is usually very busy with her studies and has little time to go home. This time he suddenly said he wanted to go home. Moreover, after I finished talking to her about Su Hao, he said he would come back the next day. This is too much of a coincidence. At the same time, during these phone calls, Sister Qining asked about Su Hao many times. Could it be that Sister Qining came back this time specifically for Su Hao's matter? Thinking of this, Tang Shiro felt a little excited. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Su Hao's situation might have a turn for the better? My cousin is a doctoral student at Huaqing University. She is both excellent in character and academic performance, and is highly valued by teachers. If she knew about Su Hao's talent, there is a high possibility that Su Hao would be specially recruited into Huaqing University. Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes were shining with excitement. After a while, a trace of worry appeared on his face again, and his slender fingers tightly grasped the phone. If this test paper was not done by Su Hao himself, what should we do? Tang Shiro bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. If this is true, after everything has settled, Su Hao's future is still uncertain, and he doesn't have any private plane. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro sighed softly, feeling confused and half happy and half worried. Let's wait until my cousin comes back and see what happens. I hope things will develop in a good direction. Tang Shiro prayed in her heart. The other side. Taiyuan County, Taiyuan Fire Brigade. After hearing what Li Shua said, Squadron Leader Yuan Tianlong immediately felt that this matter could not be delayed. After giving instructions to Li Shua, he took the drone and went straight to the Taiyuan County Science and Technology Bureau. After giving instructions to Li Shua, Fire Brigade Captain Yuan Tianlong took the drone and went straight to the Taiyuan County Science and Technology Bureau. If we talk about the most professional person in the field of drones in the county, it must be Lao Wang from the County Science and Technology Bureau. Lao Wang is a technician assigned to Taiyuan County by his superiors, specializing in technical business. Drones fall squarely within his purview. After a 10-minute drive, Yuan Tianlong arrived at the Science and Technology Bureau and came to Lao Wang's office with ease. Old Wang, are you busy? After knocking on the door, Yuan Tianlong laughed and walked straight in. Although it is called an office, it is actually more like a workshop, with various tools and products on display. The whole office was filled with the unique smell of metal and equipment. Lao Wang, also known as Wang Defa, is the head of the technical section of the County Science and Technology Bureau. Wang Defa heard the voice, looked up at the door, and saw that it was Yuan Tianlong, and smiled immediately. Hey, what wind brings our Taiyuan County Fire Squadron captain here? Wang Defa put down the tools in his hand, washed his hands, walked forward, and the two sat on the chairs beside them one after another. Yuan Tianlong didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Old Wang, I came to see you this time because I found something interesting. Yuan Tianlong said mysteriously. Wang Defa was stunned and said jokingly. What's so good that Captain Yuan has to go there in person? Yuan Tianlong leaned forward and told Wang Defa about the forest fire. This morning. When talking about drones, Yuan Tianlong's voice became a little excited. He imitated Li Shua's previous wording, gestured with his hands, and narrated passionately. Wow, I saw the drone take off automatically and cruise to find a water source. Then, at lightning speed, in just a dozen seconds, it pumped water, conducted reconnaissance, and searched for the source of the fire. With a whoosh, it rushed into the sea of fire. Guess what happened? What's the matter? Wang Defa looked at him with a smile and agreed. The drone ignored the sea of fire and rushed in, spraying water at the source of the fire. Then it rushed out unscathed and continued its previous operation. In just a few dozen minutes, a big fire was put out. Do you think this drone is powerful? Yuan Tianlong looked at Wang Defa with anticipation. Wang Defa coughed lightly, took a sip of tea, and looked at Yuan Tianlong with strange eyes. Then, he still said. Awesome. Really awesome. I've never seen such an awesome drone. Yuan Tianlong was immediately unhappy. Anyone with a discerning eye could hear the perfunctory tone in Wang De's words. His face suddenly became serious, and he said seriously. Old Wang, you don't believe me. Okay, I've brought the drone with me too. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Hearing this, Wang Defa was stunned. Is Yuan Tianlong serious? He put down his teacup and a look of interest came over his face. Okay, let's go see if this drone is as powerful as you say. The two came to the workshop behind the Science and Technology Bureau, where the drone was quietly placed on the ground. Yuan Tianlong said. Here, this is the drone. Old Wang, you don't believe it, right? The drone is right here. You can tell if it's real or not by testing it. You can test it however you want. He patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Looking at the drone in the workshop, Wang Defa was confused. This drone looks ordinary and there is nothing special about it. Where does Yuan Tianlong get his confidence from? Or is it that I haven't discovered where it is hiding? Thinking of this, his brows furrowed. Science and Technology Bureau, Technology Department Workshop. Wang Defa looked up and down at the drone with a puzzled expression on his face. He walked over to the shelf, picked up his tools, and walked over to the drone. First, I observed the drone. Like other drones, this drone contains a frame, motor, electronic speed controller, rotor, battery, and other power systems. He then used professional testing tools to test other aspects of the drone. As a result, as soon as I got started, I discovered the uniqueness of this drone. Hiss, this drone is quite interesting. Wang Defa couldn't help but mutter. He just checked it and found that this drone was not using the T-motor power system, but a new power system. His eyes lit up. Apart from anything else, this drone is interesting just for this reason. Yuan Tianlong saw Wang Defa's expression clearly. How about it, Lao Wang, I didn't lie to you, did I? Yuan Tianlong showed a slightly smug look on his face. Wang Defa ignored him and focused on the drone. As he continued to inspect it, he felt more and more that this drone was unique. Wang Defa discovered that the flight control computer used by this drone was not the common Pixhawk 2.4.8, Pixhawk V4, Pixhawk V2, and Pixhawk V5 models. It is more like a modified and upgraded version of these flight control computers. According to the test data, the real-time performance of this model of flight control computer has been improved by more than several times. The task execution frequency is as high as thousands of frequencies, and the electrical system can be controlled extremely quickly. Wang Defa's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he looked at the drone with an obsessed expression. It looked as if the person in front of him was a beautiful girl wearing black stockings. Without even turning his head, he asked Yuan Tianlong. Can I open it and take a look? If you want to know more data and information about this drone, you have to take it apart. At this time, the unusual features of this drone had aroused Wang Defa's strong interest. He couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Yuan Tianlong looked at his hungry expression and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lao Wang is good at everything except seeing weird technological products. He can't help but be attracted to them. Just like now. Yuan Tianlong nodded helplessly. Tear it down. If you want to, just tear it down. Anyway, you can just put it back for me afterwards. Yuan Tianlong has great confidence in Wang Defa's skills. He felt completely relieved when the drone was handed over to him. Besides, he also needed Wang Defa to conduct thorough testing and obtain professional data. It's just a teardown, no big deal. After getting Yuan Tianlong's consent, Wang Defa's eyes burned with enthusiasm. He immediately got to work, took out professional tools, and began to make drastic changes to the drone. As he gradually disassembled the drone's parts, his face became more and more shocked, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Hiss, something's wrong. This drone is too weird. He discovered that this drone was not the common drone on the market at all. It's okay that the power system and flight control computer are unconventional. Now even the onboard computers are independently innovated and designed. It is not the onboard computers that we often see in daily life, such as Raspberry Pi, Odroid, Joule 570X, Nuke, etc. For a moment, Wang Defa was unable to understand the onboard computer of this drone. He was totally confused. This. I have been working in this field for decades, but one day I cannot understand the onboard computer inside a drone. If I tell this to others, won't my colleagues laugh at me to death? Thinking of this, Wang Defa used his past experience and tried it several times. The result is still the same, it is unable to understand the architecture and design ideas inside. He stopped immediately. Because if you mess around blindly and continue, there is a high possibility that the onboard computer will be damaged, and then the drone will be scrapped. He planned to take a look at the other structures of the drone first. However, as Wang Defa gradually dismantled it, his movements gradually slowed down. The internal structure and layout of the drone are so exquisite and technologically advanced. His hands were shaking slightly and his eyes were flickering. I already thought it was cooler and more gorgeous than other drones just from the outside. I didn't expect that the layout of various circuits and component designs inside the drone would be so perfect. This is no longer a product, but a technological work of art. Wang Defa couldn't help but admire. This kind of design and architecture was the first time he had seen it in his decades of work. It completely broke his previous idea of electronic design. It turns out that a technological product can not only be designed to perfection on the outside, but also be gorgeous and restrained on the inside. Staring at the drone, Wang Defa was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He doesn't want to, nor does he dare to, dismantle it further. Because he didn't want to destroy the work of art. At the same time, he discovered that it had been demolished until now. I suddenly seemed to have forgotten how to put it back. He looked embarrassed. After looking at Yuan Tianlong and finding that he had not been discovered, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare tell Yuan Tianlong that he couldn't put it back, otherwise, old Yuan would probably go crazy. After a long time, Wang Defa suppressed his excitement and asked Yuan Tianlong. Old Yuan, where did you get this drone? It's very special. Hearing this, Yuan Tianlong smiled without saying anything, with an inexplicable expression on his face. He did not answer immediately, but kept the question in suspense. Seeing this, Wang Defa couldn't help but want to smash his brain, but he still guessed. Specially supplied to you by the fire department. Yuan Tianlong shook his head. Military drone. Yuan Tianlong shook his head again. Wang Defa took a deep breath and prepared to punch. At this time, Yuan Tianlong spoke, and said in a faint voice. It's an agricultural drone. Wang Defa opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Wang Defa. No, you call this an agricultural drone? Whose agricultural drone has all the innovative designs from the power system to the onboard computer? Whose agricultural drone has data comparable to military drones? Wang Defa asked back in a choked voice. If this is an agricultural drone, then how should other agricultural drones be counted? Wang Defa moved directly to Bengbu. Yuan Tianlong spread his hands and said. That's why I asked you to get tested. Wang Defa looked at him with resentment. Old Yuan, I admit that I laughed a little too loudly just now, but you think too highly of me. I don't know how to operate this drone now. At the end of his words, Wang Defa looked bitter. Who knew it would turn out like this? I thought it was just an ordinary drone. I didn't expect it to be so hidden, but it actually has all kinds of black technology and brand new designs. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It's just an agricultural drone, what's the big deal? After an unknown amount of time, Wang Defa looked at the drone with a serious expression and said to Yuan Tianlong seriously. Old Yuan, judging from the data we have tested so far, the value of this drone is definitely not limited to agricultural use. Although I haven't fully understood this drone, I can guarantee that its commercial value, practical value, and even military value will exceed your imagination. Once mass production begins, the drone industry will have to undergo a technological revolution. Then, he looked at Yuan Tianlong and asked very seriously. Old Yuan, tell me, who designed this drone? Hearing this, Yuan Tianlong shook his head. Not yet. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. Yuan Tianlong opened it and saw that it was Li Shua calling. Captain Yuan, we found the person. Yuan Tianlong raised his eyebrows, and after hanging up the phone, he excitedly said to Wang Defa. Old Wang, we found the person. Wang Defa was stunned. People. What people? Yuan Tianlong put his phone in his pocket and said impatiently. Who else could it be? The designer of the drone. Wang Defa's face was instantly filled with joy, and his expression was anxious. Hiss. Quick. Take me to see him. Wang Defa tried to run out, but he seemed to remember something, took out his phone, and said to Yuan Tianlong. Wait a minute, I'll call some more people to go with us. After saying that, he immediately made a phone call. Those guys are probably more interested in Su Hao's residential area than I am. Tang Shiro brought Bai Qining here. She looked at the floor of Su Hao's house and said. Su Hao's home is here. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards Su Hao's house with ease. Bai Qining couldn't help but teased. Xiao Rou, it seems like you come here often. It looks so familiar. Bai Qining looked at Tang Shiro with a smile on her face. I was talking with Tang Shiro on the way here just now, and she mentioned Su Hao's name every other sentence. It seems that my cousin knows Su Hao very well. Tang Shiro looked a little embarrassed, coughed lightly, and explained. Hey cousin, isn't this closer to Su Hao's house? I would usually ask him questions I didn't know, and after a few visits, I became more familiar with this place. Okay, let's go up quickly. I think he must be waiting anxiously. Tang Shiro changed the subject and ran directly towards Su Hao's floor. Seeing this, Bai Qining smiled, shook her head, and followed. Arriving at Su Hao's house, Tang Shiro knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. It was Su Hao's mother who opened the door. Hello, Auntie. Tang Shiro smiled sweetly and greeted him obediently. Li Xiuqin saw that it was Tang Shiro, and there was another equally cool and beautiful girl beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of smiles. It's Shiro, come in quickly. She hurriedly welcomed the two people in, poured water for them, and took out a fruit plate. Seeing this, Tang Shiro hurriedly said. You're welcome, Auntie. We came here to talk to Su Hao about something. She knew that her cousin was worried about Su Hao, so she came straight to the point and stated her purpose directly. Li Xiuqin naturally knew why Tang Shiro came. She said. Su Hao is in the room. I'll call her out right away. Tang Shiro hurriedly stopped him. No need, Auntie. We have already contacted Su Hao. Let's go find him directly. After saying that, Tang Shiro and Bai Qining stood up, greeted Li Xiuqin, and knocked on Su Hao's door. Su Hao, are you there? There was a rustling sound in the room, and then the door opened. Coming. Su Hao smiled warmly and welcomed the two of them in. The moment Bai Qining opened the door of the room, her attention was focused on Su Hao. He has sharp edges and handsome features. His eyes were so deep that it was hard to see through them. Walking into the room, in addition to his bookshelf full of books, there is also a homemade workbench next to it, with many tools neatly placed on it. While Bai Qining was looking at Su Hao was also looking at Bai Qining. She looked at this woman with a cool and otherworldly temperament, feeling curious. Who is this person? Why did he come here with Tang Shiro? As if she saw the doubt in Su Hao's heart, Tang Shiro introduced him to him. Su Hao, this is my cousin Bai Qining. Afterwards, she introduced Su Hao to Bai Qining. Sister Qining, this is the deskmate I mentioned before, Su Hao. The two nodded to each other as a greeting. Then, Bai Qining asked directly. Su Hao, did you really do that test paper yourself? She doesn't like to drag things out, she prefers to be clean and neat. So I didn't beat around the bush and just asked the question that concerned her the most. Su Hao was stunned when he heard this. Test paper? What test paper? Thought for a while. Su Hao slowly looked at Tang Shiro with a questioning look. Tang Shiro smiled awkwardly, stuck out her tongue and explained. Su Hao, after I took your test paper back, I showed it to my cousin, and then. She rolled her eyes and took in the current situation, the meaning was self-evident. Looking at Tang Shiro's expression, Su Hao roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I think it was after her cousin got to know about this test paper that aroused her interest. That's why we have the current scene. Only. It's just a test paper, and a test paper that is completely useless. As for coming to his house in person, I also really want to confirm whether it was made by myself. Su Hao felt that Tang Shiro's cousin was making a big deal out of nothing. But he answered anyway. That's right. I did this test myself. Bai Qining nodded without comment, then said. Su Hao, it's not that I don't believe it, but I still want to verify it. She took out a test paper from her bag and handed it to Su Hao. Here is a test paper with similar difficulty to the previous one. Could you please do it yourself? This test paper was written by his teacher Li Xueming himself and is very professional. The difficulty level is comparable to that of the test paper from Lonka University. Since Bai Qining came in person to verify it, she naturally wanted to see the whole process of Su Hao solving the problem with her own eyes. However, Su Hao frowned slightly. I came here from afar just to verify whether the test paper was done by me. Now I have to make myself take another test again. Even though Bai Qining is Tang Shiro's cousin, Su Hao was still slightly displeased. I did the test myself, but it seems I don't have the responsibility or obligation to prove it to her. Seeing the unhappiness on Su Hao's face, Tang Shiro hurriedly explained. Su Hao, don't think too much. Sister Qining was very interested in your test paper after reading it. She thought the answer process was unique. Also, her teacher thinks your problem-solving ideas are very interesting, so she wants to see your overall problem-solving thinking. Tang Shiro did not directly say that her cousin came for Su Hao. First of all, she didn't know her cousin's specific purpose. At the same time, she was somewhat worried about Su Hao's true situation. After hearing what Tang Shiro said, Su Hao felt a little relieved. At the same time, his mind became active and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Tang Shiro's cousin is a doctoral student at Huaqing University. He just said that his teacher was also interested in his ideas for solving problems. Doesn't it mean that if I attract the attention of his teacher, maybe I can get in touch with Lonka University in this way? Thinking of this, Su Hao's unhappiness disappeared. He took the test paper from Bai Qining's hand and spoke directly. Give me an hour and take a break. When Bai Qining heard this, her pretty face suddenly froze. An hour. She looked at Su Hao with strange eyes and thought to herself. Is Shiro's deskmate too confident? You want to finish this test in just 1 hour? I thought so in my heart, but I still said it to comfort myself. Don't worry too much. This test paper has a lot of questions and is quite difficult. You can take your time. We are not in a hurry. Personally speaking, he still hopes that Su Hao can complete everything carefully and correctly. After all, this is Shiro's deskmate. Moreover, his problem-solving thinking is indeed refreshing. Bai Qining hopes that Su Hao really has real talent and knowledge. Su Hao checked both sides of the test paper, his face relaxed and he smiled. There are indeed a lot of questions. But the test questions are not difficult. After saying that, he pulled up a stool, picked up a pen and started working. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining just froze where she was. That fair, always cool face looked a little confused at this moment. Bai Qining. Not difficult. Maybe he has some misunderstanding about difficulty. Thinking of what the teacher said when he gave her the test paper, Bai Qining looked at Su Hao with a puzzled look. Time passed quickly and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Bai Qining was preparing to return to Jiangcheng. After all, I haven't been home for a long time, and the mission this time is quite special, so I still need to prepare well. Finally, today, after a long journey, she returned to Jiangcheng County. After getting out of the car and taking a deep breath of the fresh air of her hometown, Bai Qining's pretty face relaxed slightly. She walked out of the station and saw from afar a young and beautiful Tang Shiro, wearing a white and gray JK uniform, standing at the station entrance. Tang Shiro also saw Bai Qining at a glance, waving her hands with an excited smile on her face. She stood on tiptoe and shouted, "Sister Qining, here." Bai Qining smiled slightly and walked over. "Xiao Rou, long time no see." The two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they have some topics to talk about. The two of them walked out of the station hand in hand. Tang Shiro said, "Sister Qining, my mother heard that you were back, so she specially prepared a feast for you today. Let's go home first and welcome you back." After saying that, Tang Shiro was about to stop a taxi and rush home. Bai Qining patted Tang Shiro's arm and shook her head gently. "Xiao Rou, there's no rush for the reception, why don't you just take me to your deskmate's house?" She came back this time specifically for the matter of her deskmate Tang Shiro. This matter has not been dealt with yet, and she is not in the mood to do anything else. When Tang Shiro heard her words, her pretty face froze for a moment. "Are you in such a hurry? We are heading to Su Hao's house right after getting off the car." Her little head turned wildly, then her eyebrows raised slightly and she thought to herself. Looking at my cousin's expression, could it be that she came back just for Su Hao? Tang Shiro felt that this was very possible. Otherwise, my cousin wouldn't have thought of going straight to Su Hao's house as soon as she got off the car. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro felt a little excited. It seems that my cousin cares very much about Su Hao's affairs. This means that perhaps Su Hao's situation may indeed have a very big turn for the better. So she gave up the idea of going home. Tang Shiro said, "Since you said so, Sister Qining, I'll call Su Hao first and ask if he's at home." Bai Qining nodded and waited. Tang Shiro took out her cell phone and called Su Hao. As soon as the call was connected, she asked directly, "Su Hao, are you home now?" At home, Su Hao was slightly stunned when he received a call from Tang Shiro. How could Tang Shiro have time to contact me at this time? Now is the most stressful moment of the college entrance examination. Shouldn't she prepare well for the exam? However, he still answered. "At home, what's wrong?" He stayed at home during this time. Ever since he found out that the graduate student from Long University of Science and Technology was just trying to get by with him, Su Hao started thinking about other ways to get into Long University of Science and Technology. He thought of several ways, such as calling the admissions office of Lonka University directly, or sending an official email directly. After thinking about it, I felt that it was not possible. First of all, the other party will definitely not believe it and think that I am a clown who is just trying to attract attention. Secondly, if you send the drawings directly to the official email, the other party may not see it. Even if you see it, you may not take it seriously. After thinking about it for a long time, Su Hao still couldn't think of a good solution, and he was now a little anxious. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Tang Shiro said after hearing what he said. "Okay, I'll come over later, remember not to leave the house yet." "I'll be there soon." After saying that, he turned around and hung up the phone without caring whether Su Hao agreed or not. Looking at the black screen of his phone, Su Hao looked confused. "Why are you suddenly coming to my house?" Su Hao said to himself. Tang Shiro didn't say why she came, and Su Hao couldn't figure out her purpose for a while. Shaking his head, he smiled helplessly and stopped thinking about it. He put down his phone and was about to search the internet for information about Lonka University to see if there were any other methods. Coincidentally, at this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the phone. Su Hao frowned slightly, picked up his phone and opened it, and found that it was a message from Chen Nong, the customer who ordered a drone last time. The two had been in contact for a long time and were already very familiar with each other, so they both told each other their names. Chen Nong, Master Su, if you have time today, would it be convenient for us to meet? I want to consult you in person about some drone matters. Looking at this message from Chen Nong, Su Hao fell into deep thought. The drone had been sent over several days ago, and Chen Nong had just sent a message, indicating that he had obviously received the drone and had started using it. Now he wants to meet with me. Does that mean he has difficulty using this agricultural drone? Su Hao thought about it and it seemed that this was indeed possible. After all, he added a lot of black technology to this drone. He was just about to reply to the message and say he had time. But then he thought that Tang Shiro would come over soon and he wouldn't be able to get away. Su Hao smiled awkwardly and replied rather sheepishly. Sorry. I might have something to do today. How about this, you find a time and I will meet with you in person, what do you think? After all, it was because of his own reasons, so Su Hao didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. After waiting for a long time, the other party replied again. Su Hao once thought that he was dissatisfied with himself. Chen Nong said. I see. Look, could you please give me your home address? It's not just me who wants to talk to you about something. Some leaders of county-level units also want to discuss drones with you. You see. Seeing this, Su Hao's expression changed slightly. The leaders of county-level units. This. He originally thought that Chen Nong encountered problems in using the drone, and then he thought of meeting him and asking him to explain. But now it seems that this is not the case. From Chen Nong's words, it seems that their county-level leaders are also interested in their own drones. Su Hao's mind suddenly became active and his eyes flickered slightly. He picked up the phone and his 5 fingers danced on the keyboard. No problem, this is my address, room 520, Unit 6, XXX Street, Jiangqing County. He didn't know what the other county-level leaders thought of his drone. But anyway, this is a good thing. After all, these people are more or less leaders of status. If they pay attention to me, maybe there will be some hope for my situation. Now I can say that I am really at the end of my road. He would not let go of the slightest chance. Putting aside the system's tasks, I really want to enter Lonka University. After Chen Nong got Su Hao's home address, he immediately replied. Okay, we'll come over in person later. Su Hao was stunned. What's going on? Come in person. Is this really necessary? He thought the other party wanted his address just to keep the information for easy later search. I didn't expect that he would come directly to find me. County leaders came in person. To be honest, Su Hao was indeed shocked. Call. He let out a long sigh, replied briefly with okay, and then put down his phone. After a long time, the excitement in my heart slowly calmed down. Su Hao couldn't help but think. What happened today? Tang Shiro came to visit again, and the county-level leaders visited in person. How come you all came together? Shaking his head, Su Hao smiled aimlessly. He is now a little confused and somewhat puzzled. I don't know why they are looking for me. In the room, Su Hao picked up his pen and buried his head in the test paper in front of him. Tang Shiro and Bai Qining saw Su Hao entering the exam state, looked at each other, and left the room silently. But in order to ensure that Su Hao was doing the questions himself throughout the whole process, the two of them were very careful not to close the door of the room. In this way, you can directly see what's going on in Su Hao's room while sitting in the living room. The two of them sat on the sofa. Tang Shiro, who had been holding her breath, finally let out a relaxed breath. She couldn't help but ask her cousin. Sister Qi Ning, can Su Hao really finish this test paper in just 1 hour? Tang Shiro was a little curious. Just now, Su Hao acted as if he was confident. Hearing this, Bai Qining shook her head slightly. Impossible, this test paper was made by my teacher himself at the last minute. I took a look and if I were to do it, it would take at least 3 hours. The test questions are among the best in terms of quantity, difficulty, and professionalism. According to the teacher's words, it is unlikely that even for a group of doctoral students like us, we can get everything right. So, Bai Qining did not elaborate further. She looked at Su Hao with her beautiful eyes, and her meaning was self-evident. Su Hao just admitted that the test questions were not difficult, but I'm afraid he was just pretending to be confident. I didn't even read the title carefully. Hearing her cousin's words, Tang Shiro clenched her hands slightly, her fair face full of worry. Seeing this, Bai Qining smiled meaningfully and comforted him. Don't worry. With his previous test paper skills, even if he can't get all the questions right, he can still answer more than half of the questions correctly. While the two were talking, Li Xiuqin came out of the kitchen with cut watermelon and washed grapes in her hands. Talking as he walked. Here, have some fruit. She sat opposite the two of them, looked at Tang Shiro, and then at Bai Qining. He looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Xiao Rou, this is. Tang Shiro reacted and hurriedly introduced. Auntie, this is my cousin, Bai Qining. Oh, it turns out to be Xiaorou's cousin. Hello, hello. Li Xiuqin greeted her with a smile. Bai Qining rarely showed a warm smile. Auntie, Su Hao hasn't been anywhere during this period, or has he come into contact with other people, right? She asked softly, carelessly. Bai Qining wanted to find out about Su Hao's recent situation through his mother. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin sighed softly, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. Since Xiao Hao was expelled from school, he has been hiding in his room almost every day. Every day I'm either tinkering with something in my room or sitting at my desk, writing something. Hey, you said my son worked so hard, why didn't the school give him a chance? He has tried his best, and it's not his fault that his grades can't improve. She saw Xiao Hao's efforts. But now he has been expelled from school and deprived of the qualification to take the college entrance examination. Li Xiuqin was very dissatisfied with the decision of Jiangqing Middle School. However, they were powerless to compete with the school. Bai Qining frowned slightly when she heard this. If that's the case, then there is a high possibility that the test paper was made by Su Hao himself. Thinking of this, Bai Qining breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, and the expression on her face relaxed slightly. She smiled comfortingly. Auntie, don't worry. Su Hao is very smart and has a very quick mind. Su Hao is not what the school says he is. On the contrary, he is extremely talented in certain areas. This is indeed true. Judging from the test questions Su Hao did, he does have a very high talent in scientific research. Of course, the prerequisite is that the test paper was made by Su Hao himself. When Li Xiuqin heard this, she was first extremely surprised, and then she shook her head in frustration. Thank you for your comfort, but I know Xiao Hao's situation very well. Bai Qining was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. It seems that Su Hao's mother misunderstood him. Bai Qining went on to explain. Auntie, I'm not comforting you. I am a doctoral student in the Department of Physics at Huaqing University. I found that Xiao Hao did very well on the test questions, so I came here today to test Su Hao. If he passes the test, Su Hao might be favored by some universities, so. She didn't say it absolutely, and left room for maneuver. Otherwise, if Su Hao was not what he said, it would be difficult to explain what happened next. When Li Xiuqin heard Bai Qining's words, her originally disheartened mood suddenly became lively again. My dear, are you a doctoral student at Huaqing University? Li Xiuqin looked at Bai Qining in surprise. She was very familiar with Huaqing University, which was a famous university in Longhua. Unexpectedly, the person in front of me is actually a doctoral student from a prestigious university. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Xiao Hao's situation may really still have a chance of turning around? Li Xiuqin suddenly became excited, the gloom on her face gradually faded away, and there was a hint of anticipation in the corners of her eyes. Time passed slowly and half an hour went by in a flash. The three of them sat at the tea table and talked in low voices, and the topic was almost all about Su Hao. Just when they were discussing animatedly, there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Xiuqin was slightly stunned and suddenly looked at the clock hanging on the wall. He frowned and muttered to himself. Who is this? At this time, Xiao Hao's father hasn't gotten off work yet. Muttering to herself, Li Xiuqin stood up and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, his eyes widened. At a glance, the narrow entrance of the house was now full of people. That's fine. Li Xiuqin was surprised to find that the clothes these people were wearing were of different kinds. Some were in civil servant uniforms, some were in firefighter uniforms, and she even saw a few people standing behind in police uniforms. Li Xiuqin suddenly panicked and her heart beat faster. The voice asked tremblingly, "Please, excuse me, who are you looking for?" When had she ever seen such a scene? Looking at this group of people, I was already extremely scared. Especially when looking at the several people wearing police and firefighter uniforms, Li Xiuqin felt inexplicably uneasy. Why would the police come to my door out of the blue? It seems like I haven't done anything bad. Xiaohao's father stays in the factory every day and has no time to do bad things. Excluding myself and Xiaohao's father. Li Xiuqin's heart suddenly skipped a beat and her eyes widened in panic. Could it be? Could it be Xiaohao? Thinking of this, her hands trembled slightly because of excessive worry. There was a lot of noise at the door, which immediately attracted the two sisters Tang Shiro who were sitting in the living room. They all looked over at the same time and saw a crowd of people standing at the door, with confusion on their faces. What is going on? Why did so many people suddenly come to Su Hao's house? The two men stood up and were about to walk over. And at this time, Wang Defa, who was standing at the front of the door, gave a fairly kind smile. Then asked, "Excuse me, is this Su Hao's home?" Outside the door of Su Hao's home, a large group of people were standing. The leader, Wang Defa, looked at the woman in front of him and asked with a kind face, "Excuse me, is this Su Hao's house?" Li Xiuqin was already a little dazed by the scene before her. After all, these people are either firefighters or police officers. Common people like them have never seen such a scene. Li Xiuqin nodded blankly, speaking a little stutteringly. Yes, what do you want to do with Xiaohao?" Her face was full of worry. When the police come to your door, it's usually not a good thing. Could it be that Xiaohao had committed some crime and was immediately expelled from school in order to distance himself from the matter? Now, the matter was exposed and the police came directly to the door. Thinking of this, Li Xiuqin became even more frightened. Wang Defa replied with a smile. "Don't be nervous. We just want to find out some information from Su Hao." His very normal answer sounded different to Li Xiuqin's ears. "Do you have something to do with Xiaohao? Ask him for some information." Isn't this the common wording used by police when questioning suspects on TV? Li Xiuqin's heart sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Her face turned pale and her mind went blank. Out of politeness, she gritted her teeth and welcomed the group into the house. Even if you more or less know the other party's purpose. But instead of fighting stubbornly, it is better to face it calmly. Maybe the other party will be lenient towards Xiaohao when they see that she cooperates with the work. With permission from Li Xiuqin, Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and others came in one after another from outside. As soon as they entered the door, they saw two pretty girls standing in the living room. No one expected this. There were actually other people in Su Hao's home. In particular, Wang Defa always felt that the tall, cold-tempered woman in front of him looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. For a moment, I couldn't remember. Wang Defa couldn't help but ask, "Who are these two?" Bai Qining faced this large group of people without showing any fear on her face. When she heard the question from the person in front, she did not answer first, but asked back, "Are you here to see Su Hao too? Why come at this time? Why come at any other time?" It was hard for Bai Qining not to doubt the purpose of these people's visit. And, judging from the clothes worn by the first few people, they are obviously like those of leaders. Bai Qining's heart suddenly became alert. He comes with bad intentions. As soon as she arrived at Su Hao's house, the latter arrived immediately. Could it be that professors from other universities knew about Su Hao's test paper? Bai Qining looked at Wang Defa with a bad expression. I felt the attitude of this beautiful and elegant woman in front of me change instantly. Wang Defa was a little confused. What's going on? It seems like I didn't say anything or do anything. Why are they suddenly so hostile to me? Wang Defa is an old hand after all. Oh no. He is an old technician, what storms and waves has he not seen? His expression remained unchanged and he nodded slightly. Exactly. Hearing this, Bai Qining's pretty brows suddenly frowned, and she said in a way that did not allow for rejection. No. You can't disturb Su Hao now. Not to mention that Su Hao is currently doing the test questions she gave him. Furthermore, she was the one who arrived first, so why should these people get there first? Everything should be done on a first-come first-served basis. Besides, she represented Huaqing University and it was her teacher who personally instructed her. Professor Li Xueming is a leading figure in Huaqing Physics Department. When you are outside, you must not lose face for your teacher. Hearing the little girl's unquestionable words, Yuan Tianlong, who was standing side by side with Wang Defa, suddenly laughed. This little girl is quite interesting. He said. Little girl, I wonder why you won't let us see Su Hao. You have to know that we have contacted Su Hao and have reasons to meet him. Before coming, they had contacted Su Hao through Chen Nong and obtained his home address. In order to figure out the drone issue as soon as possible, they hurriedly chartered a car and came directly to Jiangqing County. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at Su Hao's house, someone actually stopped them from seeing Su Hao. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Xiuqin hurriedly stood up. You two, calm down, calm down. Li Xiuqing stood between the two parties and introduced Bai Qining's identity. This is a doctoral student from Huaqing University. He came here to talk to Xiaohao about something. Following Li Xiuqing's introduction, Wang Defa finally remembered the identity of the girl in front of him. He suddenly realized and exclaimed. So it's you. You're the only top scorer from Jiangqing County who was admitted to Huaqing University a few years ago, right? Hiss, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Wang Defa's face was full of surprise. In the college entrance examination that year, the girl in front of me got the highest score and was directly admitted to Huaqing University. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I had become a doctoral student at Huaqing University. Bai Qining was also a little surprised at this moment. The other party actually knew my identity. His expression softened slightly. She explained. You can meet Su Hao if you want, but I'm testing him right now, so you need to wait a moment. After saying that, she turned sideways and looked towards Su Hao's room. Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and others also looked over. In the room, Su Hao was sitting at the desk, writing something intently. It was very noisy in the living room, but he seemed unaffected. He wrote as if possessed by a god, scribbling frantically on the test paper. Looking away, Wang Defa frowned immediately. Assessment. What kind of assessment requires doctoral students from Huaqing University to come in person? Could it be? Did they also know about the drone incident? Thinking of this, Wang Defa became alert instantly. If this is true, things will be difficult. The other party is Huaqing University. If they are interested in that drone, they will probably try every means to obtain Su Hao's patent and technology. Wang Defa frowned. Bai Qining had been paying attention to Wang Defa and his group. When she saw the look on his face, she almost understood what was going on. He is both a policeman and a leader. I think that a certain university must have noticed Su Hao's test paper, and the school personally put pressure on these leaders to take the lead and talk about their opinions. It is a bold guess that the university will soon send someone to contact Su Hao. Thinking of this, Bai Qining snorted coldly. Are you trying to steal someone from me? Don't even think about it. She had an expression that showed she saw through everything and spoke with confidence. I roughly know why you are looking for Su Hao. Everyone has the same goal, so there is no need to hide it. However, let me be frank with you. You guys still have to wait a little longer on the special recruitment. Su Hao was the first person she took a fancy to. They want to snatch it away, but have they asked for your opinion? At this time, Wang Defa and others were a little confused. What's happening? What is this little girl talking about? What purpose, what special move? What does this have to do with anything? Bai Qining looked at their surprised and confused expressions, and felt more certain in her heart. Look. I definitely didn't guess wrong. But seeing that there were so many people on the other side, and except for Tang Shiro, I was alone on my side, feeling a little outnumbered. The opponent was coming at her with great force, and she absolutely could not afford to lose. Her pretty face tightened and she spoke forcefully. Wait. You guys call for help, our people from Huaqing University will be here soon. After saying that, he picked up the phone and dialed the number directly, in the room. Wang Defa held the test paper in both hands and looked at Su Hao in astonishment. Asked. This test paper was really made by you. He saw it too. This test paper must have been given by this doctoral student from Huaqing University. I actually managed to finish all the test papers issued by Huaqing University. Moreover, the questions on the test paper are quite difficult. Is this really possible? Before Su Hao could answer, Bai Qining raised her eyebrows and spoke directly. It was Su Hao who did it. I came here this time just to test Su Hao on the spot. Bai Qining no longer hid anything at this moment. The strength demonstrated by Su Hao has completely passed her assessment. Or say, it was far beyond her previous expectations. Su Hao is now hers. Wang Defa was so shocked that he stood there in a daze. Hiss. He took a breath. He looked at the test paper in his hand, then looked at Su Hao. Eyes flickering. Genius. What a genius. A person who can pass the assessment of Huaqing University perfectly is simply a genius. Wang Defa's eyes gradually became hot. Su Hao, who was standing aside, had an extremely strange expression on his face. This person's eyes are so strange. Tang Shiro has not spoken a word since she came into Su Hao's room. She looked at Su Hao with surprise and joy in her eyes. Su Hao really did it. A happy smile spread across her face. Tang Shiro walked up to Su Hao and gave him a thumbs up. Su Hao, good job. She was truly happy for Su Hao. Over the past year, Su Hao always ranked last in the exams, and was dubbed as a poor student, the last in the class, and an idiot at school. Although Su Hao acted as if he didn't care. But Tang Shiro felt very uncomfortable after hearing those people's discussions and ridicules many times. She really wanted to argue, but the fact was that Su Hao ranked last in the exam. In this regard, she could only sigh helplessly. But now, the facts are completely different. Su Hao smiled gently in response to Tang Shiro's praise. Bai Qining, who was standing by, noticed Tang Shiro coming in and walking to Su Hao's side. She raised her eyebrows slightly, ignored Wang Defa and his group, and turned to Su Hao. There was a faint smile on his cold face at this moment. She looked at Su Hao and invited him directly. Su Hao, I have witnessed your strength with my own eyes. We will report the unfair treatment you suffered to the relevant departments later. Your talent should not be limited to this. On behalf of Huaqing University, I extend a formal invitation to you. Are you willing to enter Huaqing University? Bai Qining looked extremely serious and confident. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, after the results are announced, various universities will begin to compete for talents from various provinces. She had already learned about Su Hao's situation through Tang Shiro. She believes it. If Huaqing University extended an olive branch to Su Hao, he would definitely be very happy. After all, he has now been expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination. It is not easy to get into university, let alone Huaqing University. However, when Su Hao heard Bai Qining's question, he was stunned. Huaqing University. Why did they directly invite me to Huaqing University? I just did a test paper. Is the value of this test paper so high? Besides, the system's mission, as well as one's own goal, is to enter Lonka University. Now the situation. Su Hao looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a moment. When Tang Shiro saw Su Hao's reaction, she suddenly became anxious. She pushed Su Hao's arm, her pretty face full of anxiety. Su Hao, hurry up. Promise it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang Shiro knew that her cousin was a graduate student at Huaching University and a favorite student of that professor. Once she opens her mouth, it's almost certain that the matter will be settled. Su Hao is actually hesitating now. When Yuan Tianlong, the captain of the fire brigade, saw this scene, he suddenly became anxious. Aren't they here to find Su Hao? Nowadays, everyone wants to follow beautiful women. He turned around and found that Wang Defa was still looking at the test paper, and he was immediately furious. Yuan Tianlong poked Wang Defa's arm. Wang Defa, who was staring in a trance, came back to his senses instantly and looked at Yuan Tianlong with a puzzled expression. Hurry up, people are about to be kidnapped. Yuan Tianlong said to him anxiously in a low voice. Wang Defa's face straightened and he understood at once. They came here specifically for Su Hao, just to deal with the drone issue. Now, Huaching University wants to recruit him, which is absolutely impossible. Wang Defa walked up to Bai Qining and the others and spoke quickly. No. Su Hao can't follow you to Huaching University. Wang Defa's attitude was also very firm. The drone developed by Su Hao is of great significance. Although the higher authorities have not yet given instructions. But several experts who accompanied the drone said that the market value of this drone was too high. And for the fire department, it will play an indispensable role. It is possible that in the near future, all fire departments across the country will be equipped with such agricultural drones. However, before that, further guidance from Su Hao is needed. Therefore, Su Hao could never go to Huaching University. They have decided to get this talent. Bai Qining immediately became unhappy, and her eyes showed a hint of displeasure. Everything has to be based on first come first served. I was the first one to take a fancy to Su Hao. Besides, whether Su Hao is willing to go to Huaching University is up to him. You have no right to make the decision for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa was choked for a moment. His brows were furrowed, not knowing how to refute Bai Qining. At this time, Su Hao looked at Wang Defa and his group, his eyes thoughtful and his face somewhat confused. Excuse me, who are you? It seems like I have never seen these people before and I don't know them. I don't think I have ever contacted them. The people I know have contacted me today are Tang Shiro and Chen Nong. Chen Nong. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. Could it be that these people were brought here by Chen Nong? He said some big shot would come. But when Su Hao looked at the people standing in the room, wearing various uniforms, he suddenly felt mixed emotions. I knew someone important would come. But Chen Nong didn't say that so many big shots would come. Wang Defa and Chen Nong, who was standing behind him, heard Su Hao's question. Only at this time did I react. Yes. Since entering the door, I haven't introduced myself to Su Hao yet. And the purpose of their visit today was to get Su Hao's answers regarding drones. How come I was suddenly led in the wrong direction by this doctoral student from Huaching University? Rob people. Rob people for what? Wang Defa slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about the important matter. At Su Hao's home, Bai Qining saw that the other side had a large number of people and looked determined to win. She looked worried, picked up the phone without hesitation and called her teacher Li Xueming. When the call was connected, Bai Qining spoke directly. Hello, teacher. Then she walked aside and covered her phone. Report the key points of Su Hao's matter to your teacher in appropriate details. Teacher, although Su Hao has not yet finished the test paper, judging from his current form, I'm afraid he does have real talent. Otherwise, another group of people would have come to Su Hao's house just as I arrived. This is such a coincidence. Li Xueming was silent for a moment on the phone before answering. Your analysis makes sense. The other side has a strong lineup. As a top-notch university in Dragon Country, we cannot fall behind and let others look down on us no matter what. Just wait, I'll have people from Huaching University rush to Jiangcheng. At the same time, I will inform the relevant leaders of Jiangcheng County in my capacity as Huaching University and ask them to rush to Su Hao's home immediately. Bai Qining heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the teacher's clear answer. Got it, teacher. She hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and went back to the living room. Looking at Wang Defa and his group, there was a faint smile on his face. I thought with a little pride in my heart. Snort. I'll let you show off for a bit, and when the large group from Huaching University arrives, I'm sure we won't lose to you. Wang Defa didn't know what Bai Qining was thinking. He looked at the unfriendly expression of the little girl in front of him and smiled bitterly. They came to see Su Hao for a purpose, which was to consult Su Hao about the issue of the agricultural drone. But this little girl looked as if she regarded them as competitors. Could it be that the other party is also interested in drones? Wang Defa also became much more vigilant. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, a sound was heard in the room. After a while, Su Hao put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Phew, it's done. Hearing this, Bai Qining looked over instantly. Then, he no longer cared about Wang Defa in front of him and quickly walked into Su Hao's room. He asked with some surprise, his eyes flickering. Su Hao, are you done? She raised her wrist and checked the time. Bai Qining remembered the time. From the time Su Hao started to write the test paper, it has not even been an hour as agreed. Less than an hour. Is it done? Bai Qining's pretty face showed an expression of surprise, somewhat unable to believe it. Is it too fast? Su Hao stood up from the gaming chair, stretched himself, and all his muscles and bones began to crackle. He looked relaxed, picked up the test paper on the table and put it in Bai Qining's hand. Finish all the questions without missing a single one. Check them. Su Hao walked aside and flexed his wrists. To be honest, this test paper has quite a lot of questions, at least twice as many as the previous Lonka University test paper. However, the difficulty is not much different. Some types of questions are tricky and innovative. It took Su Hao some time to make it. Of course. Su Hao knew that this was an opportunity to get a stepping stone into Lonka University, so he took it very seriously. Bai Qining took the test paper from Su Hao and immediately focused her attention on it. She went through the whole paper from beginning to end, checking every question carefully. Suddenly, his face looked even more surprised. Her eyelids contracted, her red lips slightly parted, and she was mumbling something. It's actually done. The answers to every question were written on both sides of the test paper, without missing a single question. Bai Qining was truly shocked. It's been less than an hour. Not to mention completing the test paper correctly, even copying the answers would take a lot of time. Su Hao actually. Raising her head, Bai Qining looked at Su Hao deeply. Then, he focused his attention back on the test paper. She now wants to confirm whether the answers to these test questions are correct. After all, it's one thing to get it done, it's another to get it right. If the answer is wrong, it will be of no use no matter how much you write or how short the time is. She sat on Su Hao's gaming chair, then took out her cell phone and opened a file. Here are the detailed reference answers for this test paper given by the teacher. Starting from the first question, Bai Qining checked and corrected them one by one. The first question, the answer is correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, question 4, question 5. All correct. The more Bai Qining checked the answers, the faster her heart beat. Her pretty face, as white as jade, was already covered with shock. The bright eyes kept flashing. It can be seen that she is not in a calm mood. After checking the last question, Bai Qining took a deep breath. With a whoosh sound, he stood up. Everything was done right. Even though she tried hard to suppress the shock in her heart, her voice still trembled slightly. She was actually somewhat prepared for Su Hao's true level, and felt that even if he couldn't do everything right, he could at least do half of it right. However. But the reality gave her a huge surprise. Su Hao not only finished the test paper in just 1 hour. Moreover, I got all the questions right without missing a single one. Just like the previous test paper, each question uses at least 2 solutions. Bai Qining stared at Su Hao for a long time, her face slightly flushed with excitement. I have already made up my mind. We must recruit Su Hao into Huaching University. If possible, she really wanted to take Su Hao away and go straight to Huaching University. However, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Wang Defa and others walking in from outside the living room. The noise in the room had long made Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and others extremely curious, listening to Bai Qining's exclamations. They also wanted to know what Su Hao had done to make this watching doctoral student so surprised. When Wang Defa walked in, he saw the test paper on the table at a glance. Out of instinctive curiosity, he walked forward. By the time Bai Qining reacted, Wang Defa had already picked up the test paper. She was secretly annoyed. I should have put away the test papers just now, but now they have seen them. Although Wang Defa is the head of the technical department of Taihe County Science and Technology Bureau. But after all, he has studied at a higher university and has solid professional knowledge. He looked at the test paper in front of him and didn't think anything of it at first. But keep reading. At first, an expression of interest appeared on his face, and then his brows gradually frowned. Hiss. He gasped and rubbed his chin with his right hand. After a while, he smiled bitterly. The difficulty of some questions in this test paper is simply terrifying. Or say, it has gone beyond his outline. But he still noticed the answer and solution process above, and was shocked. Then, with the idea of giving it a try, he tried to think along the lines above. I found that the test questions shrouded in thick fog seemed to become much clearer all of a sudden. Is this even possible? Wang Defa exclaimed in surprise and shifted his gaze from the test paper to Su Hao. Those eyes as big as cows' eyes suddenly widened at this moment. Wang Defa looked at Su Hao as if he was a monster. He realized it belatedly and asked in disbelief. Did you do this test? In the huge room. It took Wang Defa a long while before he finally reacted. Patted his forehead. I almost forgot the important matter. He put the test paper in his hand back on the table and walked in front of Su Hao. Two deep eyes looked Su Hao up and down. Gradually, his dark face showed some doubts. The thick eyebrows are pushed upward by wrinkles. Wang Defa couldn't help but ask. Are you really Su Hao? Before coming, he got a brief understanding of Su Hao through Chen Nong. Through Chen Nong's description, Wang Defa felt that Su Hao should be a mature and stable middle-aged man. But now, the person standing in front of him was actually a young boy who was still in high school. This Chen Nong, who was standing nearby, was also stunned. Looking at Su Hao, his eyes were full of disbelief. Are you really Boss Su? Chen Nong cried out in surprise. That's not right. Judging from his conversation with Su Hao is at least an adult man. How come the person standing in front of him is actually a young man? This made Chen Nong a little confused. Could it be? The previously customized technological products and the agricultural drone were all made by the young men in front of me. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Nong was shocked. At this moment, Su Hao was confused by their questions. Besides him, is there anyone else named Su Hao in the room? Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have doubts about their identities. Su Hao changed his mind. It seemed that he had never told Chen Nong his real age, and the topic they talked about most was customized products. It's normal for them to have such a reaction. Su Hao smiled bitterly. I am Su Hao. Following Su Hao's personal admission, Wang Defa and Chen Nong looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Hiss, it's true. Wang Defa continued to ask. Did you really build that drone? Su Hao nodded. If you are talking about the agricultural drone that Mr. Chen ordered, I did make it myself. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the drone? After he answered Wang Defa, he turned to look at Chen Nong with a questioning look in his eyes. Chen Nong immediately shook his head. Question. There's no problem at all. The only problem is the performance is too good, the efficiency is too high, and the functions are too comprehensive. This has now attracted official attention. In order to confirm that the drone was truly independently developed and designed by Su Hao, Wang De asked Su Hao several key questions about drones. Su Hao looked relaxed and answered directly. Considering that agricultural drones may have to undertake large-scale agricultural purposes, I did not use the conventional T-motor power system. On this basis, we upgraded and modified it, integrating some of our own innovative ideas to improve its power conversion efficiency a lot. Su Hao gave a brief answer based on Wang Defa's question. After listening to Su Hao's professional answer, Wang Defa finally believed that the drone was developed by Su Hao himself. Looking at Su Hao, Wang Defa's eyes were filled with surprise and passion. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. This drone was actually developed by such a young boy. It's really shocking. Bai Qining, who was standing aside, listened to the conversation between Su Hao, Wang Defa, and others, her pretty face already looking a little confused. A head full of question marks. What are they talking about? Drone. Put out the fire? Fire department. Aren't they here to recruit students and snatch people? Bai Qining frowned and couldn't help asking. Aren't you here to recruit students? If it's about enrollment, then the topics discussed are all weird. And looking at Wang Defa and the others' expressions of inquiring, Bai Qining suddenly felt something familiar. This plot, this process, seems like I've seen it somewhere before. It seemed that after he knew about the test paper Su Hao had done, he paid attention to it and came here in person to test Su Hao. She raised her eyebrows and suddenly understood something. When Wang Defa heard Bai Qining's question, he was stunned. Enrollment. Who said we are here to recruit students? He looked at Bai Qining in confusion. They came here just to find out about the drone. Then they invited Su Hao to come over and give them guidance and explain drones to them. From the beginning to the end, they never said they would recruit students. It has come to this. Looking at the surprise on Bai Qining's face, Wang Defa finally understood. It turns out that this girl has always misunderstood that I and others are from the admissions office of a university. He smiled bitterly and explained to Bai Qining. Little girl, you misunderstood us. We are not here to recruit students at all. Then he told Su Hao about his research and development of drones. Yuan Tianlong took over Wang Defa's words and continued speaking. This drone developed by Su Hao played a great role in this wildfire. Not only did we successfully put out the wildfire, but we also saved the villagers from losses. He couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Su Hao's drone, this wildfire would definitely not have been so easy to put out. Listening to what the two said, Bai Qining immediately turned her gaze to Su Hao. Su Hao touched his nose and nodded, acknowledging the fact. Speaking of this drone, Wang Defa immediately became interested. This drone made by Su Hao is so exquisitely made. Not only its appearance, but also its internal structure design is simply a work of art. I took it apart to study its internal design and structure. The structure inside is completely different from other drones on the market. It not only greatly reduces the space occupied by internal components, but is also very beautiful and eye-catching. Wang Defa praised generously. To be honest, the drone developed by Su Hao looks very similar to the drones on the market. At most, the paint job is more domineering and full of metallic texture. But its interior is completely natural. The layout of each component is very particular. However, even so, it did not affect the performance of the drone at all. In fact, it is much more powerful than any drone on the market. Wang Defa looked at Bai Qining and couldn't help but say. You are also a doctoral student at Huaqing University. You should know that it is not easy for a drone to achieve this level. It is especially rare to see this drone perform so well in firefighting and other applications. Bai Qining nodded, agreeing with him. Although today's drones are developing rapidly, they all have different characteristics, and it is difficult to combine all of them into one drone. Listening to Wang Defa's description, the drone developed by Su Hao seems to be indeed different. Therefore, Bai Qining was very confused. At present, Su Hao passed Huaqing's assessment and has fully demonstrated his talent. And now, they have even independently developed a drone with a wide range of uses and powerful performance. This surprised Bai Qining. But why does such a genius always rank last in exams? Could it be? Does he have a reason to be at the bottom? Bai Qining frowned, very confused. I was just about to ask Su Hao. The cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang at this moment, in the room. Bai Qining was just about to ask Su Hao about his situation at school. Just then, the phone in my pocket rang. The words came to her lips, but she swallowed them back. Then, take your phone out of your pocket. Looking at the caller ID, my eyes suddenly lit up. It's my teacher calling. Bai Qining quickly picked up the phone. Hey, teacher. Li Xueming did not reminisce with her, but spoke directly. Qining, how is the situation over there? Bai Qining glanced around, then walked to the window and spoke again. Teacher, the assessment of Su Hao has ended. Su Hao not only finished all the questions on the test paper within an hour. Moreover, he got all the answers right, and even used more than 2 solutions for each question. Bai Qining directly stated the assessment results. Li Xueming was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with surprise. 1 hour, all done, and all done correctly. Even Li Xueming knew that Su Hao was quite capable. But at this moment, he was still shocked when he heard Su Hao's true strength from Bai Qining's mouth. After a long while, his voice was heard again on the phone. Qining, you must stabilize the situation now, understand? I deliberately included some very tricky questions in the test paper. Su Hao was able to answer them, which was beyond my expectation. This is a genius. Huaqing University must recruit him. Li Xueming's tone was filled with excitement. Bai Qining even faintly heard a hint of trembling. His eyes fixed and his red lips slightly opened. The teacher is usually very calm. I didn't expect that I would be so excited because of Su Hao today. She assured immediately. Don't worry, teacher. I have everything under control. Yeah. Li Xueming let out a long sigh. The teacher from Huaqing University's admissions office and I will be here right away. At the same time, we will immediately notify the Jiangqing County Education Bureau and begin an investigation into Su Hao's expulsion and disqualification from the college entrance examination. Such a genius was actually expelled from Jiangqing Middle School and disqualified from the college entrance examination. It's totally incomprehensible and unreasonable. No matter what, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Bai Qining felt a chill in her heart and nodded slightly. Got it, teacher. At the end of his words, Li Xueming gave instructions to Bai Qining. We'll take a special plane and head straight to Jiangqing. We'll be there in no time. When the time comes, gather directly at Jiangqing Middle School. Bai Qining said she received it and then hung up the phone. He took a deep breath and returned to Su Hao. Su Hao, my teacher called me just now. He learned about your situation and will come to Jiangqing in person. At the same time, the unfair treatment of you being expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance examination has been reported to the Education Bureau. Don't worry, we will definitely seek justice for you and help you regain your qualification for the college entrance examination. We will work with relevant departments to investigate the details and give you justice. It's a pity that Jiangqing Middle School didn't discover such an outstanding student. They arbitrarily deprived me of the qualification to take the college entrance examination without any investigation. Is Jiangqing Middle School a little too bold? When Su Hao heard this, his face was slightly stunned. Then he smiled with relief and shook his head. Thank you, but no thanks. Check. It's too troublesome. Bai Qining's attitude was very firm. No. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Not only must we give you justice, but we must also eradicate the bad practices at Jiangqing Middle School. Tang Shiro also spoke at the right time. That's right. Su Hao, don't feel embarrassed. This is not your fault. It's the school that only cares about its own interests. Now that you have been expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination, if you don't investigate the matter thoroughly, will you let others laugh at you for nothing? Tang Shiro's face was full of indignation. Su Hao has never done anything bad to the school, nor has he said anything bad about the school. Instead it is Jiangqing Middle School. Only focusing on the so-called admission rate, undergraduate rate and so on. Students with poor academic performance like Su Hao were expelled without authorization. This is totally contrary to the spirit of a school that respects teachers and values education. Now that Su Hao has the support of teachers from Huaqing University, Tang Shiro is naturally happy and does not want Su Hao to give up. Wang Defa, Chen Nong and others nearby were a little confused after hearing what they heard. Several people stared blankly, their faces full of confusion. Expelled from school. Cancel the college entrance examination qualification. This. Wang Defa couldn't help but ask. What happened? What are you talking about? Hearing the voice, Su Hao and others looked over slowly. Seeing this, Tang Shiro briefly told them about Su Hao. Some time ago at Jiangqing Middle School, because. He didn't go into detail, but he did tell Wang Defa and the others the key points of the matter. That's what it is. In order to improve the school's enrollment rate, Jiangqing Middle School expelled Su Hao and deprived him of the qualification to take the college entrance examination. Su Hao has been staying at home for these reasons. Tang Shiro looked somewhat resentful. At this time, Chen Nong finally reacted. So that's how it is. Chen Nong patted his thigh, a look of sudden enlightenment appearing on his face. Some time ago, when he was talking with Su Hao about the customization of drones, he heard Su Hao asking him about Lonka University. It turns out that this is what is happening. Yuan Tianlong was also so angry that he laughed. Haha, are they taking care of the flowers of our motherland like this? Being moral is the first step to learning. Is this how the principal, teachers, etc. of Jiangqing Middle School treat their students? Yuan Tianlong speaks frankly. Such a person is not worthy of being a teacher. Other experts, police officers, civil servants, etc. who came with them also nodded in agreement. School is the temple of knowledge. The teacher is the guide of the students. Nowadays, students are expelled before taking the college entrance examination. Such behavior is simply outrageous. At the door of the room, Li Xiuqin heard so many people speaking up for her son. Her eyes became red and she smiled with relief. Yes. Why does the school treat its own son like this? After hearing the whole story about Su Hao, Wang Defa's face became extremely serious. How can this be possible? Are the leadership team of Jiangqing Middle School so selfish? No matter how good a student's grades are, you shouldn't give up on them before the college entrance exam. Is this still a place where people can learn and be taught tirelessly? If Wang Defa had not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that such a thing could happen in a school. And Su Hao was able to pass the assessment of Huaqing University perfectly. We also independently designed and developed a new generation of innovative drones. Could such a person be a poor student? Snort. The principal of Jiangqing Middle School is really blind. He would like to go and see. Who exactly is the principal of Jiangqing Middle School? He actually has such great abilities. Su Hao's family. At this moment, his room was full of people. After hearing about Su Hao being expelled from school and deprived of the qualification to take the college entrance examination, Wang Defa and his group all had angry expressions on their faces. They never thought that a place for teaching and educating people would do such a thing. Wang Defa walked up to Su Hao with a serious expression. Su Hao, don't worry. Jiangqing Middle School was wrong in this matter. We will definitely seek justice for you. Yuan Tianlong also echoed. That's right. We must not let the students feel discouraged. Such school leaders must be punished by relevant laws. Behind Wang Defa stood a few older people. After coming in, they didn't say anything, just listened to everyone's conversation. They are experts from Longdu. Accepting the assignment from his superiors, he went to Taihe County to provide guidance on the work. Unexpectedly, after encountering the incident with Su Hao's drone, I followed Wang Defa here. An old man who was leading the group stepped forward and said, "This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the educator. Don't feel any psychological burden, Su Hao. We will help you seek an explanation from the school." He is a professor at the Institute of Computing Technology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. His name is Zhao Guiyuan. He now roughly understood the ins and outs of Su Hao's incident. Zhao Guiyuan was indeed unhappy about the unfair treatment he encountered. How could a high school student be treated so differently by the school? Poor student. Can poor students be expelled and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination? Not to mention, One passed the professor assessment at Huaching University. And students who independently developed a new generation of multi-purpose drones. Could he be a bad student? The leaders of Jiangqing Middle School are such a narrow-minded bunch. The two police officers standing behind also stepped forward at this time and spoke in a very sincere tone. Student Su Hao, we now understand your situation clearly. Don't worry, this matter is not your fault. We will definitely work with the relevant departments to investigate all the leaders of Jiangqing Middle School and seek justice for you. Most of the people in the room, after knowing what happened to Su Hao, all felt sorry for him. Jiangqing Middle School is simply outrageous. Is it possible for a school leader or teacher to expel a student without reason? Su Hao's heart was filled with emotion at this moment. The people in the room had only met for a few hours. However, after hearing about my situation, I felt obligated to help me get justice. This made his heart feel very warm. At the same time, it is also very complicated. He was silent for a moment, took a long breath, and thanked with a smile. Thank you for your support and help. It's just, I think this matter doesn't need to be like this. Let the past be the past. Su Hao had a smile on his face. At first, he was very sad and angry about being deprived of the college entrance examination. But later, with the promulgation of the system's mission and the acquisition of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber drawings, these unpleasant emotions gradually faded away. Not to mention, the task assigned by the system was to allow him to enter Lonka University without taking the college entrance examination. So, it doesn't matter to him now whether he is qualified to take the college entrance examination or not. However, Su Hao's words had a different meaning to everyone. They felt that Su Hao was afraid of retaliation from Jiangqing Middle School. Bai Qining comforted her. Don't worry, Su Hao. We are here to support you. Jiangqing Middle School won't dare to do anything to you. Besides, as long as you accept my invitation, you will immediately become a student of Huaching University, and the entire Huaching University will support you from behind. Your worries are totally unnecessary. Bai Qining emphasized the invitation again. In response, Su Hao smiled and replied politely. Thank you for your concern and invitation. I also thank Huaching University for taking a liking to me and giving me an opportunity. It's just that my goal is to enter Lonka University and devote myself to national defense research. Hearing this, Bai Qining's pretty face froze. She was extremely shocked. Su Hao actually rejected her invitation. She represents Huaching University. Huaching University is currently a top-notch university in Longhua. Many college entrance examination candidates try their best to enter Huaching University every year. But now, Su Hao actually refused directly. Bai Qining hurriedly persuaded. Su Hao, don't be so hasty to refuse. Think about it again. Huaching University also has many scientific research projects, and you can also conduct relevant research here. Bai Qining was a little anxious. She came here this time just for Su Hao. Now, he has passed the assessment perfectly, and the teacher asked her to stabilize the situation and recruit Su Hao into Huaching University. Su Hao's sudden rejection caught her off guard. Tang Shiro also hurriedly tried to persuade him. Su Hao, don't be silly. Your cousin is a doctoral student at Huaching University and knows the situation of Huaching University best. Entering Huaching University is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, so don't be careless. Tang Shiro was almost dying of anxiety. Su Hao finally got the chance to re-enter university, and it was a prestigious university. Why did you suddenly refuse? Huaching University. Among the college entrance examination candidates of Jiangqing Middle School this year, the number of people who are confident of passing the exam does not exceed 2 hands. Faced with such an invitation, Su Hao directly refused. If the teachers and students of Jiangqing Middle School heard this, they would probably be stunned. But, faced with the persuasion of the 2 sisters in front of him, Su Hao still shook his head calmly. No need to persuade me, I have made up my mind. Lonka University has always been my goal, even now, it still remains the same. Su Hao's eyes were firm. This is indeed the case. Putting aside the system tasks, Entering Lonka University can indeed allow you to participate in the research and development of many national defense scientific research projects. This has been the goal Su Hao has been pursuing since activating the system. When Zhao Guiyuan and several other old professors heard Su Hao's words, they couldn't help but look at him deeply. They looked at each other, nodded, and showed some appreciation on their faces. At this moment, Chen Nong suddenly came to his senses and blurted out, asking Su Hao. "Boss Su, so the reason you asked me about Lonka University special recruitment channels last time was because of this?" The last time Su Hao consulted him about the special recruitment channels of Lonka University, he thought at first that it was the boss's son who was going to enter Lonka University. Who would have thought that it was Su Hao himself? Su Hao nodded. "That's right. I have contacted people from Lonka University before and took a copy of their test paper. It's a pity that after it was done, the news fell into oblivion and there was no news at all." He sighed, looking worried. The only solution now is to contact the talents of Lonka University. Hearing this, Tang Shiro rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "They are just trying to please you, why would they reply to you?" When Professor Zhao Guiyuan heard what Su Hao said, he was stunned and murmured, "Lonka University? Have you contacted them before?" Su Hao didn't understand what was going on and looked puzzled, but he still nodded. "Yes. But several days have passed and the other party has not responded to me." Zhao Guiyuan nodded, then spoke slowly. "Lonka University has many projects and heavy tasks, so it's normal for me not to reply to you. However, as for Lonka University, I do have an acquaintance who can help you get in touch with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Real?" Looking at his expression, Zhao Guiyuan laughed. "Don't panic, I'll help you get in touch." After saying, "Pick up the phone, walk aside, and make a call," in the room. Zhao Guiyuan picked up his phone, walked to the window and made a call directly. Bai Qining watched the scene with her own eyes. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Finished. Now the fight really started. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Su Hao looked at Zhao Guiyuan who went to make a phone call, and the worry on his face finally relaxed. He thanked Wang Defa and others. "Thank you, Chief Wang, and everyone else." His face was solemn and he expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Without them, it would be difficult for him to get in touch with Lonka University. "Next, I don't know what to do. Speaking of which, this is a pleasant surprise." He never expected that all these things would happen to his last drone order. Su Hao couldn't help thinking helplessly. If I had known that I could contact Lonka University in this way, why would I have gone through so much trouble? But who knows what has not happened yet? Wang Defa laughed out loud, his face looking very happy. "Student Su Hao, you're welcome. Your talent and strength are there. It is our honor and blessing for us to be able to help the future pillars of the country." Then, taking advantage of the time when Professor Zhao is on the phone, Wang Defa and his group walked to the other side of the room with Su Hao to discuss other topics. Wang Defa did not forget the purpose of this trip. He is a straightforward person and doesn't like beating around the bush. He speaks directly. "Student Su Hao, we have all seen the drone you sold to Master Chen. I have to say, the performance is really amazing." Wang Defa couldn't help but give Su Hao a thumbs up. Chen Nong also said with a smile at this time, "Boss Su, the drone you sold me really did a great job." He excitedly recounted how drones can automatically put out fires. After listening to it, although Su Hao was somewhat expecting it, he was also somewhat surprised by the actual performance of the drone. "I'm very happy that the drone can play such a role. It seems that my efforts on it were not in vain." "Ha ha ha," Su Hao said jokingly. He did spend a few days working on this drone and added a lot of new features and technologies. So, it is understandable that it behaves like this. Wang Defa spoke at the right time. "Student Su Hao, I want to speak frankly and not use those nonsense words. Through the outstanding firefighting performance of the drone this time and the analysis and research of our relevant departments, this drone will be of great help to future firefighting work. It can even be said that in some small fires, it can completely replace firefighters and perform some high-risk firefighting tasks. When talking about drones, Wang Defa became excited again. The look of excitement was astonishing to watch. He continued his analysis. In addition to the simple purpose of firefighting, the other functions of drones, I think, can also play a very important role in the military. Its market value, military value, etc. are limitless. So, what I want to consult you about is the relevant drawings, technology, and subsequent mass production of drones. Wang Defa looked at Su Hao with burning eyes, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. The better the drone performed, the more he felt that the young man in front of him was extraordinary. Same. He hopes to cooperate with Su Hao, or communicate with him to discuss more issues about humans and machines. After hearing his words, Su Hao looked thoughtful. To be honest, what Wang Defa said still surprised him a little. Unexpectedly, I used the help of the system and had a sudden idea to modify the drone and add some black technology. It actually improved the performance of this drone so much. It also played so many functions that it attracted the attention of officials. All this was something he had never expected. But it's all good things. Seeing Su Hao remain silent, Wang Defa thought that Su Hao was worried about subsequent issues such as technology, patents, and interests. He hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Student Su Hao, don't worry. These things are just rough outlines now. We can discuss and work out the specific procedures later. If we conduct subsequent development research and establish a company, key positions such as chief engineer and technician will still require your personal guidance. After all, you are the developer of this drone. All the technologies and drawings belong to your patents. Although Wang Defa likes this drone very much. But he also knows the hardships and difficulties of independently developing technological products. Su Hao must have spent a lot of time and energy to develop this drone. Especially since he is still a high school student. Maybe it was because he wasted his normal study time that his academic performance declined and he was expelled from school. Therefore, Wang Defa can fully understand the difficulty of research and development. When Su Hao heard this, his face was slightly stunned. He is not worried about technology or patents. But under the current circumstances, he still wants to focus on his studies. And the system's task is to allow him to enter Lonka University. After completing the task, there is an unknown reward, and Su Hao is vaguely looking forward to it. He came to his senses and replied to Wang Defa. I haven't thought carefully about the subsequent development and production of drones. I still want to focus on my studies. So I still need to think about this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa nodded in agreement. Then he added. Student Su Hao, as you know, the technology of your drone is quite cutting edge, and it has more functions than other drones on the market. So, considering the need for confidentiality, I hope this drone won't be released into the market for the time being. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Hao smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, confidentiality must be maintained. No matter what. It seems that the authorities are attaching great importance to this drone. This is also a good thing for Su Hao. The two sides discussed in detail all aspects of drones and even explored certain technical issues. They had a great conversation and laughed heartily from time to time. On the other hand, Bai Qining was in a rather unhappy mood. It's over. I thought that by taking the lead, Huaqing would be able to recruit the talented Su Hao. But now, things are not good. Judging from the old professor's actions just now, he must be in contact with people from Lonka University. This does not mean that Lonka University will also get involved. Competing with Lonka University for talents. Even Huaqing University has to stand aside. For a moment, Bai Qining was extremely anxious and felt very powerless. Tang Shiro watched Su Hao talking to them happily, calmly, and confidently in every move. A sweet smile appeared on her fair and tender face. Very nice. The confident and sunny Su Hao is back. At the same time, Lonka University, an office. Professor Lu Jiangwo listened to what Zhao Guiyuan said on the phone with an expression of great surprise and even a little confusion on his face. He asked with a frown on his face and a somewhat uncertain tone. Old Zhao, did you say that kid contacted us? Office at Longhua University of Defense Technology. Zhu Haipeng looked at his teacher's surprised expression and felt very confused. Teacher, what's wrong? Not only did he suddenly ask about that high school student, but he also showed such an expression. I was extremely confused. Lu Jiangwo didn't know what Zhu Haipeng was thinking. He walked to the door and closed it. Then, continued to question Zhu Haipeng. Haipeng, tell me about that high school student. Lu Jiangwo felt that the person that Lao Zhao was talking about was most likely this high school student. Otherwise, he really couldn't remember who else had contacted Longhua University. Zhu Haipeng was stunned. Ah. However, looking at the extremely serious look on the teacher's face, he coughed lightly, and then told Lu Jiangwo the whole story in detail. The high school student came up to me and asked for the contact information of a professor from Longhua University. He also brazenly stated that he also had knowledge about the 6th-generation aircraft. At first I thought he was ambitious and wanted to get into Longhua University. But as we continued talking, I felt that this person might be sick. As Zhu Haipeng spoke, he pointed to his head, and his meaning was self-evident. He didn't know why the teacher suddenly asked about the high school student. In his opinion, this high school student has not yet entered society. He is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger and has an attitude of being fearless and extremely confident. If he didn't have a good temper and didn't have the heart to attack the flowers of the motherland, he would have sworn at him long ago. There is absolutely no need to pay attention to such people. Lu Jiangwo frowned and asked. And then, as I told you before, in order to get rid of him, I casually threw a test paper to him. It's the test paper you gave to our graduate students earlier. Zhu Haipeng continued to add. After he sent the pictures of the test papers, I ignored him. This period of time, as I was busy with experiments, I never opened Jihu. Thinking of this, Zhu Haipeng took out his mobile phone. Then he skillfully opened Jihu and clicked on the information column. Suddenly, I discovered that there were several small red dots. After taking a closer look, I found that it was sent by the high school student. Seeing this, Zhu Haipeng opened the dialog box with some surprise and curiosity. After seeing several pictures sent by the other party, I couldn't help but speak in surprise. Wow, it really came. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. The main reason I sent him this test paper was to get rid of his sticky entanglement and to get things done perfunctorily. Zhu Haipeng didn't think the other party would reply at all. I never thought that a high school student would be able to complete an examination paper for a graduate student at Longhua University. But now, he clearly saw it. The test question in the picture is filled with the process. See here. He suddenly had an unrealistic guess in his mind. This high school student, didn't he really answer it? Thinking of this, he quickly clicked on the picture, wanting to take a closer look at the solution steps above. Just at this moment, a strong, wrinkled hand reached out. Without saying a word, he snatched the phone from Zhu Haipeng's hand. Bring it here. Lu Jiangwo ignored the blank and innocent expression on Zhu Haipeng's face and turned to walk to the desk. He held the phone in one hand and put on his reading glasses in the other. Zhu Haipeng looked at his empty hands, touched his nose, and smiled helplessly. Turning his head and looking at Lu Jiangwo, who was concentrating on checking his mobile phone, he didn't want to disturb him, so he had to stand aside obediently and wait for Lu Jiangwo to finish reading. Lu Jiangwo looked at the test questions carefully. That's right. These were indeed the test questions I made up, and they were given to Zhu Haipeng and others. He is very familiar with these topics. Immediately following, his mind was focused on the answers and steps to the above interview questions. First, I glanced at the answer from beginning to end. Lu Jiangwo's eyes, which had been calm and expressionless, lit up slightly at this moment. Hiss, the answers are all correct. He muttered quietly. Although the voice was small, Zhu Haipeng, who was standing nearby, still heard it clearly. At this time, the expression on his face also froze slightly. Are all the answers correct? Zhu Haipeng's eyes widened slightly, and he was a little surprised. This is a test question for graduate students at Lonka University. A high school student actually did this. This. But. Then he thought about it carefully, and the surprise in his eyes gradually faded. It's just the right answer. Generally, the test questions of colleges and universities will be uploaded to the academic affairs system. With the idea of resource sharing, colleges and universities sometimes upload these test questions to the internet. So, it is not impossible that the high school student simply copied the answer. Otherwise, a high school student completed the postgraduate examination questions for Lonka University. This is too unbelievable. If this is true, what is the point of having him as a graduate student? Only. At this moment, Professor Lu Jiangwo was extremely uneasy. After reading the answers to all the questions, he turned to carefully look at the steps and solution ideas for each question. The more I looked, the more shocked I was. Unconsciously, he actually followed the above solution ideas and reanalyzed the test questions. His brows were suddenly furrowed, then relaxed. He wrote something on the clean desk with his fingers, then rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Such an action confused Zhu Haipeng. No way. No way. Why is the teacher looking at this so seriously? Could it be that this high school student not only got the answer right, but also wrote down the process in detail? Once this idea appeared in my mind, I couldn't stop it. Then, it swept through Zhu Haipeng's entire brain. He suddenly felt that this matter might not be as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, why is the teacher immersed in this test paper and looks like he is thinking seriously? Lu Jiangwo had no idea what his student was thinking. Now he has been completely attracted by this test paper. He looked at the problem-solving steps and unique ideas above and was completely shocked. Lu Jiangwo never thought about it. These test questions that seem to be based on formulas actually have such novel solutions. It made his eyes light up. No. It should be said that it resonated with his thoughts and ideas. It feels like finding a soulmate among the mountains and rivers. He even felt. This should be the correct way to solve the test questions he set. Call. Lu Jiangwo let out a long sigh, and his cloudy eyes were flashing with a strange light at this moment. His eyes were filled with a passion for knowledge. Wonderful. It's wonderful. It's amazing how you can solve problems in a way that clears up the confusion and brings forth new ideas. It's really amazing. Lu Jiangwo praised repeatedly, unable to hide the smile on his face. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Lao Zhao had just talked to him. I couldn't help but sigh. What a genius we missed. After saying this, he suddenly seemed to realize something. The smile on his face suddenly froze. I heard that people from Huaqing University went to Jiangcheng. Click. Lu Jiangwo's heart suddenly tightened and he quickly took off his reading glasses. Not good. Someone else is targeting him. Office at Longhua University of Defense Technology. Lu Jiangwo frowned, his face full of confusion. He asked Zhao Guiyuan on the phone. Old Zhao, did the child you mentioned really contact Longhua University? Although Lu Jiangwo and Zhao Guiyuan work in different scientific research units, they have previously participated in a key national defense project together. They are not only colleagues, but also old friends. Lu Jiangwo was very puzzled by what Zhao Guiyuan said on the phone. A high school student took the initiative to contact Longhua University. He frowned and thought about it carefully. It seemed that he had never heard of this matter. If something like this really happened, the office staff would have reported it long ago. But he hadn't heard such news from his subordinates in recent days. Zhao Guiyuan's tone was very affirmative. Old Lu, it's true. Before that, he had contacted people from your Longhua University through the internet and even took a test paper issued by your Longhua University. The result is that after we finished and sent your test papers, nothing happened and there was no news at all. Then, he also told Lu Jiangwo about Su Hao's invention of a new type of firefighting drone and the fact that a doctoral student from Huaqing University had come in person to recruit students. When Lu Jiangwo heard this, he immediately took it more seriously. Not to mention whether this high school student actually contacted Long University of Science and Technology. It was he who was able to independently develop a new type of firefighting drone and was recruited by Huaching University. This is enough proof. The talent of this high school student is definitely beyond doubt. Otherwise, why would a doctoral student from Huaching University travel thousands of miles to personally conduct the assessment and recruitment? Lu Jiangwo's mind suddenly became active. Old Zhao was at the scene, so he has basically confirmed the authenticity of this incident. It seems that this high school student does have amazing talent in scientific research. No matter what, we have to send someone to verify it. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo's face darkened. Old Zhao, I have a general understanding of the matter. I will ask someone to investigate right away. In addition, we will send someone to Jiangqing to verify the situation on site and contact you then. After saying that and talking for a few sentences, Lu Jiangwo hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he still looked very confused. High school student. Contact yourself. Haven't heard of this. Lu Jiangwo took a sip of hot tea, rubbed his chin, and kept thinking about what had happened during this period. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't recall this memory. He rubbed his temple and smiled bitterly. Hiss, is it because of old age that my brain isn't working well anymore? Otherwise, how could I not remember such a thing? While I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the office door. Lu Jiangwo came back to his senses, sorted himself out, and called out softly. Come in. The door opened and Zhu Haipeng walked in from outside. Teacher. Zhu Haipeng greeted and then said. Teacher, Colonel Li is here. Lu Jiangwo raised his gray eyebrows, with a questioning expression on his face. Why is Colonel Li Weigua here again? Is there something urgent? People in the military district are usually very busy with tasks. If there is no urgent matter, I will not come to see him easily. Zhu Haipeng looked somewhat helpless and somewhat angry. He sighed. Colonel Li is probably here to report to you about the latest military developments in the Eagle Sauce country. During this period, the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber of the United States has successfully completed its test flight, and in coordination with their latest generation of fighter jets, they have come to the waters around us. This is clearly a show of strength to us, and by the way, it strikes and annoys us, and mocks us for not having any sixth-generation aircraft so far. Zhu Haipeng had a bitter smile on his face. Recently, the United States has been very upset. Often flying around the seas surrounding Dragon Country. No way. Their sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber successfully completed its test flight, under the euphemism of testing the aircraft's performance. In fact, everyone knows the meaning. I'm here just to discuss Longhua. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo's face turned grim. These desert butchers from Eagle Country really gave them face. He couldn't help but slam the table, his anger was evident. But after a while, he sighed again, with a trace of bitterness and sadness on his face. Alas, there's nothing I can do. The gap is still quite big. We started from scratch and lagged behind the United States from the beginning. We are completely in the dark about many of the high-tech core technologies of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, searching in the dark. It's difficult to catch up with the Eagle Sauce country in a short period of time. Although the bomber project was launched in the early years and a lot of money was invested in talent training. But technological breakthroughs cannot be achieved overnight. The core technologies involved require scientific researchers to study and experiment day and night. Only when the technology is mature enough can it be truly used on fighter jets. I don't know how much time this will take. After a long time, Lu Jiangwo gradually came to his senses and said to Zhu Haipeng. I'll be there soon. Please entertain Colonel Li first. Lu Jiangwo took a sip of tea, but the sadness on his face did not diminish at all. Surrounded by foreign enemies, the Eagle Country is deliberately planning to deal with the Dragon Country. It is difficult to guard against neighboring thieves, and neighboring countries often get angry in disputed areas. The international situation is changing rapidly. A major change unseen in a century. Dragon Country is currently in a turbulent time. Lu Jiangwo looked out the window, his eyes full of sorrow. Then, he gradually withdrew his gaze and saw Zhu Haipeng, who walked out after receiving the order. Seeing his back, my eyebrows suddenly raised and I suddenly thought of something. Lu Jiangwo shouted hurriedly. Etc. Zhu Haipeng was about to take a step forward, but when he heard the teacher's call, he immediately pulled his foot back. He turned around and looked at his teacher in confusion. "Teacher, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Lu Jiangwo completely ignored his words, put down the teacup, and asked anxiously. "Haipeng, did you tell me before that someone contacted me online and said he wanted my contact information and wanted to enter Lonka University? And you gave him a test paper?" Zhu Haipeng was stunned, wondering why the teacher suddenly asked about this. However, he still nodded in response. "That's right. It's been a while since this happened. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it." After this incident, Zhu Haipeng didn't take it to heart. If the teacher hadn't suddenly asked him about it, he would have forgotten it. When Lu Jiangwo heard his words, he suddenly understood. He slapped his thigh. Could it be him that old Zhao is talking about? In the office. When Lu Jiangwo thought about the people from Huaqing University going to Jiangcheng, his heart suddenly tightened. Huaqing University is really quick. He was secretly surprised. However, this is also a dereliction of duty on the part of Lonka University. If they had discovered Su Hao's existence earlier, perhaps they would have taken action earlier. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiangwo changed his mind. It's not too late now. And from what Lao Zhao said just now, Su Hao seemed to have a strong intention to enter Lonka University. In this sense, they have a huge advantage. Lu Jiangwo's eyes focused and he gave orders hurriedly. "Quick! Prepare a car to go to the airport immediately, and book me a flight to Jiangcheng immediately." As he spoke, Lu Jiangwo picked up his clothes, stood up and walked out. If we want to get this good seedling, we can't just rely on the people in the admissions office of Lonka University. Huaqing University is coming with great momentum, and it is obvious that it is determined to win over Su Hao. Su Hao, a young man who has not yet stepped into society, might have chosen Huaqing University under the inducement of the other party. He understands very well. These so-called prestigious universities are top-notch institutions that are out of reach for ordinary people. But if they meet talented people, their lower limit is quite low. Especially for talents like Su Hao, he might offer some conditions that are impossible to refuse. If Su Hao was accidentally tricked and lured by them, it would be too late to regret it. So he had to go there in person to stop this from happening. At the same time, in this way, it is enough to show that himself and Lonka University attach importance to Su Hao. This student has been decided by Lonka University. On the other hand, look next to it. Listening to the teacher's words and watching his hurried movements, Zhu Haipeng was a little confused. This. What is this teacher doing? Suddenly in such a hurry. Didn't you say you were going to meet Colonel Li? Why did you suddenly want to go to Jiangcheng? Teacher, what are you doing? Zhu Haipeng pretended to ask the teacher what was going on, but Lu Jiangwo ignored him and handed the phone on the table back to him. Zhu Haipeng took it hurriedly, and by chance, he saw the picture on the phone screen. It was the picture sent by the high school student. Only at this time did he finally have the chance to take a closer look. Just one glance and his expression changed. All done right. Zhu Haipeng couldn't help but exclaim. He was so familiar with this test paper that he even remembered the title and answer of every question clearly. Now, looking at the answers above, I immediately confirmed that these answers are all correct. His pupils dilated and his face was full of disbelief. This young man. Is this a high school student? Not to mention this group of doctoral students, even some teachers in the college cannot guarantee that they can answer all of these questions correctly. But now, a high school student actually did everything right. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Lu Jiangwo sighed as he looked at Zhu Haipeng, who was staring at the screen in a daze. Haipeng. Do you know? You almost caused our Lonka University to lose a good seedling. Lu Jiangwo had a resentful look in his eyes and spoke in a vague tone. A highly talented scientific research talent almost slipped through our fingers. If it weren't for Lao Zhao's call, they would have really missed such a talented person. Zhu Haipeng came back to his senses and felt frightened when he was stared at. Who could have thought that things would develop in this direction? He swallowed, his face showing great aggrieved expression. Teacher, I. The words of explanation came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. He clearly remembered it. When I reported this matter to the teacher praised me for doing the right thing and doing it very well. Now actually. Zhu Haipeng felt very aggrieved, but he didn't say it. After all, this is my teacher. If it is what the teacher has decided, then how can it not be my fault? After all, there is yellow mud in the crotch, it's either shit or it's shit. He was the one who did the chatting and he was also the one who sent the test paper. It seems that I really have to take the blame for this. After calming down, Zhu Haipeng cleared his mind of thoughts and helped Lu Jiangwo book a flight to Jiangcheng. Then he hurriedly contacted the school driver and asked him to come immediately. After finishing these things in a few minutes, Zhu Haipeng breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, the car has been called and the plane ticket has been booked for you. Lu Jiangwo nodded. Well, let's set off directly to Jiangcheng. Zhu Haipeng agreed and was about to turn off his phone when he happened to see the Zhihu page that had not been closed yet. Look at the high school student's profile picture above. Suddenly, he remembered one more thing. Teacher, wait. Zhu Haipeng hurriedly called Lu Jiangwo. Not because of anything else, but because he suddenly remembered. Before this high school student accidentally told him something. Although this sounds a bit absurd and even ridiculous. But just now he looked at the test paper done by the high school student and observed the teacher's reactions and actions. Zhu Haipeng felt it necessary to talk to the teacher about this matter. He doesn't want to have mud in his crotch anymore. Lu Jiangwo, who was about to open the door and walk out, retracted his steps and looked at Zhu Haipeng with a puzzled look. What's going on? Now time is running out, he doesn't want to stay for a moment and wants to go straight to Jiangcheng. Why are you asking me to wait for no reason? Seeing the unfriendly expression on the teacher's face, Zhu Haipeng coughed lightly and spoke hurriedly. Teacher, this high school student told me something before. I think it is a little important and I need to tell you about it. From the current perspective. The high school student answered the test paper given by the teacher completely correctly and also attracted the teacher's loyalty. Furthermore, I heard from the teacher that people from the admissions office of Huaqing University have already arrived in Jiangcheng. From this point of view, it seems that this high school student really has something. Hearing Zhu Haipeng's words, Lu Jiangwo frowned and was not in a hurry to go out for the time being. What else did he tell you? Now, to Lu Jiangwo, all the information about Su Hao seems somewhat important. After all, this is really a good seedling. The only ways he could get information about Su Hao now were from old Zhao and the doctoral student in front of him. So, at this moment, there was a hint of curiosity on his face. Su Hao also told Zhu Haipeng something. Zhu Haipeng said. He told me that he still has the design drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The tone was calm, even casual, as if he was talking about something ordinary. This is normal. For Zhu Haipeng, this was simply impossible. The 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber. This is another aerial giant that major powers are competing for. How could a high school student have blueprints? It's ridiculous. But when Lu Jiangwo heard this, he was suddenly shocked and exclaimed. What? What did you say? He has the blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber in his hands. Lu Jiangwo exclaimed in the office. If the office door had not been closed and the sound insulation was not very good, it would have attracted the attention of people outside. Lu Jiangwo pulled Zhu Haipeng into the office, then frowned and asked in a very serious tone. Are you sure Su Hao really told you this? Zhu Haipeng nodded. Teacher, he did mention this. Look. Zhu Haipeng took out his mobile phone again and found the chat history with Su Hao. Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo took the phone from him and looked at the chat history carefully. Zhu Haipeng is not wrong. Su Hao did say that he had the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The blueprint of the 6th-generation stealth bomber. Lu Jiangwo muttered to himself, his brows furrowing even deeper. He looked at the chat history on his phone, feeling confused for a moment. I don't know whether what Su Hao said is true. Or maybe it was just a joke to attract Long Kata's attention. After all, the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber is a key national defense project that involves too many cutting-edge and high-end technologies. Even the United States has only recently achieved successful test flights. Moreover, it is an upgrade based on their original B-series strategic stealth bomber. Now they told him that a high school student had the drawings of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. This is too far-fetched. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo instructed Zhu Haipeng. Tell the driver not to rush over. Let me consider whether I should go to Jiangqing in person. If it were him just now, he would definitely go to Jiangqing without hesitation. But now, Su Hao suddenly did this, which made him a little hesitant. At present, Su Hao has some talent, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make the test paper he set, and let Huaqing University go to recruit students in person. However, looking at the chat records between him and Haipeng, it was discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with Su Hao. It's one thing to be talented, but national defense research requires more than just talent. What is also needed is a heart that seeks truth from facts and studies hard. And the most taboo thing is bragging. In the chat records, Su Hao said at the beginning that he had the drawings, which made it hard for him not to doubt Su Hao's personal character and professional ethics. For a moment, Lu Jiangwo was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Zhu Haipeng couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is there something wrong with Su Hao?" Suddenly he was asked to inform the driver to come later and not to leave immediately. The key to the problem seems to appear in the chat records just now. So, Zhu Haipeng was a little curious. Lu Jiangwo looked worried. He returned to his desk, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The story comes slowly. Before this, Su Hao was able to complete that test paper. He did have some talent and ability. But to say that he has the blueprints of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber? Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly, then shook his head with a sneer. If it's so easy to break through the relevant technology, then what do we need a group of researchers like us for? I think he is either lying on purpose to attract our attention, or he is just talking nonsense and has no scientific research spirit of seeking truth and being pragmatic. Such a person, no matter how talented he is not suitable for science and technology. At the end of his words, Lu Jiangwo's tone became a little colder. This is the kind of person he dislikes the most. It doesn't matter if you have a low level of talent. As long as you are down-to-earth, enterprising, and willing to work hard when encountering problems, you can also be an excellent talent. But what's the point of having great talent but just talking nonsense and coming up with some empty and unrealistic things? Scientific research is a delicate and meticulous job that cannot tolerate even the slightest mistake. If such a person were to be in charge of a key national defense project, there was no telling what kind of trouble it might cause. So, Lu Jiangwo's impression of Su Hao now took a sharp turn for the worse. Zhu Haipeng saw that his teacher had a worried look on his face, and with the idea of helping his teacher to relieve his worries, he weakly made a suggestion. "Teacher, since he said he has the blueprints, we might as well ask him for them directly. You've read the chat log, and from what he said, it seems like he wants to hand over the blueprint to us. We asked him for it. If he doesn't have it, you can just cancel the trip. There's no need to mobilize so many people just for this one person. If it really exists." Zhu Haipeng's gaze fixed, his eyes flashing wildly. Thinking of this fact, he felt extremely excited. When Lu Jiangwo heard this, he was shocked. If it really exists, the entire sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber project team will be shocked. It may even alert higher authorities. Lu Jiangwo thought about it for a while and felt that Zhu Haipeng's method was indeed feasible. Just chat and confirm it, so you don't have to travel thousands of miles to Jiangqing. Okay. Let's do as you say. You do it. Zhu Haipeng nodded, I understand. He took out his cell phone, opened the dialogue box with Su Hao, and began to ask him about the sixth-generation stealth bomber. Lu Jiangwo was not idle either. He called Zhao Guiyuan. Hey, Lao Zhao. Zhao Guiyuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lao Lu, what's up? Are you on your way? Zhao Guiyuan joked. Lu Jiangwo looked strange and did not talk about this topic, but said, I sent a few messages to Su Hao on Jihu. Please remind him to check the private messages. Zhao Guiyuan on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Squeak. Private message. What is Lao Lu talking about? Lao Lu, what are you doing? Lu Guijian did not elaborate and continued to give instructions. Remember, tell him to hurry up and read the private message. It's urgent. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Zhao Guiyuan's reply. The other side. Jiangcheng, Su Hao's home. Zhao Guiyuan was confused after hanging up the phone. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There was something wrong with Lao Lu's tone. Logically speaking, he should have been on his way here by now, so why didn't he mention this? Instead, he asked Su Hao to read the private messages on Jihu. He frowned, completely confused, and had no idea what Lu Guijian meant. Instead of rushing to Jiangcheng, he asked others to read his private message. Longka University doesn't want Su Hao anymore. Thinking this in his mind, Zhao Guiyuan did not forget Lu Guijian's instructions. He walked up to Su Hao and said, Su Hao, Longka University wants you to check Jihu's private message now. From the tone, it seems quite urgent. Upon hearing this, Su Hao looked very puzzled. Private message on Jihu. Why are you reading private messages on Jihu for no reason? Besides, ever since I knew that the other party was just being perfunctory, I haven't opened Jihu for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Su Hao didn't think much about it. Take out your phone and open Jihu. As soon as I entered, I found that there were many more red dots in the private message column. What's going on? Su Hao, who didn't understand what was going on, opened the dialog box. Su Hao's room was too crowded. At this moment, everyone came to the living room to discuss in detail. When Su Hao took out his mobile phone and looked at the little red dot on the private message in Jihu, he was suddenly confused. When did so many private messages suddenly appear? And it was sent by a graduate student from Longka University. Confused, Su Hao curiously opened the dialog box. Looking at the several greeting messages sent by the other party, Su Hao frowned and replied. Hello. Soon, the message was replied within seconds. Hello, I'm Zhu Haipeng, a doctoral student at Longka University. Su Hao simply replied with, waiting for the other party's message. He wanted to see what the other party was going to do. Not long after, the other party replied again in seconds. The call just now was from my teacher, a professor at the School of Physics at the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua, Lu Jiangwo. If you follow the relevant news, you should know something about him. Zhu Haipeng briefly introduced his teacher. When Su Hao saw the news, he was slightly stunned. Professor Lu Jiangwo from the National University of Defense Technology. He is not unfamiliar with this name. Lu Jiangwo's name appeared many times on C.CTV, 7 channel. He has participated in many key national defense projects and is a well-known senior professor in China. He is currently the Dean of the School of Physics at the National University of Defense Technology. Unexpectedly, the person who just called was actually him. This surprised Su Hao quite a bit. For a moment, his expression became much more serious. Since Professor Lu called me personally, it seemed that he must have something important to discuss with me. Thinking of this, he took his cell phone and walked to a corner. When everyone saw this, they were slightly stunned. What's the matter that requires us to hide from everyone and talk about it? But even so, they did not come forward to disturb. At this moment, everyone's focus is on Su Hao. If I disturb Su Hao rashly and make him unhappy, it would be more trouble than gain. After chatting for a while, Zhu Haipeng returned to the previous topic. I looked at the test paper you sent me. You did really well. Zhu Haipeng said this sincerely. Su Hao did a very good job indeed. Not only did he get all the answers right, he also wrote down the detailed process. The most important thing. The other party is just a high school student. After a pause, Zhu Haipeng continued to add. Professor Lu also looked at the test paper. He was very surprised and delighted that you were able to complete the test paper. In particular, your problem-solving steps and ideas made him applaud and cheer again and again. Zhu Haipeng was generous with his praise. After all, I came here with a purpose. Not to mention whether Su Hao has the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, or whether he is willing to take them out. It's never wrong to say more good things. You don't like to hear nice things, you said. Su Hao smiled softly. In fact, he no longer cared as much about the test paper from Lonka University as before. Previously, he thought that this test paper was a stepping stone to enter Lonka University, but after knowing that the other party gave him this test paper just to perfunctorily deal with him, he lost interest. Now when I heard the other party mention this test paper again, I felt a little confused. But judging from what the other party said, it seemed that the focus was not on this test paper. For a moment, Su Hao was curious about what the other party wanted to do. Chatted for a while. Soon, Su Hao knew the other party's purpose. Zhu Haipeng, I heard you say before that you have the blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Would you mind letting us see them? Professor Liu is willing to discuss related issues with you. When Su Hao saw the news, a smile appeared on his face. That's what he said. The other party notified me over the phone and also sent me a private message. How could it be possible that it was just for a test paper? This is the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. There are a lot of talented people in the school. How could it be so grand when it's just a test paper? However, if Su Hao knew that the other party really paid special attention to him because of his perfect answer to the test paper, how would he feel? Su Hao smiled slightly, then frowned slightly. He had already prepared the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. But how to give it to the other party? You can't just send it directly through Jihu private message. This is a 6th-generation stealth fighter, involving national defense secrets. Jihu is well known for its anonymous users, and it is hard to believe that its privacy protection work is effective. And on the other side, Lonka University office. Lu Jiangwo raised his hand and looked at his watch. Several minutes had passed. He looked slightly impatient. Hasn't the blueprint been sent yet? Zhu Haipeng answered hurriedly. Not yet. After asking him for the blueprints of the 6th-generation stealth fighter, he has not responded to the message yet. Zhu Haipeng shook his head, his expression puzzled. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly, and his expression suddenly turned unfriendly. Snort. I don't think he is not going to reply, but there is no so-called 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber at all. Okay, don't spend too much time on him, just follow me to see Colonel Li. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Zhu Haipeng had no choice but to follow. However, just when he was about to take the phone back, Su Hao sent him another private message. Su Hao, I have the blueprints, but how do I send them? Seeing his reply, Zhu Haipeng's pupils shrank slightly and he hurriedly called Lu Jiangwo. Teacher, wait. Su Hao said he has the blueprints, how can we send them to us? Zhu Haipeng was a little confused. I didn't react for a moment. Does he really have the blueprints? Lu Jiangwo also stopped. He turned to look at Zhu Haipeng, then glanced at his mobile phone and confirmed the authenticity of the matter. He raised his eyebrows. Tell him to send the blueprints to your email, right now. Lu Jiangwo said in an unquestionable tone. Zhu Haipeng immediately followed the teacher's instructions and sent all the requirements and email addresses. And at Su Hao's house. Looking at the message and email address sent by the other party, Su Hao's eyes were filled with a hint of caution and doubt. When it comes to the drawings of the 6th-generation stealth bomber, we must be extremely careful and cannot afford any negligence. So, he turned off his cell phone, walked towards Wang Defa and his group, then spoke softly and asked Zhao Guiyuan. Professor Zhao, are you sure the person who called you just now is a professor from Lonka University? Zhao Guiyuan looked puzzled, wondering why Su Hao suddenly asked this. Tang Shiro, Bai Qining, and others also looked at Su Hao with confusion. Why did Su Hao suddenly ask such a question out of the blue? What did Su Hao talk about with Long Kada? No one knows. Seeing that Su Hao looked very serious, Zhao Guiyuan straightened his attitude and made a promise to Su Hao directly. Student Su Hao, I assure you that the other party is definitely from Longhua National University of Defense Technology. If you don't believe me, I swear to you in front of these police officers. If the other party is not from Longhua University, and if this incident causes you any impact or loss, I will take full responsibility. I will bear all the legal responsibilities arising from this. How? Zhao Guiyuan looked at Su Hao very seriously. He also realized that Su Hao and Lao Lu might have discussed some important issues. Otherwise, Su Hao would not have suddenly asked so carefully. After receiving Zhao Guiyuan's personal assurance, Su Hao nodded gratefully. I understand. Thank you, Professor Zhao. After saying that, he turned back to the room and closed the door. Acting quickly, he turned on his computer and opened his email. Some drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were sent to that email address. The other side. Lu Jiangwo and Zhu Haipeng, who have been waiting for a long time. Hearing the familiar dong-dong sound of new email notifications, their eyes suddenly lit up, in the office. Zhu Haipeng and Lu Jiangwo were both waiting for Su Hao's email. Not long. Zhu Haipeng's phone beeped with a new email. Dong-dong. His eyes lit up instantly and he quickly took out his cell phone. Just as he was about to click to view, Lu Jiangwo stopped him immediately. Log in with my computer to check. Seeing Zhu Haipeng's dazed face, Lu Jiangwo frowned and urged him hurriedly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and don't waste time. He wanted to see whether Su Hao really had the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Or rather, he did this on purpose in order to attract the attention of Long Kada. After Zhu Haipeng reacted, he nodded, immediately walked to Lu Jiangwo's desk, and then skillfully logged into his account. In the email inbox, there was a letter lying quietly. Sender, Su Hao. Teacher Lu Jiangwo and student Zhu Haipeng looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Su Hao, he really sent an email. Could it be that the drawings inside here are of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber? Open it. Lu Jiangwo's eyes fixed and he gave instructions to Zhu Haipeng. Seeing this, Zhu Haipeng followed the teacher's instructions, clicked the mouse, and with a tick, he opened the email. Moment. The title of the email appeared in front of the two of them. The design plan and drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, Part 1, Top Secret. See this. Zhu Haipeng's pupils shrank suddenly. The title alone was enough to stupefy him. He didn't dare to breathe, and then gently opened the encrypted file. Enter the password Su Hao just told him. In an instant, the content of the document is clearly visible. With just one glance, both of them were completely attracted. The file starts with a rendering. It can be seen from the figure. The design plan for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber proposed by Su Hao has an extremely special fuselage layout design. Lu Jiangwo took the mouse from Zhu Haipeng and slid it to the specific design plan of the module. After seeing the cross-sectional anatomy of the layout and the text analysis, his cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Hiss! It actually uses a wing-body fusion layout. Lu Jiangwo exclaimed. Then he hastily put on his reading glasses. At this time, although Zhu Haipeng was also extremely shocked, he sensibly made way and let his teacher sit on the chair. Lu Jiangwo pulled over a chair and sat down, staring at the documents on the computer. He looked at the design plan in disbelief and began to analyze its contents carefully. When he saw the design concept of the wing-body fusion layout, he was extremely surprised. The wing-body fusion layout is currently still an aerodynamic layout form of a conceptual aircraft. Although this technology has been proposed by quite a few countries before, they are currently vigorously conducting research in this area. According to current information, this technology has not made much progress yet. But now, Lu Jiangwo spoke slowly, with huge waves rising in his heart. You know, the B-series strategic stealth bombers of the United States all adopt a flying wing layout. Even the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber that they mentioned, which had just successfully completed its test flight, still continued the layout of the B-21 strategic stealth bomber and made some upgrades and modifications. Also because of this, According to Relevant Intelligence, the maximum lift-to-drag ratio of the latest stealth bomber that the United States has successfully tested is only about 21. This is the common problem of the flying wing layout, which has poor stability, maneuverability, and low control efficiency. The opposite of that. The wing-body fusion layout has a high lift-to-drag ratio. Liu Jiangwo focused his attention on the text analysis above. When he saw the data Su Hao obtained through electronic simulation testing, the hand holding the mouse exerted a little force. Eyes wide open, flickering. Using the wing-body fusion layout proposed by Su Hao, the aircraft's lift-to-drag ratio can actually reach a stable 25, and can even continue to improve. Call. Liu Jiangwo was so shocked that he couldn't calm down for a long time. This is just one of the technological breakthroughs. When he finished reading this module, he continued to move on. Aircraft stealth technology, stealth coating technology, embedded engine, S-curve intake and exhaust equipment. Soon the modules and structures were analyzed and designed in detail. After reading these design plans and analyses, Liu Jiangwo immediately had an idea in his mind. That is it. These design solutions and technologies are completely feasible. If these cutting-edge key technologies were used on the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, he dares to guarantee that the performance will be absolutely explosive. It's doable. It's totally doable. There is hope for our 6th-generation stealth bomber. Liu Jiangwo's eyes were extremely hot. At this moment, Zhu Haipeng was looking at the files on the computer, feeling a little confused. I don't understand at all. But when he saw the teacher's reaction, he felt very sure. The design drawings sent by Su Hao are very likely to be authentic. Otherwise, my teacher would not have such a strong reaction. Think of this. Zhu Haipeng realized it later and his palms were sweating. He muttered to himself. What a stupid thing I have done. Almost let Lonka University miss such a cutting-edge blueprint. Zhu Haipeng fell into deep self-reflection. Thinking about the content of his conversation with Su Hao and his opinion of him, he felt deeply ashamed. And at this moment, after reading this part of the design drawings and plans, Liu Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, with great excitement in his eyes. I can basically confirm it. The design drawings and plans for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber sent by Su Hao are completely feasible. Some of the key technologies mentioned above are not only completely reasonable, but even groundbreaking technologies. It is even better than the advanced technology currently available in the world. No wonder Su Hao dared to admit that he had the design drawings. Because he really has. No wonder he is so confident. Because I'm a genius, no. I should say a genius. What's wrong with being a little more confident? Be confident based on your strength. It took a long time for Liu Jiangwo to come back to his senses from his excitement. He immediately ordered Zhu Haipeng. Haipeng, hurry. Immediately call all the professors and key teachers in the academy to hold a meeting in the confidential conference room. While giving instructions, he printed out Su Hao's design plan. However, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Zhu Haipeng next to him didn't react at all. He frowned, turned around, looked at the dazed Zhu Haipeng, and touched his arm. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. At this time, Zhu Haipeng, who was daydreaming, finally reacted and looked embarrassed. I was so absorbed in reflection just now that my attention was distracted. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. He nodded quickly in agreement. Okay, teacher. I'll have all the professors in the academy go to the confidential conference room for a meeting right away. After saying that, he left in a hurry, Lonka University. The office door opened and Zhu Haipeng walked out in a hurry. His eyes flickered. Drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. This news is so shocking. I didn't expect that under such circumstances, we would be able to break through the technology related to the 6th-generation bomber. He muttered to himself, feeling confused. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. He ran to the college office as fast as he could and notified the professors and key teachers to go to the confidential conference room for a meeting. At the same time, Liu Jiangwo printed out a copy of the document sent by Su Hao and put it in a file bag. Then save the electronic draft in an encrypted USB drive. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He suppressed his fluctuating emotions, took a long breath, and walked quickly towards the confidential meeting room with the briefcase between his legs. On the way, I happened to pass by the door of the reception room. Li Weiguo, who was waiting inside, just saw Zhu Haipeng running past in a hurry. At this moment, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Lu Jiangwo running past in quick steps. He was full of doubts. What's going on? I've been sitting here for most of the day, but they haven't come over. Now they are heading to other places. He frowned. What happened? Thinking of this, he put on his hat, stood up quickly, strode out of the door, and hurriedly shouted to Lu Jiangwo, who was walking quickly. Professor Lu, wait a moment. Hearing the familiar voice coming from behind, Lu Jiangwo stopped and turned around. When he saw that the person coming was Li Weiguo, his wrinkled face was slightly stunned. Colonel Li. That's right. Colonel Li came to discuss the 6th-generation aircraft project with me, but I was so focused on Su Hao's matter that I left him aside. Li Weiguo strode up to Lu Jiangwo and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Professor Lu, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Although he had not had contact with Lu Jiangwo for a long time, he knew that Professor Lu was an old professor who was highly respected and as steady as a rock. It's very rare to see him looking as anxious as he does today. Lu Jiangwo coughed lightly. Then, in case there are ears, whisper in the ear. Colonel Li, we have made a major breakthrough in the technology related to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Hearing this, Li Weiguo's pupils shrank suddenly and his face was full of surprise. What? 6. Breakthrough. He was so excited and surprised that he almost blurted out sensitive words such as 6th-generation aircraft. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Lu Jiangwo nodded. I just took a quick look and conservatively estimate that the ideas and related technologies provided in the design are very feasible. To be specific, I have now called together all professors and key teachers to hold a top-secret seminar. Let's go to the meeting room without further ado. Lu Jiangwo didn't say much. First of all, these things cannot be explained clearly in a few words. At the same time, although this is the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua, the confidentiality work is done well. But we must always be on guard against others. It's always better to be more careful. It is better to discuss some top-secret things in a confidential meeting room. Li Weiguo looked at Lu Jiangwo, who took the first step forward, thought for a while, and realized the seriousness of the problem. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. This is a project that has received significant attention from senior government and military officials. Today, relevant technologies have made key breakthroughs. Doesn't it mean that? Thinking of this, Li Weiguo's eyes flickered and his excitement was self-evident. Without hesitation, he quickly followed. Confidential meeting room. Generally, meetings concerning national defense secrets are held here. Everyone who enters the meeting room, no matter who they are, needs to undergo strict inspection. At the same time, there are also various shielding devices inside the conference room to prevent eavesdropping and information transmission. Professors at all levels, key teachers, etc. who received the emergency notice gathered and sat in the conference room within a few minutes. Lu Jiangwo walked in from the gate. Although his temples are gray and he is a little older, but he was in high spirits and walked with a breeze. The moment he came in, the eyes of many people present were involuntarily focused on him. His eyes were full of respect. After Lu Jiangwo sat down, he spoke directly. Everyone, let me get straight to the point and get straight to business. He inserted the encrypted USB drive into the computer and raised the file bag in his hand. The information in my hand is top secret and extremely important. Time is tight, I can't print them out for you one by one. So please bear with me and look at the big screen. After saying, he clicked on the only file in the encrypted USB drive. When the document is opened, the title and content are displayed to everyone in the conference room. Moment. The entire conference room was filled with gasps, and the oxygen content in the conference room seemed to have dropped a lot. The design plan and blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Someone exclaimed, looking at the content displayed on the big screen in horror. Shock. The expression on everyone's face at the scene was nothing but shock. They never expected it. The top-secret document given by Professor Liu turned out to be the design plan for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Since the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project was launched and officially began construction, the professors and key teachers present also participated in the research and development of the project. However, to this day, the design of the relevant structures and core technologies of the 6th-generation aircraft have never been able to make a breakthrough. The project encountered great difficulties. The national level keeps asking them to speed up the process, and the people are even more eagerly looking forward to it. Under all kinds of pressure, many professors have gray hair overnight and are exhausted both physically and mentally. Even so, the project has not made much progress. But now, looking at the design plan and drawings on the big screen, the haze in everyone's heart was swept away. His cloudy eyes sparkled. A professor asked excitedly, "Mr. Liu, have you finally made a breakthrough in the key technology of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber?" Others quickly echoed. Mr. Liu is indeed a master. He has finally made a breakthrough in the technology related to fighter planes. On the Dragon Country strategic stealth bomber, Mr. Liu will leave another strong mark. Everyone looked at Liu Jiangwo with expectation. The drawings and plans were brought out by Mr. Liu. Moreover, as the founder of many key national defense projects in Longhua, Mr. Liu is the only one who can break through the core technology of the 6th-generation aircraft. So, they all felt it. This plan and drawing must be the research result of Liu Jiangwo. If the blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were not developed by Mr. Liu, who else could it be? However, what they didn't expect was, they saw that Liu Jiangwo on the stage shook his head slightly after hearing their questions. Then he spoke softly. "This is not my research result, and the drawings were not made by me." His expression was calm, and then he told a piece of news that shocked everyone present. This blueprint comes from a high school student who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. Long University of Science and Technology, confidential conference room. As Liu Jiangwo said, the drawings came from the hands of a high school student. Everyone present was shocked. There is so much disbelief in his eyes. High school student. Drawing. How is this possible? Even some of the older professors had expressions of disbelief on their faces after being shocked. They all spoke. "Mr. Liu, please don't be so modest. This blueprint is clearly from you." "Yes, Mr. Liu, you have to find a better excuse. Who can believe that a high school student produced the blueprints of the 6th-generation stealth bomber?" None of them believed what Liu Jiangwo said. I totally felt that he said this out of modesty and on purpose. Listening to everyone's words, Liu Jiangwo smiled helplessly. "Everyone, although I would like to admit that this blueprint was made by me. But the fact is, this is not my research result." In order to convince the professors present, he told them about Su Hao's story, picking out the key points and explaining it in detail. A few minutes later, after listening to Liu Jiangwo's explanation, many professors finally believed what he said. Then, the surprise on their faces was even greater. Hiss! This is incredible. A high school student has actually made a breakthrough in the core technology of the 6th-generation fighter jets. This is a talent. The young are to be feared. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. I never thought that a high school student would have such talent. It's incredible. A group of professors and key teachers made no secret of their praise for Su Hao. He kept praising for several minutes before he stopped. Liu Jiangwo tapped the table lightly. Everyone has reviewed the design plan and drawings. Do you think the above-mentioned plan and related technologies are feasible? The top priority at the moment is Su Hao's solution and related technologies. And this is why he held this confidential meeting. The professors and key teachers present here are all core personnel of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Most of them are top professors in their respective fields. Only by asking them to come over for analysis and discussion can we come up with a valuable result. Hearing this, Professor Zhou Wenqing of Structural Design spoke up. I have just read the document carefully. I will briefly analyze the wing-body fusion layout described above. BWB is also called wing-body integration, and wing-body integration. It combines the traditional fuselage and wing structure into a flying wing-like appearance. Such a design can greatly improve the aircraft's lift and fuel efficiency. Professor Zhou Wenqing briefly introduced the wing-body fusion and then analyzed it again. BWB has a light structure, large volume, and low resistance. Many supersonic fighters such as F-15, Mirage 2000 and MiG-29 have adopted BWB. However, this is the first time it is used on a bomber. Because the circular cross-section of the BWB is more suitable for bearing pressure than the oval or rectangular cross-section, it makes the structure of the blended wing-body aircraft more difficult to design. But in this document provided by Su Hao, he perfectly solved this design problem. So, this design is completely feasible. Zhou Wenqing gave his own opinion. Professor He Jin, who studies fighter jet stealth materials, spoke at the right time. As we all know, the stealth performance of fighter jets is very important. Common stealth technologies mainly start from appearance design, radar-absorbing materials of the fuselage, and stealth treatment technology of special parts. There's no need to say much about the exterior design proposed by Su Hao, and the performance is impeccable. At the same time, he put a lot of effort into receiving reflected waves, especially on absorbing materials. He used a certain ratio of resonant radar-absorbing materials and non-resonant magnetic radar-absorbing materials to produce a metamaterial stealth coating. This material is able to change the way radio waves bounce off the surface of a fighter aircraft when they hit it, and create an illusion or minimize the radar return to achieve stealth. So, his plan is completely feasible. Professor He Jin also gave his own opinion. After, professors from other fields also spoke and gave relevant analysis theories. And give your own opinions in a unified way. Design plan, safe and feasible. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. In that case, Professor Zhou, please come with me to Jiangcheng. Let's go and see the high school student who developed the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. After saying that, he stood up first. When Professor He Jin and Zhou Wenqing heard this, they were secretly delighted, nodded in agreement, and stood up happily. When Lu Jiangwo was halfway there, he suddenly saw Colonel Li Weiguo who was traveling with him. She nodded to him imperceptibly. Li Weiguo raised his eyebrows, a look of relief appeared on his face, and he instantly understood what he meant. Now that it has been confirmed that the blueprint is indeed feasible, this document must not be leaked. All information about this on the internet must be blocked and deleted. Even the emails sent by Su Hao and his personal information, etc. All traces of this document must be completely erased. This involves national defense secrets and there must be no negligence. Thinking of this, he immediately called the National Security Department. At the same time, Jiangcheng, Su Hao's home. As the matter came to a temporary end, everyone's excited mood gradually calmed down. Everyone sat in the living room, waiting quietly. Zhao Guiyuan, Wang Defa, and others knew that people from Lonka University were on their way and were waiting for news from them. Bai Qining's pretty face tensed up and she felt anxious. She kept looking at her phone, waiting for a call from Huaqing University. We have to be anxious. A little later, people from Lonka University will be here. Tang Shiro was a little confused. Some time has passed since Su Hao entered the room, and no one knows what happened. At this moment, Su Hao opened the door and walked out. Seeing this, Tang Shiro walked forward, pulled him aside, and asked softly. Su Hao, what were you doing in the room just now? What did Lonka University say? She knew that Su Hao closed the door and hid in the room because of a call from Long Keita. So, he must be discussing something with Long Keita. Su Hao smiled gently and whispered in her ear. I sent a blueprint of the 6th-generation stealth bomber to the people at Lonka University. He did not choose to hide it, but simply told Tang Shiro. It doesn't matter much. After all, he only told her this matter. He did not tell her the specific data, technology, information, etc. And Most netizens already know about the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. When Tang Shiro heard what Su Hao said, she felt a little confused. Tang Shiro? 6th-generation stealth bomber? Although she didn't understand, she was shocked. This sounds like it's going to be very impressive. Tang Shiro nodded blankly. Come back to your senses. Feel the warm breath coming from the tip of your ear. A blush gradually appeared on her white and tender ears. On the balcony of Su Hao's house. The two of them sat on rattan chairs respectively, and their hearts rarely felt as calm as they did now. Su Hao's bright eyes admired the scenery outside the window. Tang Shiro leaned against the back of the rattan chair, tilted her head, and looked at Su Hao with her beautiful eyes without blinking. The rosy lips gradually curled up into a faint smile. Seeing Su Hao's current appearance, she gradually put aside her worries. That's great. She murmured softly. Su Hao heard her puzzling words and asked. What? Su Hao turned his head unexpectedly, leaving Tang Shiro unable to dodge. The two people's eyes intertwined. Then, Tang Shiro reacted and quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Only. The blush that gradually rose on her face betrayed her. Nothing. Tang Shiro shook her head slightly. Su Hao didn't understand and frowned, then turned around and continued to appreciate the scenery outside. Anyway, there is no rush right now, so just relax for now. Tang Shiro, who was sitting next to her, remained calm for a long time before the blush on her face gradually faded away. She let out a breath without being noticed and glanced at Su Hao secretly. I finally felt relieved when I saw him looking at the scenery outside the window. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on her face again. Although I don't know exactly what Su Hao said to her just now. But Su Hao is willing to do it and willing to work hard for it. That's enough. He did not give up, nor did he waste his time. It now seems that Su Hao has found his own direction forward. He is no longer the poor student who ranked last in exams and was ridiculed as a loser. On the contrary. Judging from my cousin's performance and the attitudes of other people, Su Hao was far better than she had imagined. As for what he actually did, how he did it, or whether it was true, none of this matters to her. She doesn't care about that. After thinking all this through, Tang Shiro's mood inexplicably became much happier, as if the pent-up air in her heart had completely dissipated at this moment. My whole body feels much more relaxed. She turned her head and asked Su Hao with a bit of playfulness and teasing. Su Hao, why did you reject my cousin's invitation just now? You know, that's Watching University. Besides, my cousin is the aloof campus beauty of Watching University. It's extremely rare for her to come and invite me in person. Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao cutely. When Su Hao heard this, his face became more apologetic. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for showing that test paper to your cousin, which then attracted the attention of Watching University. However, what I want to go to is Lonka University. This is my goal all along. So, I'm sorry that I can't agree to your cousin's invitation. Su Hao understood. Tang Qining was able to come here in person, partly because the test papers she made were indeed excellent. At the same time, there are also some reasons for Tang Shiro. But unfortunately, his goal, as well as the task assigned by the system, was to enter Lonka University. Naturally, I could not accept the invitation from Watching University. Tang Shiro was slightly stunned, then smiled with relief. It's okay, don't take it too seriously. In fact, even if your cousin didn't know about your test paper, you would still be noticed by the people of Lonka University. It's just that it's ahead of time now. Having said that, Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao with complicated eyes. Almost overnight, Su Hao underwent a tremendous change. For some reason, she felt that Su Hao was a little strange at this moment. But think about it. All these changes of his are good. At least I was sincerely happy for Su Hao. But there is a different emotion spreading in my heart. She asked casually. Su Hao, you are so powerful now that you even rejected the invitation from Watching University. You won't forget me in the future, right? Su Hao was slightly stunned, then shook his head. How could I forget? I will never forget you even if I forget anyone. It seemed that Tang Shiro was very satisfied with Su Hao's reply. Her little mouth was full of smiles and the two dimples on her fair face were very cute. Well, when you become successful, don't forget me, your old classmate. Su Hao nodded, sure. Hook. Tang Shiro sat up, leaned forward, stretched out her slender little finger, and looked serious. Su Hao smiled gently, and stretched out his little finger, hooking it with Tang Shiro's weak little finger, with their thumbs pressed tightly together. Tang Shiro sang softly. Pin, hang yourself. For 100 years, don't change. If you change, you will be Zhu Beiji. After singing, Tang Shiro's face was full of joy and she couldn't help but tease. Okay, it's a done deal. If you regret it later, you'll be a big pig. She stuck out her tongue and giggled. Su Hao nodded and looked at Tang Shiro with a warm smile on his face. Next. The two of them chatted casually. As we chatted, we talked about applying to schools. Su Hao asked. Which university are you going to apply to? Tang Shiro thought for a while before answering. I was planning to apply to Huaqing University because my cousin is there. But now. I don't know why, I don't want to apply anymore. Why do you suddenly not want to report it? Su Hao asked curiously. Tang Shiro's eyes rolled around as she joked. I won't tell you, hee. Su Hao scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Okay. So which university do you plan to apply to now? Tang Shiro sat up from the rattan chair, then put her hands behind her back, tiptoed lightly, and walked to the window with deer-like steps. She turned around, leaned down, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. It's a secret, and I won't tell you. After saying this, he smiled. Looking at the girl in front of him with a beautiful smile, Su Hao was slightly distracted. Then, he subconsciously replied, oh. After an unknown amount of time, the phone in his pocket rang and Su Hao came back to his senses. He took out his cell phone, looked at the caller ID, and frowned immediately. The phone number was a string of mysterious gibberish, with the words, call encryption, displayed on it. This was the first time he had received such a call. After hesitating for a while, Su Hao finally picked up the phone. Hello. After a moment of silence, a calm and slightly old voice came over the phone to ask. Su Hao. I am, who are you? Su Hao asked. The other party did not answer, but continued to ask. Are you home now? Yes, who are you? Su Hao frowned even deeper. The other party spoke. Okay, we're on our way now, don't leave the house. After a pause, the person on the phone added something. By the way, we have already read the things you sent in the email. Having said this, Su Hao was silent for a while, his eyes slightly lit up. He understood something instantly. He replied with a serious expression. Understood. I'm at home, waiting for you. On the balcony. Su Hao hung up the phone, his eyes flickering slightly. From the conversation on the phone just now, he had roughly guessed that it should be someone from Lonka University. As for why the phone is encrypted, it is still garbled. After a little guess, Su Hao realized that this must be the intervention of relevant state departments. After all, the 6th-generation stealth bomber is top-secret information, and any risk of leakage must be eliminated. Tang Shiro, who was standing next to him, saw Su Hao hurriedly end the call and couldn't help but become curious, so she asked softly. Su Hao, who called? Su Hao put the phone in his pocket and smiled. Lonka University, their people will be here soon. Tang Shiro was slightly surprised when she heard this. Lonka University? Are they here so soon? She was really surprised. Longdu is so far away from Jiangcheng, but the people from Lonka University arrived so quickly. It seems that they are determined to get Su Hao. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Su Hao raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised, and asked out loud in confusion. So soon? He hurried back to the living room from the balcony. Seeing this, Tang Shiro hurriedly followed. The door opened and a large group of people stood outside. While Su Hao was still surprised at how fast the people from Lonka University were, Bai Qining had a slightly happy look on her face and hurried to meet them. "Teacher, you are here." At this time, Su Hao realized that it was people from Huaqing University who had arrived. Tang Shiro's cousin did not lie. As expected, they recruited people from Huaqing University. Moreover, she is her teacher. After Li Xueming came in, he first greeted Su Hao's mother, and then had a brief chat with Bai Qining. Then, his eyes involuntarily turned to Su Hao, who was standing in the middle of the living room. Li Xueming walked forward, put on a kind smile, and asked proactively, "I guess this is classmate Su Hao." Li Xueming stretched out his hand. Su Hao nodded and also extended his hand. "Yes." Li Xueming laughed, looked Su Hao up and down, and then introduced himself. "I am Li Xueming, a professor at the School of Mechanical Physics of Huaqing University, and also Bai Qining's teacher." Upon hearing this, Su Hao greeted politely. "Hello, Professor Li." Afterwards, Li Xueming took the initiative to introduce him to the other teachers and staff who came with them. After he learned about Su Hao's situation through Bai Qining, he hurriedly took a special plane and went straight to Jiangqing with teachers from Huaqing University and relevant personnel from the admissions office. The purpose is to capture Su Hao as quickly as possible. Su Hao is a very talented person, especially in scientific research, where he has outstanding talents. Out of politeness, Su Hao greeted and shook hands with the teachers and staff of Huaqing University one by one. Then, Li Xueming got to the point. "Su Hao, I've read the test paper you took for Lonka University. To be honest, I was greatly inspired by many of the problem-solving ideas above. They are really great." Li Xueming was generous in his praise and gave Su Hao a thumbs up. What he said was not groundless, he just exaggerated it. Su Hao's test paper was indeed very well done. Many problem-solving steps and ideas are different from previous answers, which is equivalent to giving people a new direction. Therefore, Li Xueming spoke these words truthfully and from the bottom of his heart. Su Hao's face turned calm when he heard this. "Professor Li, you are too kind. I just did the opposite and took a shortcut." And seeing Su Hao's humble, polite, and calm performance, Li Xueming was even more satisfied and secretly praised him in his heart. Not bad, not bad. Be capable but not arrogant. He liked Su Hao even more. This is not false praise, this is seeking truth from facts. At this time, Bai Qining also handed the test paper that Su Hao had just completed to Li Xueming. Li Xueming took it and looked at Su Hao's ideas and methods for solving the problem, his eyes lit up. Nodding repeatedly. He had previously learned from Bai Qining's phone call that Su Hao not only completed the test paper perfectly, but also did so in just 1 hour. Originally he still had some doubts. But now, when he saw the test paper, all his doubts disappeared. There is no doubt about Su Hao's strength. He wanted even more to recruit Su Hao to Huaqing University. But he also noticed that there were some people in Su Hao's house, and there seemed to be a few familiar faces inside. But for a moment, I couldn't remember. He asked Bai Qining. "Qining, who are those people?" Li Xueming signaled with his eyes to Wang Defa and others who were sitting on the other side of the living room. Bai Qining explained. "Teacher, these are people from the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Department of the neighboring county." "Huh?" Li Xueming asked puzzledly. "What are the people from the Science and Technology Bureau and the fire station of the neighboring county doing here? Could it be that they also looked at the test paper Su Hao did and set their sights on Su Hao? Only Su Hao can't go to the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Bureau, right?" Seeing the confusion in the teacher's eyes, Bai Qining glanced at Su Hao, and after getting his nod of agreement, she continued. "Teacher, Su Hao has also developed an agricultural drone, but its firefighting performance is very powerful, and it has also put out a forest fire alone. The drone's powerful performance and super-intelligent attributes have attracted the attention of the Fire Department and the Science and Technology Bureau." Hearing this, Li Xueming looked at Su Hao in shock. "Good job. They even made a drone. He is just a child who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. They actually came up with a brand new drone on their own. And it seems that this drone really has explosive performance, as Bai Qining said. Otherwise, It will not attract comrades from the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Department to visit. It seems. I still underestimated Su Hao. Li Xueming's cloudy eyes kept flickering. He was just about to have a good discussion with Su Hao about this drone, when Bai Qining reminded him in time. Teacher, those old gentlemen are also professors at Longdu Research Institute. They have already contacted Longdu University of Science and Technology. If my guess is correct, the people from Longka University are on their way here at full speed. She had to remind the teacher. Because Li Xueming has been discussing the test papers with Su Hao, and now he even wants to exchange ideas about drones. If we delay any longer, people from Longka University will be here soon. Li Xueming reacted immediately after hearing this. Yes. The main purpose of coming here was to abduct Su Hao, to recruit him into Huaqing University. I almost delayed my work. Li Xueming cleared his throat, and a hint of seriousness returned to his eyes. According to the current situation, Su Hao has become a hot commodity. Longka University is coming with great momentum and is determined to capture Su Hao. If you want to take down Su Hao, you must show some sincerity. Li Xueming asked sincerely. Su Hao, are you willing to enter Huaqing University? In the living room. At this moment, it is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Only Li Xueming's voice lingered in everyone's ears. Su Hao, are you willing to enter Huaqing University? His voice was calm though. But the slightly flickering of his eyes and the barely noticeable trembling of his face betrayed the unrest in his heart. Li Xueming desperately hoped that Su Hao would nod in agreement. After all, no matter from which perspective, Su Hao is an outstanding scientific research talent. Especially since he is still so young, with more training and more experience in large-scale scientific research projects, his future will surely be limitless. Only. What made Li Xueming a little disappointed was Su Hao in front of him shook his head apologetically and rejected his invitation. Sorry, Professor Li. I am very grateful that you have come all the way to Jiangqing just for me. I am also very grateful to Huaqing University, you, and my dear sister Bai Qining for recognizing me. It's just that, like I said before, my goal is Longka University. Su Hao understood. It was able to make Professor Li travel thousands of miles and take the trouble to come to Jiangqing in person. This shows that Huaqing University really values him very much. However, the goal in his mind will not change, and the system's mission cannot change. Therefore, Longka University will always be his ideal university. Li Xueming sighed lightly, pursed his lips, and felt a little unwilling. Student Su Hao, can you tell me why? Why must I choose Longka University? Don't tell me you have a reason to choose. You want a cutting-edge laboratory, we have it. You want a large-scale scientific research project, I have that too. We even give high scholarships, grants, outstanding talent subsidies, experimental allowances, and so on every semester. Whatever you want, we can provide it. Li Xueming is making his final attempt to retain her. These benefits and subsidies seem unattainable and unimaginable to outsiders. But it came out of his mouth lightly. Even chose to give it to Su Hao without hesitation. If there were someone here who heard these words, they would probably be so surprised that they would faint with joy. But Su Hao remained calm when he heard this. He was calm and his gaze gently shifted from Li Xueming to Wang Defa and the firefighters in their fire uniforms. Su Hao had a warm smile on his face and spoke softly. Because I hope that one day, the scientific research results in my hands can actually help the people, help the most lovely soldiers, and help those generals who defend the country and guard the border. Indeed, Huaqing University is also an excellent university in our dragon country. However, if I can enter Longka University, I can devote myself to the national defense cause more conveniently and contribute my part to this country that is constantly growing and developing. Professor Li, this is something Huaqing University cannot give me. Su Hao looked at Li Xueming with burning eyes. The living room fell into silence again. Li Xueming seemed to be thinking about something, and his frown did not relax for a long time. He sighed softly and was about to speak. Result. When Wang Defa and others heard Su Hao's words, they felt the gaze of Su Hao just now. My mind is active and I feel extremely happy. It seems so. They may be the biggest winners today. Su Hao's words made them think a lot and feel deeply moved. The scientific research results in our hands should help more people in need. Good. This sentence is very well said. In this case, how can they not express their views? Wang Defa stepped forward and spoke sternly. Student Su Hao, your words really enlightened me and I gained a lot. Don't worry, the drone you developed will definitely be on the front line of battle and become a firm backing for our soldiers. From the current research analysis, the agricultural drone developed by Su Hao does have high military value. Future. Not only fire departments across the country can equip themselves with such drones to participate in more complex firefighting tasks. At the same time, after relevant military evaluation and testing, it can also be deployed to corresponding troops as needed to perform some special tasks. Especially in some border areas with harsh environment and complex terrain, it may play an unexpected role. All of these are possible. Hearing this, Su Hao smiled bitterly. He did not doubt that Wang Defa and his team would commit fraud and abuse this agricultural drone. On the contrary, from Wang Defa's obsession and love for drones, as well as his down-to-earth and hard-working character, Su Hao believed it. Drones may be able to play a greater role under his influence. However, Su Hao still nodded. Chief Wang, I feel relieved with your words. To be honest, this drone still has a long way to go in the future, and it is only in its infancy now. But as Wang Defa said before, this agricultural drone is not only used for spraying pesticides, applying fertilizers, and extinguishing fires. If it is a comprehensive excavation, a comprehensive assessment will be conducted. Even slightly modified, adding some special equipment. I'm afraid the role it can play will be even greater. Thinking of this, Su Hao suddenly became interested. Maybe, it's possible. He thought secretly in his heart. Multi-purpose modifications can be made according to the different tasks performed by individual soldiers. For example, used as a fire department. Then we will carry out modifications for specific projects with the purpose of fully serving the firefighting needs. Increase water storage capacity, improve AI intelligent learning sensitivity, strengthen environmental situation awareness, etc. If it is modified for military purposes, it can be modified rationally and effectively according to the needs of individual soldiers, group collaboration, etc. For example, lightweighting, increasing payload, adding AI networking one-click operation and other functions. Thinking of this, Su Hao's eyes gradually became hot. Wang Defa didn't know that in Su Hao's head, like a computer virus, he had begun to branch out and think about the future development of drones in a tree-like manner. His face was full of smiles, immersed in what Su Hao had just said. He was obviously too happy and his mouth kept smiling. I am so happy today. I thought I didn't have much affinity with Su Hao. Never thought. Su Hao's statement rekindled his hope. And this fire of hope is the agricultural drone. Judging from Su Hao's expression, he obviously also intends to develop and expand this drone. That being the case, then he would go with the flow and give Su Hao another big gift. He said directly, Student Su Hao, we already understand your vision. We old guys are short of money, and the department can't give us big subsidies. But after all, I have worked in these units for more than 10 years, so some people will still listen to what I say. Moreover, we have been good friends with the leadership team of Jiangqing County for many years. So, we'll also give you a gift that's neither too big nor too small, but still acceptable. After a pause, Wang Defa added. It concerns your college entrance examination. Jiangqing Middle School. Unable to resist the repeated requests of Wang Defa and others, Su Hao finally came to Jiangqing Middle School. Wang Defa said that the grand gift was at Jiangqing Middle School. Also stated, today we must let Jiangqing Middle School know the seriousness of the problem. In fact, Su Hao roughly guessed what the big gift was. Only. He shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Now that you are here, make the most of it. However, people from Lonka University will be going to his house later. I also promised the other party that I would not leave home. But now, he found himself at Jiangqing Middle School. This is a bit embarrassing. It seemed that he saw the sadness in Su Hao's eyes. Professor Zhao Guiyuan walked forward and comforted him kindly. Student Su Hao, you don't have to worry about the people from Longka University. I have already notified them and asked them to gather at Jiangqing Middle School. Hearing this, Su Hao felt slightly relieved. Thank you for your help, Professor Zhao. Su Hao said gratefully. Zhao Guiyuan waved his hand. Wang Defa looked at Tang Shiro at this time. Student Tang, could you please take us to Su Hao's class? The reason why he didn't ask Su Hao directly was because he felt that Su Hao might not want to take them there because of the ridicule in his heart. On the contrary, this lovely and beautiful female classmate who has always been by Su Hao's side has protected Su Hao many times. Especially when Su Hao faced injustice in the school, he was filled with indignation and indignation. So, Wang Defa was smart enough to ask her directly. Tang Shiro is the true school belle of Jiangqing Middle School, combining both beauty and intelligence. His mind raced, and he soon understood Wang Defa's purpose. Go to Su Hao's class. That's class 3-9 of senior high school. As for what to do, Tang Shiro's eyes lit up suddenly. With great fanfare, they also said they were going to give Su Hao a big gift. Isn't this obviously an attempt to find trouble for Su Hao? Tang Shiro naturally agreed with doing such a thing. It's time for someone to clean up Jiangqing Middle School. She nodded slightly. No problem. Come on. Follow me. Tang Shiro took the lead and led the way. Relying on the identities of leaders such as Wang Defa, they were able to pass through unhindered and the gate guards let them in directly. Seeing this, Su Hao shook his head helplessly. After hesitating for a moment, he followed. People have already achieved this. If I continue to act like a sissy, am I still a man? Since they came here to cause trouble for Jiangqing Middle School today, and Tang Shiro has repeatedly emphasized that they cannot swallow their anger and let the leaders and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School act recklessly. Then let the storm come even harder. Walking on the familiar road, looking at the large number of bicycles parked in the shed, Su Hao's eyes were dark and he said casually, "Isn't today the weekend? Could it be that everyone is coming to school to review on the weekend? So serious." This is a random sentence. But when heard by Wang Defa, Zhao Guiyuan, and Li Xueming who followed them, it was very meaningful. In their eyes, a gleam of light flashed by, barely perceptible. The superior document has instructions. Schools are strictly prohibited from conducting weekend tutoring in any form in violation of regulations. Jiangqing Middle School is heading towards the Tiger Mountain even though they know there is a tiger there. Good. Be brave. Wang Defa and others remembered this deeply. Didn't walk long. Led by Tang Shiro, the group slowly approached the grade 3-9 classroom. As they approached the classroom, they seemed to hear someone saying Su Hao's name. At this time, senior grade 3, class 9. Today is the weekend. Logically speaking, students should rest at home during this time. But the principal, leaders, and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School all agreed. The weekend is a good time to catch up on studies, so students should be allowed to put aside their time for entertainment and relaxation and continue studying at all costs. As long as you don't die from learning, learn until you die. In this way, the admission rate of Jiangqing Middle School will definitely be greatly improved. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity of weekend tutoring, the school can also charge an additional high tutoring fee. The leadership team of Jiangqing Middle School is very happy to do something that kills two birds with one stone. Lei Hailong stood on the podium, holding a piece of chalk between his fingers and supporting himself on the edge of the podium with both hands. Students, as the college entrance examination is approaching, you must keep your nerves tight and never let down your guard. The closer it gets to the final moment, the more you need to stay calm and work harder. We should take good students with good moral character as our role models and get closer to them. As the saying goes, if you keep company with good people, you will be red; if you keep company with bad people, you will be black. Look at Tang Shiro, the top student in our class. She has never been absent from weekend tutoring. But since he got close to Su Hao, who ranked last in every exam and was expelled from school, he doesn't even come to the weekend tutoring. Students, this kind of behavior is extremely unacceptable. Lei Hairong slammed the table heavily, looking serious. He stood up straight, put his hands behind his back, looked around the classroom, and spoke sternly. You must take this as a warning and don't learn from her. Su Hao is a parasite of Jiangqing Middle School. The decision to expel Su Hao was unanimously agreed upon by the school leaders and teachers. If such people stay in the class, it will only affect everyone's learning and the school spirit of the whole school. After a pause, Lei Hairong slowed down his tone slightly. In a few days, it will be the college entrance examination. Su Hao, the evildoer, has been eliminated. You must take the exam well and seriously. Don't let your parents down, and don't let down your teacher's hard work in educating you. If you don't do well in the exam and lower Jiangqing Middle School's undergraduate and college admission rates, you will all be the sinners of Jiangqing Middle School. Your names will be engraved on that wall of shame. Did you understand everything? Lei Hairong asked. Understood. Teacher, we will definitely take the exam seriously to repay your kindness in educating us. Yes. We will never be like Su Hao, who is ignorant and wastes his time. After the college entrance examination, when we are admitted to university, we will be from two different worlds from Su Hao. The students below nodded and agreed loudly. Seeing this, Lei Hairong nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, that's the attitude and awareness we need to have. Su Hao is destined to have no future, but you are different. If you pass the college entrance examination, you will change your life. Also, the final mock exam will be held tomorrow. If you do poorly on the test, you will be expelled. Looking at this group of students with excellent grades, with no one lagging behind, Lei Hairong felt extremely relieved. Su Hao was expelled, and several other students in the class with poor test scores were also expelled. Now, 1/3 of the class has excellent academic performance, and for the rest of the students, it is no problem to get into college. The admission rate and undergraduate admission rate of my class is now 100%. Haha, invincible. Lei Hairong was very happy and had already imagined himself going on stage to receive the award and being named the outstanding class teacher. However, just at this moment, a powerful and domineering voice came from outside the classroom. Who are you? You can expel students whenever you want. Who gave you the right? Outside the grade 3-9 classroom, a loud and powerful shout echoed throughout the classroom from far away. Lei Hairong, with his back to the classroom door, stopped in his tracks. Before he turned around, the expression on his face had already frozen. His earthworm-like eyebrows were arched and tightly locked. He put his hands behind his back, turned around with an angry look on his face and looked towards the door. Just see. A man with slightly dark skin, wearing ordinary clothes, but with bright eyes and full of energy, was the first to be attacked and stood at the door of the classroom. Behind him were two faces that Lei Hairong was very familiar with. When Lei Hairong first saw the strange man in front of him, he was confused and didn't know who this person was. He even dared to refute and rebuke him on the spot. But I saw Su Hao and Tang Shiro standing behind the man. Lei Hairong's confusion suddenly disappeared. The anger on his face gradually subsided. Instead, there was disdain and sneer. Wang Defa looked at the undisguised contempt on Lei Hairong's face. In addition, Lei Hairong just insulted and mocked Su Hao without any reservation. Suddenly I was furious. Ask questions directly. A student's academic record is proof that he is a student. What right do you have to fire someone whenever you want? Wang Defa did not get angry and curse at Lei Hairong. After all, he has been in the officialdom for more than 10 years and he should be calm. Naturally, he will not forget it because of the overwhelming anger. Even if you know that the other party is wrong, you must have reasons and evidence to make the other party reveal his flaws. Su Hao, who was standing behind her, pulled Tang Shiro's arm imperceptibly. After she looked over, he made gestures with his fingers, as if playing with a cell phone. As smart as Tang Shiro was, she understood it immediately. She smiled slightly, then quietly took out her cell phone and clicked on the recording function. Facing Wang Defa's face-to-face questioning again. Lei Hairong, the head teacher of Class 3-9, seemed a little confused for a moment. This guy really pretended to be like this. Who do you think you are? Is it a big deal to speak loudly? Coming back to his senses, Lei Hairong straightened his back. Rights. Ha ha. He sneered and then spoke shamelessly. This is the school rule. As a key middle school in Jiangqing County, Jiangqing Middle School has countless students admitted to prestigious universities every year. Every year, we send countless students to top-notch and prestigious universities such as Huaqing University, Longdu University, and Moda University. Jiangqing Middle School wants elite students, not some uneducated and low-intelligence idiots who waste their time and even affect other students. What's wrong with expelling a poor student who always ranks last in the exams? Speaking of this, Lei Hairong's eyes involuntarily turned to Su Hao. The contempt and ridicule in his eyes were not concealed at all. He then continued to speak. Say no more. Every time the school decides to expel a student, it is only confirmed after a show of hands by the principal, the dean of studies, a group of leaders, and the class teacher. The procedures are completely compliant and the opinions are completely consistent. Those who were expelled from Jiangqing Middle School were all hopelessly poor students. Lei Hairong's face didn't turn red and he didn't breathe heavily. These words are so righteous and confident. Because he has such capital. The decision to expel Su Hao and other poor students in the class was indeed made after a unified meeting at school. At the same time, the principal has made it clear that he should be praised for his exemplary role. Honors such as the annual Outstanding Class Teacher and the county's Outstanding Young Talent are already in the reporting and review process. Therefore, Lei Hairong was fearless at all. Hear his wild words. Even though Wang Defa was a calm person, he was so angry that he laughed for a moment. Talking about illegal and irregular things in such a high-sounding way. Is this the teacher from Jiangqing Middle School? Is this the teacher ethics of Jiangqing County Key Middle School? Wang Defa took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Are all the things you said true? Hearing this, Lei Hairong sneered. How can I, a teacher, lie to you? Then he looked at Wang Defa, and then at Su Hao and Tang Shiro who were standing behind him. Sarcasm and ridicule. Su Hao, I know you still hold a grudge about being expelled from school, and you've been wanting to seek justice from the school. I tell you, it's useless. It's no use asking anyone. Lei Hairong was standing on the edge of the podium, looking down from above. He looked down on Wang Defa and looked him up and down. He was dressed simply, had rough skin and a tanned face. From his appearance, it is obvious that he is someone who often works outside. Lei Hairong guessed without hesitation that this person was most likely a relative of Su Hao. This relative is definitely one of Su Hao's many relatives and his words carry some weight. So he came to support Su Hao and tried to ask the school for an explanation. He has seen too many people like this. But even if you are the king of heaven, it's useless to him. Who cares whether he is a relative or not? This is his territory. In order to demonstrate my prestige as a future excellent class teacher and an outstanding young talent in Jiangqing County. Lei Hairong turned his gaze to Tang Shiro again. There was a bit of confusion on his face, and also a bit of disappointment in his performance. Tang Shiro, you are the top student in the class. You will most likely be admitted to a top university like Huaqing University. But now, you hang out with Su Hao every day. Sooner or later, you will be led astray by him. No. You've been led astray by him. You don't even come to the weekend tutoring. Do you still want to get into a prestigious university? After reprimanding Tang Shiro deeply, Lei Hairong pretended to be a good teacher who sets an example for others. You have to understand the teacher's good intentions. The reason why I expelled the last place student like Su Hao was for your own good. Without the influence of students like Su Hao who are lagging behind, you can calm down and devote yourself to reviewing. Teachers and school leaders have done their best to help you get into your ideal university. We can't do any better. Lei Hairong said this not only to Tang Shiro, but also indirectly to other students in the class. Really? After these words were spoken, many students in the class looked at Lei Hairong with gratitude. Lei Hairong was secretly delighted and glanced at Su Hao and the others. At this moment, Wang Defa was so angry about what Lei Hairong said that he almost exploded. I've seen shameless people, but I have never seen anyone so shameless. Is he still a teacher? It's simply an insult to the word teacher. If he had not spent decades in officialdom, he would not have developed good manners. In the past, Wang Defa would have stepped forward and punched him to let him know what bitter and painful meant. Wang Defa was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha. I finally understand. You, Jiangqing Middle School, don't treat students as human beings at all. In your eyes, students are just tools for you to increase your admission rate, undergraduate admission rate, and to get performance rewards. They keep saying they are thinking about the students, but in reality they are only thinking about their own selfish interests. Are you worthy of your conscience and this 3-foot podium? Are you worthy of this 3-foot podium? Senior Grade 3, 9, Classroom. Following Wang Defa's deafening and resounding question, the whole classroom fell silent in an instant. All the students in the classroom opened their eyes wide and looked at this plain-looking, even a little too plain man in disbelief. At the same time, his words also had a great impact on their little hearts. The way he looked at Lei Hairong was even slightly different. Wang Defa's almost roaring question made Lei Hairong stunned for a moment. However, it only took him a moment to react. Immediately following, his pretended expression of, "I'm doing this for your own good," collapsed in an instant. Like the surface of the moon, it suddenly turned ashen. His eyes bulged out, and bloodshot veins like cracks in ice instantly covered the entire eyeball. His face was as dark as water and he asked in an extremely gloomy voice, "Who are you? With your poor appearance, what qualifications do you have to question me?" Wang Defa, who was in great spirits, gradually regained his composure at this moment. He shook his head calmly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, you're going to be in trouble." The reason why he questioned Lei Hairong in person just now. On the one hand, he was ashamed of what Lei Hairong and the school had done, and he also wanted to vindicate Su Hao. At the same time, he also wanted to wake up the students in the classroom. Wang Defa roughly understood something from the emotions they expressed by Lei Hairong. These students, who have not yet entered society, have been severely poisoned by the teacher in front of them. Lei Hairong listened to the threatening and ambiguous words spoken by the men in front of him. His expression moved slightly, but then his frown relaxed. Pretending, he thought to himself. He knew Su Hao's family background very well. It was just an ordinary family and they had no connections at all. Both my parents are migrant workers, doing dirty and tiring work. What kind of relatives with a prominent background could there be in a family like this? Snort. However, there is something about pretending. People who don't know him might really think he is an official from somewhere. But Lei Hairong is not someone who can be frightened. Aside, the situation was extremely tense and even somewhat out of control. Su Hao sighed softly. Actually, he was very touched that Wang Defa and others came to the school to help him seek justice. As for the rest, he didn't seek much. It was enough to make Lei Hairong look bad in front of his classmates. He walked forward calmly and looked directly at Lei Hairong. "Teacher Lei, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, nor do I want to embarrass anyone. Regarding the school's decision, Before Su Hao could finish his words, he felt a soft and cool sensation on his arm. Then, a pleasant and somewhat angry voice was heard. "Su Hao, please stop speaking for him. I have figured out that he is just a villain who is doing selfish things under the guise of a teacher." Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. "I used to think that Lei Hairong was somewhat of a good teacher. But ever since what happened to Su Hao, she has completely seen through Lei Hairong's hypocrisy." Seeing this, Su Hao could only smile bitterly. He originally just wanted to punish Lei Hairong a little, and didn't think too much about other things. But now, Wang Defa saw the hesitation on Su Hao's face, thought for a moment, and walked forward. "Student Tang, the air here is not very good. Please take student Su Hao around the school. Tang Shiro was stunned for a moment, then reacted. She nodded, then pulled Su Hao out of the classroom. Su Hao had no choice but to speak, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He really didn't expect that things would develop to this point. I originally thought that I would come back to educate Lei Hairong on his teaching problems. I never thought it would be like this. Lei Hairong is really something, he speaks without thinking. If you don't get bullied, who will? Su Hao shook his head helplessly. If the king of hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? You reap what you sow. Su Hao thought about it and decided not to care anymore. He simply followed Tang Shiro outside. Watching Su Hao leaving, Lei Hairong seemed a little unhappy and shouted. Su Hao, you have the ability, right? I'm telling you, it's useless no matter who you call. This is Jiangqing Middle School, grade 9, and I have the final say. Then he looked at the students in the classroom with an angry look on his face. Other students, listen to me. If you also follow Su Hao's example, maliciously provoke teachers and ignore school rules and regulations, I guarantee it with the clothes I'm wearing, you will definitely be expelled from school immediately. I, Lei Hairong, said so. He was really angry today. Su Hao, this scum, actually dared to bring people to the class to challenge me. He is simply lawless. Don't you see who has the final say here? Listening to Lei Hairong's roar like a mad dog, Su Hao was silently praying for him in his heart. Li Xueming, Bai Qining, and others were standing not far from the classroom. When he saw Su Hao and Tang Shiro coming out, he quickly understood what was going on. After letting Tang Shiro take Su Hao out for a good stroll. Turn around. Li Xueming and others walked into the classroom in unison. As soon as he entered the door, Li Xueming looked directly at Lei Hairong. His eyes were sharp and a hint of anger was slowly accumulating deep inside. Good. Very good. Very good. Lei Hairong, right. I heard everything you said just now from outside. Although Li Xueming has a slightly hunched body. But at this moment, with his hands behind his back, his aura emanated naturally. For a moment, Lei Hairong was stunned. Li Xueming continued. I know a little bit about Jiangqing Middle School. Indeed, your school's admission rate and undergraduate rate are very high every year. Your school does send quite a few students to our school every year. But I never expected it. These students actually came in this way. To be honest, the admissions office of Huaqing University will indeed pay special attention to Jiangqing Middle School. They have a high admission rate and there are always a few outstanding students every year. Huaqing University also recruits students from Jiangqing Middle School and even gives a few places for direct admission. But Li Xueming didn't expect that the teacher at Jiangqing Middle School would look like this. Not only did he fail to set a good example for others, he also did some immoral things. Lei Hairong saw Li Xueming coming in, but he didn't care and didn't take him seriously. Then, after hearing his words, she sneered. However, he realized later that he seemed to have missed something. My school. Lei Hairong muttered to himself, his expression changing slightly. He raised his head and asked in a tone of inquiry and verification. Who are you guys? Li Xueming snorted coldly. Haha, I'm just an ordinary, unremarkable old man from a college of Huaqing University. I'm nothing. In the classroom. As soon as Li Xueming finished speaking, Lei Hairong, who was standing on the podium, looked down from above, and his face changed drastically in an instant. His eyes widened, his eyelashes trembled, and he looked at the old men in front of him with slightly graying temples in disbelief. The old men from Huaqing University. Lei Hairong's throat rolled and he couldn't help swallowing. He looked terrified. The old men from Huaqing University, can he be an ordinary old man? However, Lei Hairong's fear was far less than this. After Li Xueming introduced his identity, Bai Qining and others from the Huaqing University admissions office who came with her also introduced their identities. Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and others also introduced their identities. Didn't Lei Hairong always want to know their identities? That's good. Now he knows. As each person introduced their identity one by one, Lei Hairong was stunned and looked at the group of people in front of him with a blank face. Just at this moment, another voice came from the end of the team. I am Xiao Bing, Deputy Director of the Jiangqing County Education Bureau. Teacher Lei, I heard everything you said just now. On the way here, Li Xueming had already contacted comrades from the Jiangqing County Education Bureau in advance. Upon learning that it was a professor from Huaqing University who came in person, Deputy Director Xiao Bing hurriedly accompanied Li Xueming to Jiangqing Middle School. But facing these big shots, he, the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, felt a little embarrassed. So I stood a little further back. But after hearing what Lei Hairong said just now, he had to stand up and identify himself, and also express the attitude of the Education Bureau. He had never thought of it. Jiangqing Middle School actually has such a teacher. Hearing this, Lei Hairong was shocked and his face turned even paler in an instant. Teach the people in the Education Bureau. Lei Hairong was very panicked. If it was people from Huaqing University, he would just be a little afraid. But he was deeply afraid of the people in the Education Bureau. This is a superior department that can directly strip you of your clothes and destroy your job. As a teacher, what he fears most is the Education Bureau. The students in the classroom were completely excited at this moment. Wow! There are so many big names here today. He is both a university professor and a person from the Education Bureau. When had they ever seen such a scene? For a moment, the classroom was noisy and full of discussions. So many big leaders came at once. Were they all invited by Su Hao? It seems so. But I've been to Su Hao's house before, and it's just an ordinary family. How did Su Hao know such a big leader? Su Hao is just lucky. How is that possible? These big leaders will never come to the school to challenge the teachers just for a loser like him. I think maybe Su Hao felt that he had lost face in school, so he deliberately found such a group of people to act out. The students' discussions were relatively quiet. However, Lei Hairong was standing next to the podium and accidentally overheard the students' conversation. Especially when they heard them guess that these people were actors hired by Su Hao. Lei Hairong raised his eyebrows and his eyeballs shrank. Yes. Could that little bastard Su Hao be so capable that he could have the support of a professor from Huaqing University and the deputy director of the Education Bureau? Absolutely impossible. Su Hao is definitely not of such great value that these big shots would come in person. The identities of these people are most likely fake. Think about this. Lei Hairong's heart gradually relaxed. He let out a long sigh, his legs stopped shaking, his waist stopped bending, and his throat was no longer dry. Everything seems to be getting better again. His eyes became sharp and arrogant again. He stood back on the podium, put his hands behind his back, looked down at the group of actors below, and sneered. Pretend. Keep pretending. You know what? Your acting skills are really good. I was almost fooled by you. Humph. How much money did Su Hao spend to make you act so hard, and you are so sure of it, pointing at my nose and lecturing me? However, you still have to show off your acting skills and the aura you have. Not bad, very good. Keep it up. But it's class time now. All you Hollywood actors, please get out of here right now. Don't interrupt my class, and don't disturb my student studies. If you don't get out of here, I'll call security. At the end, Lei Hairong almost roared these words. He was really angry. The group of actors that Su Hao found really scared him for a moment. If it weren't for the students' timely reminder, I would probably still be trembling with fear and being scolded by them. Lei Hairong cursed in his heart. He looked at Li Xueming and others who had not left yet, and suddenly laughed out of anger. Do you still want to continue acting? After I praised you guys just now, you really think your acting skills are pretty good, right? Well, I'll tell you frankly. Your acting skills are shit. Ha 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 ha. If you were really a professor at Huaqing University and the deputy director of the Education Bureau, would the school not have issued a notice? Wouldn't the school leaders have personally gone out to greet you? How could I walk here on my own like you did and confront me? Everyone, you have to act well. Otherwise, people will think you are ignorant. After saying these words, Lei Hairong became a little impatient. He looked grim and gave Li Xueming and the others an ultimatum. I have one last thing to say. Don't use your poor acting skills to deceive me again. Also, leave Senior 3-9 class immediately, or I will call the police. When the police arrive, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Lei Hairong looked at them fiercely. But just as he finished speaking, the two police officers accompanying Wang Defa pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. He stood straight with his hands on his waistband. You want to call the police? Well, report it. I would like to know if the call center will transfer the call to me later. Two police officers stood in front of Lei Hairong. Even if Lei Hairong stood on the podium. But in front of the tall and upright police officer, his momentum suddenly weakened. And at this moment, Li Xueming, who witnessed the performance of Lei Hairong and his students, had a look of disappointment and sadness on his face. It's amazing that there is such a teacher in a key middle school in a county. He has no ethics as a teacher and only cares about profit. How can such a person teach good students? And these students too. Li Xueming swept his eyes across the entire class. When the students met his gaze, they lowered their heads involuntarily and did not dare to look him in the eye. Li Xueming sighed. No matter how good one's grades are, if one has bad morals and impure nature. Such students. When he holds power, society will only become more chaotic. Li Xueming walked forward, shook his head, looked at Lei Hairong and said, whether our identities are real or fake, you can check them at will. But he paused for a moment, looked at the students in the classroom, and spoke with a dim gaze. I am very disappointed to see your performance today. I even have reason to suspect that there is something seriously wrong with the academic atmosphere of your entire school. As for your school's recommendation and admission situation this year, we will need to make a decision after we go back. Class 3-9 of Senior High School. After Li Xueming finished saying these words, he looked at the students in the classroom meaningfully. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at Lei Hairong. To be honest, after seeing what Lei Hairong did with his own eyes, he became extremely displeased with him. This is not a teacher at all. To be more precise, he should be a profit-oriented businessman. They only care about their own interests and have long forgotten the teaching philosophy of educating people. Lei Hairong met Li Xueming's gaze without retreating at all. Compared to just now, the momentum is not that violent. After all, there were two burly police officers standing in front of him. Although it is not known whether the identities of these two police officers are true. But a gentleman uses words rather than violence, so don't argue with them for some reason. By then, fists and feet will have no eyes. Of course, the main reason is that they are a little bit strong. Lei Hairong looked at his chicken breast, and then at the other party's bulging muscles. It is a very wise judgment. A little impatience will ruin a great plan. Temporary forbearance is for the sake of an even crazier slap in the face later. Let them show off for now. But even if you lose in martial arts, you must not lose in talking. Lei Hairong listened to Li Xueming's words and immediately teased. Old man, you say that as if you have the final say. It's no use for us to just stand there and stare at each other. Not only will it not solve the problem, it will also interfere with my teaching my students. Since you are so confident and want to make a big deal out of this, then call the principal and security guards over. Let's confront you face to face. If you tell even a single lie, I'll have the security guards send you to the police station. Lei Hairong made a direct threat. If I continue like this, I will be completely embarrassed in front of my students and lose my dignity. How can I face my students and be a good class teacher in the future? So, he suggested that the principal come directly. If the principal knew the whole story, he would definitely stand firmly on his side. I am a hero of the school. He has made great contributions to the school's admission rate and undergraduate rate. To this, Li Xueming didn't care at all. He even wanted to meet who this excellent principal of Jiangqing Middle School was. Li Xueming looked relaxed and said casually, Then please trouble Mr. Lei to call the principal of Jiangqing Middle School over as soon as possible. By the way, you can also call the leaders, subject teachers, etc. of Jiangqing Middle School over. I can take this opportunity to get to know these selfless and dedicated, good leaders of our long country. Li Xueming was not frightened by Lei Hairong's proposal. Instead, he showed a look of interest on his face. Instead it was Lei Hairong. Seeing this old man and the people behind him, they all had relaxed expressions. He himself was a little panicked. I felt confused and frowned, as if something was wrong. For some unknown reason, an unpleasant feeling lingered in my heart. Inside the classroom, the students were also watching the fun. Just now they thought these people were actors invited by Su Hao, but now they don't seem nervous at all. The students suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, why aren't they nervous at all when they heard the principal was coming? Could it be that they are really big leaders? How is that possible? My dad said that when senior leaders come to inspect our work, there will be special people to receive them. Look at them, are there any school leaders to receive them? Whether it's true or not, we'll know when the principal comes. Su Hao is such a little rubbish. He's been expelled but he's still causing unrest in the school. It's so annoying. I'm so unlucky to be in the same class with him. Amid the students' whispers, Li Xueming didn't have to wait too long. Jiangqing Middle School's principal Gao Zhiyong and senior grade director Tang Juanliang came to class 3-9. Seeing a large group of people standing inside and outside the classroom, the eyes behind the glasses suddenly frowned. What's going on? They gathered at the door of a classroom in broad daylight. What was going on? Who are these people? However, when Gao Zhiyong approached, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. His furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, he quickly walked forward, with a smile on his face, and stretched out his hands flatteringly. Director Xiao, why didn't you inform me beforehand when you came? As a member of the leadership team of Jiangqing Middle School, Gao Zhiyong is naturally very familiar with the comrades in the Education Bureau. I am especially familiar with Xiao Bing, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Tang Juanliang also walked forward respectfully and greeted Xiao Bing. Director Xiao, what brings you here? When Xiao Bing listened to the two people's flattery, instead of feeling happy, he showed an expression of disgust. He didn't even extend his hand, disdainful of shaking hands with Gao Zhiyong. Xiao Bing scolded and cursed. What brings me here? Well, I'll tell you. It was the corrupt teacher ethics, the narrow-minded attitude of not distinguishing right from wrong, and the evil spirit of crooked ways at Jiangqing Middle School that blew me here. Principal Gao, Director Tang, you guys are great. Xiao Bing's last sentence had a long tail. He gnashed his teeth, and the sound came out from between his teeth. Gao Zhiyong was confused and didn't know why Xiao Bing said those words. He asked in confusion and with a bitter look on his face. Xiao. Director Xiao, what on earth happened? Tang Juanliang also echoed. Yes, Director Xiao, what happened? Our school has always performed its duties conscientiously and abided by the rules and regulations, and has never done anything illegal. Xiao Bing was immediately amused by what the two said. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anger. Principal Gao, Director Xiao, is it true that you provided extra classes on the weekend without authorization? Is it true that you expelled students without authorization? Is it true that there are teachers with corrupt morals in the teaching team and you don't check and rectify them yourself? Seeing Gao Zhiyong was about to open his mouth to argue, Xiao Bing interrupted him immediately. No need to deny it, the evidence is solid. Everything that happened has been recorded and videotaped by relevant personnel for evidence storage and archiving. Principal Gao, Director Tang, you better hold on to your words and explain the matter clearly and honestly later. Gao Zhiyong and Tang Juanliang's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Fine beads of sweat emerged from his forehead, condensed into sweat beads, slid silently across his face, and dripped onto the ground. Gao Zhiyong opened his mouth and wanted to speak. For a moment, he was so frightened and panic-stricken, as if someone had stuffed a fist into his throat, that he couldn't utter a word. Lei Hairong, who heard and saw all this with his own ears, was already frightened silly. With a loud boom, the brain seemed to explode. All thoughts became confused. He was suddenly horrified when he thought of what he had just done. With a swish, his face turned pale in an instant. How could this happen? Lei Hairong stood on the podium in a daze, his face filled with fear. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could this happen? The person in front of the principal and the dean of studies was actually the deputy director of the education bureau. Their identities are actually real. Lei Hairong's head made a loud bang, as if it exploded. My feet were numb and I stood there in a daze. He raised his head and his eyes met the cold gaze of Xiaobing, the deputy director of the education bureau. Moment. Lei Hairong's whole body felt like it was falling into an ice cellar. His blood seemed to have solidified and even his breathing almost stopped. He now only prayed that the identities of the others were not real. Xiaobing snorted coldly. And his next words completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in Lei Hairong's heart. Principal Gao, Director Tang, let me introduce you. Xiaobing walked up to Professor Li Xueming, and the expression on his face softened a lot. He introduced it to Gao Zhiyong and Tang Juanliang. This is Professor Li Xueming from the School of Physics at Huaqing University. Then, Xiaobing introduced the identities of other people one by one. When Gao Zhiyong heard that the person in front of him was a professor from Huaqing University, his face was already filled with shock. His pupils dilated and he stood there in a daze for a moment, not even going forward to say hello. Professor from Huaqing University. That was his unattainable existence. I didn't expect that today, I would come to Jiangqing Middle School in person. However, the way and time of coming seemed to be wrong. It took Gao Zhiyong a while to come back to his senses. He understands too. I'm afraid Li Xueming's coming here today is not a good thing. Thinking of what Xiaobing said just now, Gao Zhiyong's heart was pounding and his calves were shaking. He walked forward with trembling legs, strong and laughing, and stretched out his hands, wanting to greet Li Xueming. Hello, Professor Li. However, faced with his proactive show of goodwill, Li Xueming didn't even look at him. With his hands behind his back, he pretended not to see Gao Zhiyong. Tang Juanliang was standing aside, so frightened that he could not speak. He was sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were already wet. We have made trouble, a big trouble. He is both the deputy director of the Education Bureau and a professor at Huaqing University. It seems that something big is going to happen at Jiangqing Middle School today. Of course. The most frightened and confused person is Lei Hairong. When he heard that the old man in front of him was really a professor at Huaqing University, my body couldn't stop shaking. The sweat on his face flowed down like it was free. There was only fear in his eyes. It's over. It's completely over. Lei Hairong looked ashen, with no expression on his face, as if he were dead. Seeing that Li Xueming ignored him, Gao Zhiyong realized that all the things going on in his school might have been exposed. However, as the principal of Jiangqing Middle School, he must be as cunning as possible. Oh no. Explain. Maybe in this way, there is still room for recovery. He spoke hastily. Professor Li, we hold tutoring sessions on weekends for the students' benefit, so that they can use as much time as possible to study hard and get good grades. As for expelling those students, we are doing it for their own good. After all, with their scores, it is basically hopeless for them to go to college. We are planning to help them find some vocational schools to help them continue their studies. Besides, Gao Zhiyong wanted to continue to quibble, but Li Xueming's face became more and more ugly. He interrupted directly with a gloomy face. That's enough. Principal Gao, you may be able to fool yourself and your students with these words, but now you are saying this to us, do you think we are fools? Save your saliva, and go to court with the law enforcement officers later. Hearing this, Gao Zhiyong's face turned pale in an instant. I was extremely panicked and at a loss, not knowing what to do. This is a big deal. The students in the classroom saw it all happen and understood where it was going. Suddenly, they felt a little weird. At the same time, I was extremely confused. Why does Su Hao know these big shots? They were talking to each other and talking non-stop. How does Su Hao know these big shots? Who knows? This is completely over. That old man is really a professor at Watching University. Judging from his tone just now, I'm afraid he will cancel our school's recommendation quota. I guess he will even reduce the number of admissions. I'm speechless. Damn Su Hao. Su Hao knows so many important people, why did the school expel him? Now we are implicated too. My dream university is Watching University. Listening to the students' whispers, Gao Zhiyong keenly grasped the key information. Su Hao. He knows this student. When Lei Hairong set an example and fired Su Hao, he also specially praised Lei Hairong. Unexpectedly. This randomly expelled student actually knew so many important people. Thinking of this, Gao Zhiyong felt extremely remorseful. If I knew Su Hao had this identity, I would never fire him. Gao Zhiyong looked at Lei Hairong with vicious eyes. If looks could kill, Lei Hairong would have been cut into pieces long ago. Damn Lei Hairong, he has caused them so much trouble. Lei Hairong met the principal's gaze, feeling both helpless and extremely frightened. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Who would have thought that Su Hao would have such a powerful background and know so many big shots? If I knew. Even if he had 100 or 10,000 courages, he would not dare to fire Su Hao. But now, it has happened. But what he still hasn't figured out is why Su Hao knows these big shots. It is obvious that his family is an ordinary family, and none of his ancestors or relatives are officials. How did he get to know these people and why did they take the initiative to stand behind him and support him? Could it be that Su Hao reported the school to the Education Bureau? After thinking about it, Lei Hairong denied this guess. Even if it is a report, only comrades from the Education Bureau will come. There's no need for even people from Watching University to come. Strange, so strange. Lei Hairong had many questions in his mind, but no one could answer them for him. On the contrary, their situation is already on the brink of a cliff. Xiaobing spoke at this time. Let's go. Principal Gao, Director Tang, and Teacher Lei, please come back to the Education Bureau with me and accept the investigation. If you have anything else to explain, you can go back to the Bureau and talk about it. There's no rush. There's plenty of time. After saying that, Xiaobing politely extended his hand and asked them to leave. Gao Zhiyong and others were startled and their faces changed drastically. This time, it's completely over. However, just as they were about to walk out, suddenly, there were bursts of rapid propeller sounds in the sky. Look up. A few helicopters came into view against the blue sky. It was getting closer and closer, flying towards Jiangqing Middle School, by the lake on campus. After Tang Shiro pulled Su Hao out of the classroom, they went straight to the small lake at the school. We strolled along the gravel path around the lake, chatting and laughing. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, high school days are coming to an end. Tang Shiro walked in front and sighed. Today, she is wearing a gray plaid JK uniform and a pair of white sneakers. Her legs are long and white, which is particularly eye-catching. She turned around, tiptoed on the ground, and stepped back step by step. From time to time, she would use the small branches in her hands to tease Su Hao. When she saw Su Hao's helpless expression, she would smile mischievously, revealing 2 cute dimples on her cheeks. Be careful, don't fall. Su Hao reminded with concern. To be honest, in the 3 years he spent at Jiangqing Middle School, he never spent any time properly wandering around the school. Today was the first time that he took such a serious walk along the lakeside of the campus, and he was with Tang Shiro. He enjoyed the warmth and tranquility of the moment. The breeze blowing from the lakeside carries the fragrance of flowers and plants, as well as the scent of the girl's hair. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Su Hao's heart seemed extremely calm at this moment. The two people's eyes intertwined in mid-air, and then they dodged each other in an instant, and they tacitly pretended that nothing had happened. Then, they started chatting about other topics one sentence at a time in tacit understanding. Before we knew it, we were talking about Su Hao again. Tang Shiro slowed down and walked side by side with Su Hao. She tilted her head and asked playfully. Su Hao, now that things have come to this, isn't it time for you to tell me? Why do you act as if you don't care about being expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance examination? Tang Shiro stared at Su Hao with her bright eyes, obviously not intending to let Su Hao skip this topic. Hearing this, Su Hao touched his nose and smiled lightly. How should I put it? Regarding Tang Shiro's question. For a moment, he really didn't know how to answer. The matter of the 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber is a national defense secret. Even if Tang Shiro has a good relationship with him, this cannot be said. So, Su Hao didn't know how to tell Tang Shiro. After hesitating for a while, Su Hao spoke ambiguously and evasively. Like you said before, all roads lead to Rome. Don't hang yourself on one tree. Since you have been disqualified from taking the college entrance examination, you should find another way. Besides, I always have my own way to reach my set goal and reach the top of the mountain. Tang Shiro looked at Su Hao suspiciously, her eyes rolling around and her slender fingers tapping her chin rhythmically. She speculated half-doubtfully. The method you mentioned, is it a drone? Tang Shiro thought about it and realized that the only thing Su Hao had invented was the agricultural drone that successfully put out the fire. She guessed that this was the method Su Hao was talking about. However, Su Hao smiled and shook his head slightly. That thing is more important, more valuable, and more outstanding than this. But I can't tell you. At least now is not the time to tell you. One day sooner or later, I will tell you. That day won't be too far away. Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. We have the drawings and the team. That day will naturally not be too far away. Seeing that Su Hao was unwilling to say, Tang Shiro, who was smart, also knew that there were some important things involved. So, she was very rational and did not continue to question Su Hao. He just made a small joke and sang a nursery rhyme in a slightly childish voice. Humph. You stingy guy, drink cold water. After drinking cold water, you become a devil. After a small complaint, Tang Shiro suddenly remembered another thing. There was a hint of curiosity on her pretty face. Hey, I just heard you say on the phone, is it possible that someone from Longwa National University of Defense Technology will come to see you? Before, when Su Hao was at his house, the people from Longka University asked Su Hao to stay at home and not move, as they would come. Su Hao nodded. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, after they've read the documents I sent them, they should hurry up and come right away. And, considering the importance of that document, the battle will probably be even bigger. Su Hao boasted a little. After all, it is the blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, which is the only one in the world. Tang Shiro rolled her eyes, an expression of disbelief on her face. Ha. I think that they think highly of you by having a professor here. Longka University is the National Defense University of Longwa after all. It is beyond first-class universities. It is definitely not like Huaqing University, where my cousin came in person, the admissions office, and even professors came. If Longka University could send a professor here, it would be a great honor for you. Tang Shiro didn't know about the 6th-generation stealth bomber, so she thought that the reason she came to the Dragon Science Conference was because of the test paper. Naturally, they thought that Longka University would not make a big fuss and send many people to invite Su Hao. You know. Admission to Longka University does not require a certain score. Those who are able to get in must not only be good at studying, but also must pass certain examinations and have solid political literacy. Seeing that Tang Shiro didn't believe it, Su Hao suddenly felt playful. He smiled meaningfully and then spoke. Why? You don't believe it? Tang Shiro nodded affirmatively. Well, since you don't believe it, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet, who's afraid of who? Tang Shiro raised her head and said proudly. What if what I said is true and you lose? Su Hao joked. If I lose, then I will. Oh no. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. Tang Shiro said casually. She regretted it as soon as she finished saying it, and a hint of red appeared on the tips of her ears. She glanced at Su Hao secretly and found that he didn't notice anything. Tang Shiro patted her chest with relief and breathed a sigh of relief. In order to hide her inner panic, Tang Shiro also asked. What if you lose? Su Hao was suddenly speechless. Ah. I haven't thought about it yet. He was only thinking about having fun with Tang Shiro, and didn't think carefully about the bet. Seeing this, Tang Shiro's brain started working rapidly and an idea suddenly came to her mind. Got it. Since no one has made up their mind, let's just treat it as a bet. If we think of it later, we can talk about it later. Su Hao nodded and agreed to the proposal. This little episode ended, and the two continued their walk along the lake. The breeze blew up Tang Shiro's black hair. She jumped and skipped like a little rabbit, walking in front of Su Hao. The girl's liveliness and cuteness made the cotton candy clouds in the sky pale in comparison. The heartwarming scene at this moment made Su Hao linger on it for a long time and made him lose his mind for a moment. Until they heard the roar of helicopter propellers, they stopped and looked over at the same time. Suddenly, a series of thump-thump-thump sounds were heard above Jiangqing Middle School. Immediately following. In the blue sky, 4 or 5 helicopters were flying fast from a distance. Residents living near Jiangqing Middle School all looked up at the sky at the same time. When he saw that it was a helicopter that came to Jiangqing Middle School, his face was full of surprise. Hey, why is your helicopter coming to Jiangqing Middle School? Everyone was surprised. On the lakeside of Jiangqing Middle School. As the thump-thump-thump sound got closer, Su Hao and Tang Shiro stopped and looked out. Tang Shiro stood on a stone by the lake, shielding her eyes from the setting sun with her hands and looking at the sky. I saw several helicopters flying towards Jiangqing Middle School at a very fast speed against the backdrop of the sunset in the sky. She opened her little mouth slightly, her pretty face full of surprise, and shouted excitedly. Su Hao, look! Helicopters! Military armed helicopters! They are flying towards Jiangqing Middle School. Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes flickered. It was the first time she saw helicopters at such a close distance, and they were arranged in a line. So shocking! As the helicopters gradually approached Jiangqing Middle School, she could even feel the airflow caused by the rapidly spinning propellers. The strong wind drove the airflow, making her hair flutter in the wind. Su Hao stood beside Tang Shiro, staring with his bright eyes at the 4 or 5 military-armed helicopters flying towards the wind. His expression remained unmoved as he stood there straight. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Tang Shiro with a smile. Tang Shiro gently stroked her messy hair and frowned slightly. She walked down from the stone and waved her little hands in front of Su Hao. What's wrong? Tang Shiro's pretty face was full of doubt. Su Hao spoke calmly. Here they come. Tang Shiro was stunned. Who? People from Longhua National University of Defense Technology, they are coming. Su Hao said. Judging from the time, it should be here soon. Hearing this, Tang Shiro took a deep breath and looked extremely surprised. You mean, these military helicopter gunships came here specifically to find you? She pointed at the helicopters that were slowly slowing down not far away, feeling extremely uneasy. How is this possible? Sending so many helicopters just to find Su Hao? Tang Shiro was somewhat unconvinced. Su Hao did not explain much. The two men turned their gazes back to the military helicopters. Now, they turned their propellers one after another and, with superb skills, stopped steadily on the empty playground. Seeing this scene, Tang Shiro's heart skipped a beat. No way, no way. Are you really here to find Su Hao? Her shining eyes looked at the helicopter for a while and then at Su Hao. For a moment, she suddenly felt that Su Hao beside her had become a little strange. The strangeness made him unable to see through. And just as these military-armed helicopters had just landed. At the school gate, there were bursts of engine roars and the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Tang Shiro looked over curiously. Just see. The huge avenue in front of the school gate. At the front, there were 2 police cars with flashing lights leading the way. Then, behind the police car and at the end of the convoy were several special police armored riot vehicles. The dark armored riot vehicle with a deep glow looked like a cheetah, ferocious and indifferent, making the entire street solemn. Following closely behind was a military green bulletproof pickup truck. An army vehicle. When Tang Shiro saw this, she immediately covered her mouth in amazement, her eyes wide open. Even the military vehicles are here. However, this is not the most shocking thing. In the middle of this huge convoy are several red flag bulletproof commercial vehicles with a dark black luster all over. The car body is shiny and looks seamless. The license plate was covered by a red cloth. So mysterious. The entire convoy drove into the school in an orderly manner. The crowd watching outside the school were already stunned. Hiss, such a big scene. Could it be that a gifted child has emerged from Jiangqing Middle School? When Tang Shiro saw this scene, she was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. After a long time, I slowly came back to my senses. She asked with a slightly trembling voice. Suhao, are these all coming to see you? Suhao watched the cars entering Jiangqing Middle School one after another, his eyes lowered, as if thinking about something. 9 out of 10, it should be. To be honest. Suhao was also a little surprised by this scene. He was mentally prepared. After seeing the drawing, Longka University will definitely attach great importance to it. But he never expected that there would be such a big scene. Alas, it seems that the country has indeed encountered a great obstacle in the 6th-generation stealth bomber project, otherwise. Suhao thought secretly in his heart. The current international situation is grim, and the entire Blue Planet is developing the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The United States is upgrading its existing B-series stealth bombers, calling them the 6th-generation strategic stealth bombers. Under such pressure, Longhua faced a great test. We are making every effort to break through the core technology of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Having said that, after all, Longhua started relatively late and many of its technologies were blocked. The country's overall scientific research level and high-end cutting-edge technologies lag behind the international level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made such a big fuss. But Suhao changed his mind. The international community has been very uneasy recently. The Eagle Sauce country frequently stirs up world affairs, causing unrest in the entire Blue Star Society. I am afraid that this move by the country has a deeper meaning. But these are not what he should consider at the moment. Come back to your senses. Suhao put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, turned around and saw that Tang Shiro still had her mouth slightly open, staring blankly at the convoy not far away. He couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything to disturb her. After all the convoys at the school gate entered the school, a group of people got off the cars one after another. The armed special police were scattered around, with only a pair of sharp eyes exposed, keenly observing the surroundings. And in that military jeep, a soldier in military uniform also got out. He looked around and soon discovered Suhao. Li Weigua's eyes fixed. They had already inquired about Suhao's information long before. So, they knew at a glance that the boy standing with a girl not far away was the person they were looking for. Then, he took firm and powerful steps and strode towards Suhao. When he walked in front of the two people, Li Weigua glanced at Tang Shiro. Then he walked past her and stood directly in front of Suhao. Li Weigua stood tall and straight with a serious face, and started the introduction directly. Hello, I am Li Weigua, a school officer of a certain military region. I am here with the relevant personnel of Longka University to contact you. Excuse me, are you Suhao? Jiangqing Middle School, by the lake on campus. Li Weigua strode from a distance to Suhao's side. Looking at this young man who looked almost the same as in the information, he still asked to confirm. Excuse me, are you Suhao? Before coming, comrades from the National Security Department had used some means to investigate Suhao's personal information. Li Weigua also obtained relevant information about Suhao from them. However, for safety reasons, he still needs to confirm his identity again. Suhao nodded, I am. Li Weigua nodded slightly and spoke again. Suhao, in order to confirm your true identity, I need you to tell me some of your personal information, family situation, etc. Suhao hesitated for a while and then nodded in agreement. Suhao is a student in Class 9, Grade 3 of Jiangqing Middle School. His father is Su Jinlong and his mother is Li Xiuqin. In accordance with Li Weigua's request, he informed Li Weigua of his personal and family situation in detail. Suhao also understood. The person in front of me must be a senior military official of Dragon Country. He was able to come in person to represent the country. Due to the importance and confidentiality of the drawing I sent, these safety tasks must be carried out with extreme caution and with utmost care. So, he didn't feel unhappy. After listening to Su Hao's report, Li Weiguo had basically confirmed Su Hao's identity in his mind. His expression became much calmer as he spoke. "Excuse me for asking you a few more questions." Su Hao nodded without changing his expression. "But it's okay to ask. May I ask which email account did you use to send that document to Lonka University?" Su Hao answered without even thinking. Li Weiguo nodded to show that he understood and asked again. "Can you show me the chat history between you and Long Keita on Jihu?" Su Hao did not refuse and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Without saying a word, he opened Jihu and clicked on the conversation with the graduate student of Lonka University. Li Weiguo took the phone from Su Hao and carefully looked through the chat history on it. Finally, Su Hao's identity was confirmed 100%. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. It's necessary for national security work, please understand." Li Weiguo's face was full of apology as he looked Su Hao up and down. He really is a high school student. He was secretly surprised. It is hard to imagine that the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber that has left countless scientific research workers scratching their heads was actually achieved by a high school student who achieved a technological breakthrough and successfully produced the blueprints. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Now that Su Hao's identity has been confirmed, Li Weiguo has paid more attention to Su Hao. Su Hao listened to Li Weiguo's apology and shook his head indifferently. "Understand your job, don't worry about it." He smiled, his face calm and composed. Tang Shiro, who had been listening to their conversation for a long time, was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. The rosy and tender little mouth opened slightly, revealing the white teeth inside. The bright eyes were full of wonder. If it weren't for the serious atmosphere at the moment, she would have screamed in surprise. "However, my heart is still extremely uneasy. Su Hao didn't lie to me. These people really came to find him." Hiss. There were military helicopters, special police clearing the way, and the military came in person. What did Su Hao do? Why did Lonka University and the country have to be so vigilant? Those who don't know would think that they were just protecting the country's top scientific researchers. She suddenly remembered. Just now Su Hao said that what he relies on is more powerful than that agricultural drone. Could it be? Now the military personnel and people from Lonka University come here in person, is it because of Su Hao's support? Tang Shiro was suddenly startled and a huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. If that is true, how powerful must that thing Su Hao was talking about? The country and Long University of Science and Technology have mobilized such a large force. Tang Shiro had 100,000 questions that she wanted to ask Su Hao. But obviously, this is impossible. These people all came for Su Hao, so they didn't have the time to ask Su Hao proper questions. After confirming Su Hao's identity, Li Weiguo invited Su Hao. "Student Su Hao, someone over there wants to see you, look." Li Weiguo turned sideways and reached out to the shiny red flag bulletproof vehicles. And, once again added, "That person has contacted you in advance and has read the documents you sent. I believe you already know who he is." Since there were outsiders present, Li Weiguo did not explain things in detail and just stopped at the point. Su Hao's eyes flashed. It was a grand ceremony, with so many police and military personnel deployed to control and impose martial law. Su Hao had roughly guessed that it was probably the person who had talked to him on the phone before. He smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Good." Su Hao turned around and walked to Tang Shiro. Looking at the puzzled look on her face and the curiosity in her eyes, he smiled gently and comforted her. "Just stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. It will be quick, don't panic." However, Li Weiguo said, "Su Hao, this is your classmate, right? I will take good care of her while you are away, and my colleague needs to talk to her about something." Li Weiguo had more or less figured out Tang Shiro's identity. However, for the sake of national defense secrets and Su Hao's personal safety, he must be extremely cautious and eliminate all security risks. Even those close to Su Hao are subject to his safety check. Su Hao frowned when he heard this. Colonel Li, she knows nothing. I know the seriousness and security of the matter. I didn't tell her anything about the documents. Su Hao didn't want Li Weiguo to make things difficult for Tang Shiro. And Tang Shiro didn't know anything at all. Li Weiguo comforted. Su Hao, don't worry. I won't embarrass your classmates. I'll just ask some questions and take notes. Li Weiguo saw the worry on Su Hao's face and couldn't help but smile. Su Hao looked hesitant and wanted to say something, and Tang Shiro spoke at the right time. Su Hao, don't worry about me, just go. Colonel Li is from the military. He just asked me about some situations and things. Don't worry. Go. Don't keep them waiting too long. Tang Shiro smiled knowingly and urged Su Hao to hurry over. She was actually just a little nervous, not scared. After all, they knew that these people came because of Su Hao and would not harm him. Moreover, the person in front of him is from the Dragon Country's military, so he is not scary at all. Seeing this, Su Hao had no choice but to nod. However, just as Su Hao stood up and walked towards the Hongqi bulletproof car, suddenly, a large group of people were walking quickly not far away. The helicopter made a lot of noise. Li Xueming and others also came upon hearing the news and arrived at the lakeside of the campus. Of course, Gao Zhiyong, Lei Hairong, and others were forced to follow. Now don't be honest. Having the clothes taken off is no big deal, don't expect a luxury package with free food and lodging. To be on the safe side, they are now much more obedient. Li Xueming, Wang Defa, and his group hurried over. From a distance, you can see rows of military-armed helicopters parked in the playground. The military green-armed helicopter glowed with a hint of coldness under the sunlight. Next to each helicopter stands a special forces soldier who is fully equipped and armed with real guns and ammunition. His eyes were sharp, like an eagle's, and he would not miss any clues at the scene. At the school gate, there are special police riot vehicles and military jeeps parked there. And several red flag bulletproof vehicles with a dark black luster. From the outside, you can't see what's going on inside at all. I don't know who it is. Li Xueming, Wang Defa, and others saw Su Hao standing with a man in military uniform. I was delighted and stepped forward immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by armed military personnel nearby. Comrade, please stop. The strong and powerful hand was directly across in front of several people, and the expression on his face was very serious and indifferent. If they were just a little bit further along, they would take the necessary action. Li Xueming stopped immediately, slightly surprised. At the same time, I was very confused. What on earth did Su Hao do to make the military be on such high alert? And on the other side, Su Hao had also seen Li Xueming and others arriving. Seeing that they were stopped, he hurriedly said to Li Weiguo, Colonel Li, they are all our own people. That's Professor Li Xueming from Huaqing University, and next to him is his student Bai Qining. As for the others, they are Director Wang Defa of the Science and Technology Bureau of the neighboring county, and Professor Zhao Guiyuan. Su Hao briefly introduced their identities to Li Weiguo. When Li Weiguo heard this, he raised his eyebrows and signaled to the assistant beside him with his eyes. The assistant understood and immediately asked someone to investigate the identities of these people. Not long after confirming their identities, he nodded to Li Weiguo. Only then did Li Weiguo let the guards let him go. Gao Zhiyong and others who were following at the end of the team had shocked expressions on their faces, and huge waves had already risen in their hearts. Look at those military-armed helicopters, the parked riot control vehicles, and the mysterious red flag bulletproof vehicles. The shock in their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. What is Su Hao's identity? Why did so many big shots come to Jiangqing Middle School right now? Even if they are stupid and ignorant, they know it. Su Hao's true identity is definitely not as simple as it seems. He must have some special identity. Among them, Lei Hairong was the most terrified. Ever since he confirmed the identity of the Education Bureau leader, his heart has been extremely uneasy. Now. He then looked at the big shots in front of him whom he could never reach, especially the leaders in military uniforms and the armed police special police forces. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. Originally, he was still thinking whether he could keep the clothes on his body. It seems now. Not to mention this set of clothes, it is even a question whether I can live the rest of my life in peace. Lei Hairong felt extremely regretful. If he could do it again, he would definitely not set an example and would fire Su Hao without any hesitation. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Now he could only pray in his heart that Su Hao would let him go for the sake of their teacher-student friendship. These people were all coming for him. If he could nod, these people would definitely not do anything to him. Li Xueming and others didn't know what Lei Hairong was thinking. The closer they got to Su Hao, the stricter the martial law became. There is a guard post every 3 steps, and wherever you look, you can see armed special police and armed police with guns. Within 3 meters of Su Hao, there were several fully armed soldiers standing, protecting him closely. Li Xueming was really shocked. As a professor at Huaqing University, he was well informed and knew a little bit about the military's rules. But it is precisely because I know this that I am even more shocked. Because people in the military, generally speaking, will not be easily transferred. Only with orders from senior military generals can military personnel be mobilized to carry out missions. And at this moment, military personnel were actually mobilized just to protect Su Hao. This is too grand, isn't it? Bai Qining was just as surprised as her teacher. She knows. In order to attract such an outstanding talent as Su Hao, Lonka University will definitely make some efforts. But she never expected that they would make such a big fuss. Only senior leaders of national departments can have such security standards. Now, even in front of Su Hao, it was so grand. It's incredible. Soon, Bai Qining followed Li Xueming and came in front of Su Hao and others. With the purpose of testing the truth and asking for the reason, Bai Qining asked softly. "Comrade, I wonder why you came here to see Su Hao." She only knew that people from Lonka University would come. But now even people from the military have come, which is really strange. Li Weiguo already knew the identities of Li Xueming and Bai Qining through reports from his subordinates. There was a hint of apology on his face. "We are very sorry. We were assigned a temporary mission and are accompanying the relevant personnel of Lonka University. We apologize for your intrusive visit. However, because this mission involves state secrets, we are unable to disclose the relevant information. Please forgive us, Professor Li." Li Weiguo briefly explained the purpose of his visit. No further details are given. After all, it is a 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber, which involves national defense secrets. No one has the right to know this matter without the consent and instructions of superiors. However, when Li Xueming and Bai Qining heard his words, they were stunned. Then, there was a sudden shock on his face. Su Hao is involved in national defense secrets. How is this possible? Aren't the people from Lonka University coming here just because of that test paper? Why is it suddenly involving national defense secrets now? They also looked at the test paper and found that there were no questions related to national defense secrets, right? Could there be something wrong? Bai Qining looked at Su Hao, then looked at Jun Guang in front of her. His cold face was full of confusion. That's not right. He had been keeping a close eye on Su Hao, so how did he suddenly become related to national defense secrets? Bai Qining frowned. Could it be that I have overlooked something important? The wind blowing from the lakeside added to Bai Qi's melancholy. That's not right. I've been at Su Hao's house all the time, and I haven't seen him have any special contact with Lonka University. Why is he suddenly involved in state secrets? Bai Qining was extremely confused. Did I really overlook something very important? After thinking for a while, Bai Qining suddenly remembered something. It seems that the only unclear point is that Su Hao sent an email to the people from Lonka University after he spoke on the phone. Perhaps the problem lies in this email. Bai Qining's beautiful eyes lit up. That's right. It must be that email. Su Hao must have sent a very important document to Long University of Science and Technology via email, which made people from Long University of Science and Technology and the military come from afar and make such a grand ceremony to meet Su Hao. Only. Bai Qining fell silent again. What email did Su Hao send? Why did people from Lonka University and the military take it so seriously? Bai Qining was extremely curious. At this time, Wang Defa and others also reacted, their eyes flickered, and they immediately realized it. The reason why Su Hao has attracted so much attention from people at Lonka University and the military is probably because of that email. Otherwise, just the agricultural drone and the test paper alone were not enough to make them so excited. But as to what the email was about, Wang Defa had no idea. I only had a bold guess in my mind, that email is probably not simple. And just when a few people were making wild guesses, the door of the Hongqi bulletproof car suddenly opened, and the armed special police nearby looked solemn and serious. Then, an old man with slightly graying temples got out of the car. The moment he walked down, many armed police and special police surrounded him and protected him firmly in the middle. Be careful and alert around you. The old man was none other than Lu Jiangwo, who was riding a horse at full speed. Although he is a little old, he is full of energy. With vigorous steps, he soon came in front of Su Hao. He first looked at Li Weigua and asked, "Colonel Li, what's going on? Why have you been delayed for so long and still haven't gotten on the bus?" This time he came specifically for Su Hao. But Su Hao didn't show up in the car for a long time, and he was surrounded by people. Not knowing what was going on, he had to get off the car to find out what was going on. Li Weigua explained. "Professor Lu, these are Su Hao's friends. They came here to inquire about Su Hao's situation." He briefly introduced the identities and situations of Li Xueming and others to Lu Jiangwo. Now, when Li Xueming saw Lu Jiangwo walking down, he was extremely shocked. Professor Lu Jiangwo is a leading figure in many national defense projects. I didn't expect to see him here today. Hiss. Li Xueming took a breath of cold air. Even though he is a professor at Huaqing University, he has to respectfully call Lu Jiangwo Mr. Lu. This is the true founder of the National Defense Project. Professor Lu is now involved in many of Longgua's national defense projects. Lu Jiangwo is a well-known figure in the academic world. Thinking of this, Li Xueming took a step forward and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Li Xueming from the School of Mechanical Physics at Huaqing University." Li Xueming stretched out his hand and bowed slightly, with a very proper attitude. Lu Jiangwo was slightly stunned when he heard this. Li Xueming. He seemed to have heard of this name, but he didn't have a deep impression of it. However, he still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Xueming. "Hello." Then he withdrew his hand without further conversation. Li Xueming was not unhappy either. He knew the purpose of Professor Lu's visit today. Thinking of this, his cloudy eyes looked at Su Hao with even more surprise. What exactly did Su Hao give to Lonka University? Even Professor Lu came in person. After Lu Jiangwo shook hands with Lu Xueming, he looked up and saw Zhao Guiyuan standing behind him. Seeing him looking at him with a smile, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but complain. "Old Zhao, why are you standing so far back? Are you afraid that I will cause trouble for you?" Hearing Lu Jiangwo's voice, Zhao Guiyuan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and walked forward. "That's not the case. I just didn't expect that you, Mr. Lu, would come here in person." Although Zhao Guiyuan's status and position are not as high, he is about the same age as Lu Jiangwo. The key is that the two had some intersections on projects before and had similar conversations. Over time, their relationship became much more familiar. "I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly ask me to gather at Jiangqing Middle School?" Lu Jiangwo asked. He had clearly stated before that they wanted to gather at Su Hao's house. Not long after, Zhao Guiyuan called and asked them to go directly to Jiangqing Middle School. He still hasn't figured out why this is happening. However, Lu Jiangwo didn't want Zhao Guiyuan to give him an answer now. "It has been so long and I haven't had a good talk with Su Hao. He came here mainly for Su Hao, so he didn't have much time to chat with others." Lu Jiangwo returned to Su Hao, his expression relaxed, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, Su-hao. I'm the one who contacted you on the phone before. My name is Lu Jiangwo, and I'm a professor at the School of Physics at Lonka University." After saying this, Lu Jiangwo looked happy and joked with a smile. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I didn't expect Su-hao to be so young. What a young man with so much to offer. Lu Jiangwo looked Su-hao up and down, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. Hearing this, Su-hao's eyes moved slightly and he also greeted him. "Hello, Professor Lu. I have seen your name and deeds on TV many times, but I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you in person today." Su-hao's face was full of joy. This is not an act, it is the truth. As a leading figure in Longwa's national defense, Lu Jiangwo has appeared on television many times, and his deeds have also been reported by Longwa's official media. At the same time, Su-hao was so happy because he finally got to know the teachers of Lonka University. And he is a top professor. In this way, his dream of entering Lonka University is almost set in stone. Su-hao was extremely happy, but Gao Zhiyong and Lei Hairong looked as if they had lost their parents, with droopy faces and deathly pale expressions. Finished. It's all over. The people in the red flag car were really coming for Su-hao. And the people who came were the top figures in Lonka University. When Lei Hairong thought about the fact that he had fired Su-hao personally, his eyes suddenly turned dark and his body became somewhat unsteady. Gao Zhiyong is not much different. He's cracked. This was all caused by Lei Hairong. My leadership career is completely over. With the current situation in front of us, we can't just act like a fool like Lei Hairong and say it's fake, right? Lei Hairong and the other two turned pale. Standing there, shaking. I looked up and around, feeling confused. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Jiangqing Middle School, senior grade classroom. With such a loud commotion outside, students in many classes have lost the mood to attend classes. Especially class 3-9. After Lei Hairong was taken away, the class was already in an uproar, and every student was extremely curious. Now, there were armed helicopters and SWAT and armed police convoys on campus. They could no longer suppress their curiosity, and after hesitating for a moment, they rushed out of the classroom, leaned on the railings in the corridor, and stopped to look into the distance. So many helicopters, and armed police SWAT riot control vehicles. At just one glance, the students noticed the helicopter and riot control vehicle parked on the campus playground and were immediately shocked. Turning their eyes, they saw Su-hao being protected by armed soldiers and surrounded by many important figures. That person, is it Su-hao? A student in the class pointed at the lakeside and asked, looking at the somewhat familiar figure. Hearing this, the other students looked over. Several students who were not nearsighted saw Su-hao's face clearly and nodded immediately. It's Su-hao. But, why is he so highly regarded by these bigwigs? Could it be that they came to Jiangqing Middle School today just for Su-hao? But he is obviously just a poor student who ranked at the bottom of the test. A student said sourly, feeling extremely unhappy. Seeing Su-hao being treated like a star and being respected by everyone, he felt very uncomfortable. Once upon a time, Su-hao always ranked last in exams and was ridiculed and verbally insulted by teachers and students. But now it has changed. Not only professors from Huaqing University came here specially. Now even the armed police special police have come here specially. It seems that a more senior big shot has come to see Su-hao. Such a change was difficult for them to accept for a while. Is this still the Su-hao they know who ranked last in the exam? So strange. What on earth did he do to attract the attention of these big shots? All the students present had this question in their minds. On the other hand, look at those students who had previously had disputes and conflicts with Su-hao. The expression on his face at this moment was a little unnatural, and even a little worried and afraid. Su-hao is in power now. If he holds a grudge, he will come to settle the score with them later. With the attitude of these big shots towards him, they are afraid that they will be in trouble. By the lake. After Lu Jiangwo and Su-hao had a brief conversation for a few minutes, they returned to the previous topic. What happened? Why did you stay in Jiangqing Middle School for so long? This time, Lu Jiangwo asked Su Hao with concern. He also noticed that the atmosphere at the scene was not right. It seemed that Jiangqing Middle School did something to Su Hao. Zhao Guiyuan wanted to speak, but still glanced at Su Hao imperceptibly. This tiny movement was captured by Lu Jiangwo. His eyes flashed slightly and he gave instructions to Li Weigua. Colonel Li, for Su Hao's safety, please take him to the car first. We will come later. Li Weigua nodded and walked to Su Hao. Student Su Hao, this way please. He stretched out his hand and made a please gesture, signaling Su Hao to walk towards the red flag bulletproof car. Su Hao smiled bitterly. He understood what Zhao Guiyuan and Lu Jiangwo meant. This is to avoid suspicion, or to avoid embarrassment. After all. Needless to say, Jiangqing Middle School must be held accountable next, especially Lei Hairong, Gao Zhiyong, Tang Juanliang, and others. In response, Su Hao sighed lightly, looked at Lei Hairong meaningfully, then shook his head and followed Li Weigua to the Hongqi bulletproof car. When Lei Hairong and others saw Su Hao leave, the only glimmer of hope left in their hearts was completely shattered. Finished. The last bit of hope is gone now. After Su Hao got in the car, Zhao Guiyuan told Lu Jiangwo everything that had happened to Su Hao. Su Hao has always followed the school rules and regulations, but because he was busy with other things, he missed a little bit of his studies. Zhao Guiyuan spoke one sentence at a time, and after he finished speaking, Li Xueming also walked forward and continued to add to his remarks. Su Hao had originally planned to review well in the last month and make the most of the last bit of time to prepare for the college entrance exam. However, the teacher at Jiangqing Middle School rudely humiliated Su Hao, expelled him from school, and cancelled his qualification for the college entrance exam. Li Xueming's tone was very serious. Although Huaqing University will miss out on Su Hao today. But he is not a narrow-minded person. People like Su Hao will definitely have a bright future. Now, while he has not grown up yet, I should leave a good impression on him, and we can have a good relationship with each other. Besides, what Jiangqing Middle School did is indeed despicable. As a professor at Huaqing University, I would never expect such behavior to occur on campus. Today we are not only asking for justice for Su Hao, but also for other students who were expelled without permission. After listening to the two people's stories, Lu Jiangwo's expression became much more serious. He nodded and looked at Li Xueming thoughtfully. Professor Li, have we met somewhere before? Lu Jiangwo always felt that Li Xueming's name was somewhat familiar, and also somewhat familiar. But I can't remember where we met. Li Xueming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Jiangwo to suddenly mention him. Feeling a little happy, he hurriedly introduced it. Professor Lu, you are a nobleman who forgets things easily. In the early years, you were in charge of the Three Gorges project, and I worked with you on the Baihetan hydropower station project a few years ago. But there were too many professors and scholars present at the time, and you were overwhelmed with work, so you may not have noticed me. After hearing what Li Xueming said, Lu Jiangwo suddenly understood. Oh, I remember now. Ha 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 ha. I'm old, and my memory isn't very good. I didn't remember it for a while, please forgive me. After saying that, Lu Jiangwo took the initiative to step forward and shook hands with Li Xueming again, with a much more friendly expression on his face. Lu Jiangwo said, I didn't expect that you would come here in person this time. It seems that Su Hao is indeed very outstanding, and even professors from Huaqing University came to visit him. Li Xueming agreed with this. He replied with a smile. Yes. If Su Hao wasn't an outstanding person with outstanding talents and knowledge, he wouldn't have alarmed you, ha 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 ha. Although I couldn't recruit Su Hao to Huaqing University today, meeting Lu Jiangwo was an unexpected surprise. Count it up. It was through Su Hao that he became closer to Lu Jiangwo. The two chatted and laughed, talking about Su Hao and praising him non-stop. Lei Hairong and the other two, who were standing by trembling with fear, felt extremely cold and miserable in their hearts. The more the two bosses praised Su Hao, the more desperate they felt. They tried to speak up and quibble several times, but they didn't get a chance to interrupt. The most important thing is that I don't dare. Lu Jiangwo and Li Xueming chatted for a while and the topic came up again about Su Hao being fired. The originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly became much more serious. At this time, Lu Jiangwo finally noticed Lei Hairong and the other two. He put his hands behind his back, walked up to the three people and questioned them. Is it true that Su Hao was fired by you without authorization? I want to hear the truth. If I find out that any of your words are lies, I will punish you according to the law. Lu Jiangwo's tone was extremely serious, and the strong sense of oppression made it extremely difficult for Lei Hairong and the other two to even breathe. I. Gao Zhiyong tried to speak several times, but his mouth was tied and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Lu Jiangwo was very angry. A genius like Su Hao was actually expelled from school. Absurd. It's ridiculous. Are the leaders and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School blind? The more Lu Jiangwo thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing Li Weiguo coming back, he gave direct orders. Colonel Li, you must immediately investigate this matter and find out the whole story of Su Hao being expelled from Jiangqing Middle School as quickly as possible. Besides, let the investigation team move into Jiangqing Middle School. Lu Jiangwo stood in front of Lei Hairong and others. Although his body was slightly hunched due to years of hard work, his majestic aura was overwhelming. Lei Hairong, Gao Zhiyong, and Tang Juanliang were horrified and dared not breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Jiangwo continued to give instructions. Without affecting the normal learning of students, let the investigation team immediately enter Jiangqing Middle School and conduct a comprehensive inspection of all teachers and leaders in the school. Investigate not only your work style, but also your lifestyle and other aspects thoroughly. A place where people are taught and educated has been corrupted by you. Do you think you are worthy of the title, teacher? Handing students over to the school, is this how you teach us? At the end of his words, Lu Jiangwo's tone became increasingly cold. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. However, there are serious problems with the school spirit of Jiangqing Middle School now. Not only do they arbitrarily expel students, but they also set a bad example for students. What will such students become when they enter society? If Lu Jiangwo had been like before, he would have slapped Gao Zhiyong and Lei Hairong a few times. Let them taste the iron fist of the organization. Li Weiguo obeyed Lu Jiangwo's orders without hesitation and unconditionally. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. We will start arranging the relevant work immediately. No matter who they are or which department they belong to, we will conduct inspections and restrain them with the strictest laws. Never let any fish slip through the net. Li Weiguo stared at Lei Hairong and others with his eagle-like eyes. After hearing what happened to Su Hao, he was filled with tremendous anger. Is this how Jiangqing Middle School treats talents like this? If it weren't for the fact that the country's laws require evidence, he would have made these people suffer a lot. Without any basis and out of personal gain, he arbitrarily expelled students. In the eyes of these people, don't they take the laws of Dragon Country seriously at all? Looking at the people in front of him, they were trembling with fear, their faces were pale and their bodies were shaking. Li Weiguo felt no sympathy at all. When Gao Zhiyong heard that the investigation team would be stationed in Jiangqing Middle School, his face suddenly changed. My mind went blank. It was like a bolt from the blue, and the sounds from the outside world seemed to disappear in an instant. It's over. It's completely over. The inspection team moved into Jiangqing Middle School, and they would be in trouble if they didn't die. Looking back on the years he served as the principal of Jiangqing Middle School, he himself was the only one who knew best what he had done. He had seen the iron-blooded tactics of the inspection team. Not to mention favoritism and abuse of power, even if you went to a barber shop in a certain street to get a haircut in the middle of the night, he could find out for you. Gao Zhiyong's face was ashen, and his body seemed to be deflated. He was swaying as if he was about to fall to the ground at any moment. Although Lei Hairong did not behave as badly as Gao Zhiyong, the pale expression on his face also suggested that he was not at peace. He was in a state of confusion. Everything that happened suddenly today caught him off guard. He didn't even have time to react, and his career was coming to an end. That's not all. At this point, he also knew that Su Hao must have done something earth-shattering to attract the attention of these bigwigs. No. It should be said that it is valued. Only then will they come from thousands of miles away to visit you in person. And he stood firmly behind Su Hao, supporting him in his pursuit of justice. Thinking back to what he had done to Su Hao, Lei Hairong suddenly let out a long sigh, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his face looked numb. It's over, it's all over. I'm afraid the rest of my life won't end well. Lei Hairong was extremely desperate and regretful. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Well. With a sigh, Lei Hairong seemed to have aged a lot. And Tang Juanliang didn't say a word from beginning to end. It's not that he didn't want to say it, but he was already scared silly. Especially after hearing that the investigation team was going to enter Jiangqing Middle School, he was already worried and dazed. Lu Jiangwo didn't care about their reactions or moods at all. After finishing things here, he was eager to get back to the car as soon as possible to talk to Su Hao about the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. He turned around, his expression relaxed, and spoke to Zhao Guiyuan and Li Xueming. Mr. Zhao, Professor Li, I have some things to discuss with Su Hao, so I'll excuse myself for the moment. Lu Jiangwo wanted to leave. Li Xueming smiled happily. Haha, Mr. Lu, please go and get busy for now. Your business is more important. Zhao Guiyuan and Lu Jiangwo were close friends and had a very good relationship, so he couldn't help but make a joke. Old Lu, it seems that classmate Su Hao gave you something amazing at Lonka University. Otherwise, with your calm personality, I've never seen you so anxious. Zhao Guiyuan was very familiar with the temperament of his old friend. When doing scientific research, I don't tend to panic when encountering emergencies. On the contrary, it is now. From the first moment he saw Su Hao, he seemed impatient and wanted to communicate with Su Hao immediately. Lu Jiangwo did not hide it either. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking somewhat proud. That's because the document submitted by Su Hao involves national defense secrets. Even I have to be extremely cautious. Okay, let's stop talking. I'm going to go have a good discussion with classmate Su Hao first. After saying that, Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, without further delay, and walked quickly towards the Hongqi bulletproof car. The words left by Lu Jiangwo made Zhao Guiyuan, Li Xueming, and others' faces change slightly. There were even more waves of turmoil in my heart. Involving national defense secrets. This. They didn't think about it that way at all, they just thought Su Hao had provided a relatively valuable scientific research technology, or a new concept in some aspect. But now Lu Jiangwo told them. Su Hao provided a national defense secret document. How is this possible? Even novels and exciting articles dare not be written like this. Su Hao was just a high school student who had not yet graduated, but he actually came up with something involving national defense secrets. Are today's high school students so awesome? Several people looked at the Hongqi bulletproof car at the same time. Although they could not hear Su Hao's voice, their eyes were full of shock. But they thought about it carefully and felt that it made some sense. If Su Hao hadn't come up with such cutting-edge stuff, Mr. Lu wouldn't have come here in person and made such a big fuss. Zhao Guiyuan couldn't help but sigh. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. This young man is incredible. After a while, Li Xueming came back to his senses and sighed softly. Alas, what a pity. If Watching University could recruit such talents, it would be. Before he finished speaking, Li Xueming sighed again. His tone was filled with pity and desire. Perhaps Watching University just didn't have the luck to meet such a talented person. Inside the Hongqi bulletproof car. After Lu Jiangwo briefly reminisced about the past with Su Hao, his face became a little serious and he went straight to the point. Su Hao, I need you to answer me seriously, honestly, and accurately. Did you really complete the blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber by yourself? Or did someone else assist you in the research and development? Remember, I want to hear the truth, there can't be any concealment. In the red flag car. Lu Jiangwo looked very serious as he stared at Su Hao. Su Hao, answer me honestly, did you really complete the blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber alone? Lu Jiangwo asked very directly, leaving no room for beating around the bush. This also has to do with his personality. He has always been straightforward. As long as it does not involve sensitive issues, he usually says what he thinks and solves problems face to face. Logically speaking, such a personality would have been excluded in other industries long ago and would not have achieved great success. But Lu Jiangwo is just the opposite. Relying on his extraordinary talents and his dignified character, he has reached his current position step by step. Most people in the academic circle have to call him Mr. Lu or Chief Engineer Lu. Faced with Lu Jiangwo's request for verification, Su Hao remained calm. He nodded. Professor Lu, I completed the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber from its initial design to blueprint drawing and then to the technical innovation of each module. To be precise, it was given by the Future Technology System. However, this was also the reward he received after completing the system task. And I have completely absorbed and digested it, and it has become a part of knowledge engraved in my mind. It doesn't seem too much to say that I completed it independently. Lu Jiangwo's eyes widened slightly, and he was slightly surprised. Su Hao was so confident that there wasn't even a hint of lying on his face. Lu Jiangwo's tense heart gradually relaxed. The expression on his face was also much more relaxed. And in another Hongqi bulletproof and soundproof vehicle parked nearby. There are various instruments inside, including polygraphs, expression analyzers, etc. There were also several public servants in military uniform. These instruments started working from the moment Su Hao answered Lu Jiangwo's question just now. But from beginning to end, the spectral charts of these instruments were extremely calm, without any change. This means that Su Hao did not lie. The gaze returned to the bulletproof car where Su Hao was. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jiangwo quickly came to his senses. He spoke again. Student Su Hao, for work purposes, may I ask a few more questions about the 6th-generation stealth bomber? Su Hao smiled calmly and nodded. I understand. Professor Lu, please feel free to ask me anything you ask. I will tell you everything I know. Lu Jiangwo did not hesitate and directly asked Su Hao some more professional questions about the 6th-generation bomber. As you know, the most critical point of a strategic stealth bomber is its stealth performance. Your design drawings and proposal reports indicate that you are using metamaterial stealth coatings. Could you please give us a detailed introduction to this material? No problem. Su Hao responded readily. In fact, this material is an artificially manufactured synthetic advanced material. When a fighter plane is flying and radio waves are irradiated, due to the special properties of this material, the radio waves will bounce off its surface and create an illusion, or minimize the radar echo. For example, when the enemy shoots an electromagnetic wave, this stealth coating can make the electromagnetic wave reflect in a specified direction, or even make the electromagnetic wave crawl on its surface without reflection, thus achieving a stealth capability hundreds of times higher than that of traditional stealth materials. Of course. Su Hao paused for a moment, then expanded the question again and continued to answer it. The strategic stealth bomber has a wide fuselage surface, and such paint cannot be used on all of it. Therefore, in some key parts, I also used coating energized plasma technology, which can be invisible to all bands of radar and infrared detection. At the same time, some extremely complex parts of the aircraft, such as the radar antenna cover, the pilot's cabin, the engine air inlet and the tail nozzle, have also been treated with some stealth treatment. For example, on the radar wireless cover, I used an artificial electromagnetic structure with frequency selection function, which can transmit its own radar wave signal while blocking the detection signals of other radars. Su Hao eloquently explained in detail the relevant stealth technology of this 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, from the big framework to the small modules. Lu Jiangwo listened with fascination, nodded from time to time, and a look of great interest appeared on his face. After Su Hao finished speaking, he was still frowning and thinking. After a while, his face suddenly showed enlightenment and his mind suddenly became clear. Understood. Lu Jiangwo was listening attentively just now, just like a student who listens attentively in class. Now that he had come to his senses, the look he gave Su Hao was filled with even more appreciation and admiration, and there was even a hint of respect. But more of it was shock. He is so young and has achieved so much. The Dragon Kingdom has a successor. In time, as long as he is well trained, Su Hao will surely become a pioneer of the new generation of national defense in Longhua. For some reason, Lu Jiangwo had a vague feeling. It is very likely that Su Hao will lead Longhua and bring national defense to a new height. This feeling came out of nowhere, but it seemed very reasonable. Lu Jiangwo then continued to ask Su Hao some questions. Not surprisingly, Su Hao not only answered in detail, but also, just like before, analyzed the feasibility and design ideas of this technology in detail from point to surface. Lu Jiangwo was completely fascinated by what he heard. He even took out his mobile phone, started recording, and took notes. These knowledge points are not covered in the plan. After I go back, I have to think about it carefully. The two talked for nearly an hour and finally finished their conversation. Enjoy it very much. Lu Jiangwo had never felt so comfortable. During the question and answer process just now, he once thought that he was communicating with a top scientific researcher. But the fact is, the person in front of me is a high school student who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. This made Lu Jiangwo a little dazed and curious, and he couldn't help asking. "Excuse me, how did you acquire this knowledge and skills, Su Hao? You know, a large part of the technology here has not yet been broken through by the cutting-edge team of Dragon Country." Hearing this, Su Hao was slightly stunned. This question stumped him. "How did you master it? You can't say that this is given by the system. If I really said that, I would be sent to a mental hospital. Or one day, you will be lying on a dark dissection table." Seeing Su Hao's hesitation, Lu Jiangwo reacted immediately. "I was indeed a bit abrupt. Everyone has their own little secrets. Su Hao can master these techniques, which is his ability. Moreover, they report it directly to the country. No matter how it is obtained, it will be beneficial to Longhua and not harmful. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. The most important thing is that it has now been fully confirmed that it was indeed Su Hao who completed the design of the 6th-generation stealth bomber alone. That's the case. Su Hao is fully qualified to be his student. No. To be precise, in some scientific research areas, Su Hao's performance is even better than his own. One day in the future, I may have to respectfully call him teacher. In the scientific research community, strength is everything. The word teacher is a sign of respect. Shaking off the fantasies in his mind, Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath and asked a question that he had always been most concerned about. "Su Hao, the blueprint you submitted only has the upper part. Excuse me, do you have the complete blueprint?" Tang Shiro was sitting in a Hongqi bulletproof car, and opposite her sat a law enforcement officer from the Ministry of State Security. One hand holds a pen and paper, and the other holds a recorder. The recorder was flashing, obviously it had been turned on. "How long have you known Su Hao?" the National Security Law Enforcement Officer asked. While looking at Tang Shiro, she moved the recorder as far forward as possible so that she could record Tang Shiro's voice more clearly. Tang Shiro looked thoughtful. "How long have you known each other?" As far as I can remember, she seemed to have known Su Hao since her freshman year of high school. After the classes were divided in the first year of high school, she was assigned to the same class as Su Hao. At that time, she knew Su Hao. "We've known each other for 3 years. To be exact, it should be 2.5 years. Our school started to divide classes in the second semester of our senior year. At that time, Su Hao and I were placed in class 9. We have known each other since then, so we should have known each other for 2.5 years." The questions asked by the National Security Law Enforcement officers brought back Tang Shiro's memories. At that time, Su Hao was an excellent student in the school. He is handsome and sunny, and his grades are excellent. So Tang Shiro immediately paid attention to him. The National Security Law Enforcement officers recorded what Tang Shiro said and then continued to ask Tang Shiro several other questions about Su Hao. It is mainly an objective evaluation of Su Hao, such as how much you know about Su Hao, what kind of person he is, what his interests and hobbies are, what kind of personality he has, etc. Tang Shiro answered these questions carefully based on her memory and her feelings when she was with Su Hao. The National Security Law Enforcement officer nodded and turned to the second page of the notebook. "Next, I'd like to ask about Su Hao's recent situation. Please answer truthfully, Tang Shiro." Tang Shiro nodded. "Excuse me, what was Su Hao's reaction when he learned that he was expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance examination?" How did he feel? The national security law enforcement officers looked directly at Tang Shiro, observing every subtle change in her facial expression. Tang Shiro's pretty face tightened slightly as she carefully recalled everything that happened when Su Hao was fired by Lei Hairong that day. When Lei Hairong said in class that Su Hao was expelled from school, Su Hao was very surprised and emotional, and even tried to argue with him. Afterwards, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, I took him to the grove at school, and his emotions gradually stabilized. After that, Su Hao's emotions stabilized. He didn't get as excited or depressed as he did at the beginning. Instead, he kept encouraging himself, saying that he had other options and could still go to college. The national security law enforcement officer narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately captured the key information. Then do you know what the other methods that Su Hao mentioned are? Tang Shiro shook her head. Su Hao didn't explain it in detail. I'm not very clear about it. It was only after I was shown the chat records between him and the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua that I learned that he had contacted Longhua University of Defense Technology privately. Su Hao also talked to him about some fighter planes, saying that he wanted to use them to enter Longhua University, but the other party ignored him. The national security law enforcement officer looked solemn and wrote down Tang Shiro's words in his notebook. Then he asked, "Then how much do you know about the fighter planes that Su Hao mentioned?" The national security law enforcement officer gently pressed a button on the recorder. In another Hongqi bulletproof car, the observers were already on high alert. After receiving her signal, they immediately used instruments to closely monitor Tang Shiro's various emotions and facial expressions. Tang Shiro did not notice the actions of the national security law enforcement officers. She frowned, her pretty face blank, and shook her head. "I don't know. I only know it was a fighter plane. As for the specific situation, I don't know. I once asked Su Hao about this, but he said he couldn't tell me at the moment, but he might be able to tell me in person when he has the chance in the future." Tang Shiro was not interested in this aspect. Her attention was on Su Hao at the time. As for what Su Hao said about the fighter jets, she did not pay too much attention to it. Hearing Tang Shiro's reply, the national security law enforcement officer frowned slightly. After waiting for a while, the observer's reply came back through the earphone. "No abnormalities found." The law enforcement officer's brow gradually relaxed, she closed the notebook, and a smile appeared on her face. "Thanks to Tang Shiro's cooperation, we have a general understanding of the situation. Today's investigation ends here, but we may conduct related investigations in the future. At that time, we will need to trouble Tang Shiro to cooperate." Tang Shiro breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "No problem." As we were about to get off the bus, the law enforcement officer gave instructions. "By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today. At the same time, it is best not to talk to anyone about the chat records between Su Hao and Long Keita, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble to Su Hao. When it comes to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, law enforcement officials feel it is necessary to be cautious." Although Tang Shiro didn't know the specific situation of the fighter jet, she was afraid that someone with ulterior motives would target her and use her as a breakthrough point to find out about the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Tang Shiro nodded slightly. "I see. I will keep it a secret and not tell anyone," she promised solemnly. The national security law enforcement officer smiled and joked. "Su Hao is so lucky to have a classmate like you." Hearing this, Tang Shiro was slightly stunned, then the tips of her ears gradually turned red, and a blush spread to her fair cheeks. Seeing this, the law enforcement officers couldn't help laughing. Then he opened the car door, signaling Tang Shiro that she could leave. Tang Shiro felt a little upset and got out of the car in a hurry. "Calm yourself down and after a while, everything will be back to normal." Thinking back to the questions asked by the law enforcement officers just now, they all revolved around Su Hao. Tang Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, Su Hao must have made some big noise, which made the people from Longhua University and the National Security Bureau so cautious. She guessed vaguely. But isn't this a good thing? The bigger the noise Su Hao makes, and the more attention he attracts from relevant state departments, the more outstanding he is. Just like now. Not only did professors from Huaching University come to invite Su Hao, but even people from Longka University came in person. Su Hao's excellence is already obvious. From now on, his achievements will only go higher. He is still the same as when I first met him. He is still so outstanding. The period of silence was just a result of his accumulated experience. Tang Shiro smiled sweetly and was genuinely happy for Su Hao. She turned around and happened to see Su Hao getting out of a Hongqi bulletproof car. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding and smiled at each other. Then, he slowly walked towards the other party, inside the Hongqi car. Lu Jiangwo asked Su Hao a little nervously but with full of expectation. "Student Su Hao, do you have the complete blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber?" The documents sent by Su Hao only involved the upper half of the drawings of the 6th-generation stealth bomber. So, he came here in person today. One reason is to confirm Su Hao's identity, and the other is to know whether Su Hao has the complete drawings. Su Hao nodded calmly. "Have." The answer was very brief, but when Lu Jiangwo heard it, his heart was deeply shocked. Let go of your tense heart completely. The worry on his face also disappeared at this moment. A happy smile spread across his face. "Ha ha ha. Great. That's great." Lu Jiangwo applauded again and again, his joy was beyond words. After getting Su Hao's accurate answer, he finally felt relieved. As for whether he would think Su Hao was lying, there might have been some doubts before. But after the conversation with Su Hao just now, and observing his words, actions, and so on, such concerns are completely unnecessary. But he also thought of another problem. Su Hao was so generous in handing over the blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. I'm afraid the conditions he put forward were extremely harsh. Otherwise, nor will you submit only the upper half of the drawings and leave the lower half unsubmit. If Su Hao asked for material rewards, even if it was a very high price, the country could satisfy his request unconditionally. But I am worried that some of the conditions proposed by Su Hao violate the law and even ethical standards. If this is the case, it would be a bit difficult. Lu Jiangwo was vaguely worried, but he couldn't help but ask. "Student Su Hao, the country is currently making every effort to develop the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Your blueprint has completely solved the country's dilemma. Excuse me, what conditions do you need to meet in order for me to give you the lower half of the drawing? The current international situation is very serious. Because of its advantage in the B-2 strategic stealth bomber, the United States has taken the lead in achieving a technological breakthrough in the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Live here. The Eagle country's little brothers are also completely crazy. They take advantage of the power of their masters and often make trouble on the borders and sensitive areas of the Dragon country. There are wolves all around, and they have big plans. The situation of Longhua is not very good." When Su Hao heard what Lu Jiangwo said, he looked at the slightly sad and conflicted expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and immediately realized that Lu Jiangwo had misunderstood him. "I thought that since I hadn't taken out the second half of the drawing yet, there must be some ulterior motive. But, it seems that I do have some intentions. However, this attempt may be similar to what Lu Jiangwo thought." Su Hao did not keep Lu Jiangwo in suspense, but answered directly. "Mr. Lu, I do have a condition." After hearing this, Lu Jiangwo suddenly felt a little nervous. He had never had this feeling when he was doing experiments or scientific research before. Su Hao's plain words made his heart wrench. He clenched his hand slightly and looked at Su Hao with twinkling eyes. It is said that eyes are the windows to the soul. But at this moment, the window in Lu Jiangwo's heart seemed to be shaking, and his mentality was a little unstable. He calmed himself down and forced a smile. "Student Su Hao, if you have any conditions, just tell us. As long as the country can do it, we will definitely meet them." But before Lu Jiangwo finished speaking, Su Hao took the lead in proposing the conditions. "My condition is to enter the Dragon State University of Defense Technology as a student. I wonder if Mr. Lu can agree to this condition." After saying that, Su Hao looked at Lu Jiangwo with a smile. Lu Jiangwo was a little confused at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, a look of disbelief on his face. His cloudy eyes also opened much wider. He seemed to think he had heard it wrong and asked again. What? Su Hao, could you please say it again? Su Hao smiled and spoke again. What I mean is, after I submit the complete drawings, will you allow me to enter the Dragon State University of Defense Technology as a student? This time Lu Jiangwo heard it clearly. But because he heard it clearly, his face showed even more shock. That's it. He looked at Su Hao in disbelief. Just such a small request. Lu Jiangwo felt a little dreamy. This is the blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. If someone else owned this blueprint and handed it over to the country, he would definitely make a huge profit from it. Su Hao didn't want anything, he just wanted to enter the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. This happiness came so suddenly that Lu Jiangwo was unable to react for a while. That's it. What else? Su Hao asked back. I thought, ahem. Lu Jiangwo was so happy that he spoke a little quickly, but fortunately he reacted and stopped talking quickly. Then he smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. Don't you have any other requests? Besides, it's a waste of your talent for you to enter Longhua University as a student. Forget about being a student at the Dragon National Defense University. With your knowledge and abilities, you are more than qualified to be a professor. What Lu Jiangwo said is not an exaggeration. On the contrary, it was spoken in a relatively low-key manner. In other countries, Su Hao's achievements would be enough to qualify him as a senior academician. To be precise, the request Su Hao made now is not even a request. Because he had long wanted to recruit Su Hao to Longhua University. It would be a big fool not to recruit such a genius. Hearing Lu Jiangwo's question, Su Hao fell into deep thought. Any other requests? Come to think of it, it seems that there is not yet. One of the reasons why he wanted to enter Longhua University was to complete the system mission. At the same time, Longhua University has sufficient resources and conditions to facilitate him to carry out relevant experiments in the future. As for the rest, he didn't pay much attention to it. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Even if he has the system, he doesn't want to be arrogant and achieve success overnight. Seeing that Su Hao was thinking, Lu Jiangwo did not urge him. But comforting. Don't be anxious. Think about it slowly and carefully. We will personally deliver the admission letter from Longhua University to you as soon as possible after the college entrance examination. At the same time, whether you like it or not, you have developed the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. This is a great achievement. I will report this to my superiors and the organization. Of course, there must be some commendation for you. Lu Jiangwo looked extremely serious. Regardless of whether Su Hao mentioned it or not, the reward must be requested. This is a recognition of scientific researchers. Hearing this, Su Hao could only smile bitterly and nodded. The other side. Tang Shiro was also taken into a Hongqi bulletproof and soundproof car. Without waiting too long, a national security officer opened the car door and got in. Seeing Tang Shiro's slightly pale face, the national security officer smiled and comforted her. Tang Shiro, don't be nervous. We are just asking a few simple questions. Tang Shiro nodded. Although she didn't know what department the person in front of her belonged to, she was taken to such a secure car for questioning, which must have involved very confidential issues. To say that you are not nervous does not exist. The simple problem she mentioned is probably not that simple. But at the same time, thinking of these people's attitude towards Su Hao, Tang Shiro was not very worried. After just a moment, she calmed down. This surprised the national security officer a little. This little girl is great. In such an environment, you can still remain calm. After a moment, she came to her senses and began to ask Tang Shiro questions. Excuse me, how long have you known Su Hao? Tang Shiro saw Su Hao getting out of the car, with a slight smile on her face, revealing 2 dimples. She tiptoed gently, took small steps and walked to Su Hao's side. Su Hao asked with concern. Are you okay? Tang Shiro shook her head, it's okay. They just asked me some simple questions and didn't do anything to me. Su Hao's concern and the worry on his face made Tang Shiro feel warm in her heart. She smiled slightly, her eyes curved into crescents. That's good. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew something about the Ministry of State Security. The law enforcement was strict, and he was worried that the law enforcement officers would be too harsh and scare Tang Shiro. But now it seems that, because of their respect for himself, their attitude is not what he imagined. At least Tang Shiro looked normal and didn't look frightened. At this time, Lu Jiangwo also got out of the car. He looked at Su Hao and Tang Shiro and smiled meaningfully. Student Su Hao, since we have already discussed the matter, let's leave it like this for now. After a while, the admission letter and some other documents will be delivered to you personally by relevant personnel. You don't have to worry about it. Just wait at home. Things here are almost done. I will return to Longdu later. I will wait for you at the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Lu Jiangwo is busy with official duties and has tasks to complete. It is already extremely difficult to come here in person, and there is no way to stay here for too long. Okay, I understand, Mr. Lu. I'd like to trouble you and the staff of Longhua University to go there in person. Su Hao nodded and said politely. Lu Jiangwo laughed and waved his hands. If we can recruit a genius like Su Hao, what's the harm in asking him to make the trip in person? After a brief chat, Lu Jiangwo prepared to get in the car and leave. Seeing this, Tang Shiro gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and still shouted. Professor Lu, wait. Lu Jiangwo stopped, turned around, and looked at Tang Shiro with a slightly puzzled expression. Lu Jiangwo knew it from Su Hao's attitude towards Tang Shiro just now. I'm afraid the relationship between Tang Shiro and Su Hao is not simple. But now he suddenly called me, and I didn't know why. Student Tang Shiro, do you have anything else to say? Lu Jiangwo asked kindly. Tang Shiro took a step forward. Professor Lu, although Su Hao has been officially admitted to Longhua National University of Defense Technology, I think Su Hao should be given an explanation for his expulsion from Jiangqing Middle School. She knew that the old man in front of her was most likely the leader of the group, so his words naturally carried weight. Su Hao's problem seemed to have been resolved, but not completely. At least, we should give Su Hao a fair name. He is not a bad student. At the same time, teachers such as Gao Zhiyong and Lei Hairong must be punished for their behavior. Lu Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. Student Tang Shiro, don't worry. We already know that Su Hao was expelled from school without reason. Don't worry, we will definitely give Su Hao an explanation. At the same time, we will deal with the school teacher's behavior strictly and severely to curb this bad atmosphere. He already knew everything about Su Hao's experience through Zhao Guiyuan and Li Xueming. It would be a lie to say I wasn't angry. Jiangqing Middle School expelled such an outstanding student without any investigation. This group of people who are enriching themselves and pursuing huge profits are simply so audacious. Even if Tang Shiro didn't mention it, he would ask the relevant departments to deal with it seriously. After receiving Lu Jiangwo's clear answer, Tang Shiro finally breathed a sigh of relief and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Professor Lu. Tang Shiro thanked politely. The two waved goodbye to Lu Jiangwo, left, and walked side by side along the gravel path on campus. On the way, Su Hao spoke first. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about me being expelled from school. We've already settled it with them. Through this incident, he also got to know what kind of people Lei Hairong, the class teacher, and the leaders of Jiangqing Middle School were like. You may feel angry and annoyed at first. But now that I have confirmed that I can enter the National University of Defense Technology, and the future technology system has been fully activated. Gradually, I no longer cared about what this group of people did. From now on, he, Lei Hairong, and the classmates who constantly mocked and belittled him were destined to be people from two different worlds. From now on, there won't be too much intersection. And my own goals will not be so narrow as to hold on to them. The matters of trial and punishment should be left to the law enforcement agencies. My goal is to enter the National University of Defense Technology of Longhua, use its powerful resources, and with the assistance of the future technology system, develop more cutting-edge technological products. It may be too early to let Longhua stand on top of the world. But contributing to the dragon country's national defense, and constantly catching up and climbing to greater heights, these can and must be done. He hoped that he could allow Dragon Country to have more swords and make these swords sharper. At least in the face of an international environment surrounded by powerful enemies, Longhua can hold its head high and not be afraid of foreign enemies. When he came to his senses, he saw Tang Shiro walking quickly in front of him and facing him. Humph. Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. If I don't mention it, you will definitely not take it to heart and forget about it when the time comes. People like Lei Hairong are not worthy of being a teacher. You can't be soft-hearted, otherwise what happened to you will happen to other students one after another. Besides. Tang Shiro stopped, pouted, and put her hands on her hips, lecturing Su Hao like a little woman. I know you don't like to be competitive, but sometimes, when you have the strength and confidence, you should make those who bully you pay the price they deserve. A kind man is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will become even more arrogant. Remember it. Su Hao smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement. I know. Seeing Su Hao agreed, Tang Shiro finally let him go. Then she secretly glanced at the red flag car, with a mysterious look on her face, and asked in a low voice. Su Hao, what did you give them? They even made such a big scene and paid so much attention to you. After Tang Shiro asked this question, she suddenly thought of the situation just now and suddenly realized that she might be asking about something she shouldn't be asking about. So she waved her hands again quickly. You don't have to answer. This involves too many things. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Tang Shiro patted her chest, feeling a little scared. Su Hao didn't think anything of it. Anyway, it's fine as long as it doesn't involve confidential information such as specific parameters and data of the drawings. He replied. We didn't give them anything, just a blueprint. Tang Shiro suddenly realized and did not ask any further questions. If I ask again, I will be investigated again. After thinking about it, she quickly changed the subject. Where are we going now? Looking at Su Hao walking aimlessly forward, Tang Shiro asked casually. Su Hao's face was full of confusion. Where are you going? Home, of course. Where else do you want to go? Jiangqing Middle School. With Su Hao agreeing to enter the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua, the matter finally came to an end. However, the matter of Su Hao being expelled from Jiangqing Middle School is not over yet. Lu Jiangwo walked up to Zhao Guiyuan, Li Xueming, and others. Old Zhao, Professor Li, now that this matter is over, I should also return to Longdu. But before that, there must be an explanation for Su Hao's expulsion from Jiangqing Middle School without reason. What do you think? Su Hao is now a student at the National Defense University of Longhua, and he has also submitted the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. No matter from which aspect, he must stand firmly on Su Hao's side and seek justice for him. Zhao Guiyuan nodded. Indeed, Jiangqing Middle School's actions are extremely bad, and those responsible must be severely punished. He understood the whole story and understood the seriousness of the incident. Li Xueming naturally agreed very much. Although he failed to recruit Su Hao, he still gained a lot from this trip to Jiangqing. Not only did he establish a good relationship with Su Hao, he also met Professor Lu Jiangwo and even had a very pleasant conversation with him. For Li Xueming, this is already very good. What do you think we should do, Mr. Lu? We'll listen to you. They have no say on how to deal with Jiangqing Middle School and have no law enforcement power. But, however, you can report the matter to higher-level law enforcement agencies and let them conduct a comprehensive and thorough investigation of the matter. At this time, Xiao Bing, Deputy Director of the Jiangqing County Education Bureau, stepped forward and said, Mr. Lu, and Professor Zhao and Professor Li, our Jiangqing County Education Bureau has learned about Su Hao's expulsion from Jiangqing Middle School. When we return, we will conduct a strict investigation in accordance with the rules and regulations. The Education Bureau also has an unshirkable responsibility for what happened. Xiao Bing thought that they should try not to escalate the matter, otherwise they would also have to bear a heavy price. However, Lu Jiangwo obviously saw what Xiao Bing was thinking. Snort. What happened at Jiangqing Middle School is already extremely bad. I'm afraid it won't be possible for the Jiangqing County Education Bureau to investigate the details alone. I suggest that we jointly report this matter to the relevant national departments and have the Commission for Discipline Inspection, the State Taxation Bureau, the Education and Sports Bureau and other departments jointly stationed in Jiangqing Middle School. For this incident, we must conduct a thorough investigation from top to bottom, inside and out. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly. His attitude was very firm. He knows the nature of local departments too well. They are often unwilling to make a big deal out of things, which would lead to them being punished by relevant state departments. That is their style of being afraid of trouble and afraid of being implicated. Many companies, units and organizations have committed serious mistakes, but they have managed to make big things small and small things nothing, and in the end, the matter is left unresolved. The problem has not been solved, and the lawbreakers have become more and more daring, and they have no bottom line in doing things. What Jiangqing Middle School did is a good example. Lu Jiangwo decided not to allow such a thing to happen. Zhao Guiyuan and Li Xueming nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Yes, I strongly support it. Mr. Lu is right. When we find a cockroach, there is usually already a whole nest of them. We must follow the lead and eliminate all the offenders. Both of them expressed their opinions. Xiao Bing's expression changed slightly, and he tactfully stopped talking. Gao Zhiyong, Lei Hairong, and Tang Juanliang, who were standing not far away, heard Lu Jiangwo's words clearly. The three of them looked pale and their hearts were filled with despair. It's over. It's all over. After the matter here was concluded, Lu Jiangwo and others left one after another. Jiangqing Middle School has returned to its former tranquility. But this silence seemed a little unusual, as if something was brewing. The storm is coming and the whole building is full of mountains. The air is very stuffy and the atmosphere is very depressing. Many students at school felt the calm before the storm. Bad things are approaching step by step. Senior Grade 3, Class 9. Since Lei Hairong left, this class turned into a self-study class. However, at this moment, the classroom was noisy and full of discussions. How those big shots are finally gone. They left, but I still feel like it's far from over. Alas, with the college entrance exam approaching, this incident has made me lose the mood to review. It's not Su Hao. If it weren't for him, we would all be studying peacefully for the college entrance examination. That's right. It's all Su Hao's fault. He has bad intentions and has made us lose the mood to review. The topic of the students in the class gradually shifted from those big shots to Su Hao. They didn't dare to offend those big shots, but they were not afraid of Su Hao. What's more, now they are just talking behind his back and he doesn't know anything about it. Li Chang is the deputy monitor of Grade 3, Class 9, and is also among the top students in his class. My goal for this college entrance examination is Huaqing University. I thought that with my excellent grades and the fact that Huaqing University was going to expand its enrollment, it should not be a problem for me to be admitted to Huaqing University. But now, the situation is completely different. The professor who claimed to be from Huaqing University just now personally admitted that the number of places for Jiangqing Middle School to be admitted to Huaqing University will be reduced or even eliminated. This means that the difficulty of his admission to Huaqing University will increase dramatically. And the culprit behind all this is Su Hao. Thinking of this, Li Chang's eyes became extremely vicious. Damn Su Hao, it's all your fault. I can't go to Huaqing University. Li Chang, with a look of resentment on his face, cursed a few words in a low voice. The anger in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. His eyes flickered, and after a while, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Looking at the students who were rushing to discuss, he said casually, I don't understand why Su Hao came to school to cause trouble at this time. It's understandable that he couldn't swallow the anger of being expelled from school, but he could have done it after the college entrance examination, right? It's hard not to suspect that he did this on purpose, just to affect everyone's review and prevent everyone from getting into their ideal university. People like Su Hao are just too disgusting, right? We are classmates after all, but he actually did something so ruthless. Li Chang's words were like a lit oil barrel, making the atmosphere of discussion even more heated, and the anger towards Su Hao also reached another level. I think what Li Chang said is right. Su Hao is resentful and did this on purpose to make it impossible for everyone to go to college. What a disgusting person. How can there be such a disgusting person? Su Hao is really capable. He can actually invite so many big shots. When Li Chang heard their discussion, he snorted coldly. Snort. How can Su Hao have such a big face to invite these big shots? I think Su Hao definitely has a family background. He is the son of an official. He relied on his family connections to invite these bigwigs to support him and seek justice. Otherwise, how could he, a poor student at the bottom of the class, get people from Huaqing University and the Ministry of Education to come? After a pause, his face darkened, he continued. Su Hao was resentful of the school's expulsion of him and took this opportunity to deliberately suppress and tarnish the school's reputation. He even came here during the weekend tutoring period, which made the school even more guilty. He also affected our normal review. Su Hao is really cunning. He is still a young boy and still doesn't learn his lesson. He is always doing unorthodox things. I think we should expose Su Hao's behavior. We must not allow people like Su Hao to tarnish this institution of education and education. We must give us a quiet learning space. Dear classmates, what do you think? Li Chang is the deputy monitor of grade 3-9, and has excellent grades. His popularity in the class is still quite high. As he proposed to expose Su Hao's affairs, the excited students immediately expressed their agreement. I support you. We must expose Su Hao's behavior online. Su Hao still thinks it's the past. Can he bully the people by relying on his family members being officials? Absolutely impossible. We will expose his behavior online and let the majority of netizens judge him. When the time comes, he and his family will definitely be severely punished. Deputy Monitor, we all listen to you. Let's work together to expose Su Hao's behavior online and get netizens to support us. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Hee. If you say Su Hao is smart, he knows how to use his family's connections to put pressure on the school. If you say he is stupid, he actually made such a big show and entered the school openly, as if he was afraid that others would not know that his family has connections. The real-life version of, my dad is Li Gang, ha 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 ha. Li Chang smiled happily when he saw that everyone supported his decision. Okay. Let's work together to expose Su Hao's actions and give us a fair and just learning environment. We must not allow a black sheep like Su Hao to bring injustice to the school. Justice will prevail. At this moment, Li Chang felt very comfortable. Su Hao prevented him from being admitted to Huaqing University, so he would ruin Su Hao's reputation. It would be best to put him in jail for a few days so that he can never hold his head up again. Later. The school issued a notice asking all students to go home. After something like this happened, the school no longer dared to let students take tutoring classes on weekends. As a result, more people became dissatisfied with Su Hao. I feel that it is because of him that everyone is unable to use the weekend time to review at school. The college entrance examination is like a huge army crossing a single plank bridge. If you spend more time reviewing, your score may improve a little. A difference of 1 point means a difference of tens of thousands of places. The competition is fierce. After returning home, the students began to talk about Su Hao on the internet. Short essays, pictures, videos, etc. are presented one after another with vivid voice and emotion. Li Chang even temporarily set up a group chat specifically to expose Su Hao online. Everyone has their responsibilities assigned. Some write copy, some edit pictures, and some register accounts. Then, they are all on major social platforms, such as Douyin, Slow Hand, Little Green Book, Top Bar, Xiaopa Station, etc. Post messages and videos. Some students brought their cell phones to class and happened to take pictures of the school, so they hung them up as well. Then they distorted the facts and fabricated some rumors to show that Su Hao was the son of an official. Then they used this status to exert official pressure, disrupt and slander the school, making it impossible for students to study in class normally. Under their organized and disciplined exposure. Although no exposure was purchased, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and it soon became popular locally. It attracted the attention of local netizens. Many local residents have seen these videos when they open short video platforms such as Douyin and Mancho. After watching the video, they left comments below. We did see a large group of people heading to Jiangqing Middle School today. The SWAT riot vehicle led the way, with several high-standard bulletproof red flag vehicles in the middle, and even an armed helicopter. The scene was so shocking. When I first saw it, I thought it was a military exercise. This scene is no less than that of officials from senior state departments. Hiss. This student's family is a high-ranking official. They actually put up such a big show, quite interesting. Most of the netizens who made these comments are residents living near Jiangqing Middle School. At first they thought that some important leader came to Jiangqing Middle School for inspection, but now they found out after seeing these videos. It turned out that the students' parents were making trouble at school. And this student's family has some official background, which is why the scene was so grand. Suddenly, many local netizens felt extremely disgusted. Because of more or less class contradictions, they are somewhat dissatisfied with some bureaucracy. Now that bureaucracy has spread to campuses, they hate it even more. Local netizens took to the comment section to accuse and abuse. Is this what a public servant is supposed to do to serve the people? He uses his power to seek personal gain. My dad is Li Gang. This student is really born into a good family. At such a young age, you have learned to use your family connections. Not bad, not bad. You will definitely be a good official in the future. Damn it. Not only does he have poor academic performance, but he also affects others. Such a student is too bad. He is just a high school student. Don't let him go. I suggest that the relevant departments punish him severely. Neither students nor parents should let him go. Public opinion quietly fermented on the internet. Su Hao, the protagonist of the incident, personally escorted Tang Shiro back to the downstairs of her home. How about going up and trying it? Tang Shiro crossed her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly, making a rather shy invitation. She looked at the dense beads of sweat on Su Hao's forehead and felt a little elated. Su Hao shook his head. No, I've been away from home for too long. My parents must be worried. I have to go back quickly. Jiandan chatted with Tang Shiro for a few words and then waved goodbye. Su Hao headed home along the same route he came from. Looking at the scenery along the way, Su Hao recalled everything that happened today. To be honest, a lot really happened today. First, Wang Defa and his team came over in person to discuss the matter of agricultural drones. Then Huaqing University came to visit him and invited him to study at Huaqing University. Just when we thought the matter was over, Professor Liu from the National Defense University of Longhua and people from the National Security Department also arrived. A series of things also happened at school. The upper part of the blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic I-bomber has been sent to Mr. Liu, and now I have confirmed that I will enter the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Find some time to organize the second half of the drawings and send them over. I believe that it won't be long before the acceptance letter arrives or the enrollment procedures are completed, and the mission of the future technology system will be completed. Thinking of this, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The worries of many days were also put aside at this moment. I feel extremely happy. Regarding the drone, what Section Chief Wang said before is something we can really consider. Su Hao thought as he walked. Now that the matter of Longhua University has been settled, it seems that we can make careful plans for the drone issue. After all, what Wang Defa said is really feasible. Forget it, let's discuss this later. I should hurry home now and tell my parents the good news that I was admitted to the National University of Defense Technology in advance. They have been so worried about me during this period. I guess they will be very happy to hear this news. Thinking of this, Su Hao calmed down. Quicken your pace and rush home. Mom, I'm back. Su Hao shouted at the door. After sending Tang Shiro home, Su Hao rushed straight home. Being away for such a long time and involving such a large number of people, I'm afraid my mother must be very worried. Su Hao did not delay on the road, and hurried back home as fast as he could. The door opened and Li Xiuqin appeared in sight. The first time she saw Su Hao, her face was full of concern. Is Xiaohao back? Well, I'll be back once things are settled. Su Hao nodded and walked in. In the living room, Su Zhenlong, who had just returned from get-off work, was drinking water. It looked like he had taken a shower and changed his clothes. However, the fatigue on his face was still obvious. Hearing that Su Hao had handled the matter, Li Xiuqin's face was immediately filled with curiosity. It's been dealt with. Then, what did the leaders say? Su Zhenlong also put down his teacup and looked at Su Hao. When he got home from get-off work, he learned from Li Xiuqin what happened today. At this moment, he was also extremely concerned about Su Hao's affairs. My son was expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance exam. I'm afraid his academic future is hopeless. Su Hao smiled slightly, walked to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Then he answered with a smile on his face. Dad, Mom. I can go to college now. I've been officially accepted. Su Hao told them the good news. This is something my mom has been worrying about during this period. When I saw that I was expelled from school, I comforted myself not to be sad, saying that at worst I would not go to college. But one can more or less see worry and a hint of disappointment on their faces. Now that I have been confirmed to have been officially admitted to the National University of Defense Technology, it is time to share this good news with my parents. He thought that his parents would be very happy to hear the news. Really? When Su Zhenlong and Li Xiuqin heard Su Hao's words, they were stunned at first, and then they were overjoyed. Su Zhenlong suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes flickering, staring at Su Hao in a daze. Son, are you telling the truth? Su Zhenlong walked forward and put his hands on Su Hao's shoulders. He was extremely shocked. I originally thought that Su Hao would no longer have the possibility to go to college because of school reasons. But now, Su Hao said that he has been admitted to the university in advance. How could Su Zhenlong not be happy? Su Hao could feel the huge force coming from his shoulder. It can be seen that this father, who is not good at speaking and never shows his emotions on his face, is happy from the bottom of his heart today. Su Hao met Su Zhenlong's gaze and nodded solemnly. Dad, it's true. I can really go to college. The renewed affirmation finally made Su Zhenlong breathe a sigh of relief, and the strength in his hands that were holding Su Hao's shoulders weakened a lot. Then, a smile from the heart broke out on his face. Ha ha ha, my son is going to college. Li Xiuqin, who had been happy for a long time, finally got the chance to speak. She walked up and pinched Su Hao's face affectionately. My son is awesome. Tell Mom quickly, did you agree to be admitted to Huaqing University by the teacher of Huaqing University? Li Xiuqin remembered that a teacher from Huaqing University had invited Su Hao to enroll in Huaqing University in front of him. She felt that Su Hao had most likely agreed. Huaqing University. This is a famous university in Longhua. Every year, the number of students from Jiangqing County who are admitted to Huaqing University can be counted on one hand. Not only can my precious son go to college, but he can go to a prestigious university. It will be very face-saving to say this out loud. But she saw Su Hao shaking his head slightly. It's not Huaqing University, it's Longhua National University of Defense Technology. This statement was so shocking that the smile on Li Xiuqin's face froze instantly. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Dragon State University of Defense Technology. Li Xiuqin was so excited that her voice trembled. Su Zhenlong's originally happy mood gradually calmed down. As a result, when he heard what Su Hao said again, his pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Su Hao in disbelief. Xiao Hao, are you saying that you were specially recruited into the Dragon State University of Defense Technology? Su Hao smiled without saying anything and nodded. After getting his personal confirmation, Su Zhenlong and Li Xiuqin looked at each other, and both saw shock and excitement in each other's eyes. After coming to her senses, Li Xiuqin clapped her hands and a happy smile appeared on her face. Oh my goodness! My son has made it big. He was admitted to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. This is a great honor for our family. If you get admitted to Huaqing University, you can invite all your relatives and neighbors to attend the graduation banquet. So, if you are specially recruited into the National University of Defense Technology, you can wear a big red flower, beat gongs and drums, and receive the blessings and love of the entire village. In Longwa, no university can shake the solid position of Longwa University of Defense Technology. Li Xiuqin was extremely happy. She had never been so happy in her decades of life. She rubbed Su Hao's handsome face and said lovingly, "Son, what do you want to eat? Mom will buy it for you now." Su Hao smiled bitterly. "Mom, I don't." Before she could even say her refusal, Li Xiuqin had already turned around and left, walked to the door to put on her shoes, and spoke as she walked. "I know what you want to eat. Mom will buy all your favorite dishes and cook them for you herself. Old Su, I'll bring you a bottle of wine. Our son is promising. I'll allow you to have a few drinks today." After saying that, Li Xiuqin hummed a little tune and walked away with the wind. After chatting with Su Jinlong for a while, Su Hao returned to the room and sent a message to Tang Shiro saying that he had arrived home. Tang Shiro, got it. Hey, how did your parents react when they heard the news that you were admitted to Longka University? Tang Shiro asked curiously. Su Hao had a smile on his face. Very happy, and they. He briefly told Tang Shiro about his parents' reactions. After chatting for a while, Tang Shiro suggested going to study. After all, there is not much time left before the college entrance examination. You go ahead and do your work. I have to study too. I still have to take the college entrance exam, and you're already a student at Longka University. Su Hao smiled bitterly, simply replied okay, and ended the chat. In the chat message column, Chen Nong also sent a message earlier. When Su Hao clicked on it, Chen Nong told him that Section Chief Wang Defa had applied to add him as a friend and asked Su Hao to approve it. Su Hao took a look and found that it was true. He himself accepted Wang Defa's friend request. As soon as it was passed, Wang Defa sent a message. "Hello, classmate Su Hao, I'm Wang Defa." "Hello, Chief Wang." Su Hao replied politely. Wang Defa added Su Hao as a friend, mainly to discuss matters related to drones. He knows too. The matter between Su Hao and Longka University involves state secrets and it is difficult to inquire about it. So I didn't ask any more questions and just got straight to the point. Student Su Hao, what do you think about the agricultural drone issue? Seeing Wang Defa's message, Su Hao was in deep thought. At present, although I have been confirmed to enter Longka University, it may take some time for the notification letter to arrive. I don't have anything else to do during this period. In that case, why not solve the drone issue first? That's it. Su Hao made a decision. Su Hao replied. I happen to have some free time these days. How about I come to see you tomorrow? Is that okay with you? On the other end of the phone, Wang Defa saw Su Hao's message and his face lit up with joy. Absolutely. Then, see you tomorrow. In the room. Su Hao and Wang Defa agreed to meet tomorrow. He turned off his cell phone and placed it gently on the table. Take a deep breath. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. With his angular facial features, his smile is as warm as spring breeze. It was at this time. The future technology system that had been silent for a long time suddenly responded. Bite. It has been detected that the host has successfully gained the favor of Longwa National University of Defense Technology and will enter Longwa National University of Defense Technology soon. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. Distributing system rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blueprint fragment of a new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Host, please check. Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. The system task was actually completed just like that. He also thought that he had to wait for the admission letter or enter the National University of Defense Technology of Longwa before the future technology system would determine that the mission was completed. But now it seems the future technology system is still very intelligent. It knows that you have been confirmed to join the Dragon Country University of Defense Technology and directly determines that the mission is accomplished. Good. Su Hao praised softly and turned his attention to the reward. Fragments of blueprints for a new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Su Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. This is the big guy that the Dragon Kingdom has been trying to conquer, but has made no progress. At present, the Dragon Kingdom's ocean-going aircraft carriers are mainly powered by conventional power. On Blue Star. Currently, only the United States and the French Empire have nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The Charles de Gaulle nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the French Empire of Sealand is the only nuclear-powered aircraft carrier on the blue planet except for the United States. However, the Charles de Gaulle had many problems and was nicknamed Sloping Foot. The time it spent in the dock was far greater than the time it spent performing sailing missions at sea. Parly, the Minister of Defense of the French Empire of Westland, even announced that the Charles de Gaulle plan would be retired directly in 20 to 30 years. So, the United States is far ahead in terms of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and no other country can compare with it. Longhua has also conducted research and development of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. But because a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is a huge industrial system, it's not just the structural design, the nuclear reactor itself is even more of a headache, and the related core technical issues have never been resolved. In addition, Western countries, led by the United States, deliberately encircled and blocked the rise of Dragon Country. All-round sanctions and suppression are imposed on certain technologies and materials. They even resorted to extreme means, including carrying out some unknown persecution against key scientific researchers in certain confidential departments of Longhua. For these reasons, Longhua's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier project has almost come to a standstill. So far, there is still no definite news. Even the superiors and the military no longer have much hope. But now, I'm afraid the situation will be different. Su Hao looked at the fragments of the blueprint of the new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the future technology system, his eyes sparkling and flashing. Although the system does not provide detailed information on the specific parameters of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, but it describes this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier as having ultra-high displacement, electromagnetic catapult, and long endurance. The overall evaluation given is that it far exceeds all current types of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, including Blue Star. If anyone else had made such a comment, he might have been skeptical. But this is a description of future technology system, which is different. If this is true, one day in the future, Longhua will also have its own nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Moreover, based on the system's evaluation, the performance of this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in all aspects will probably be comparable to that of the United States, or even far exceed it. Call. Thinking of this, Su Hao's eyes became hot. His fists clenched slightly, and the boy's blood seemed to be ignited at this moment. Who doesn't want their country to become strong? Who doesn't want to wield a sharp blade? These national defense weapons are all used to protect the people of Dragon Country. No matter how much or how strong it is not too much. After pondering for a moment, Su Hao gradually calmed down. We have only obtained fragments of the blueprints for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. We need to continue working hard to get the complete blueprints as soon as possible. However, since the system is arranged in this way, I believe it is only a matter of time to get the blueprint. I have been working with the future technology system for some time. At least for now, it seems very reliable. Just when Su Hao was about to log out of the system and go out for dinner, future technology system once again made a cold mechanical sound. Ding! New mission triggered. Mission 1, the road to National Defense Engineering construction is long and arduous. Complete the National Defense mission of the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. Reward depends on completion. Note, this task is related to the previous task, please treat it with caution. I thought the system would stop there, but after a moment of silence, it issued another task. Task 2, assist relevant departments to complete the construction and production of drone production lines. Rewards, corresponding rating rewards, the host can choose any one. Su Hao waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no follow-up in the system, he carefully looked at the two tasks that were suddenly triggered. One is the mission of the 6th generation stealth bomber, and the other is the mission of the drone production line. These two tasks are a bit difficult. They are not that easy either. Su Hao muttered to himself, analyzing the two system tasks. Part of the drawings of the 6th generation stealth bomber has been submitted. After the subsequent sorting is completed, Liu and his team will probably officially start the research and development work. As the chief designer of the drawings, I naturally have to participate in the research and development tasks. Therefore, this task takes time and has a certain degree of difficulty. After all, it is a 6th-generation stealth bomber. Even with the complete drawings. But theoretical knowledge and practical operations are two completely different concepts. In the actual research and development process, you will encounter various difficulties and unexpected events, which require time and energy to slowly adjust. So this task cannot be rushed. There's no use being anxious. As for the drone's mission, this is a little simpler. It so happens that I will be meeting with Wang Defa tomorrow, so I will communicate with them within the scope of confidentiality. The production line and other related issues should also be solved at the same time. There will be no problem in setting up the production line according to the subsequent process. Of course. This certainly doesn't require you to do it yourself. The core technology is in our own hands, so we can just teach them ourselves. So this task can still be completed quickly. So calculated. These two tasks are actually not too difficult. Not bad, I picked up 2 missions for free. Su Hao smiled slightly. Moreover, judging from these 2 tasks, I'm afraid the rewards are also not to be underestimated. Especially in the previous mission, I got the blueprint fragments of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which triggered 2 missions in a blink of an eye. It's hard not to wonder if the system was designed this way on purpose. Su Hao smiled. If you clear your mind, things will become much simpler. Rested at home for a night. The next morning, he set out to meet Wang Defa, Taiyuan County. Taiyuan County is adjacent to Jiangqing County, and the 2 counties are very close and can be reached by car in 3 or 4 hours. After leaving home, Su Hao took a special car and soon arrived at the Taiyuan County Science and Technology Bureau. Before getting off the car, I saw Wang Defa, Zhao Guiyuan, and others waiting there early. The car stopped and Su Hao got out. The moment he saw Su Hao, a smile immediately appeared on Wang Defa's face and he walked quickly towards Su Hao. "Student Su Hao, you're here so early." Wang Defa greeted politely. Zhao Guiyuan walked forward with a smile and shook hands with Su Hao cordially. "Hello, young friend Su Hao." Zhao Guiyuan was sent by his superiors to Taiyuan County to guide the work and could not return to Longdu in a short time. Plus now there's this matter with Su Hao. I'm afraid the time to return to Longdu will be delayed a little. After all, Su Hao's agricultural drone is worthy of attention both in terms of market value and usage. Su Hao smiled and nodded, shaking hands with Wang Defa and Zhao Guiyuan respectively. "Chief Wang, Professor Zhao, hello." After a brief chat, Su Hao was warmly welcomed in by the 2 people. After chatting for a while in the reception room, Su Hao took the initiative to bring up the matter of drones. "You two, stop talking nonsense. Why don't we go and see the drone directly?" His main purpose for coming here was to deal with the drone issue. We can talk about other irrelevant things later when we have time. Wang Defa and Zhao Guiyuan naturally had no objections. "Okay, I'll have the relevant technicians gather at the technical department workshop immediately." Wang Defa agreed and went to notify them immediately. 5 minutes later, Wang Defa brought Su Hao to the workshop of the technical department of the Science and Technology Bureau. The agricultural drone developed by Su Hao is placed in the workshop. Only, compared to before, the drone's current appearance seems a bit incomplete. When Su Hao saw it, his face was slightly stunned. "What's going on? After not seeing you for a few days, you become fragmented." Seeing the astonishment on Su Hao's face, Wang Defa looked embarrassed and explained somewhat awkwardly. Classmate Su Hao, we were curious at the time so we disassembled the machine and took a look. As a result, when we wanted to put it back, we found it a little difficult. The structure inside is completely different from the drones on the market. We really can't put it back, and we're worried about damaging the layout inside, so..." Wang Defa spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Who understands? He originally thought that this drone was just a little more powerful, with no other differences. But the result is, after taking it apart, I found that there was a whole new world inside the drone. The various structural designs and layouts are very different. He couldn't put it back on his own. Even Professor Zhao frowned after reading it, stroking his chin and sighing. The internal structure is very sophisticated. If ordinary people disassemble and reassemble it, it will damage its structure. If you are not careful, it will affect all aspects of the drone's parameters and performance. This drone is not simple. Under such circumstances, Wang Defa did not dare to move. So, it became what Su Hao sees now. After listening to this, Su Hao showed an understanding expression on his face. Indeed. When he was designing, he made some special designs to prevent others from plagiarizing or copying. It is not surprising that Wang Defa and his team were unable to reassemble the machine. Su Hao looked around the workshop and found that there were a few more people there. He asked, "Chief Wang, these people?" The next step was to explain drone-related technologies. Su Hao didn't know whether the people in the workshop could be trusted, so he asked Wang Defa. Wang Defa answered, "Don't worry, Su Hao. These people are all key technicians from the Science and Technology Bureau. They have all signed confidentiality agreements and are trustworthy." Su Hao nodded. "Okay, in that case, I'll start with the basics and explain to you one by one how this drone is designed." Everyone was delighted when they heard this. They gathered around and began to listen carefully to Su Hao's explanation. Su Hao spoke while fiddling with the drone. The drone is an underactuated system with 6 degrees of freedom and 4 control inputs. It has the characteristics of multivariable, nonlinear, strongly coupled and sensitive to disturbance. Su Hao briefly introduced the characteristics of the drone and then began to explain the modules. "Everyone, please look here." Su Hao pointed at the drone attitude controller and said, "Generally speaking, ordinary drones use nonlinear control laws to achieve better simulation results. But this has a disadvantage, which is that it has a strong reliance on the accuracy of the model. So, in terms of control effect alone, it is not as good as PID." While explaining, Su Hao also analyzed the relevant theories. Wang Defa, Zhao Guiyuan, and other key technical staff all listened very carefully, nodding from time to time. Sometimes there was a confused expression on his face, and then after Su Hao's explanation, he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Some key technicians even held notebooks in their hands and wrote down all the key knowledge points Su Hao talked about in their notebooks. In the entire workshop, there was only the sound of Su Hao's lecture and the sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper from time to time. After the explanation, Wang Defa's face suddenly became clear. "Hiss, you can actually design it like this. In this way, the additional power loss of the drone will be minimized and the endurance will be greatly improved. Wonderful. Wonderful." Wang Defa praised loudly. Zhao Guiyuan also expressed his praise. Su Hao's unique design not only greatly improves the performance of the drone, but also reduces power loss, reducing costs, and increasing efficiency. It is really impressive. Su Hao smiled and said nothing and continued to explain to them. Time passed quietly during the lecture, and in the blink of an eye, the whole morning was over. After dinner, continue in the afternoon. At the same time, in the afternoon, Wang Defa and Su Hao also confirmed that a special production line would be set up for drones to start trial production. Student Su Hao, the performance of this drone will probably play a vital role in firefighting in the future. Inside the workshop, Wang Defa sighed. Hearing this, Su Hao nodded slightly. According to the current development of firefighting equipment, this type of drone can indeed greatly help the fire department if it is well planned. However, all of this will depend on the specific development plans in the future. In the next few days, Su Hao explained drones to the key technicians of the Science and Technology Bureau every day. At the same time, we are also negotiating the establishment of a drone production line. The days can be said to be quite fulfilling. However, when he was browsing his phone in his spare time, he also noticed some public opinions about him on the internet. They say he is the son of an official and has a background. Tang Shiro naturally noticed this and talked to Su Hao about it many times. Su Hao didn't care too much. Time is like water in a toilet, you press the button and it goes away with a swish. The battle of the college entrance examination has officially begun. Su Hao's admission letter to Longhua University of Defense Technology was also on the way. On the way, he had already received the logistics information. Now, after finishing things here, I will report to Longhua University. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project is about to start construction. Mr. Liu and his team acted very quickly. Su Hao sighed softly. The situation is urgent, and the country is also very anxious. Tai'an County, in front of the Science and Technology Bureau. Chief Wang, Professor Zhao, let's leave it at that for now regarding matters related to drones. If you have any technical questions or problems with the subsequent production line construction in the future, you can contact me by phone. Su Hao said. For nearly a week, Su Hao stayed at the Tai'an County Science and Technology Bureau, explaining drones to them and discussing subsequent construction issues. By now, it has basically been dealt with. After calculating the time, Su Hao felt that it was time to go back and prepare to report to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Wang Defa nodded, looking grateful. Clear. I'm sorry to bother Su Hao during this period. He meant what he said. They have seen Su Hao's efforts during this period. It can almost be said that he explained it bit by bit, starting from the basics, so that they had a new understanding of this drone. Including him, a group of key technicians benefited greatly. Zhao Guiyuan also spoke at the right time. My dear friend Su Hao, thank you for your help during this period of time. Don't worry about what happens next. We'll be there for you. Have a good rest and prepare to report to Longhua University. If there is a chance in the future, let's get together in Longdu. Su Hao has given so much for them. If he were to be required to personally handle the subsequent production lines, it would seem a bit unfair. Su Hao nodded to Zhao Guiyuan's invitation. Must. After waving goodbye to a few people, Su Hao got in the car and left Tai'an County. After several hours' drive, Su Hao returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Tang Shiro and her cousin Bai Qining were also at home. Su Hao was a little confused. Su Hao, you're back. Tang Shiro quickly spotted Su Hao's figure. Her face was filled with joy and she quickly stood up and ran towards Su Hao like a little rabbit, skipping and jumping. I haven't seen you for a while. Why have you lost weight? Is the food there not good? Tang Shiro looked him up and down, frowned slightly, and spoke with a pout. Su Hao smiled bitterly. How can I be thin? That's just your illusion, okay? Besides, the food there is not bad. They eat meat every meal, fish every day, and have fruit after meals. It's all nutritious. Su Hao explained. He walked into the living room, saw Bai Qining sitting on the sofa, and greeted her with a smile. Hello, senior sister Qining. Although we are not in the same university, it doesn't matter if I call her senior. Bai Qining was wearing a white gauze dress today, which was somewhat different from her royal sister style. But this feeling of contrast gives her a different kind of beauty. After a few pleasantries, Su's father and mother knew that their son had returned, and they saw Tang Shiro and Bai Qining coming too. Hurry to prepare the meal. Su Hao sat on the sofa and asked with some confusion. Why did you suddenly think of coming to my house? He just told Tang Shiro on the phone that she would be back today, but he never expected that they would come in person. Tang Shiro sat next to Su Hao with her legs together and her white hands resting on her knees. Looking at Su Hao, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. You guess. Su Hao's face suddenly turned helpless and he touched his nose. Seeing this, Tang Shiro burst out laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to tell you the good news. My admission result is out. Tang Shiro raised her head, looking a little proud. Oh. What school is it? Su Hao became interested and asked curiously. Tang Shiro looked mysterious, yet a little happy. It seems that she likes this school very much. Dragon State University of National Defense Technology. Tang Shiro's answer left Su Hao stunned. Longhua University. Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to Huaqing University? Why did you suddenly apply to Longhua University? And he was actually admitted. Before Tang Shiro could answer, Bai Qining, who was standing beside her, joked with a smile on her face. That's because of you. The smile on Tang Shiro's face froze for a moment, and she quickly ran over to cover Bai Qining's mouth. Cousin, you. It was visible to the naked eye that Tang Shiro's face turned red in an instant. Su Hao didn't expect Bai Qining to say this suddenly. He coughed lightly, with an embarrassed look on his face. After a while, he came to his senses and congratulated him. Congratulations. It's not easy to get into Longka University. You are worthy of being the top student of Jiangqing Middle School. Su Hao sends his sincere blessings. Longka University is indeed very difficult to get into. Not only must the passing score be met, but all kinds of audits must also be passed. Now it seems that Tang Shiro's score is definitely above the admission score line of Longka University. At the same time, she also passed various political reviews, physical tests, etc. Su Hao admired him from the bottom of his heart. Tang Shiro's complexion returned to normal, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Su Hao, we will still be in the same school from now on. It can be seen that Tang Shiro is very happy, and the dimples on her face seem to be smiling. Su Hao nodded slightly, his face also full of smiles. Seeing that the two were talking happily, Bai Qining really couldn't bear to interrupt them, but she still spoke. Su Hao, I'm here mainly to report to you the results of Jiangqing Middle School's handling of the matter. After a preliminary review by relevant departments, the preliminary result is that Jiangqing Middle School's principal Gao Zhiyong and director of teaching Tang Juanliang have both been suspended and are under investigation. They are also under a joint investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Tax Department and other departments. Your class teacher, Lei Hairong, has also been suspended and is currently under investigation. He is currently under strict scrutiny. When Tang Shiro heard this, she immediately smiled happily. Very good. Those who violate teacher ethics should be brought to justice. Their behavior this time is so serious, they should at least be expelled, right? Tang Shiro waved her little fist, pouted, and looked angrily. You can't escape being fired. A high-level review team has arrived from Longdu. I'm afraid their problems are more serious than I thought. These things require strict review by relevant departments and confirmation by law enforcement agencies before we can know. Bai Qining said. After this topic was over, Bai Qining looked at Su Hao with a strange look in her eyes. After a pause, she spoke softly. Student Su Hao, are you really not going to consider coming to Huaqing University? Although the college entrance examination is over now, admission letters are also starting to be sent out. But for geniuses, they can still enjoy certain privileges. As long as Su Hao is willing, Huaqing University can still arrange an admission letter and other relevant documents for him. The prerequisite is that Su Hao is willing. Only. Su Hao shook his head. Senior, the admission letter from Longka University will arrive in a few days. Su Hao spoke with a smile, his meaning was self-evident. Bai Qi understood. She was just making a last attempt and no longer had much hope in her heart. Then the topic changed and the atmosphere returned to normal. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Su prepared the food and brought it over. It's time for dinner. The next day. When Su Hao just woke up from his sleep, a message popped up on his mobile phone. He opened his phone sleepily and found a message from Tang Shiro. Su Hao, look. The results of Gao Zhiyong and Lei Hairong's treatment have been announced on the Education Bureau's official website. Although the message was in the form of text, Su Hao seemed to be able to see the excited expression on Tang Shiro's face. Then, Tang Shiro sent another link to Su Hao. He clicked on it and found that it was the official website of Jiangqing County Education Bureau. The home page is the processing result that Tang Shiro mentioned. About the outcome of the treatment of Jiangqing Middle School Principal Gao Zhiyong and others. The title reads. Because the notice was somewhat related to him, Su Hao read the entire notice carefully. The general meaning is. Gao Zhiyong, Tang Juanliang, and Lei Hairong are leaders and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School. Ignoring the law and providing tutoring illegally is a serious offense. It is also against educational norms and illegal to expel students from the school. Article 27 of the Compulsory Education Law stipulates that schools shall not expel students without reason. Based on the above situation, the principal Gao Zhiyong, the academic director Tang Juanliang, and the head teacher of grade 3-9 class Lei Hairong were dismissed from their posts. The other illegal and irregular behaviors of the 3 people will be handed over to the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Tax Bureau and other relevant departments, awaiting further law enforcement review. At the same time, a 1-month rectification and investigation was launched for all the teachers and staff of Jiangqing Middle School. After reading the report, Su Hao did not show much emotion. What was stated in the notice is all true. They did break the relevant laws. But what surprised him was a little. It seems that Lei Hairong and the other 2 not only made some mistakes in education, but also seemed to be involved in some other aspects. Su Hao lowered his eyes. The world is bustling with people, all for profit. He shook his head. Su Hao thought carefully about what other mistakes Lei Hairong and the others had made, and roughly guessed them. However, it also surprised him a little. I didn't expect that the teacher who looked so upright and honest actually had some shady interests in secret. Well, Su Hao did not comment much on this. I just secretly felt it was a pity. After all, since childhood, he has felt that being a teacher is a sacred and glorious profession. But now I seem to understand a little. This profession is great. But for people, that's not necessarily the case. After the Jiangqing County Education Bureau announced the results of this handling, relevant official media, local media, and local television stations. This message was also published on various social media platforms. Especially some short video platforms, such as Douyin, Manshou, etc. This message was released one after another in the form of video. Soon, some local residents in Jiangqing County have seen this video. I finally understood the whole story of what happened at Jiangqing Middle School that day. In the comments section, many netizens immediately left messages. Hiss, is that what's going on? The principal and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School are really going too far, aren't they? They expelled students for no reason, and most importantly, they didn't make any mistakes. Just for the sake of the admission rate, they expelled the students and sent them back home. Jiangqing Middle School's actions are really a bit excessive. Wasn't there a video spreading rumors before, saying that students' parents were causing trouble? What about now? Why aren't they speaking out? It takes only a few words to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. I hope that while punishing the school, they will also punish the blogger who spread the rumors before. After official notification, local residents who had watched the previous video all understood the truth of the matter clearly. They all condemned the school's actions. Even many parents of the victims applauded in the comments section, lamenting that the pests in the education industry have finally been eradicated. A residential area in Jiangqing County. After the college entrance examination, Li Chang stayed at home to recuperate. But unfortunately, he performed poorly in the college entrance examination and not only failed to reach the score line of Huaqing University. I was even 2 points short of the first-tier line, so I had no choice but to choose a second-tier university. It is also for this reason that I have been very angry during this period. He took out his phone and checked Douyin as usual. As I was scrolling, I came across a video about the handling of Jiangqing Middle School. Seeing this, he, who was originally lying lazily on the sofa, suddenly sat up and looked at the processing results in the video with an incredulous look on his face. How could this happen? Teacher Lei and the others will be punished. Li Chang read it several times before finally confirming it with disappointment. His class teacher Lei Hairong, as well as the principal and the dean of studies were all punished by the Education Bureau. On the contrary, Su Hao has nothing to worry about. He clicked on the comment section and found it was full of applause. Some even said that they would hold the blogger who posted the video and spread rumors accountable. Seeing this, Li Chang's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a feeling of uneasiness arose from the bottom of my heart. Just when he was about to discuss the outcome with them in the small group chat, there was a sudden knock on the door of my house. Dong dong dong. The dull knock on the door was like a hammer hitting his heart, making Li Chang feel even more uneasy. Li Chang's mother went to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw 2 policemen standing there. They introduced themselves. "Hello, comrade. We are law enforcement officers from the Jiangqing County Police Department." "Excuse me, is this Li Chang's home? While the police was asking questions, he looked inside the house with sharp eyes and immediately saw Li Chang sitting on the sofa holding a mobile phone. The moment Li Chang's mother saw the police, she was shocked. Her face turned slightly pale and she answered with a trembling voice. "Ah. Yes, yes. Comrade police, has my son committed any crime?" As she spoke, she turned slightly to let the two policemen in. "No matter what your son has done wrong, you still have to cooperate with law enforcement. Otherwise, being charged with resisting law enforcement will only make the situation worse." She knows the seriousness of the matter. The two police officers nodded and walked in politely. Then a police officer walked in and restrained Li Chang. Another police officer informed Li Chang's mother in detail about Li Chang's creation of a group and the organization of people to post rumor-mongering posts and videos. Parents. Li Chang fabricated facts and spread rumors about others, which is an act of disrupting social order. Considering that he is a first-time offender, a minor, and has not caused a serious social impact, we will criticize and educate him this time. But big crimes can be forgiven, but small crimes cannot be escaped. Please ask Li Chang to delete all the rumor-mongering posts in person. At the same time, we will record your personal information and other related information in the police files. I hope you can abide by the rules and regulations in the future and not do anything illegal or criminal. The police officer's expression was very serious. Li Chang's mother was anxious and angry, and urged hurriedly. "Why don't you just do what the police officer says? You naughty kid, you really make me worry." Li Chang's face turned pale and he nodded woodenly. Okay. He never thought that his behavior would attract the police. He was so frightened that he deleted all the posts with trembling hands. After checking once, the police gave them a few more warnings before leaving one by one. I watched the police leaving and heard my mother's scolding ringing in my ears. The fear in Li Chang's heart gradually faded away. Instead, resentment gradually grew. His eyes also became vicious. "Damn it, Su Hao, it must be you who did this. You dare to do whatever you want just because you have someone behind you. Aren't you still a waste? Don't let me get the chance, otherwise." Another month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Hao stayed at home to rest and recuperate. At the same time, regarding matters concerning drones, I also keep in touch with Wang Defa from time to time. This day, Lu Jiangwo suddenly called him. It indicates that the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project will be officially launched. As the designer of the blueprint, Lu Jiangwo hopes that Su Hao can report to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua in advance. Of course, the faster the better. Su Hao agreed without thinking twice. "Mom and Dad, I have to report to Longhua University of Defense Technology in advance tomorrow." After confirming the time, Su Hao told his parents. "We're going tomorrow? Are you in such a hurry?" Li Xiuqin was slightly surprised. "Isn't time too tight?" Su Zhenlong said. "After all, this is the Dragon State University of Defense Technology. There must be some other tasks arranged. It's better to go earlier so that you can get familiar with the school environment earlier. Do you need us to take you there?" Su Zhenlong asked with concern. Su Hao shook his head. "No, someone from Longhua National University of Defense Technology will come and pick me up in person." Mr. and Mrs. Su were stunned and a little surprised. Come and pick it up in person. Isn't this treatment too good? But Li Xiuqin thought about how her son had come personally from Huaqing University to invite her, and how a professor from Longhua University had come personally to talk to her. It seems reasonable for them to come and pick it up in person. After all, my son is so outstanding, the school must treat him differently. A proud smile suddenly appeared on Li Xiuqin's face. Come and pick it up. It's safe and worry-free, haha. After saying that, Li Xiuqin hurried to help Su Hao pack his things. I also stuffed his suitcase with all kinds of delicious food. Su Hao smiled bitterly. Mom, don't stuff me with so much food. I'm not hungry. I know you won't be hungry. Aren't these all specialties made by Mom? Bring some more, and when you want to eat them, you can just take them out and eat them. Li Xiuqin kept stuffing it in regardless of Su Hao's reluctance. Su Hao spread his hands. A mother worries when her son is away from home. He could understand his mother's worries and deeply appreciate her love for him. Su Hao no longer refused. After returning to the room, thinking about what had happened during this period, he picked up his mobile phone and told Tang Shiro that he would report to the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua in advance tomorrow. So soon? Is there something else? Tang Shiro replied quickly and asked. Well, there are some things that need to be dealt with in advance. Su Hao didn't say anything. After all, it is the 6th strategic stealth bomber, which involves state secrets and cannot be leaked easily. Tang Shiro also understood and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, go ahead. Then we'll see you at the National University of Defense Technology. Tang Shiro replied and sent a naughty smiley face. Anyway, they are both in the same university, it's just that Su Hao went there earlier. There will be plenty of opportunities for the two to meet in the future. The next day. Early in the morning. With Su Zhenlong helping him carry the box and Li Xiuqin escorting him, Su Hao came down from upstairs. The people from Longhua University of Defense Technology have also arrived. Because the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber was designed and developed by Su Hao himself. Therefore, the superiors also attached great importance to Su Hao's trip. The National Security Department was dispatched, as well as some special departments specifically for pickup and drop-off. All black Hongqi bulletproof vehicles. In each car, there were special police and bodyguards in plain clothes. Now. They stood there, scanning the surroundings with their sharp eyes, not missing a single clue. The fierce momentum silenced the onlookers. He looked at them in shock and fear. The first time Li Weigua saw Su Hao, he walked up to him with a smile on his face. Student Su Hao, Mr. Liu sent me to pick you up and take you to Longhua University of Defense Technology. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Thank you, Colonel Li. After greeting Su Hao, Li Weigua politely stepped forward and greeted Su Hao's parents respectively. Don't worry, you two, Su Hao's safety will be absolutely guaranteed with our protection when he reports to Longhua National University of Defense Technology. Su Zhenlong and Li Xiuqin nodded, and after repeatedly instructing Su Hao, they watched Su Hao reluctantly as he got into the car and left. The onlookers looked at the 7 or 8 shiny, high-spec Hongqi cars with their eyes full of curiosity and shock. The Su family's kid is really promising. When I went to college, the school leaders came directly to pick me up. Hearing these whispered compliments, a hint of pride appeared on Li Xiuqin and Su Zhenlong's faces. He held his head high and looked forward, as if to say, "See. That's my son." The convoy moved forward. After arriving in Jiangqing City, we went to Jiangqing Airport. Then take a chartered flight directly to Longdu. We had a safe journey and arrived in Longdu smoothly. Then he went directly to Longdu University. Classmate Su Hao, waiting for you is so painful. As soon as he entered the building of Longhua University of Defense Technology, Su Hao saw the figure of Mr. Liu Jiangwo. I guess I've been waiting here for a long time. Su Hao walked quickly to meet him. Mr. Liu, thank you for coming out to greet me in person. He greeted politely. Although he developed the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber himself, the person in front of him is after all a leader in Dragon Country's national defense. Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed to be asked to come out and greet him in person. Ha ha ha, I just miss you so much that I want to come out and see you as soon as possible, right? Don't just stand here, go to my office. After saying that, Liu Jiangwo took the initiative to greet Su Hao and walked towards his office. In the office, the two men sat down respectively, and Liu Jiangwo and Su Hao started chatting. I heard that you also developed an agricultural drone, and it performs very well in firefighting and other areas. Su Hao laughed slightly. Well, I just messed around with it, but I didn't expect it to have a different performance in firefighting. Section Chief Wang and Professor Zhao think it can be promoted and applied in these areas. Su Hao looked calm and gave a brief introduction. Liu Jiangwo saw all this and couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart, expressing his admiration. From Zhao Guiyuan, he learned about the performance of the drone designed by Su Hao. To be honest, It's not what Su Hao said, messing around. According to Zhao Guiyuan, once this drone is fully promoted in the firefighting field, it will probably cause technological changes. At the same time, the drone's other hidden capabilities also have outstanding performance in other areas. Su Hao's words seemed a little modest. But at such a young age, he has such talent and yet he remains humble. Lu Jiangwo's respect for Su Hao increased even more. As we chatted, the topic unknowingly turned to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Xiao Hao, we have already looked at the drawings of the upper part of the 6th-generation strategic bomber you gave us. However, some of the technologies involved still require complete drawings before we can further verify them. So, you may need to produce the complete drawings as soon as possible. Lu Jiangwo said. Everyone in the office is our own people. There are also national security personnel standing guard outside. Lu Jiangwo was not worried that their conversation would be heard by others. Su Hao nodded, then motioned to Li Weiguo to bring his box over. Then he took out the complete blueprint of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber that had been prepared earlier and handed it to Lu Jiangwo. Mr. Lu, this is the complete blueprint of the 6th-generation bomber. Su Hao said this lightly, as if the file bag in his hand contained only some ordinary documents. Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo was confused and shocked. No. The drawings were given out just like that. And they are just packed in a few file bags. Lu Jiangwo looked at Su Hao with a strange and even somewhat resentful look. I couldn't help but ask. Is the blueprint in here? In the office. Lu Jiangwo looked a little confused as he watched Su Hao casually put the file bag containing the drawings in his hands. Inside are the blueprints. Even though Lu Jiangwo had seen many storms. But it was the first time that someone so casually handed the blueprint of a major fighter aircraft to me. This seems a little different from the drawing I imagined. Su Hao didn't understand. Yes. The complete blueprints of the 6th-generation strategic bomber are in there. However, since it is a big machine, some design modules can only be designed using relevant software, so there are also several encrypted USB flash drives inside. Su Hao didn't know why Lu Jiangwo had such an expression. He looked a little surprised. Does it mean that the handover of drawings requires some ceremony? Take a bath, change clothes, and pray devoutly. And then after burning incense and praying to Buddha, the drawings will be formally handed over. Feudal superstition is not acceptable. After getting a positive answer from Su Hao, Lu Jiangwo's surprise gradually turned into impatience. He couldn't wait and wanted to see the drawings inside with burning eyes. Without hesitation. In front of Su Hao, he unsealed the file bag. Then, carefully and tenderly, as if protecting a fragile piece of jade, he placed hundreds of pages of drawings in his hands. Then he slowly turned to the first page and began to read it carefully. Then the second page, the third page. Gradually, Lu Jiangwo was completely immersed in the drawings, and all the sounds from the outside world seemed to disappear at this moment. The fuselage is covered with elastic material to ensure uniform electrical conductivity on the surface. Even the seams of the fuselage are not spared. In this way, the surface of the fuselage is difficult to detect by radar. Lu Jiangwo kept muttering to himself as he watched. The engine air intake adopts an S-shaped intake duct and uses nozzle temperature regulation technology. Hiss. Anti-synthetic aperture radar mode. Terrain avoidance technology. Equipped with the NSS Plus navigation system, and equipped with an inertial navigation unit and an astronomical navigation unit. At the beginning, Lu Jiangwo watched with great interest, his eyes full of obsession. But as he gradually looked down, he found that there were some things on the drawings given by Su Hao that he could not understand. Even are some of the innovative technologies and knowledge points somewhat different from the professional knowledge he is currently involved in. Lu Jiangwo was suddenly confused. Was he wrong, or was his knowledge not up to par? For the first time, Lu Jiangwo began to doubt himself. That's not right. It seemed that he had never heard of these techniques and knowledge before. Su Hao is still just a student, how did he know? Could these be wrong? Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo had an idea and pointed to a few things he didn't understand and consulted Su Hao directly. On the one hand, He wanted to resolve the confusion in his heart. At the same time, I also want to know whether these new technologies are really feasible. When Su Hao saw the problem pointed out by Lu Jiangwo, he smiled lightly and then answered it confidently. To understand the inverse, reverse, synthetic aperture radar mode, we first need to understand a basic principle called electromagnetic scattering. Scattering is a physical phenomenon that occurs when electromagnetic waves encounter discontinuities, inhomogeneities, or objects. Deviations in the trajectory or path of a wave are often called scatter. After a pause, Su Hao leaned forward and continued his analysis seriously. When Lu Jiangwo heard this, he felt a little confused. There was a moment like that. It seems like I am a student attending a lecture, and Su Hao is my teacher. He knew the difficulty and importance of this problem. He decisively took out a pen and paper from the drawer and wrote down what Su Hao said. At the same time, Su Hao also started lecturing again. Radar signals are reflected, or scattered, in different ways, depending on the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave and the shape of the object, known as the scatterer. If the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave is much smaller than the size of the scatterer, the wave will reflect back, just like light reflects from a large surface. This type of scattering is often referred to as scattering in the optical region. If the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave is comparable to that of the scatterer, for example within a few wavelengths, some resonance may occur and the scattering intensity may fluctuate considerably for different frequencies. The scattering direction is mainly affected by the direction of the incident wave, and this region is often called the Mie region, or resonance region. This special type of scattering is therefore called Mie scattering. If the wavelength of an electromagnetic wave is much longer than the size of the scatterer, the wave will scatter around the scatterer. This type of reflection is called Rayleigh scattering. So, it is not difficult to find that the radar and the target to be detected are in relative motion. If the radar is stationary and the target is moving, then the two are also in relative motion. This is the inverse synthetic aperture radar. After saying that, Su Hao picked up the water cup and took a sip of water. Lu Jiangwo's notebook was already filled with various notes. At this moment. After listening to Su Hao's analysis, I felt like everything was suddenly enlightened. The fog that seemed to be in my mind before has now disappeared. Instead, there was an incomparable feeling of clarity. Lu Jiangwo sighed deeply. Looking at Su Hao, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Su Hao is just a high school student who just graduated. He has mastered these cutting-edge knowledge so thoroughly and integrated them into his own knowledge. From his calm and effortless performance just now, it was obvious that he had already thoroughly understood these points of knowledge and was well aware of the principles behind them. It is also perfectly applied to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber and carries out technological innovation. Maybe, this is genius. Lu Jiangwo sighed silently in his heart. Actually, he still doesn't understand or is confused about many of the technical and knowledge points on this drawing. But now he thinks. The existence of this drawing is too precious. Not only is it a brand new 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber blueprint that is different from any other aircraft in the world. At the same time, it involves innovative technologies and core technologies, which are not something he can master and enjoy alone. Such a feast of technology and knowledge should be shared by more scientific researchers. So, Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath and looked at Su Hao with fiery eyes. Xiaohao, your design involves too much cutting-edge technology and knowledge, and it's too extensive. More researchers should come together to learn and share some of these technologies. I think we can hold an academic seminar to discuss the design drawings and other aspects of the 6th-generation bomber. How do you feel about being the main teacher? Lu Jiangwo looked excited. The drawing in my hand is so precious. The core technologies involved and some cutting-edge knowledge are also unheard of. Although he is the founder of many defense projects in Longhua. But when facing this drawing, I was still shocked by some of the cutting-edge technologies and knowledge points proposed by Su Hao. So, he suggested. Su Hao, I plan to organize an academic seminar and have you be the main lecturer. What do you think? Lu Jiangwo looked at Su Hao with burning eyes. The knowledge points that Su Hao talked about were not something he could fully absorb and understand by himself. We need to allow more professors and experts from the project teams to discuss and explore these technologies together. When Su Hao heard this, he was slightly stunned at first. Seminar? He will be the main lecturer. To be honest, he was still a little surprised by Lu Jiangwo's proposal. Although it is a drawing designed and developed by myself. But after all, he is just a student who just graduated from high school. Those who come to the seminar must be either professors or senior experts. Not only is she older than him, but she is also several times better than him in terms of professional knowledge and experience. Is it really appropriate for him to be the main teacher? Seeing the concern in Su Hao's heart, Lu Jiangwo comforted him. Xiaohao, although you are young, your experience is not as rich as those professors and experts. But the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were designed and developed by you after all. No one knows the various core technologies involved better than you. Even for me. It's perfect for you to be the main lecturer. Things had come to this point, so Su Hao had no choice but to nod. No problem. It's just a lecture anyway, it's nothing. Besides, the drawings of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were indeed designed and developed by him personally, and he was the only one who knew the various circumstances involved best. Especially regarding some of the core technologies, he has the best understanding of them. After thinking about it, Su Hao agreed. When Lu Jiangwo saw Su Hao nodded in agreement, he immediately smiled. Then I'll trouble you. I'll go prepare now and gather all the core members of the 6th-generation stealth bomber project in the confidential conference room. Please wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. After Lu Jiangwo finished speaking, he hurried out to arrange matters for the seminar. The office suddenly became quiet. Su Hao had nothing to do, so he stood by the window and overlooked the entire view of the National Defense University. The National Defense University is worthy of being the National Defense University. The environment inside the school is very good, it covers a large area, and the scenery of the school is also very good. All kinds of facilities are available. Su Hao is full of expectations for his upcoming college life. Now, I have truly become a student at the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Next, I can experience college life. But the most important goal now is to work with Mr. Liu and his research team to develop the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber as soon as possible. This is an aerospace weapon for the next few decades and must be taken seriously. Afterwards, according to the current situation of the system, the blueprints of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier will probably be awarded to me after I complete the relevant tasks. If so, I will also start the construction of Dragon Country's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier when the situation is appropriate in the future. The road ahead is long. Since we have chosen the distant place, we will keep going regardless of the wind and snow. Now that I have the strength and conditions, I must work with Dragon Country to enable my country to have more national defense weapons that can protect the people and guard Dragon Country's 9.6 million square kilometers of territory. Thinking of this, Su Hao's heart was filled with passion. It's not just stealth bombers and nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. In the future, Dragon Country will need more national heavy weapons to dominate the sea, land, air, and even the universe, to deter villains and protect Dragon Country's security. Su Hao clenched his fist slightly, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. And on the other side, Lu Jiangwo personally went to the research workshop of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber and summoned all the professors, experts, and key technical personnel who were engaged in research and development. Everyone, please put down your work for the moment and prepare to go to the confidential conference room to hold a seminar on the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. In a moment, an expert will come to explain the issues related to the drawings to us. Lu Jiangwo's words stunned many professors present. Are there any experts coming to explain it to them? Could it be that he is the expert who designed this blueprint? Thinking of this, the professors looked excited. Among the many professors present, only a few knew that the drawings came from a high school student. But many more people. I was not present at the time due to other reasons, so I don't know which big shot designed this drawing. So now when they hear that there are experts coming to explain, the first person they think of is the chief designer of the drawings. The old professor of dynamics Qian Hongfei's expression changed. He took off his work clothes and walked forward leisurely. Old Lu, who is the chief designer of this blueprint? Qian Hongfei is an expert in Longhua aviation engines, especially a representative figure in fighter jet engines. As an old professor at the National Defense University of Longwa, he has worked with Lu Jiangwo for many years and they have a very good relationship. Last time, I went to a military region for a field trip and was unable to attend the meeting immediately. Therefore, it can be said that the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber drawings was completely unaware of it. I just know that the drawings have been completed. And there is nothing wrong with it. When Lu Jiangwo heard the question from his old friend, he smiled slightly and immediately kept the question in suspense. Who is he? Old Qian. I guess no matter how hard you try, you can't guess where he came from, haha. Lu Jiangwo did not tell him Su Hao's specific identity. He recruited a talent like Su Hao, and he gave him the complete drawings without reservation. Even just now, the rich professional knowledge and scientific research ability he demonstrated made Lu Jiangwo very happy. He had a bit of a mischievous idea and wanted to see what expression his old friend would have when he saw that the chief designer was such a high school student. Qian Hongfei's eyebrows suddenly raised. What? Is this designer such a treasure that I didn't even tell him? He looked at Lu Jiangwo with gloomy eyes, pretending to be unhappy. The expression on his face was more and more expectant. Then, he and Lu Jiangwo walked towards the confidential meeting room. Others were also extremely excited and wanted to know who this chief designer was and why Mr. Lu paid so much attention to him. Confidential meeting room. More and more people came, and before long, the entire conference room was almost full. After waiting for a while, we arrived at the door of the conference room. Several elderly people with white hair and hunched bodies walked in. See them. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. In the confidential conference room, 2 gray-haired, hunchbacked old men walked into the conference room. Moment. The slightly noisy meeting room suddenly became quiet. The professors, experts, and technicians present all looked sideways and slowly looked at the 2 elderly people who walked in. They were so surprised. These 2 are here. The old man walking in front is academician Tang Chongqing, an aircraft design expert, academician of the Longwa Academy of Engineering, and chief designer of the first Aircraft Design Institute of Longhang Industry. Walking side by side with him is academician Song Wenfei, an academician of Longwa Engineering, an expert in aircraft general design, chief expert of Longwa Aviation Industry First Group Research Institute, Academy of Natural Sciences, and chief designer of the J-10A fighter. Everyone was shocked. Today's seminar actually alarmed these 2 giants. But think about it. After all, this is Longwa's 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, which has very important strategic significance. It is reasonable for these 2 to come here. Only after the 2 elders sat down in the front did the meeting room slowly return to normal. At the same time, people gradually gathered in the conference room. But what is somewhat puzzling is that Mr. Lu Jiangwo, who is supposed to preside over this seminar, has not been seen for a long time. It was at this time. Lu Jiangwo, whom everyone had been looking forward to, finally arrived. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Jiangwo first nodded to academician Tang Chongqing and academician Song Wenfei. Although Lu Jiangwo is the leader of many national defense projects in the new Longwa, he has made an indispensable contribution to the national defense cause of Longwa. But Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei laid a solid foundation for Longwa's national defense. All 3 are the pillars and faces of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Jiangwo walked onto the stage, and Su Hao stood in a corner below the stage. To be honest, the people present were all at the professor level at the lowest. Even though Su Hao was very confident, it was his first time seeing such a big scene. He was more or less nervous and his palms began to sweat. Lu Jiangwo picked up the microphone, smiled heartily, and then spoke. Everyone, we have gathered here today mainly to discuss issues related to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Today, I have specially invited the chief designer of the 6th-generation stealth bomber to come here. If you have any questions or want to discuss related technologies, feel free to ask. Then let's invite Su Hao, the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, to come on stage and give a discussion for everyone. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes immediately looked around the conference room. In their imagination, the big guy who can design and research the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber must be an elderly person. So, Their gazes are all within this age range. However, what they didn't expect was, just after Lu Jiangwo finished speaking, a young man who looked unnaturally young appeared in the corner next to him. He walked onto the stage with confident and calm steps, standing straight. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What is going on? Didn't they say that the designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber has arrived? Why are you suddenly letting a young man you've never met take the stage? Mr. Lu, did you make a mistake? But what they didn't expect was that when seeing the young man coming up, Mr. Lu's face was full of smiles. They realized it belatedly and suddenly realized it. No way. Don't tell them, this is the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber that Mr. Lu mentioned. They asked questions in their hearts, full of doubts. His face was full of questioning expressions. Even the two elders at the front frowned slightly. Lu Jiangwo saw the confusion in everyone's hearts and started to introduce. Everyone, this is the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, Su Hao. Lu Jiangwo personally confirmed that this young man was the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The entire conference room exploded in an instant. Hiss. He is really the chief designer of the 6th-generation bomber? How? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, his face showing extreme shock. That expression was as if he had seen a ghost. No wonder they behaved this way. It was really that Mr. Lu's words were too shocking. They looked at Su Hao's immature and slightly green face, and couldn't believe that he would be the chief designer of the 6th-generation bomber. Listening to the discussions coming from underground, Lu Jiangwo was not surprised at all. Don't say it's them. Even he himself was extremely surprised when he first heard the news. Who would have thought that the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber would cause headaches for countless scientific researchers and have been unable to make breakthroughs in related core technologies? It turned out that a high school student designed and developed it personally. If Lu Jiangwo had not verified it himself, he would never have believed it. But it is true. Everyone, at the beginning I was just like you, thinking it was absolutely impossible. But after my own personal verification, I found that I was ignorant. Su Hao does have such talent and strength. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was indeed designed and developed by him personally. Following Lu Jiangwo's affirmation, there were gasps of surprise in the conference room. Elder Tang and Elder Song, who were sitting at the front, raised their eyebrows at this moment, with a look of surprise on their faces. They often dealt with Lu Jiangwo and knew that he was not the kind of person who would lie or brag. Since he said so, it means that this is most likely true. But even so, it is too unbelievable. Such a young boy actually managed to master the blueprints. This. Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But the two didn't say much. After a slight surprise, their faces gradually returned to normal. But the two of them kept looking Su Hao up and down, with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. After a long time, the discussions in the conference room gradually quieted down. Su Hao also calmed down at this time. He looked calm and unhurried, then took out the blueprint. Hello everyone, my name is Su Hao, and I'm the designer of the blueprints for the 6th-generation stealth bomber. Let's not waste any more words, let's just look at the drawings and design plans. Su Hao put the encrypted electronic manuscript on the big screen so that everyone in the conference room could see it clearly. Everyone in the conference room also withdrew their thoughts and focused on the drawings on the screen. Everyone, the 6th-generation aircraft is the latest generation of stealth bombers of Longhua. I have made technological innovations in many aspects. As Su Hao began to speak, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became serious. At the end, Su Hao introduced the relevant modules. He suddenly changed the subject and looked solemn. Based on these foundations and with the cooperation of various research departments, we hope to achieve real machine testing within 1 to 2 years. In fact, if the cooperation goes well, this time can be slightly earlier. Su Hao's words immediately caused an uproar in the entire conference room. Next to Tang Chongqing, a professor couldn't help but whisper in his ear. Mr. Tang, even if we have the blueprints, with the current level of technology and the strength of the research team, we cannot conduct real machine testing in such a short time. I'm afraid what Su Hao said is a bit. The professor did not continue speaking. His expression was blank and his meaning was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Tang Chongqing nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed the case. Even with drawings. But a fighter jet is an industrial complex that involves many aspects, such as materials, technology, and so on. Want to complete it in such a short time and conduct testing. Disaster. Academician Tang Chongqing frowned and asked directly. How can you guarantee that you can design the entire device and conduct real device testing in such a short time?